Although I was a weakling in life, after my death, I was reborn as the king of monsters, Godzilla, and even acquired the monster sign evolution system. My name is Lin Shen, and I was a junior high school student. Because of a serious illness in my childhood, my body became very weak. I could only hang from the horizontal bar for a maximum of 8 seconds, manage a single push-up at most, and couldn't do a single sit-up. In the eyes of my classmates, I was a physical education failure, often mercilessly mocked and ridiculed by them. Even the gym teacher could only sigh upon seeing my impressive performance. One day, I received a package from the security guard at the entrance sent by my parents. Because the illness had depleted all our savings and left us with considerable debt, my parents were constantly working away from home to earn money to pay it off. Inside the package was my favorite Godzilla figure and an encouraging letter from my dad. He hoped I could be as strong and brave as Godzilla. As I read Dad's encouragement, my eyes moistened. I also wanted to be strong, but it was tough. Just then, my classmates snatched away my Godzilla figure, mocking me for playing with childish things and calling me unmanly. As I tried to take it back from him, he looked disdainful and threw the figure onto the road. I rushed towards the figure without a care, and just as I was about to reach it, a large truck came speeding towards me. With a loud bang, I was hit and fell into a pool of blood. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the ocean. Many sea creatures swam before my eyes. Is this my hand? And what's with this tail? At that moment, my mind was in chaos. Could this be the afterlife? Just as I looked around, a bright light appeared in front of me. Ding dong! Kun is online. Detected host has regained consciousness. Monster sign evolution system activated. Upon my inquiry, I learned that the Kun in front of me was actually a monster sign and evolution system, and I was the ancient overlord recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. The system displayed: host Lin Shen, a juvenile of the Thunder Dragon race, tyrant rank bloodline, weight 125 tons, height 7.9 meters, skilled in charging, biting, and dragon tail swinging. After shaking my tail and waving my claws to ensure this wasn't a dream, I signed into the system. Congratulations to the host for the first successful sign-in. Convert food into evolution points by devouring. Sign-in reward: S+ rank skill devour. Sign-in location: Mariana Trench. Just keep eating and you won't die. Speaking of eating, my stomach began to growl. It felt like I might starve to death if I didn't eat something soon. I noticed a light ahead. Many deep-sea creatures have bioluminescent bodies, so I slowly approached to see if I could eat it. After getting closer, I saw it was a deep-sea fish, looking extremely terrifying, with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then we both turned and fled. The system mocked my clumsy escape. That fish isn't even as big as your palm. Why the heck are you running? What am I afraid of? Watching the fleeing fish, I flashed an evil grin. I sped up and used the dragon tail swing on the fish. With a pitiful scream, it was done for. I was frightened by my strength, but the system threw cold water on me. Don't you see how much you weigh now? Looking at the hideous fish in front of me, I couldn't bring myself to eat it, but to fill my stomach and not starve, I swallowed it directly. Ugly as it was, it tasted pretty good. Successful devouring of deep sea fish. Evolution points +5. First devouring completed. Acquired a C-grade special ability, illumination. Your dorsal fin can emit a faint glow. The system did not deceive me. I indeed gained a special ability and evolution points. The illumination skill activated and my dorsal fin emitted a bright light starting from the tail to the top of my head. This ability is quite good. It can attract creatures to come closer. Thus, I became an unfussy baby monster, beginning a frenzied devouring. The system notifications kept ringing, and my evolution points skyrocketing. +8, +5, +15, +50. Congratulations on your first devouring of a deep-sea barrel-eye fish, which grants you night vision comparable to an owl's, and you've acquired the special skill, night vision. I ate more seafood in one go than I had in my entire previous life. I have 1,000 evolution points. I want to start evolving. My body was immediately enveloped in a beam of light. Expended 300 evolution points for scale reinforcement. Expended 200 evolution points for claw enhancement. Expended 500 evolution points to increase size. I'm nearly a meter taller than before, looking much more robust. Becoming a 100-meter giant monster is definitely not a dream. So, I asked the system if I'm still on Earth, but the system told me to explore on my own. I scornfully said, system still playing coy with me. Do you think this is an exploration game? My sign-in location is the Mariana Trench, which means I'm still on Earth. But right now, I'm too weak and must stealthily grow stronger. Once I break through to the 100-meter level, watch me startle the beasts. Missile massages and magma baths are all no big deal. My goal is to sink the land of cherry blossoms and flatten the beautiful country. After setting a small goal, I started a new round of devouring. As long as I don't die, I'll eat like there's no tomorrow. Just as I was enjoying my devouring, a fish's eyes slowly opened below me, and a tentacle suddenly stretched out, firmly grabbing me. This turned out to be one of the deep-sea overlords, the giant squid, also known as Architeuthis. At that moment, I was as small as an ant in front of it. Just when I felt I couldn't breathe and was about to lose my life, a huge dark shadow enveloped us. Another ocean overlord appeared, a sperm whale, even larger, swam over our heads. Perhaps because I was too small, the squid let me go, turned to the sperm sperm whale and used its 10 tentacles to firmly control the sperm whale. The two ocean overlords began a fierce battle, bloodthirsty, reckless, furious. At this moment, I realized how foolish I was, thinking that being reborn as a monster meant I could lose myself in pride. But in front of these two behemoths, I was still that weak and powerless little weakling. Memories of being bullied and ridiculed by classmates surfaced in my mind, and I roared at them. From now on, Lin Shen will become stronger. I will not avoid any difficulties or let anyone bully me again. I charged forward and bit into the squid, tearing off a piece of flesh, and began chewing it noisily. The taste was quite good, reminiscent of raw cuttlefish. Successful devouring of the giant squid. Reward plus 21 evolution points. A reward of 21 points for just one bite. This was a big win, so I began to frantically tear at the squid's tentacles, with the system's notifications sounding continuously. The squid was in so much pain it started rolling its eyes. This is what you get for messing with me. While I was enjoying my meal, the squid released the sperm whale and glared at me angrily with its dead fish eyes. I was caught off guard and got entangled by the tentacles again. What's the meaning of this? Not going after the sperm whale and picking on me because I'm smaller? It really angered me. I bit into its tentacle and launched a fierce attack. I'm a monster now. I'm not afraid of you, you dead squid. I kept gnawing at the giant squid's tentacles. It was so frustrated it started to bubble, preparing to attack me. Just then, the sperm whale smiled and bit into the squid's head. The two of us coordinated above and below, leaving the squid no chance to fight back. Moments later, the giant squid was completely devoured by us. We lazily lay in the water, belching contentedly. You have successfully devoured the giant squid, earning 3,000 evolution points. My face lit up with surprise. Though I only ate half of the giant squid, the evolution points were indeed generous. Just then, the sperm whale looked at me, showing a sly grin. Seeing its expression, anger surged within me. What the hell do you mean by that? Want to have a fight with me? The sperm whale thought of eating me, but the image of being stabbed by the spikes on my back appeared in its mind, its face showing hesitation. This made me even angrier. What's that look? You think you're better than me? Come on, fight me. The sperm whale turned its head away disdainfully and left. Watching its retreating figure, I put my hands on my hips. Considering you helped me just now, I'll let you off this time. I want to upgrade. Again, a sphere of light surrounded me. Expended 500 evolution points. Scale reinforcement. Expended 500 evolution points. Giant claw reinforcement. Expended 500 evolution points. Fang reinforcement. Expended 1500 evolution points. Size increase. After the enhancements, my physique became even more robust. My lines more defined, weighing 179 tons and standing 10 meters tall, possessing S+ skill devour, C grade skill illumination, and E grade skill night vision. At this moment, I mused, if only there were a monster version of credit, then I could enjoy the pleasure of spending in advance. I started looking around to see if more giant squids were nearby. If I could get another 50, my size would break through the 50-meter mark. Whether it's a giant squid or sperm whale, they would all be crushed with one swipe of my claw. Congratulations on your first devouring of a giant squid, receiving a special reward, a monster compass. System, you scared the hell out of me. Can you stop being so dramatic all the time? Skill unlocked. Monster level skill, monster compass. This compass can detect the presence of monsters. With this skill, I'm no longer afraid of being ambushed by the giant squid. To be safe, I've turned off the light emitted from my dorsal fin. Giant squid, see how I'll dominate you this time. So, I swam towards the deep sea. Over a few days, the giant squid was so frightened that it hid and dared not show itself. I shifted my luck to the shallow waters to see if I could find other prey. A week later, I paid the price for my decision. At that moment, I was so hungry I was dizzy. There were hardly any large fish in the shallow waters, not even enough to pick my teeth with a great white shark. Holding my rumbling stomach, I decided to sign in first. If I couldn't find food, I would return to the deep sea. Sign in location, Abyss Island Sea Area. Sign in reward, S-tier skill, burst breath. Gather all the energy inside the body and emit a devastating beam of light from the mouth, known as the strongest mouthpiece in history. Damn, I've unlocked an incredible skill. It looks like I've come to an amazing place. Just then, the monster compass detected many monsters on the island ahead, which must be uninhabited. So, I landed on this deserted island. What caught my eye were the largest flying insect in history, the Meganeura, and one of the first invertebrates, the ancient centipede. I was overjoyed. This place is like my personal supermarket. I won't have to worry about not having evolution points anymore. As I was preparing for a survival challenge on the deserted island, several pterosaurs flew overhead, one of which attacked me directly. Was I being seen as prey? It seems I'm being underestimated again. But that little chicken claw did hurt a bit. So, I suddenly turned around, bit the pterosaur's wing, and yanked it down. It tastes like chicken, so crunchy. Congratulations on your first devouring of a pterosaur. Reward obtained, evolution points plus 1000. I've grown tired of seafood every day. It's nice to change things up. Since you won't come down, then let me try out my nirvana technique. My dorsal fin lit up, preparing to use the burst breath. The pterosaurs, seeing my stance, also shivered in fear. The next second, a small flame burst out from my mouth. I could hardly believe my eyes. What the heck is this situation? The pterosaurs felt their intelligence was insulted wilted and started getting ready to attack me. I quickly backed down. Calm yourself down, brothers. But they wouldn't listen to me. They dove down at me, pecking wildly at my body. System, damn it. What the heck is this lighter like tiny flame? You call this a burst breath? The system, looking disdainful, replied, how could such a domineering move be used so easily? You need to focus, feel the energy flow through every limb, and finally, release it from your mouth. I was utterly confused. Little Quinn, are you sure you didn't get the wrong script? This feels like those cultivation novel I've read. Teach me how to use it, quick, otherwise, I'm going to be eaten by my chicken nuggets. Little Quinn said, I've already taught you the method. Focus your energy and gather your body's power into one point. At this moment, the pterosaur's attacks intensified, and I could only curl up with my head in my hands, hardly looking like the king of monsters. Just then, I remembered being bullied in my past life. I was also surrounded and beaten then. I concentrated on one person and knocked him over with all my might, and that's how I broke free from their siege. That's the feeling. Forget the pain, concentrate, and gather all your strength at your mouth. Burst breath. The pterosaurs in front of me were directly hit by this strike, and the powerful shockwave affected even a distant hill. Smoke was billowing out of my mouth, and I was stunned by the power of my strike. Damn, I actually did it. The power of that strike was incredible. However, it also drained a lot of my energy, making it feel like my body was being squeezed dry. I need to eat quickly to replenish the energy I've spent, but when I looked at the pterosaurs on the ground, they were all burnt to charcoal. So, with tears in my eyes, I ate them. I brought this upon myself. I can't blame anyone else. After eating the burnt pterosaurs, my mouth was extremely dry, and charcoal was all over it. So, I looked around for a water source to moisten my throat. Soon, I found a lake under the hill that had just been blasted. At this moment, I sensed something was off. Such a lake should have many animals coming to drink, but it was really quiet. Could there be some terrifying creature hidden in this lake? Just then, the small island in the lake started to move, and a huge ox stood up from the water. It's the mountain giant ox. Indeed, this island is home to various creatures. The mountain giant ox lives in lakes and river systems and can stay underwater for 4 days. Its back and flanks are covered with hard bones, and its mountainous back emerges from the water, forming a perfect camouflage. Just then, a crocodile suddenly bit the hind leg of the mountain giant ox, followed by several more crocodiles emerging from the water. These were king crocodiles, which lived in the Cretaceous period in Africa, and were one of the largest crocodile species that ever lived. They surrounded the mountain giant ox and began to attack. The water surface instantly turned chaotic, and the desperate cries of the mountain giant ox were endless. Moments later, the water calmed down, leaving only the stark white bones of the mountain giant ox. At this point, the king crocodiles noticed me on the shore, and everyone turned to look at me. No wonder no animals dared to drink here because of this group in the water. Looking at the situation, these guys wanted to challenge me. It's time to show them who is the top predator of the food chain. Just as the king crocodile opened its mouth wide and lunged at me, it suddenly stopped. A giant hand emerged from the hillside, firmly grasped the tail of a king crocodile, and then pulled it in, leaving only its bloodstains on the mountain. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of monster is that? Suddenly, a roar was heard, and a figure burst out, stepping on the king crocodile head. It was an ancient ape. It stomped fiercely on the king crocodiles in the water, then picked up a king crocodile and began to devour it. After eating its fill, it turned its head sharply to look at me and let out a roar. A wise man does not eat what is in front of him. I immediately smiled and waved my hand, indicating that I was just passing by and leaving now. But what I didn't know was that gorillas only smile when they are scared or nervous and raise their arms to dare another gorilla to hand over the prey, which, in their view, means stealing something or showing aggression. This guy thought I was making a scared face and waving for it to hand over its prey, mocking it, so it went berserk. It slapped itself hard, signaling it would teach me a lesson. It spread its feet and chased after me. What's happening? Wasn't everything fine just now? Just as it threw a punch at me, I dodged to the side and avoided its attack. Although this guy is strong, he is wide open with every move and full of vulnerabilities. Simple-minded idiot, constantly repeating the same attack pattern, wasting all that muscle. As it launched another punch at me, I seized the moment, dodged to the side, and then bit down on its arm, throwing it off balance with a toss. Immediately after, I struck hard on its legs with a dragon tail whip. As it fell to the ground, I raised my fist, ready to end the fight with a fierce uppercut. But I had forgotten the most important thing. My short arms are a real disadvantage. I broke out in a cold sweat. How could I have forgotten this? The ancient ape took advantage of this gap, charging right into me, sending me flying dozens of meters, and I crashed hard to the ground. This fool, whether in strength or agility, far exceeds me. I need to think of a strategy fast. At that moment, it leaped high and hammered down on my back. With my current strength, I simply cannot withstand it. With my skills now, I can only use burst breath to defeat it, but releasing the burst breath requires time to charge, and if I miss, I would really be in for it. So, I took advantage of its momentary distraction and bit its arm, holding on no matter how it slapped me. I clung on without letting go. After a while, my strength finally gave out, and it pried my mouth open. Suddenly, bursts of blue light emerged from my mouth, followed by a sensation as if electricity was flowing through my body. Feels good to beat me up while riding on me. me, doesn't it? The ancient ape, sensing danger, immediately jumped back to avoid my attack. But it wasn't that easy. I had anticipated its move and used my tail to wrap it up tightly. Trying to leave? Stop daydreaming and just take this blast. With a thunderous boom, my burst breath hit the ancient ape squarely, sending it flying dozens of meters. Even so, my prided burst breath only left a bloody wound on its body. I must admit, this creature's body is exceptionally tough. When I thought it would counterattack, it let out a frustrated roar and fled the scene. I actually beat the overlord of Abyss Island. I'll be the boss here from now on. At that moment, I suddenly felt a wave of weakness. I can't use burst breath twice in one day, and I'm drained again. But with the king crocodiles right in front of me, I couldn't let them see my vulnerability, or I'd end up like the mountain giant ox. So, I went forward and picked up the crocodile carcasses, starting to devour them wildly. To eat others' leftovers with such dominance, who else could do it? Congratulations on your first devouring of a king crocodile. You've received a special reward, scales strengthening. Feeling upgraded in defense, I felt even more powerful. Instantly filled with power, I felt good to fight again. I walked step by step towards the king crocodiles, and they began to scatter in all directions. A week later, I improved the burst breath and can successfully have grilled meat. System, I want to sign in. Sign in location, Abyss Island. Sign in reward, A-class skill, radioactive heat ray. An unstable gas generated from the radiation reaction inside a Thunder T-Rex body, which reacts with air friction when expelled, will create a high heat mist flame, also known as the strongest mouth cannon's improved version. My eyes sparkled. Did I possess the body of the European emperor? I've acquired quite a few skills recently. I got burst breath when I first came to the island, an upgraded version of the monster compass 2 days ago, an A-level skill thorn armor yesterday, and a radioactive heat ray today. Even Knife 9999 wouldn't dare give out rewards like this. At that moment, a little rat ran over. It was a prehistoric giant rat, a new friend I had just made. I call it Little Tangerine. It has a very sensitive sense of smell, always arriving on time whenever I have grilled meat, and I always share a piece with it because it reminds me of my once weak self. I am no longer in my juvenile form but a grown form, standing 51 meters tall and weighing 13,525 tons, plus all my special skills. This time I should be able to defeat the ancient ape. So, I decided to meet the ancient ape again and take it as my buddy. Little Kuan had all the evolution points into my body build. With a flash of white light, I began to evolve. How many meters would I grow this time? I was full of anticipation, but I was completely frustrated the next second. The evolution only made me 0.5 meters taller. I thought there was a bug with the system, but the response I got was, because your level is now high, the evolution points required are also increasing. This is ridiculous. How many years will it take to become a 100-meter monster? Never mind that. I should go and build a relationship with the ancient ape first. After rummaging around, I found a hair that had fallen during my last fight with the ancient ape, and then I let Little Tangerine memorize the ancient ape's scent. I promised it, if it helps me find the ancient ape, I'll supply it with roasted beef for a year. So, under its guidance, I ran towards the den of the ancient ape. Watching me leave, the island's primitive inhabitants held a farewell ceremony for me, celebrating the departure of the god of the plague, never to return. They banged gongs and drums, excitedly. Heaven has eyes. If he didn't leave, he would have eaten up all our families. I'm just going to recruit a little brother. When I return with that foodie, you'll cry with no tears. Under Little Tangerine's lead, I arrived at a desolate part of the island, where an eerie and terrifying aura permeated everywhere. Little Tangerine, are you sure it's here? Did you take the wrong path? This doesn't seem like a place where the ancient ape would live. Moreover, my body monster compass isn't picking up the ancient ape's energy. After receiving a positive answer from Little Tangerine, I walked with it towards the cave. Little Tangerine was trembling so much. What kind of terrifying monster could be in this cave? Don't worry, I've got you covered. What's there to be afraid of? As I entered the cave, a putrid smell hit me. The monster compass still showed no movement, still unable to detect any monster's presence. After walking a bit further, the roar of a monster echoed from within the cave. However, this sound didn't seem to come from the ancient ape. I decided to sneak in for a closer look. I saw cobwebs hanging from the ceiling and unknown monster eggs scattered all over the floor. Could this be a spider's den? After looking around, I discovered a beautiful woman trapped in the cave. The system alerted me. The ape possesses the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast recorded in the classic of mountains and rivers. Having eaten some junk food, it transformed into a human form. Hearing this prompt, my mouth fell open in shock. Damn, is this the ancient ape? How did it turn into a human? And a female at that. The girl looked just as surprised to see me. I bent down, puzzled, and said, "You used to be about the same size as me. How have you become so small?" At this, the girl stuttered, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Wow, the ancient ape actually learned to speak human language. So, I joked, did the ancient ape cultivate to be refined and turn into a little goblin? Just then, the girl shouted, "Watch out. Look around you." I looked up, only to see that a group of ugly creatures had appeared on the cave ceiling. One of them, with a gaping mouth, lunged at me. I grabbed it directly in the palm of my hand. The system prompted, "This ugly creature is called a dead rotten reptile. It possesses the bloodline of the ancient monster Xian Lu recorded in the classic of mountains and rivers, with a length of 10 to 60 meters meters and a weight of 40 to 100 tons. It lives in groups, has sharp fangs, and a huge biting force, and can spray corrosive venom from its tail. This oversized gecko is the overlord of the underground world of the Abyss Island and the ancient ape's archenemy. Meanwhile, the creature in my hand was still not behaving, attempting to bite my arm. I squeezed hard and burst it. "You dared to bite me." My palm was filled with disgusting liquid. Seeing me kill one of their own, the other monsters stirred. The dead, rotten reptile eyed me fiercely, surrounding me and lunging at me with their gaping mouths. I lifted my foot and stomped. "Disgusting reptile, get away from me." But there were too many of them. Some even climbed onto my back and bit down on my spikes. However, my defensive abilities are not to be underestimated. I shattered their tender teeth. Even so, these creatures continued to climb onto my back. A bunch of overstepping jerks. Think I'm easygoing? I thought. Let me show you how powerful I am. Thorn armor, activate. The fools on my back were instantly turned into honeycomb coal. At that moment, the girl looked at me, her face filled with admiration, my tall and mighty figure deeply imprinted in her mind. But the next second, my image in her heart took a hit because the liquid on my back was just too disgusting. Seeing they couldn't beat me, the dead, rotten reptile turned their attention to the trapped girl and lunged at her, ready to swallow her whole. I lifted my foot and smashed them into a pulp. "With me here, who dares to hurt her?" Seeing how fierce I was, the dead, rotten reptile got scared and started to retreat, preparing to flee. "Did I say you could leave?" I spat out a burst of radioactive heat ray. "You disgusting bastard, just die all of you." As the smell of cooked meat wafted through the air, these little creatures turned to ashes on the spot. I turned around and gave the girl a careful heart sign with my fingers. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Then, I cautiously used my claws to cut the object binding the girl's arms and watched as she struggled free from her restraints. After seeing the girl free herself, I coughed lightly and asked her how she transformed into a human. The girl slowly backed away, beginning to search for something. She picked up a large bone and smashed it against the rocks. I thought she was looking for a weapon to fight me, so I quickly explained, "Don't be scared. Lin Shen, never bully women." She broke the rock and took out a leftover fruit core. Stuttering, "Eating this, I turned into what I am now." I was astonished. "You turned into a human by eating this fruit? Could this be the legendary devil fruit, or perhaps a transforming pill in fantasy novels?" To ultimately win over the little ape girl, I decided to start by conquering her stomach. "Next, watch what I do for you." I arranged the firewood into a small hill shape, then ignited it with the burnt breath. Even so, my little ape girl was trembling with fear. I skewered and roasted the dead, rotten reptile. I refused to eat such disgusting things, but for the sake of the ape girl and evolution points, I should eat it even though it's disgusting. However, it looks delicious after being roasted. Even the ape girl started drooling. After a while, I handed the cooked meat to the ape girl and little Tangerine, and they began to eat heartily. "How is it? It tastes good, right? This is called a skewer." While eating, I asked the ape girl, "Although I like how you look now, can you change back to your original form? If you had transformed back into the ancient ape earlier, you wouldn't have been bullied by those reptiles." The ape girl replied while eating, "I can't change back." I thought to myself, how laid back can this girl be? In this primitive forest full of monsters, she wouldn't see the sun tomorrow in this form, yet she still eats so happily. If she hadn't met me today, she probably would have been eaten without a trace left by now. So, I asked the system if there was a way to change her back. The system confidently stated, "Of course I can. This system is a science beast. However, I need to analyze the fruit and modify its components to allow the ape girl to revert to her original form. Even better, after the modification, she could freely switch between human and monster form." Hearing this news, I was extremely excited. As the system says, could I also freely switch between human and monster forms? I could return to the human world and reunite with my family. So, I asked the ape girl if she remembered where she had picked the fruit. The ape girl stuttered, "Cliff, pile of bones." Following the principle of not wasting, I stuffed the skewer in my hand into my mouth. Successful devouring of dead, rotten reptile. Evolution points plus 645. Reward, evolution points plus 20,000. Wow, great, so many evolution points. I smirked. Even if this isn't Earth, but another parallel world, and I can't meet my family, at least after I become human, I can pair up with the ape girl and live a happy life on this deserted island. 2 hours later, guided by the ape girl, I arrived at the cliff she mentioned. The area was strewn with human skeletons, looking very terrifying. Just as I was wondering what had happened here, the ape girl pointed ahead and shouted, "The fruit is there." Following the direction of her pointing finger, I saw a large tree bathed in golden light standing on the cliff, laden with fruits. Damn, looking at the shape, it must be right. So, I stretched my limbs, preparing to climb up and pick a few. Just as I was vigorously climbing, a pterosaur flew overhead. A drop of cold sweat fell from me. This guy isn't going to attack me, is it? Being stuck halfway up, if a fight broke out, it would be troublesome. The pterosaur dove down with its mouth wide open. Just when I thought it was coming for me, it snatched a fruit from the tree and swallowed it whole. Right after it swallowed the fruit, it shone with a golden light and then transformed into a human form, fluttering before falling. Those bones on the ground seemed to be the remains of monsters that mistakenly ate the fruit and fell. This is an ominous place. I must pick the fruits and leave quickly. Just then, a massive monstrous bird landed on the cliff top and stared at me with its its crimson eyes. The system alerted. This monstrous bird is called the Deathlark, possesses the bloodline of the ancient beast Yuchang, a mysterious large bird. Its appearance is always accompanied by death. The arrival of this creature gave me an ominous feeling. I thought it might be the guardian beast of this fruit tree, but the bird kept staring down. What does its expression mean? It looks almost like it is mocking me. Even so, I dared not act rashly. This isn't my home turf. Seeing that it was just staring at me without any intention to attack, I slowly continued climbing upwards. Upon reaching the tree, I spoke. "Hello there, big brother bird. A friend told me the fruits here are delicious, so I came to try some." I assumed it consented, so I picked 2 fruits. "Thank you, big brother bird. I won't bother you any longer. Farewell." The big bird showed anger when I didn't eat the fruits on the spot. It expected me to swallow the fruits immediately and then transform into a human form and fall to my death. It suddenly spread its wings, dozens of meters wide, and emitted an unpleasant cry. I was startled, wondering what it was up to. It then leaped and dived down at speed. I quickly dodged its attack with a swift jump to the side. Does this bird have a problem? It was fine just a moment ago. Why did it turn hostile so suddenly? Just over 2 fruits. Is it really necessary? So, I asked Little Kun to quickly store the fruits in the system, as it would be too inconvenient to carry it around. Little Kun took the fruits and asked if I wanted to analyze them now, but analyzing the fruit requires 100,000 evolution points, and I currently only have 93,310 evolution points, not enough to proceed. Are you playing with me? Why mention analyzing if it's not possible? Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my evolution points. You see what's happening right now? Your host is very busy. Just then, the Deathlark stretched out its claws towards me. Its claws scratched me, causing even my tough skin to scream in pain. As it prepared to attack again, I countered with a dragon tail whip, forcing it back, then quickly charged up a radioactive heat ray. "I'll turn you into a roasted bird." With a boom, the strongest mouth breath fired. To my surprise, this powerful mouth breath had recoil. I hadn't noticed this on land before, and it caused my shot to veer off course. Even so, it set the big bird's feathers on fire and plummeted straight down. I knew this wouldn't cause much damage to it. Due to the recoil, my strongest attack couldn't hit the Deathlark accurately. I needed to find the perfect opportunity to give it a solid burst breath and take it out for good. Sure enough, after falling for a while, the flames on its feathers went out, and it flew up again. I timed it perfectly, jumped onto its back, quickly stabilized my position, mounted it, and then bit into its neck. Aha! I'm now a big bird's knight. With this bite, the Deathlark became furious, dramatically increasing its speed. It spun and leaped in the air while I clung on tightly, letting it thrash around. Seeing it couldn't shake me off, the Deathlark soared higher into the sky. Moments later, it shot through the clouds at an unbelievable speed, even causing a sonic boom. I turned to admire the beautiful view below and couldn't help but reflect. I had never flown on a plane in my previous life, but now that I've become a monster, I can experience the thrill of soaring through the clouds. Just as I was reflecting, the Deathlark suddenly accelerated, turned around, and flew towards the cliff below. This unsettled me. Just as I was crying my eyes out, thinking I had encountered a crazy bird and was about to meet my demise, I unexpectedly spotted a lake not far away. So, I thought, if I used the recoil of the burst breath to propel myself into the lake, with my current tough defense, I might still have a chance to survive. Once I decided, I began to gather energy. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, never mess with the honest ones. With a thunderous noise, the burst breath hit the back of the Deathlark, and the recoil blasted me upwards while the Deathlark smashed hard towards the cliff above. I, on the other hand, fell towards the lake. At that moment, the ape girl clung tightly to my body, tears streaming down her face. With a splash, we plunged into the water, causing a huge spray. The Deathlark hit the cliff, its head striking the transformation fruit tree, scattering the fruits all around. With a loud bang, the Deathlark fell directly into a pile of bones. As the ape girl and I surfaced, we saw the Deathlark lying not far away. I laughed heartily. "Sister Ape, we've won. We will eat chicken tonight." Just then, a transformation fruit fell directly into my mouth and slid down. What just fell in? I looked at the floating pieces of the transformation fruit tree on the water and thought, it's the transformation fruit. A flash of golden light shone on my body. I don't want to shrink. I want to stay a monster. After the golden light, the transformed me was revealed. This is me after the transformation. I must look great without even looking. And check out these muscles. Totally a hunk. But why is there still this tiny pigtail after transforming? What's up with that? After inspecting my body, I felt it was too dangerous now. So, I stayed underwater, quietly observing whether the Deathlark was dead or not. If the Deathlark were dead, I'd go up and nibble on it to gather enough evolution points to analyze the transformation fruit and change back. As I was thinking about how to eat the chicken, the Deathlark on the pile of bones moved. I spat out a mouthful of water. Damn, how is this guy not dead after that fall? I saw the Deathlark slowly stand up, its mouth holding the corpse of the transformed pterosaur, and above the corpse, a green crystal floated. I was puzzled, not knowing what that crystal was. I saw it toss the corpse aside and bite into the green crystal. After swallowing it, its wounded body began to heal visibly fast. Seeing this, my face was filled with disbelief, and I became even more curious about what that thing was. A moment later, the Deathlark stood up, flapped its wings, wings and staggered into the distance. Luckily, it didn't notice me or I would have died. However, watching my evolution points fly away, I felt very downhearted. I need to find a place to hide quickly. I need to gather evolution points first. I have to find some small animals to devour. If that fails, even consuming the bodies of other monsters will do. Need to gather enough evolution points. Had I known this, I would have bitten off a few pieces of meat from that death lark earlier. Just then, the ape girl shouted, "Hurry, there's danger behind." I turned around and saw a king crocodile with blood-red eyes appearing behind me, its wide mouth charging at me. I jumped to the side to dodge its attack. "You really lack martial honor. You're so big yet you're using sneaky attacks." That's when I noticed several more king crocodiles nearby, all eyeing me hungrily and charging towards me. Good heavens, are you addicted to playing with me? I don't want to die. I want to become a monster. I suddenly unleashed a primitive force, leaving the king crocodiles far behind. Could this be the potential that bursts out when a crisis strikes? Just as I was feeling proud, a king crocodile suddenly appeared in front of me, blocking my path. At that moment, I didn't have time to think and decided to make a desperate move. I charged at the king crocodile and grabbed its huge mouth. Crocodiles have powerful jaw-closing muscles with impressive biting force, but their jaw-opening muscles are much weaker, making it surprisingly easy for an adult to keep its mouth shut. Before I could feel cool for 3 seconds, I realized a serious problem. The king crocodile's eyes turned red. I was in a dilemma. If I let go, I would be swallowed by the king crocodile in front of me, and if I didn't, I would be eaten by the other king crocodiles rushing over. Just then, I heard the ape girl's voice, "Grab the vine." As the king crocodile opened its mouth to bite, I escaped from its jaws. The ape girl pulled me to safety on the shore. Although my landing posture wasn't very graceful, it was better than losing my life. Just as I was relieved to have saved my life, the ape girl executed her signature move against the king crocodile. Just then, another king crocodile suddenly burst out of the nearby lake, opening its huge mouth and charging at us. We quickly jumped back, dodging its attack. It bit directly into a tree. I hadn't expected these guys to have learned how to ambush. The ape girl was still not giving up and let out a strange roar at it. "What are you yelling for? Think you're still that big hunk? What's the use of pretending to be fierce? Just run." I grabbed her and started sprinting away. I don't know if it was because of her provocation or because we had eaten too many king crocodiles earlier, but this creature chased us fiercely. At this moment, the system chimed in with a tease. "Poor host, so you had such small days too." I shouted angrily, "Shut up," and then asked Little Kuin if I can be on credit and analyze the transformation fruit first, but the system said it was a principled Kuin and couldn't analyze without enough evolution points. I immediately dropped my male pride and pleaded pitifully, "My little ancestor, forget about principles. Can't you make an exception? Do you really want me to get eaten?" But this stubborn Kuin wouldn't budge and even told me to take it or leave it, showing no mercy at all. "But this form of mine won't do. I might get eaten before I even get censored." The system laughed so hard that tears came out, saying I could get a skin for signing in. A flash of blue light passed, and a cool skin appeared on my body. Before I could even admire it, the ape girl suddenly sped up and leaped onto a large tree. Wow, this ape girl is getting smarter. She already knows how to use her skill. She shouted at me, "Danger behind. Climb up quick." Although I was terrible at sports in my past life, I had no choice but to give it my all now. Oh man, I jumped up high, just high enough to dodge the king crocodile's attack, and quickly scrambled up the tree. This feeling definitely isn't just potential unleashed by crisis. In my past life, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even do a pull-up. It seems that even though I'm in human form now, my physical condition is still infinitely stronger than before. I yelled with joy, "This is great." Just then, with a bang, the king crocodile slammed its body against the tree. My feet slipped, and I didn't hold on tightly enough, so I fell straight down. Just as I was falling from the tree and about to be eaten by the watchful king crocodile, the ape girl timely pulled me up and, with a look of disdain, called me an idiot. I thanked her with a smile on my face, but thought to myself, I can't believe this silly girl is mocking me. We climbed all the way up to the top of the tree. I lay on the trunk, gasping for breath, while below, the king crocodiles kept slamming their bodies against the tree. Having escaped danger, I began to boast, "You think you little bugs can handle me? Trying to shake such a thick tree? That's really overestimating your strength." At that moment, the ape girl slowly moved closer, staring at me with wide eyes. When I thought she was captivated by my handsome appearance, she started comparing our heights and mocked me for becoming so small. I was furious. "How am I small? You want to fight?" Just then, the ape girl suddenly got very angry. Just as I thought she was going to fight me, she pulled me behind her and then started shouting upwards. A giant snake was there, hissing, eyeing us menacingly. The system then alerted, "Prehistoric python, 70 meters long, 5 meters wide, weighing 70 tons. Although non-venomous, it likes to hide in trees and sneak up on prey under trees. When one wave settles, another arises." Seeing the system's alert, I yelled at Little Kuin, "I appreciate the system compass you gave me. It's so useful, not alerting me when there's danger, but always reminding me that my opponents are stronger." "Mr. Snake, is there some misunderstanding? I haven't eaten any of your kind before. What do you mean by this?" To the prehistoric python, I was like an ant. Its tail swept towards us, and the ape girl and I quickly jumped away to dodge. The next second, she pulled me up like flying a kite, and we swiftly escaped. escaped. We began leaping from tree to tree, evading the prehistoric python's pursuit. While running, I asked Little Quinn, "Can you give me back my transformation fruit? I want to throw it into the prehistoric python's mouth, make it transform into a human and fall to the king crocodiles." But Little Quinn pulled out a bill. The system stated it needed 100,000 evolution points to analyze. I thought it didn't understand my request, so I explained again, "I don't want to analyze. I want you to give the fruit back to me." Little Quinn responded, "Then you also need to pay 100,000 evolution points to start the procedure, and then you can terminate." I was immediately confused. If I had enough evolution points, wouldn't it be better to analyze the fruit directly? Why bother terminating it? "I think you just want to kill me. You're so inflexible, such a rigid mind. I'm going to file a complaint against you. 0 stars. Just then, the prehistoric python suddenly appeared, slammed into the ape girl, and opened its gaping mouth to bite her. Without much thought, I leaped forward, pushing the ape girl away from the prehistoric python's mouth. The ape girl screamed, while I was swallowed by the prehistoric python. At that moment, I closed my eyes, sliding down the prehistoric python's esophagus. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a place emitting a foul smell that made me sick. Was I eaten by the prehistoric python? Is this its stomach? Perhaps because my physical condition has strengthened. I haven't yet felt the corrosion of stomach acid, but if I stay here long, I know I will surely die. I must find a way to escape soon. So, I began to gather energy, preparing to try with a human body to see if I could unleash a burst breath. That way, I could burn a hole to escape. Just as I had gathered enough energy, Little Quinn hurriedly stopped me, indicating that if I continued to gather energy, I would burst apart first. In my human form, I can't withstand such immense energy. The energy currently gathered in your mouth, although it's less than a millionth of what's needed for a burst breath, it can enhance your biting and swallowing abilities. Don't be stubborn, be flexible, and turn the burst breath into a burst bite instead. You should know what to do next. I immediately felt that Little Quinn made a lot of sense. Why not devour the python's innards to gain evolution points? Just gather enough evolution points that are needed for the analysis, and I can transform back into a monster again. I bit down on the python's innards. While eating here is a bit disgusting, I had to endure it to stay alive. I must say, the taste really hits you, like eating a pair of stinky socks for a week. The moment I swallowed, the system's notification arrived. You have successfully devoured a prehistoric python. Evolution points plus 150. Hearing this long-missed system reward, I immediately got excited. A few more bites, and I'll have enough evolution points. The system notifications kept coming, and my evolution points shot up. I was voraciously devouring from within, and the prehistoric python outside couldn't take it anymore, gnashing its teeth and rolling around in pain, eventually falling from the tree. I also started dancing inside. It feels like car turnover. I was furious. No amount of tossing can stop me from biting you to create a hole in your stomach. Just then, the stomach walls of the python began to contract, trying to vomit me out. I used my hands and feet to prop up its stomach walls, not letting it succeed. Now you're tasting the consequences of trying to eat me. Where did that spirit go when you tried to eat me? Too late. It's easy to invite a deity in, and hard to send one out. I'm not leaving. At this moment, Little Quinn informed me that my current evolution points were at 100,090 and asked if I wanted to analyze the transformation fruit. My eyes lit up. Finally, I would be able to analyze the transformation fruit. However, the analysis speed was as slow as a snail, estimated to take 30 minutes. Thinking that I had to stay in this disgusting place for another half hour, I angrily said, "Little Quinn, can't the analysis be any faster?" Little Quinn replied, "Pay 1,000 evolution points to speed up the progress by 20%. I grabbed its little face and gave it a loving squeeze. Evolution points, evolution points. Everything you do needs evolution points. You are more like a point-obsessed Quinn. Little Quinn immediately explained, "I don't want to either. Evolution points are like gasoline to a car. Without evolution points, the system can't operate. I don't believe you. You are a cruel system, Quinn. You tricked me into eating such horrible stuff." I began another round of devouring. Thus, with tears, I continued to devour the prehistoric python. Evolution points plus 150, plus 130, plus 140. After some effort, the analysis progress reached 25%. However, the analysis was not yet successful. I still needed to work hard. I became a little devil again, tearing into the prehistoric python's innards. The prehistoric python began thrashing again, banging against the tree. With my continuous efforts, the analysis progress bar finally reached 100%. The analysis and reforming of the transformation fruit completed. Would you like to retrieve the fruit? The transformation fruit had now turned from its original red to green, so I eagerly began to eat it. The taste is not bad, a bit like papaya. I quickly finished the entire transformation fruit and even burped satisfyingly. Finally, I can turn back into a monster. I shouted, "Transform." My body began to make creaking noises, and I excitedly started yelling, "Python, get ready to burst." But the next second, I was speechless. "Little Quinn, you're not tricking me. Why hasn't anything changed?" Little Quinn leisurely sipped its little coffee, then explained, "When I analyzed the transformation fruit, I found that it contained an energy not of this world. This energy causes monsters to condense their life essence into a fist-sized crystal nucleus. After consuming the transformation fruit, the monsters lose their life essence and thus transform into humans. After my modification, you only need to use your mental power to sense the presence of the crystal nucleus, then break the crystal nucleus with your mind. Guide the energy within the crystal nucleus into your limbs and bone, and you can become a monster again. Hearing this explanation, I couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Are you sure I haven't crossed over to a cultivation world? The crystal nucleus you're talking about, isn't that just like the golden elixir in a person's body while in the golden elixir stage from the novel? Others break the pills to become infants. I freaking break the nucleus to become a monster. Little Kuan smiled and said, Kuan does not lie. Try it, and you'll know if it's true or not. Do I also need to find an enlightenment stone and then meditate on it for 7 days and nights or something? Little Kuan said there's no need for that much trouble. Just close your eyes and feel it. So, I closed my eyes and began to feel the location of the crystal nucleus. Soon, I discovered a glowing crystal nucleus. I can't believe I found it. But next, how do I break the crystal nucleus and guide the energy into my limbs? Then, I remembered how my teacher in my previous life taught in class how to channel strength to our arms and wrists when throwing a shot put. Could feeling the power of the crystal nucleus be similar to feeling the power of the muscles? Thus, I began trying to sense the energy of the crystal nucleus. In my past life, I was weak, but in this life, I am a monster. When I tried, I indeed sensed the energy within the crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus was successfully shattered, and the power began to flow into my limbs and bones. This time it couldn't be wrong. Prehistoric python, here I come. At this moment, the belly of the prehistoric python outside began to swell increasingly, and it let out a painful roar. With a bang, I successfully transformed into a monster, bursting its stomach. The prehistoric python was left with a burial mound on the spot. I finally transformed back. Ape Girl was extremely happy to see me, while the king crocodile was so scared that tears welled in its eyes. But even so, I didn't plan to let them go. All you reptiles, didn't you enjoy bullying me earlier? Are you ready to face my wrath? After a while, these creatures paid with their lives for their actions. I piled them up, preparing for a roasting feast. This time, picking the transformation fruit almost cost me my life. Thank God I'm so lucky, or I would have died. As I was threading them onto skewers, I thought to myself, I'll never transform into a human form again. It's just too damn scary. At this time, Ape Girl and Little Tangerine were not idle. They were helping to pile up some firewood. I expelled a burst breath to ignite the wood and couldn't help but reflect. It's better to be a monster. Although this appearance leaves something to be desired, I am still the king of monsters. At this moment, Ape Girl said something at my feet, but her voice was too soft. I couldn't hear clearly. Then she shouted at the top of her lungs, how did you suddenly change back? And why are you so much taller than the last time we fought? As I grilled the skewers, I replied, I always had a disciplined life, not picky about food. That's why I grew quickly and tall. I won't just casually reveal my secrets. Ape Girl was speechless at this response. Soon, the skewers in my hand were roasted to a golden brown. I handed one to the eager Ape Girl and Little Tangerine, and I swallowed the prehistoric python in one gulp. Although eating its innards had traumatized me, for someone like me who passionately devours food, wasting it is a disgrace. Congratulations on you first devouring a prehistoric python. You receive one life fruit. The life fruit contains huge energy for life, can easily heal even severe injuries or near-death states. I looked at the life fruit with disdain. Little Kuan, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Isn't this just a bitter gourd? Little Kuan turned into a little professor, explaining, it only looks like a bitter gourd. Besides, what's wrong with bitter gourd? They contain a lot of protein, crude fiber, amino acids, and various minerals with a high carbohydrate content, making them really beneficial. They have effects such as cooling the body, relieving fatigue, and improving eyesight. Little Kuan, I'm impressed with you. A perfectly good life fruit, and you had to make it look like my most hated bitter gourd. Watching Ape Girl wolf down her food, I suddenly remembered that the injuries I had inflicted on her during our last fight hadn't yet healed. So, I handed her the life fruit, saying it was a fruit. Ape Girl took a big bite of the life fruit, but the moment she swallowed it, her face turned green, and she started to feel sick. She threw the life fruit to the ground, sticking out her tongue and saying, that's bitter. Just then, a faint green light emitted from her body, and she suddenly felt her wounds no longer hurt. They healed quickly. This healing effect made her forget the bitterness of the life fruit, and she started to eat it voraciously. After finishing the life fruit, Ape Girl used her signature move and shouted to the sky, this feels great. I am full of energy. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sweat a little and advised her, Ape Girl, you need to change this habit of yours. Don't just start shouting and pounding everywhere. If it weren't for this habit, your wounds would have healed much sooner. Ape Girl looked at me strangely. When you encounter a monster, just shout and the problem is solved. No need to fight, right? No need to fight. But why did you start beating me up without any reason the first time we met, even when I was about to leave? Ape Girl explained, you were so irritating back then. Anyone who dares to steal my food must be beaten down. Her words made me ponder. Indeed, to defend food and territory, a couple of shouts and, if necessary, a fight could settle the matter. Simple and straightforward. No ill intentions. If I roar now, won't it be impressive? This is the genuine dragon's breath. So there I was, chuckling to myself, imagining how a single shout from me would make the prehistoric python and the king crocodile cower and tremble in fear. Ape Girl looked at me with with a strange expression. I quickly said, "Hurry up and eat, gather enough evolution points, and I can help you turn back into an ancient ape." Speaking of helping her transform back, even I, as a monster, was nearly killed by that strange bird. How did you eat the transformation fruit and still manage to avoid the strange bird? Why were you captured by the dead rotten reptiles? Ape Girl recalled. At that time, I climbed up the cliff, picked the fruit, and threw it into my mouth. Hearing this, I immediately imagined the scene where the ancient ape, after eating the fruit, turned into a human form and fell downwards. While lost in my fantasy, Ape Girl handed me a big bone. "What are you thinking about?" she continued. I held onto the wall after I fell. Just then, with a bang, a dead rotten reptile seemed to have been knocked down by something. Out of curiosity, I slowly crawled over and saw many dead rotten reptile fighting with the strange bird. It was a large cave. Although the strange bird was powerful, there were too many dead rotten reptile. Soon, the big bird was overwhelmed, pinned down on the ground, and even the feathers on its head were all plucked out. The deathlark was bullied by the dead rotten reptile too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should I maybe talk to that deathlark? I've been hiding in the shadows, secretly watching. Ape Girl continued. The strange bird struggled hard to break free from those dead rotten reptile, and then quickly fled the cave, and they caught me. This surprised me. I hadn't realized that Ape Girl had been captured from the cliff and taken to the cave. Why didn't they just eat you? Ape Girl's expression became serious. The reason they didn't eat me might have been that they wanted to offer me to the leader of the dead rotten reptiles. The dead rotten reptiles want to make you their queen? At this point, Ape Girl's expression gradually darkened. Abyss Island used to be a very beautiful island, inhabited by a tribe of ancient apes who looked indistinguishable in terms of age and gender. My family and I lived a carefree life. The sudden appearance of the dead rotten reptile disrupted the peace of Abyss Island. They ruined the whole island and caused disaster in the ecological environment. No wonder their cave is so lifeless and gloomy. To restore the former vitality of Abyss Island, my parents and some other monsters on the island found the dead rotten reptile's nest, intending to eradicate them completely, but they never returned. After I grow up, I joined the cause to protect the island. I want to bring my parents home, probably because I carry the scent of my parents. The dead rotten reptile have always wanted to capture me. I comforted her. "Don't worry, Ape Girl, since you're like my sister, I will help you achieve your goal. You are not alone in this fight anymore. Abyss Island is my second homeland, and I will not let dead rotten reptiles destroy it." Being able to defeat Ape Girl's parents and many monsters, the king of the dead rotten reptiles must be powerful. I need to level up quickly now, and once I evolve into 100 meters tall, I will have a good fight with it. Ape Girl is still as impulsive as ever, often thumping her chest and yelling. I can't do much about her. She doesn't care about maintaining a ladylike image at all. Just then, I heard a strange noise. I saw two big cats slowly approaching Ape Girl. The monster compass alerted. Giant Smilodon, 8 meters in length, weighing 24 tons, equipped with huge sharp teeth, making it a natural hunter's. But what they don't know is I'm using Ape Girl as a bait. Just as these two dummies timed their pounce on Ape Girl, I stepped on their short legs, and with a snap, made the giant Smilodon eat dirt. The giant Smilodon, realizing it was me, immediately panicked. "You lechers, you hid away when I'm out." Yet as soon as Ape Girl steps out, you couldn't wait to pounce her. I bit down hard, cooling this guy off. In the blink of an eye, it turned into delicious roasted meat. Meanwhile, I was grilling skewers, looking around Ape Girl's nest. It should be called her bedroom. All these bones scattered around. It doesn't look like a girl's room at all, but using Ape Girl to attract monsters is really convenient. So I asked Ape Girl, "Why are there so few monsters in your territory?" She naively replied, "There are not many monsters here. I used to eat 8 meals a day, but lately, it seems like there aren't many monsters around." Hearing her answer, I immediately understood the reason. It turns out you've eaten all the nearby monsters to extinction. Your intelligence worries me. You've killed them all up, but she casually said, "So now I just hunt in different territories." Hearing this, I immediately scolded her. Even if you change territories, you must think about sustainability. Don't kill them all. At this rate, you'll eat the entire island's monsters to extinction. Just as my words ended, Ape Girl suddenly felt something wrong and clutched her chest, falling to the ground in severe pain. Little Tangerine and I were shocked, and we quickly asked Ape Girl where she felt unwell. Ape Girl said her heart hurt a lot. At this moment, Little Quinn explained that this might be a side effect of staying in human form for too long. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing my confused face, Little Quinn explained the transformation fruit forcibly condenses a monster's life essence into a small crystal nucleus, which is very dangerous. Monsters don't know how to control this energy properly, and this excessive release of life essence can cause explosions. Thus, staying transformed for too long can lead to cardiac rupture. Ape Girl has been transformed for a week now. You just cared about turning back into a monster, and now look. Luckily, she was originally a powerful monster, and you gave her the life fruit, which is why she's held on this long. I quickly asked Little Quinn if there was any way to save her. My current evolution points are far from enough to modify the transformation fruit. Little Quinn replied, "What else can you do? You must gather 100,000 evolution points as soon as possible." So I frantically devoured giant Smilodon meat, but the evolution points gained were just a drop in the bucket, nowhere near enough. Little Quinn lion is even ignoring its host, let alone caring for Ape Girl. Begging is a waste of time, as no more monsters are left in the Ape Girl's territory. We must go elsewhere. So, I opened the monster compass and located a particularly bright spot, indicating a powerful monster likely rich in evolution points. Thus, I took the Ape Girl with me, preparing to head towards the monster's location. Although I'm unsure if I can defeat that monster, for Ape Girl, even the always timid me is prepared to go all out this time. So, I told little Tangerine to find a place to hide while I dashed towards the monster. As I ran wildly, I startled many creatures, including a polypetidid that lunged at me, which I slapped away forcefully, saying, "What a disgusting thing. I would never eat you." But these creatures all jumped at me, and before I knew it, I was ambushed by one of them. The polypetidid jumped into my mouth. You have successfully devoured a polypetidid. Evolution points plus 150. Congratulations on your first devouring of a polypetidid. You have received a special reward of plus 2000 evolution points. Hearing the significant increase in evolution points for Ape Girl, I decided to activate the frenzied feasting mode, eating as I went. Even if it's excrement, I dare to eat it raw as long as it increases evolution points. You have successfully devoured an Arthropleura, ancient scorpion, Meganeura. Along the way, my evolution points surged, reaching 22,670. However, at that moment, my nose began to bleed. I wonder why I encountered only toads and insects along the way, which are unpalatable. My nose is bleeding. Are they rich in nutrients? Just then, a roar came from the foot of the nearby mountain. Hearing this sound, I was extremely excited. Great, now I have something else to devour. Following the sound of the monster, I arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw a pack of spiny jackal howling around something. Spiny jackal, ranging from 10 to 30 meters in length and weighing 30 to 90 tons. A ferocious animal with a powerful bite force and great agility. They have hard, sharp spines on their vertebral regions. Opposite them was a 35-meter-long, 105-ton giant sloth. At that moment, it was emitting angry roars at the spiny jackal. Confronted by the attacking spiny jackal, the giant sloth slapped one away, its sharp claws eviscerating the spiny jackal, killing it instantly. Coincidentally, this spiny jackal was flung right into my mouth. Seeing their companion killed, a large number of spiny jackals began to attack the giant sloth, and a fierce battle ensued. I tasted the spiny jackal while watching their fight. The more intense the battle, the better, and it would be even better if both sides were heavily injured, sparing me the effort. After a while, the spiny jackal suffered heavy casualties, and the giant sloth had expended a lot of energy. When I thought the fight was about to end, the giant sloth suddenly exerted force, flinging all the wolves on its body away, then charged towards me. Could it be that the giant sloth had noticed me? Seeing its momentum, I can't stop it at all. I can't confront it head on. So, I stealthily moved to the side, and while it wasn't paying attention, I swept its legs with my tail. It plunged into the ground, creating a small mound. I stepped on it with my foot and tore a large chunk of meat right off its back. You have successfully devoured a giant sloth. Evolution points plus 500. Wow, this meat is delicious. While enjoying my meal, a spiny jackal pounced at me, lining up and baring its teeth at me. One of them, particularly bold, lunged at me. I bit it directly. It let out a scream, and in an instant, I exerted force with my mouth, splitting its body in two. How dare you disturb my dinner? The spiny jackal were completely enraged by me, roaring and charging at me. I let out a furious roar, the fire of battle fully ignited by them, starting with a hand-torn spiny jackal meat appetizer, followed by a dragon tail sweep that split one spiny jackal in two. Then I squashed another with my foot. Just then, a spiny jackal took the opportunity to climb onto my back, preparing to ambush me. Ape Girl noticed that. Dragging her immobile body, Ape Girl roared at the spiny jackal, trying to draw its attention. I took Ape Girl off my shoulder and protected her in my hands. You're in this state and still thinking of taking a hit from me. I bent down to gather energy. Get off of me. Thorn armor instantly activated, and the spiny jackal on my back turned into honeycomb coal. Suddenly, there were spiny jackal corpses under my feet. The remaining spiny jackal, seeing my ferocity, were instantly scared and had no intention of attacking. They all began to howl to the sky. Are they calling their companions for help? That's giving me more evolution points to collect. I like it. Before long, a massive spiny jackal, surrounded by a bunch of smaller spiny jackal, came over. This guy must be the boss of the spiny jackal. The big light shone on the monster compass. Devouring it should earn me quite a few evolution points. So, I buried my head back into the giant sloth. The food right in front of me is the best. Let me eat them first. The spiny jackal, seeing that I ignored it and continued eating, suddenly roared and pounced at me. I immediately got upset. I just want to eat my meal in peace. Why do you always come to disturb me? I opened my mouth wide and lunged forward. The spiny jackal was so frightened that its eyeballs almost popped out. But my target wasn't it, rather the smaller spiny jackal behind it. Move aside, move aside. Good wolves don't block the way. Don't interfere with my meal. I started feasting on its subordinates, ignoring the trembling pack leader behind me. Seeing me ignore it and eat its subordinates right under its nose, it opened its claws and lunged at me again. Just then, I finally gathered enough evolution points. I abruptly stood up to celebrate, and the unfortunate pack leader behind me suffered. The system asked me, current evolution points 100 and 2100. Would you like to analyze and modify the transformation fruit now? I excitedly replied, yes. Start the analysis and modifying immediately. Also, add the remaining evolution points to the progress bar. Analysis and modification in progress. Current progress 40%. Estimated completion time 18 minutes. I looked at Ape Girl curled up on my shoulder, wondering if she could last these 18 minutes, but there was no food around for me to devour anymore. It's all your fault, you jerks, for wasting my time. Just then, I thought of the pack leader I had ignored earlier. It looks like I have to devour you to increase my evolution points. I used the dragon tail whip on it. It jumped to dodge my attack, then roared and lunged at me, which was exactly what I wanted. I bit down on it directly, but it reached out its claws toward my eyes, so I flung it away. At that moment, I tore a chunk of flesh from its back, which kept oozing blood, but even so, it still growled at me. This reminded me of what Ape Girl had said. Monsters would only fight for food and territory. I charged at the wolf. Then why would you stop a foodie from eating? I rammed it with my shoulder. Amidst the thunderous noise, I sent it flying dozens of meters. But even so, it didn't fall. It still bared its teeth at me. So I gathered energy, preparing to hit it with a powerful move. Seeing me serious now, large beads of sweat began to slide down the head of the pack leader, clearly not expecting me to be this strong. With that, I unleashed a radioactive heat ray directly at it. The injured spiny jackal could not dodge my attack and was hit directly. The powerful shockwave reached far, causing even the forest to tremble. As the dust settled, the spiny jackal appeared in a sorry state, its body steaming, not a single hair left, blood continuously dripping from its body. I've invented another remarkable skill, radioactive heat ray hair removal, quick and lasting. The spiny jackal, seeing not a single hair left on its body, shed unwilling tears. It let out a howl into the sky, and soon a few smaller wolves rushed over to protect it tightly in the middle. I grinned. Are you trying to protect your king? But for me, it's just delivering evolution points. However, the spiny jackal did not stop and started howling again. Suddenly, I felt uneasy. Why is it howling again? Could there be some bigger creature nearby? Just then, I noticed someone with a blade on his back standing on the hillside, staring at me with piercing eyes. This was a wolverine, as the bloodline of the ancient beast Chilang recorded in the classics of mountain and seas. It measures 50 meters in length and weighs 150 tons. Moreover, this creature had a strong presence. Seeing this creature, I began to panic a bit. This guy is exceptionally tall, carrying a broad blade, slowly walking over. All the spiny jackal immediately lay prostrate at its feet, like their king. Seeing it, I was visibly annoyed. This guy isn't from the wolf tribe, is he? It's bad enough that it's as big as me, but why does it carry a huge blade? Trying to show off or look cool, I noticed it staring intently at Ape Girl, even seeming to smile at the corners of its mouth. Could this guy also be an old lecher, eyeing Ape Girl? As I was contemplating, this creature suddenly attacked, targeting Ape Girl on my shoulder. I dodged its attack with a sidestep and scoffed. You carry such a fine blade, yet you only pick on the easy targets. But the next second, its claws swiped at my eyes. I was caught off guard and scratched by its claws. I was shocked. Could this guy be trying to deceive me, pretending to attack Ape Girl, but actually aiming for my eyes? While I was pondering, it lunged at me again, and its target was still Ape Girl on my shoulder. I was only focused on protecting Ape Girl, but another wound was left on my face. It was then I realized this creature wasn't employing a feint. It had spotted my weakness. Attacking Ape Girl would distract me. Damn, does this creature have intelligence? At this moment, the wolverine kept running around me, occasionally attacking Ape Girl to distract me, making me extremely angry. I am a human being, the ruler of the earth. You think you can match wits with me? You're far from it. I executed a dragon tail whip, sweeping the skeleton behind me towards it. While it dodged the skeleton, I quickly started to gather the heat ray. The wolverine, seeing this move, instantly recalled the miserable state of the spiny jackal. Boom! I launched the radioactive heat ray directly at it. Unexpectedly, it jumped to the side, dodging the attack, but its front paw was still scorched by my radioactive heat ray. It bared its teeth at me, clearly somewhat angered. I taunted, "Wolf boy, we're even now." At that moment, the wolverine suddenly accelerated, using a large tree as a springboard to leap high into the air. As I watched, puzzled and unsure of its intentions, the creature actually used its mouth to pull out the large blade on its back. Seeing this scene, I was utterly bewildered. Holy shit, it took out a blade. It held the blade in its mouth, raising its head high. A blade came out. I saw it holding the blade high, raising its head, and then it slashed down at me in an instant. My shoulder immediately sprayed blood. Looking at the threatening wolverine, I cursed in my heart. This damn thing is too much to handle. How am I supposed to fight with bare hands? Am I supposed to catch the wolf with bare hands? Isn't that asking for trouble? So I started to run like hell. What kind of world is this? How could a wolf know how to use a blade? I thought a monster is immune to all types of attacks, be it lava or bullets. At this moment, I must hurry to get the ape girl back to her barbaric form. 2 against 1 would definitely put this guy down. Otherwise, both of us are done for. I put Ape Girl down from my shoulder. Ape Girl, you climb up a big tree first. I will get you back as soon as possible. Ape Girl nodded again and again. She also knew that her current state was my weakness, which made me helpless. Then she dragged her trembling body towards the big tree. Just then, Wolverine jumped high again behind me and chopped my thigh with the blade, blood spraying wildly again. I hugged the tree in front of me, pulled it out by the roots, and threw it at Wolverine. Don't think you're the only one who can use tools. Wolverine slashed the big tree with its blade. The moment the tree was split, I had already gathered energy. Perfect timing. Burst breath. I launched my strongest mouth cannon at Wolverine, and the burst breath hit it directly. But Wolverine did a backflip to dodge to the side. Tough skin and flesh. Burst breath not penetrating is a boss standard, and I can understand that. But damn it, after such a fierce fight, he didn't even lose grip on that blade. That weapon is too sharp, causing more damage than claws and teeth. I must find a way to get rid of it first. Since that's the case, I have to use brute force. So I charged at it, trying to knock the blade off with a collision. Just then, the hairless spiny jackal joined the fight. It bit my leg, stopping me from running forward. Just when I was fiercely looking back at the spiny jackal, Wolverine jumped high again and swung its blade at me. Damn, a monkey-like agile Wolverine was troublesome enough, and now there's another spiny jackal. The key issue is that these two guys, acting like they had a plan, attacked me from front and back, even coordinating their attacks. I shouted, 2 against 1. Young men, this is not fair. Another annoying guy appeared in the sky, the Deathlark. It flew over and spotted Ape Girl curled up in the tree, and its eyes lit up. Finally found you. It charged at Ape Girl with its beak open. Ape Girl jumped vigorously, dodging its attack, and the Deathlark crashed into the tree. Hearing the noise, I was instantly alarmed. Not good. Ape Girl is in danger. At that moment, the Deathlark was searching around for Ape Girl. Ape Girl was hiding under the bushes, not daring to move. Seeing Ape Girl in danger, I was very anxious, distracted. I was caught off guard by Wolverine and got wounded again. I roared angrily, quickly turned around, and forced them back. I didn't have a close friend in my past life, let alone someone like Ape Girl who risked her life to save me. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect Ape Girl. So, I ran toward Ape Girl regardless of everything, leaving my back completely exposed to Wolverine's attack. It suddenly accelerated, and its large blade stabbed toward my back, piercing right through my body, and this was exactly the result I wanted. To seize that blade, I was all in. Just then, the spiny jackal also rushed over and bit me. At this point, I was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Since I couldn't shake off these two, I had to find a way to control them. So, I trapped the blade with my shell and started to gather energy on my back. Wolverine was sweating bullets immediately, but it refused to let go of the blade and tried pulling it out. I let you hit me on purpose. As long as my heart stays protected, your damage to me is nothing. I'm already used to wounds and injuries. Thorn armor, activate. The Wolverine behind me had no escape. It was directly hit, screamed in agony, and was thrown away, crashing to the ground. That takes care of the blade wielder. Now it's your turn. Give me your evolution points. The little spiny jackal was sweating coldly. It was just about to run when I directly bit off her head. Ding. You have successfully devoured the spiny jackal leader. Evolution points plus 500. Ding. You have successfully devoured the spiny jackal leader. Evolution points plus 490. At this time, I completely ignored the Wolverine behind me and was frantically devouring the spiny jackal. The analysis progress bar kept rising. After a while, only one leg of the spiny jackal was left. Little Cohen appeared in front of me, saying, "The transformation fruit analysis and modification completed. Would you like to retrieve the fruit?" I immediately answered, yes. In a moment, the green transformation fruit appeared in my hand. Without a second thought, I threw the transformation fruit towards Ape Girl. Ape Girl, eat it quickly. Just then, the Deathlark pushed through the dense bushes and found Ape Girl. Ape Girl hurriedly crawled toward the transformation fruit on the ground and started chewing it. At this moment, the Deathlark opened its big mouth, ready to swallow Ape Girl in one gulp. I shouted to Ape Girl, "Transform. Use the method I taught you. Hurry and transform now." Just as the Deathlark rushed toward her, Ape Girl swung a slap, looking at the small hand in front of it, which wasn't even fit to scratch its itch. The Deathlark's eyes filled with disdain. The next second, Ape Girl's hand suddenly turned into the hand of an ancient ape and smacked the Deathlark's face, sending it flying with a slap. Ape Girl stood up and let out a roar that was hers alone. My Ape Girl had finally regained her monster body. She looked at her own hand, slightly stunned. Did I transform back? Then she shouted joyfully, "Great! I've finally transformed back." At that time, she remembered what I had once said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." She thought to herself, should I talk to that strange bird? So she thought about making contact with the Deathlark first. She jumped toward the Deathlark. "Dragon Brother said you could be friends. I'm going to talk on behalf of Dragon Brother first." She stepped on the Deathlark's weak back, nearly squishing something out of it. Ancient Ape's way of communicating is very special, simple, and rough. She pounded her fists on the Deathlark. "Speak up. Do you want to be our friend?" At this moment, the Deathlark was extremely angry, with a mind full of llama galloping. Ancient Ape continued to threaten, "Speak up or I'll keep beating you." The Deathlark suddenly flipped over, throwing the Ancient Ape off, and then flapped its wings madly with all its strength, thinking only of quickly escaping this violent maniac. Seeing the Deathlark's disrespectful behavior, Ancient Ape angrily beat her chest and roared. She looked around and saw a fallen tree on the ground and immediately had an idea. She picked up a tree trunk and posed as if throwing a javelin at the Deathlark. Ancient Ape threw the tree trunk in her hand. The trunk flew straight toward the Deathlark Deathlark, almost hitting it. The Deathlark, barely dodging the attack, even cursed out loud, "Damn, you idiot, is this how you make friends?" Hearing this, I, too, was in disbelief. The Deathlark actually cursed. Compared to a wolf using a blade and a gorilla throwing javelins, a bird cursing doesn't seem so strange. Forget it, I'll leave the cursing bird to Ancient Ape. I must focus on dealing with this yellow-haired creature in front of me. But at this moment, the Wolverine was just standing there, its eyes fixed on Ape Girl after her transformation. This guy must have been shocked to see the little person he bullied earlier suddenly turn into a big monster. So I proudly said, "How about that? I now have an extra helper, and you don't have your big blade anymore. Still wanna fight?" Suddenly, Wolverine roared at me, yellow electricity wrapping around its body, and it pounced toward me fiercely. Did I say something wrong just now? Why does it suddenly become so energetic and fierce? After such a long fight, its speed and strength haven't weakened at all. At this moment, it pounced toward my back again, clearly wanting to snatch the blade back. This blade, which I fought so hard to get, how could I let you take it back? I responded with a dragon tail swing, sending it flying away. However, at this moment, my body felt somewhat weak, even somewhat unresponsive, and I was panting and panicking. Why is there so little blood in this giant body? Hearing the noise of our fight, Ancient Ape began to worry about me. Just as she was about to come over to help, the Deathlark suddenly changed direction, diving down and heading straight for Ancient Ape. Seeing the attacking claws, the anxious Ancient Ape kept striking back at the Deathlark. I saw everything. The Deathlark not only held the aerial advantage, but was also full of tricks. Over time, this simple Ancient Ape was sure to be at a disadvantage, so I yelled at her, "Don't mind me. Damn, pay attention to your opponent when you fight. Even if my body is strong, having this blade stuck in my chest for a long time is not sustainable. I needed a quick resolution to take out one enemy first." While I was thinking, Wolverine seized the opportunity to jump onto my back and grab the blade in its mouth again. Not good. Ancient Ape, always worried about me, also noticed the trouble on my side immediately and ran over. At that moment, the Deathlark, excited, opened its sharp claws wide, and swoosh, it slashed across Ancient Ape's back, instantly spraying blood. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, I snorted coldly and said to Wolverine, "You really don't learn." Daring to approach my back again, I began to gather energy, and blue electricity surged through my dorsal fin. Wolverine immediately thought of the image of being pierced by the thorn armor, involuntarily let out a dog-like yelp, snot flowing out, and without even wanting its blade anymore, it hurriedly jumped off my back and ran wildly into the distance, still yelping. "Little punk, good to know you're scared, but you've been fooled again. Actually, my target was never you, but that bald-headed Deathlark." With a loud boom, I unleashed my strongest move directly at the Deathlark. Burst breath. The Deathlark left behind the words, "Why am I always the unlucky one?" before I blasted it thousands of meters away. It's incredible. I'm a weakling who was always bullied in my previous life, now risking his life for a friend in this life. After releasing my strongest move, I exhausted my strength and collapsed weakly on the ground. "Ape Girl, it's up to you now." Seeing my weakened state, Wolverine roared and charged at me. Just as it got close, a furious roar was heard. The extremely angry Ancient Ape leaped high and gave Wolverine a giant hammer, throwing it out forcefully. But this guy was tough. The previous attack barely had any effect, and it was still baring its teeth and growling at Ancient Ape. It suddenly stomped on the ground, charged rapidly at Ancient Ape, and bit directly into her thigh. Ancient Ape swung her fist, ready to loosen its muscles and bones. But the creature was cunning. It quickly jumped aside, dodged the attack, and then used a big tree to leap again toward Ancient Ape, biting into her other arm. It used all four of its claws to forcefully drag Ancient Ape backward. At this moment, my stomach was growling with hunger. Good thing Ancient Ape was holding up, otherwise, this creature really might have killed me. This Wolverine is really tough to deal with. Even Ancient Ape, strong and agile, was at a disadvantage against it, and this creature had a whole set of tactics, attacking the vital parts directly against someone bulky like me. Against the agile Ancient Ape, it restrained her arms and legs. Just then, I noticed other wolves running towards the woods. Was this creature trying to buy time for their retreat? How clever is this Wolverine? Exactly. At this moment, Ancient Ape raised her arm and punched Wolverine's head, but it easily dodged. Then it quickly charged towards me. Damn. This creature dragged Ancient Ape away, deliberately provoking her to expose her weaknesses, and its real target was me. Just as Wolverine pounced at me, Ancient Ape timely grabbed its tail. Ancient Ape's veins bulged as she roared, "Your opponent is me." She spun Wolverine around quickly, and then threw it directly at a large tree. With a bang, Wolverine smashed into the tree, which broke in half. Ancient Ape let out a victorious roar. However, at this moment, Wolverine was still staring intently at me. What was this creature thinking? Why did it keep chasing after me? Clearly, it was already covered in wounds, still facing 2 against 1. Moreover, its blade was still in my hand. The blade, right, the blade. This blade can easily injure me, so it must have a significant origin. That's why the big wolf treasures it so much and definitely wants to take it back. Watching Wolverine still fighting with Ancient Ape, I suddenly made a bold decision. Although I don't know what Wolverine is all about, it seems to understand human nature. Besides, it would be hard for Ancient Ape to defeat it completely. Maybe I could resolve this fight in a human way. So I shouted at them, still fiercely battling. Stop fighting. Everyone stop. Big wolf brother, I guess you can understand what I'm saying. I want to discuss something with you. At this moment, Ancient Ape, covering her wounds. Don't stop me. Let me crash this guy down first. I stopped her, saying, it hasn't stolen our territory or food. There's no point in continuing to fight. Ancient Ape, the simpleton, immediately changed her attitude. You make sense. Ancient Ape could understand me because she ate the transformation fruit, but Wolverine apparently also understood my words. The only reasonable explanation is that it has encountered humans before. Could it be that there were people on this island before? I pointed to the blade on my body and continued speaking to Wolverine. I can see that this blade means a lot to you, so I'll return it to you once you have it back. Can you please leave us in peace? Hearing my words, Wolverine was slightly stunned and became much more docile, so I sat down on the ground and called Ancient Ape to come and remove the blade. At that moment, Ancient Ape reluctantly placed her hand on the handle of the blade. Just as she pulled out the blade, my blood immediately sprayed out, and I was in such pain that tears and snot flowed. Ape girl, are you trying to make me die of blood loss? Just then, Wolverine made a whining sound. Ancient Ape and I were baffled. We saw Wolverine lying on the ground, using its tongue to scoop up the soil and cover its own wounds. It was actually teaching us how to treat wounds. Why didn't I think of that? Using uncontaminated soil to press on the wound can help stop the bleeding. So I explained to Ancient Ape, pressing uncontaminated soil on the wound can stop the bleeding. My guess seems right. The Wolverine must have had contact with humans. So Ancient Ape and I both prepared a handful of clean soil. The moment Ancient Ape pulled out the blade, we pressed the soil and held onto the wound. Ape sister, press hard and don't move. At this point, I was clearly much weaker. Even dark circles appeared under my eyes. I'll return the blade to you, and I trust you will keep the agreement. Then I had the Ancient Ape throw the blade to Wolverine, who was squatting nearby. Wolverine picked up the blade and turned to walk into the woods. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing it's a fairly honest wolf. We would have been in real trouble if it had attacked us now. Just then, a graceful figure appeared behind the big tree, staring at the departing Wolverine. Since I can't get that Ancient Ape's spirit core, I might as well take yours first. I was so tired I lay down on the ground, panting heavily, my stomach grumbling. The protagonist is already struggling against both the Deathlark and Wolverine, not to mention the boss of the dead rotten reptiles, whom even many monster masters combined have failed to defeat. It seems our brother is still quite weak, needing more leveling in monster slaying to stand a chance against the strongest boss. At this moment, Ancient Ape asked worriedly, Dragon brother, are you okay? How could I be okay? Look at my stomach, I said. Ancient Ape thought I was referring to the wound on my stomach, scooped up a clump of mud full of worms, and was about to cover my stomach with it. I almost threw up. The stuff you just pressed on my back. It wasn't this kind of soil, was it? I hurriedly explained to the Ancient Ape, I'm just hungry. We need to find some food to replenish my energy. So, the Ancient Ape trotted off to find food. Soon, she came back with a few spine wolves and ground sloths. Teaching an Ancient Ape to skewer would definitely be a tragedy for the animal kingdom. The spiny jackal wasn't quite dead yet when the Ancient Ape stabbed it right in the butt. I exclaimed from the sidelines, that's too brutal. That spiny jackal is not dead yet. After the skewers were ready, I started teaching the Ancient Ape how to barbecue. It's just been put on. Don't rush to flip it back and forth. Let it roast on the fire a bit longer. That skewer is cooked. Flip it quickly, or it will burn, I reminded. Ancient Ape immediately started to grab the skewers. They are good to eat now. I slapped her hand away. That's the wrong end for you to hold. But this foodie only thought about eating and accidentally set her arm on fire, dropping all the freshly grilled skewers on the ground. I sighed in frustration. Who told you to put your hands in the bonfire? If it doesn't burn you, who will it burn? Teaching this simpleton is truly more exhausting than doing it myself. The roast was burnt and bitter and covered in mud. If not for the evolution points, I'd rather die than eat this stuff. But at this moment, Ancient Ape was munching away happily. She could devour food so greedily, truly a foodie like no other. Just then, the system alerted. Severe injuries detected in the host's body. Evolution points automatically deducted for wound repair. In just the blink of an eye, all my injuries disappeared. I hadn't expected my devouring ability to work like this. At that moment, I couldn't help but reflect. I thought being reborn as a monster, acquiring the burst breath after signing in, successfully killing the pterosaur, bombarding the Ancient Ape, and annihilating the dead rotten reptiles would make me invincible, able to easily eliminate anything with my burst breath. But who knew? Just facing monsters like the Deathlark and Wolverine could give me a hard lesson. Ancient Ape once said that her parents, along with many monster masters, fought against the king of the dead rotten reptiles and still didn't win. How strong must that creature be? The challenge is bigger than I thought. I still have a long way to go. It seems I still need to continue skulking around, sneakily developing, trying to eat more and accumulating more evolution points. Ancient Ape, having eaten the life fruit, has clearly gained in strength. If the system offers more good stuff later, I should give a bit more to Ancient Ape. After all, an extra helper offers more security. Speaking of helpers, I suddenly thought of the Deathlark. The Deathlark that got hit by my burst breath. Where did it fall? Ancient Ape pointed in a direction. It fell over there. So I excitedly ran toward that direction. It's been so quiet for so long. It's probably dead by now. Let's cook it. I let the Wolverine go, so I can't miss this one. Don't know how many evolution points a bite will give. Maybe it'll even grant a new skill. When we ran over there, we found only a large pit on the ground with no sign of the deathlark. It was so big that even if it wasn't dead, we should have noticed it trying to escape. But why is there not even a trace left? Ancient Ape, while chewing on food, said, "It was already gone when I was looking for food." Just then, Little Quinn suddenly appeared, looked around, and said, "The energy waves here tell me a monster had just transformed into a human being. Could it be that the deathlark transformed into human form and left?" Displeased, I pointed at Little Quinn. "That would explain why the deathlark disappeared. But isn't a transformation supposed to require you to modify the transformation fruit?" Little Quinn quickly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. I am devoted to you. How could I go to serve that ugly bird?" "Devoted? I think you're devoted to seeing your host dead," I snorted coldly. Little Quinn quickly turned its head away, pretending not to hear. At this moment, Ancient Ape was full of question marks. Did Dragon Brother get hit in the head by Wolverine? Why is he talking to himself? Little Quinn continued, "Rather than the deathlark transforming into human form, I'm more concerned about something else. Do you remember the ability it acquired from the man who transformed from the pterosaur? It took out a crystal nucleus from a naked man and swallowed it to heal its wound. The transformation fruit can compress a monster's life essence into a crystal nucleus. I suspect the deathlark used a crystal nucleus for treatment, similar to how you devour the flesh and blood of monsters to heal. If the deathlark can eat crystal's nucleus to heal, can it also use them to level up?" I asked. Little Quinn replied, "That's still uncertain at the moment. You could find an opportunity to kill the deathlark, and then through its analysis, maybe you could solve this puzzle." "You're joking. That deathlark took 2 of my burst breaths and neither worked. Next time we meet it's not clear who would kill whom." Little Quinn explained, "Actually, you don't need to do much. Just scratch the surface, and I could study a sample to draw conclusions." I flatly refused. "If you want to go yourself. I don't have that kind of free time." I had already decided to return to my own territory and continue skulking to level up. "I will stay in my place until I reach the peak." So I called Ancient Ape to come back with me. Since the prey in her territory was almost gone, there wouldn't be food if she went back. Ancient Ape and I began heading towards my territory. I really wanted to see the faces of those monsters who had sent me off when they saw me return with a foodie. A week later, I was living a life where food came to me. Ancient Ape brought back food every early morning, and Little Tangerine's skill at stacking firewood had become expert. Even so, I was still picky. How many times have I told you, stop bringing back poisonous spiders? Although our constitution makes it okay to eat some poison spiders, they really don't taste good. Ancient Ape took careful notes of the precautions I mentioned in her little notebook. Ancient Ape seriously learned, and her barbecuing skills became more and more proficient. I didn't have to lift a finger to enjoy delicious food, so I started thinking, maybe I should teach the Ancient Ape how to make fire by friction. That way, all I had to do was open my mouth to devour and move my finger to sign in. Lying down to become stronger, and life was simply blissful. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check in location, Abyssal Island. Check in reward, A-rank skill Dragon Roar. Your roar can energize your allies and instantly stun enemies, causing them to freeze in their actions. Hearing about this skill, I almost cried with excitement. I've finally made it. After checking in for 20 days, I finally got another A-rank skill. At that moment, Little Quinn also sent congratulations. Congratulations to the host for completing a full month of consecutive check-ins in the Abyss Island, earning a new package reward. Hearing about the package reward, I was even more delighted. A package? What kind of package? Could it be even more powerful than the A-grade skill I just got? Little Quinn smiled mysteriously. The package is a carefully prepared present by me. It is not comparable to mere A-grade skills or items issued by the system. Given that the host has checked in continuously for a month, I am unlocking important features such as the system store and system map for the host, while also presenting 300,000 evolution points. Wow! Not only system store, but also thousands of evolution points. I can now spoil myself by shopping. Little Quinn, open the store. Let me see what treasures you have there. My store turned out to be in Little Quinn's mouth. Let me see what good things are in there. Skill, Thunder Fruit, from the Pirate Emperor's world, has the ability to turn one's body into lightning. Not only can it release high-voltage electric currents, but it also allows the body to move at lightning speed, perfectly solving the problem of large monster bodies being slow. Tai Chi, from the Fire Shadow world, has the ability to see through everything and find an opponent's weaknesses, almost like cheating. Titanium Mecha, from the Titanium Hero world, mechas have a magic that men can't resist, and every man would love it. This is also what belongs to a man's romance. Just as I was about to buy all these skills, I saw the prices and counted the zeros. My jaw dropped. The Thunder Fruit is priced at 500 million, Tai Chi at 200 million, Titanium Mecha at 100 million. Holy crap, Little Quinn, this is practically robbery, all priced in millions. What's the use of the 300,000 evolution points I just got? Little Quinn then said, this is a fair price. These goods all come from parallel universes. It cost me a great deal to get them here. If the host thinks it's expensive, you can swipe to see the more affordably priced local products. You can even swipe the screen. Pretty high-tech. Bone Refining Powder is priced at 50 million evolution points. Lightning Whip is priced at 20 million evolution points. And Mega Cannon priced priced at 10 million evolution points. I swiped for a long while, and there wasn't a single item under 300,000. They are clearly mocking my poverty. What's the big deal? Sooner or later I'll gather enough evolution points. By then, I might already be a 10,000 meter level giant beast, free to choose. Just as I was about to exit the store, Little Quinn said, you can also filter to directly find products under 300,000. So, I believed his nonsense again. A few minutes later, I finally found a product under 300,000 evolution points, barbecue seasoning, priced at 1,000 evolution points. I shed tears of excitement. Seasoning it is. Better than nothing. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the barbecue seasoning. With a simple touch, you can improve the taste of your food. I heard a thud, and the seasoning was actually pulled out of Little Quinn's mouth, covered in slime. Gross. Can't you keep it clean? I couldn't help but complain. Little Quinn explained, this is next generation 3D printing technology. Don't be misled by the visuals. Suppressing my disgust, I sprinkled the seasoning on the barbecue, and instantly the aroma spread. Wow, yes, that's the flavor. If only we had a few bottles of chilled soda, that would be the icing on the cake. Since I couldn't afford anything else in the store for now, I asked Little Quinn to open the system map. Little Quinn said, this is just a rough map of Abyss Island. Only places you've checked into will display the terrain in detail. The places you haven't visited are shrouded in fog, so I have to light up the map gradually. But Abyss Island is really big. I've been running around the island for a month and only lit up a small area. At that moment, I noticed several gray areas on the map. Little Quinn explained, these areas have been contaminated by the dead rotten reptiles. You've seen it before. Everything in that place, including the sky, land, plants, and animals, is all rotten, and their territory is still expanding. These guys are really annoying. We must stop them quickly. Following the map's markings, let's pull out these dead rotten reptiles one by one. Young man, devour each dead rotten reptile with your mouth, and light up the entire map of Abyss Island with your footsteps. So I asked Little Quinn, is there any reward for lighting up the map? Little Quinn replied, by lighting up the map, you'll truly be the true master of Abyss Island. I'm not interested in that. I aspire to be the king of monsters. My goal is to defeat the king of the dead rotten reptiles, to avenge Ancient Ape parents, and to restore the former beauty and peace of Abyss Island. Looking at Ancient Ape, who was enjoying her food, I placed my hand on her forehead. As for the ruler of Abyss Island, let Ancient Ape do it, since becoming the king of monsters is my dream. At that moment, Ancient Ape looked puzzled. What does the ruler of Abyss Island and the king of monsters mean? Are they even better than barbecue? This simpleton don't really gets it. All these titles of kings and ruler are just human fabrications. Nothing beats a full stomach. So I handed her a few more skewers of grilled meat. Come on, let's continue eating big. Just then, a lump of green stuff fell into Ancient Ape's hand. She thought it might be a new seasoning I added, so she leaned in to smell it. The next second, Ancient Ape's face turned utterly disgusted. It stinks. This is poop. Several pterosaurs were circling in the air, and Ancient Ape looked up angrily. Those pterosaurs even kept asking her, how's the seasoning? Ancient Ape immediately threw away the skewer in her hand and angrily leaped at those teasing pterosaurs. The pterosaurs didn't expect the Ancient Ape to explode so quickly and frantically flew higher to evade. Ancient Ape ended up missing and fell downwards without catching even a feather. Seeing this, the pterosaurs cackled at Ancient Ape. With a boom, Ancient Ape landed safely, but how could she swallow her anger? She immediately ran towards a huge rock at the cave entrance. You simpleton, you're not really thinking of using that rock to smash them, are you? That's the rock I used to prop my feet. You're not going to destroy my cave, are you? I quickly stopped her. Forget it, I'll do it myself. It's a good opportunity to try out my newly acquired skill. So, I unleashed my new skill, Dragon Roar, at the pterosaurs in the air. They were instantly hit by the skill and fell into a state of dizziness. Right after, with a boom, I emitted a radioactive heat ray at them, easily knocking these little cacklers down. Ape sister, you'll be the future queen of Abyss Island. If you can't handle a few pterosaurs, how'll you manage? While I can get stronger by eating, I should prepare some special training lessons for her to boost Ancient Ape's abilities. So I decided to put Ancient Ape through special training starting tomorrow. Ape sister, from tomorrow, I'll arrange special training lessons for you to make you stronger. Hearing about special training, Ancient Ape drooled. What is special training? Are they even tastier than roasted meat? To help the Ancient Ape become the queen of Abyss Island, I referenced physical training from my past life and devised a series of special training plans. Strength training, 1,000 pull-ups. Endurance training, 100,000 meter run. The final item, sparring training with me. Ape sister, this week, I will start a project to help you practice 3 of your abilities. I will help you improve your strength until you become the queen of Abyss Island. Ancient Ape looked confused. What is boosting strength? Is it tastier than skewers? Boosting your strength means being able to defeat all the other monsters. Ancient Ape while munching on her grilled meat. I have no interest in that. They haven't stolen food from me. Why should I beat them up? I already knew she would react this way. Conventional methods just don't work with simpletons. Fortunately, I used to be an excellent dog trainer. Ape sister, if you do as I say, I'll give you with a skewer of delicious roasted meat with seasoning as a reward. The moment I mentioned food, Ancient Ape's eyes lit up instantly, and she danced around happily, drooling. I can do it. I like special training. training. Special training is the best. The contrast in our behavior before and after is just too big. The world of a foodie is indeed simple. First item of special training, strength training, 1000 pull-ups. Just jump up, grab the horizontal wood, and lift your body up. Let me demonstrate first. I bent my legs slightly and aimed my palms at the bar. But damn it, I forgot the most crucial thing. My arms are too short, but that's no problem for me. I gave it my all and jumped up, biting the wood firmly with my mouth. This ridiculous scene looked just like a chicken hung by its neck. Ancient Ape looked at me, puzzled. When I looked at her, I found she was no longer on the ground. The next second, she stretched out her hand from the tree. Isn't it just climbing a tree? What's so hard about that? Come on, I'll help you. I was instantly embarrassed. Alright, I was wrong. Ancient Ape, you are the true master of the bars. But even if you're exceptionally strong, it's not something to show off. Endurance is still key in real combat. Let's move on to the next item, endurance training. A rumbling sound came from the forest, and a just awakened crocodile was directly stomped on by Ancient Ape and died on the spot. Its companions watched Ancient Ape leave, shivering in fear. Before it could recover, another rumbling sound came. I was breathing heavily, charging and causing some animals to flee in terror. I flipped over the crocodile, panting heavily. I couldn't help but complain, damn, I've turned into a monster, and I still can't outrun a girl? At that moment, all Ancient Ape could think about were the seasonings and skewers, showing a charming smile, and even flashing me a peace gesture. The small animals we accidentally hurt in the background looked aggrieved, holding up signs protesting, no reckless running, don't hit passerby, limited speed, no monster crash. After a while, the entrance to my cave was a mess. Occasionally sounds of fighting emerged. Ancient Ape's strength and endurance are just the basics. The real keys to victory are skills and experience. At that moment, I and the Ancient Ape were engaged in sparring training. I launched a dragon tail whip at the Ancient Ape, and with a boom, she was hit directly, smashing two large trees and falling to the ground. Seeing Ancient Ape lying motionless, I immediately ran over. I might have gone a bit too hard. Did I knock you out? Just then, Ancient Ape suddenly threw a punch at me, turning my vision a shade of purple-red, playing dead for a sneak attack. Haven't you heard that is not polite to hit others in the face? I immediately gathered energy and unleashed my strongest verbal cannon at the Ancient Ape. She dodged sideways, avoiding my attack. The energy wave raced off into the distance, and with a boom, it hit a small caracal that had been displeased with us. Looking at the forest we had turned into a mess, Little Quinn helplessly said, "This place was fine before, but now you've turned it almost into the dead ash land of the dead rotten reptiles. With all this chaos, we don't even need the dead rotting reptiles. Just the two of you could sink the island before they do." At this moment, I also felt that things had gone a bit too far. If we had scared all the prey away, there would be nothing left for me to devour. However, to fight against the king of the dead rotten reptiles, special training to enhance our strength was necessary. What's a good way to do it? Little Quinn said. Enhancing strength isn't impossible, but have you seen your own size? The ground shakes with every step you take, and you still want to engage in such intense activity? Right, if we weren't so big, wouldn't that solve the problem? So I asked Little Quinn, if we transform into human form for the training, can we also enhance the strength of our monster form? Little Quinn explained, in principle, it's possible. Training in human form can enhance the body's capacity to bear the energy of the crystal nucleus. As the capacity of the container increases, the energy of the crystal nucleus also increases. When you transform into a monster, the life essence released by breaking the crystal nucleus will also be greater. So, I decided to transform into human form to continue training. Little Quinn, how can we transform into human form? Little Quinn explained, to transform from human to monster, you shatter the crystal nucleus by will, channeling the crystal's energy into every limb, breaking the nucleus to form the infant and cultivation novels. To transform from monster to human, you need to reconverge your whole energy around your pubic region and form a nucleus there. First breaking the crystal nucleus to become a monster, now forming the crystal nucleus to become human. Are you sure you're not reading from a cultivation script? To avoid further housebreaking, I called Ancient Ape to prepare for nucleus formation. Ape sister, follow my lead. Let's sit down first and then start meditating. Think about pooling all your energy around the pubic region. After a while, I suddenly opened my eyes. A sudden urge to pee overwhelming me. Damn it. Focusing energy to the pubic region actually made me need to pee. I quickly went to relieve myself. After peeing, I felt much lighter. When I looked for Ancient Ape, I found she had disappeared from her spot. Ape sister, where did you go? Did this simpleton also need to pee? Just then, I heard a faint call from below. Ancient Ape had already transformed into human form, happily jumping around. I'm here. I was shocked. Damn, how did you transform into human form so quickly? At that moment, I felt somewhat disgruntled. In my previous life, I was surpassed by a girl, and in this life, was I going to be left behind again? As Godzilla, instead of leveling up by fighting monsters, I was sitting cross-legged, trying my hand at cultivation. The root cause of all this was Ancient Ape. Strength, endurance, and sparring. I was completely outmatched by Ancient Ape in all three. As someone who had never won in sports against girls, I could accept losing these, but to also be outpaced in theoretical knowledge about monster transformation by Ancient Ape, as a man, I must regain my dignity and not let myself be looked down upon. Thus, I started contemplating new nucleus formation early in the morning, even though Ancient Ape's stomach was growling with hunger. I paid it no mind, continuing my contemplation into the evening, until nightfall, when Ancient Ape brought back groceries and urged me to start the fire for dinner. Disturbed by Ancient Ape, already on the brink, completely lost it. Can you not pace around in front of me? Don't disturb my meditation. Is transforming so great? Unintentionally, I condensed a burst breath. Dragon brother, stop talking. Why are you about to fire again? I was suddenly speechless. I didn't plan to fire. Who knows what this is? Suddenly, I realized that both burst breath and transforming require concentrating attention and gathering the body's power at one point. Could it be because of this? To save my own den, I forcefully swallowed back the burst breath. Unexpectedly, this inadvertent action actually worked perfectly. I saw my body surrounded by a yellow light. In the next second, I successfully formed the core and transformed back into human form. It seems this burst breath might actually be a shortcut to circulating power within the body. Last time I was too busy fleeing to properly experience this body. So, I ran around Ancient Ape to test endurance, and then hung from a bar to test the strength of this body. This time, I want to redefine the 8-second man. Being an 8-second man means one can do 10 pull-ups in 8 seconds. Due to excessive excitement, I continued exercising until the next morning. At this time, I was exceptionally thrilled. Training in human form is more comfortable. It protects the environment and saves costs. Looking at Ancient Ape and the little tangerine sleeping soundly, I felt a sense of satisfaction. I went up and performed a series of inhuman maneuvers on them. After Ancient Ape transformed into human form, she continued training with me. In human form, I could finally spar without any reservations. I also said, if Ape's sister can defeat me, I'll reward you with 10 skewers seasoned with spices. Hearing about the reward, Ape Girl, who had just been woken up, instantly perked up. I saw her eyes sparkle with stars as she raised her arm and smashed it down on me, unguarded. With a boom, I was directly hit by Ape Girl, landing face first. Ape Girl joyfully shouted, 10 skewers in the bag. I was speechless. I haven't even said start yet. However, what greeted me was an even more fierce attack from Ape Girl. It seems that for foodies, nothing stimulates their interest more than food. After a week of special training, Ancient Ape's strength had greatly improved, while I had been miserably outclassed by her. Fortunately, by eating every day, I also gained over 600,000 evolution points. I decided to keep 100,000 evolution points in reserve and use the rest for evolution. So, I summoned Little Kuin, and after some thought, decided to put all 500,000 evolution points into my size. My body was enveloped in white light, and under Ancient Ape's astonished gaze, I grew taller bit by bit. At that moment, the system prompted, you have the bloodline of the ancient mythic titan beast Kuei recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Now you've entered puberty. At this moment, I was noticeably taller than before, and Ancient Ape pointed at me, exclaiming, Dragon brother, how did you suddenly get taller? I said with a proud face, because I'm still growing. Following a healthy diet and a live schedule, of course, I can grow taller, and don't forget I often exercise. While the Ancient Ape, the simpleton, was still puzzled by my growth, I opened the map of Abyss Island. Today I'll take you to test the results of this week's training. I've discovered a large number of dead rotten reptiles in the southern part of the misty forest. Let's burn it down and kill all the dead rotten reptiles for roasting. Hearing there were skewers to eat, Ancient Ape got extremely excited. Let's eradicate all the dead rotten reptiles. I was immediately facepalmed. It seems I have mastered the art of conversing with a foodie. In a cave in the southern dense forest, 3 dead rotten reptiles were patrolling, with countless bones piled up beneath their feet. At this moment, Ancient Ape and I were hiding behind a large rock, secretly observing them. There are just a few at the entrance. Let's sneak over quietly in a moment. When I turned my head to look at Ancient Ape, I found she had disappeared. At that moment, she was already charging towards the cave, shouting, what a silly girl. Doesn't she know the benefits of sneaking in? The dead rotten reptiles saw Ancient Ape coming and roared. One lunged at her. With a bang, Ancient Ape landed an elbow strike, easily taking down one. She reached out with her large hand, grabbed the remaining 2, and forcibly fused them together. Just after dealing with these 3 patrol sentinels, countless dead rotten reptiles surged out of the cave. At this time, I walked up behind Ancient Ape and said, how about that, Ape sister? Was it easy to deal with them? This is because, after the special training, your strength, speed, and reactions have all greatly improved. Then I looked at the approaching horde of dead rotten reptiles. Ever since encountering the Deathlark and the Wolverine, things haven't gone smoothly for me. Let me properly vent today. Ancient Ape and I began a furious slaughter of these minions. Soon, a large number of dead rotten reptiles' corpses piled up under our feet. Although these crawlers were numerous, their waves of attacks were like delivering themselves to us. The feeling of one-sided crushing improved my mood. No matter how many dead rotten reptiles we kill, I'll sprinkle them with seasoning and turn them into skewers for you. Hearing about skewers, Ancient Ape immediately drooled, her eyes filled with little stars. I want to eat 500 skewers. Watching wave after wave of dead rotten reptiles come at us, I couldn't help but remark, little guys, though you look unique, this fearless spirit of yours is commendable. Among my enemies, I respect you as the bravest. Just then, a roar came from inside the cave, and the dead rotten reptiles stopped in their tracks. Under our expectant gazes, they turned and ran back into the cave. Ancient Ape and I looked at each other, bewildered. Why are they turning back? I was just praising your courage, and now you chose to flinch? At that moment, Ancient Ape was so angry her veins bulged, imagining the cooked skewers flying away. These creatures were retreating mid-battle. There had to be a trick. Plus, we knew nothing about what was inside the cave, so I decided to observe a bit before acting. However, Ancient Ape, the foodie, suddenly roared and charged toward the cave. My skewers, come back. I was speechless. Foodies will be foodies, never thinking before acting. Fearing Ancient Ape might be in danger, I quickly followed her. Upon entering the cave, it was full of the stench of decay, and not even a shadow of a dead rotten reptile was visible, nor did the monster compass show any readings. Definitely a trap. Ape sister, I suggest we retreat for now and plan carefully. Just then, countless green eyes suddenly opened above us. The next second, a swarm of dead rotten reptiles descended from above, and at the same time, a large number surged out from within the cave, surrounding us. They sprayed us with corrosive venom. Although the venom of these crawlers was limited in damage, their sheer number made it troublesome, like being bitten by mosquitoes. It wasn't very harmful, but it was annoying to be bitten. I prepared to unleash an area attack to roast these creatures on the spot. Just at that moment, the cave violently shook, and a huge shadow charged towards us. I quickly pushed Ancient Ape to one side, but I was hit squarely by the huge creature. Boom! My massive body was actually knocked flying, hitting the cave wall hard. Unexpectedly, there was such a formidable creature in this cave. I had just gotten up from the ground when I saw a large mouth covered in venom coming at me. I supported its jaw with my not-so-long arms. In the next second, I saw a green energy ball forming inside its mouth. I didn't expect you could spit too. In a rush, I pushed away its jaw, barely dodging its attack. I looked at the place where the venom had hit and was shocked. The spot it touched was hissing. I didn't expect this creature's saliva to be so corrosive. At that moment, the system alerted. This monster is King's Hand, Venom, a direct descendant of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, 60 meters long and weighing 480 tons. As the king's first hand, it commands a legion of dead rotten reptiles to expand their turf on Abyss Island. Unexpectedly, attacking a mere stronghold, we stumbled upon a significant character, even the son of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. I wonder if kidnapping this guy could force his dad to leave Abyss Island. While I was pondering, the giant launched another venom bomb at me. I dodged to the side and noticed that not only was the venom potent, but its attack power was strong enough to easily penetrate the cave walls. Thankfully, its attack speed was slow. As long as I focused, I could completely avoid it. Just then, the creature made a hissing sound. Its head bulged on both sides, beginning to emit a green light. I immediately recognized that this guy was charging up for a big move. The next second, countless venom bombs shot out from its mouth and the swollen areas, heading straight for me. My mouth dropped open, my jaw almost hitting the floor. He could release that bomb in quick succession. Faced with a barrage of venom bombs, I had no way to dodge and was hit directly, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Emitting so many venom bombs at once, the big guy was visibly exhausted, drooling, and seemingly without any immediate plans to continue attacking. At that moment, Ancient Ape was surrounded by a large number of dead rotten reptiles. Seeing me knocked down, she became furiously angry. She looked up at the stalactites on the cave ceiling, then leaped up, shaking off the crawlers behind her and using the stalactites to move towards me while smashing them down onto the dead rotten reptiles below. Instantly, the dead rotten reptiles were smashed into disarray. Quickly, Ancient Ape reached above the big creature, landing directly in front of it, and then raised her massive fist, striking the big creature's face. Surprisingly, she managed to flip the creature's enormous body. Just when I thought this guy was going to be finished off, it was not only unharmed, but also launched a counterattack. It embedded its legs into the cave walls and started charging up again. Seeing this, I loudly warned Ancient Ape to be careful. Ancient Ape easily dodging its attack and taunted, "Your skills are no match for my dragon brother's burst breath." It seems dodging verbal shots had become a reflex for Ancient Ape. Ancient Ape took the opportunity just after the big guy had fired, quickly going after it, ready to give it a proper lesson. But the next second, the previously shot venom bombs bizarrely curved back around, targeting Ancient Ape, who was confronting the big creature. I shouted, "Ape sister, watch your back," but it was a step too late. Ancient Ape was hit in the back by a venom bomb, stumbled, and fell to her knees, the venom taking the opportunity to slam her head, knocking her tens of meters away, then pouncing on her. "How can those venom bombs fly back?" I shouted, about to rush to help, but was blocked by a group of dead rotten reptiles. These little critters attacked me, climbing onto my back and gnawing away. "You ungrateful jerks, get off me." I activated my thorn armor, instantly dealing with a crowd of small dead rotten reptiles. At that moment, Ancient Ape was pinned to the ground by the venom creature. Just as it was condensing another venom bomb to spray at Ancient Ape, I arrived in time, hitting it with a dragon tail whip across its face, sending the venom creature flying tens of meters. However, this guy shot several more venom bombs toward the cave ceiling. There were a few dead rotten reptiles right above us. I thought it was going to betray its teammates, but when the venom bombs hit the dead rotten reptiles, they not only did no damage, but instantly changed direction and shot toward me and Ancient Ape. This scene completely overturned our understanding. Holy crap, what kind of skill is this? I stepped in front of Ancient Ape and all 3 venom bombs hit me. I was reckless. I thought the dead rotten reptiles were just dumb creatures, but it turns out they can shoot venom bomb via teamwork. Just then, the venom creature spat out a few more globs of phlegm. I pushed Ancient Ape aside. You got addicted to it. Watching the venom creature's catcher getting ready, I slapped it away with a dragon tail whip. The catcher was instantly out of the game. Think you can play marbles with me? Try again. I can kill your catchers directly. At that moment, the venom creature roared loudly, and numerous dead rotten reptiles began to scatter in every direction, encircling Ancient Ape and me. Damn, how did so many catchers suddenly appear? Even the cave ceiling is crawling with them. Looks like this guy is gearing up for another big move. The venom creature took a deep breath and readied itself to spray venom bombs. Don't think I'll let you fire off easily. I launched my new skill, Dragon Roar, at the venom. The venom was immediately disrupted by my attack, retreating backward, and then it slipped, spraying the gathered venom bombs haphazardly in all directions. Damn, that backfired. My roar turned it into a spray mess. Now it's even harder to dodge. The venom bombs shot toward me and Ancient Ape without direction. We had just dodged the first wave of attacks when, after bouncing off the dead rotten reptiles, the venom bombs came at us again. Ancient Ape and I kept dodging attacks from all directions. Damn, nearly got castrated. We must find a way to knock them all down. At that time, the venom was on the outskirts, still spraying wildly, adding more to the mix. If we didn't resolve this quickly, Ancient Ape and I would be exhausted to death. I looked at the group of dead rotten reptiles preparing to catch the venom bombs and sprayed them with a blast of radioactive heat rays, achieving a mini extinction event. This unexpectedly revealed that burnt dead rotten reptiles cannot bounce back the venom bombs. So, I gathered another blast of radioactive heat rays, not bothering about the venom bombs for now, and first scorched those damn crawlers. Let's see you bounce them now. The venom creature noticed something was off and suddenly appeared behind me, swinging its scythe-like huge legs at me. I couldn't dodge in time and was slashed on the thigh, falling to the ground with a thud. At that moment, a venom bomb bounced back towards my head. Ancient Ape shouted, "Be careful," and then casually grabbed a dead rotten reptile, throwing it at the venom bomb aimed at me. Look out! The venom bomb hit the back of the dead rotten reptile and was deflected to the side. Seeing this, I was relieved. It turns out the dead rotten reptile's ability to bounce back venom bombs is a passive skill. I also casually grabbed a dead rotten reptile, suddenly entering ping pong mode. Table tennis player Lenshin online. I could use the dead rotten reptile as a racket to hit back the venom bombs. The venom creature, seeing my posture, was also confused and spat out a few more globs of phlegm at me. Watching the balls coming from the venom, I confidently went to meet them. Watch my spike. But damn, the next second was tragic. I didn't catch a single ball and took all the attacks with my body. The failed attempt to show off left me waving the racket frantically. I can't believe my aim is this bad. Isn't this how they swing it in the videos? While I was wildly flailing, a venom bomb fell towards the top of my head. Ouch, my head. This sudden pain made me throw away the racket and completely forget about the venom bombs shooting rapidly from the side. With just thud, Ancient Ape promptly arrived and deflected all the venom bombs. Dragon brother, are you okay? Ancient Ape asked with concern. I looked at Ancient Ape in surprise. She gave me a thumbs up and laughed. This time it's my turn to protect you. Warrior Ancient Ape has logged on. The venom creature starts to go mad, spewing even more of its phlegm at us. Ancient Ape used her Gorilla Fists, updated version, Gorilla Dual Wield to send all the venom attacks back. I was instantly starry-eyed, turning into a little fanboy. The venom creature couldn't help but mock me when it saw my state. Seeing its smug expression, Ancient Ape became even angrier. At that moment, the venom creature let out a roar, and suddenly, the dead rotten reptiles in the cave began to mobilize, constantly changing their positions. I quickly warned Ancient Ape, be careful, this bunch is changing formation. The venom creature then sprayed several venom bombs towards the cave ceiling. After being bounced by the dead rotten reptiles, shot towards Ancient Ape from all directions. Ancient Ape had just knocked away a venom bomb close to her when it was bounced back by the dead rotten reptiles. Watching the endless barrage of venom bombs, the already irritable Ancient Ape completely lost her temper. She let out a loud shout. Her body turned into several afterimages, and she began to furiously slap the venom bombs, moving so fast that in the end, all that could be seen were venom bombs being knocked away. At that moment, I, too, was shocked by Ancient Ape's skills, but I discovered another problem. Due to Ancient Ape relentless hitting, the venom bombs were getting faster, and not falling to the ground was not a solution. Seeing the venom still adding ingredients, I quickly instructed Ancient Ape to direct all attacks towards the venom. Even if it doesn't cause damage, it could at least prevent it from adding more ingredients. But at that moment, the venom creature smirked. The next second, it used its tail to slap the venom bombs back. Ancient Ape and I were immediately shocked. Didn't expect this big guy to have that trick up its sleeve. I angrily instructed Ancient Ape to continue directing all remaining attacks towards the venom. The venom creature, not to be outdone, wildly swung its tails, bouncing all the venom bombs back. At this point, both were fully exerted. Just as the venom creature bounced the attacks back, I had already prepared my big move. The burst breath was instantly activated, knocking down all the venom bombs and shooting them palm towards the venom. Although the venom creature jumped to dodge the attack, it was still grazed by it, and with a loud crash, it fell heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, the venom creature looked disheveled. It was missing 2 legs, and 2 of its tails were blasted off. Ancient Ape made a peace gesture. Dragon brother is mighty. I was a whole lot leaner, sweating profusely, and couldn't help but tremble. Seeing the venom creature about to spit again, I grabbed Ancient Ape and ran towards the cave entrance. What are you waiting for? Run! I can only use my burst breath twice a day, and I'm out of options now. At that moment, the venom creature, seeing us running away, became extremely furious and opened its mouth to chase after us. Ancient Ape and I then pushed hard to sprint out. Soon, we ran out of the cave, disappearing from the venom creature's sight. Just as it burst out of the cave, Ancient Ape suddenly tripped it, sending it flying out for a close encounter with the ground. I always relied on dirty tricks, truly unbeatable. Did you think we were really planning to run away? Actually, we were provoking you to draw you out of the cave. You have a huge advantage in there. This time I'd like to see you bounce, I said proudly. Seeing my smug expression, the venom creature roared to the sky and began to shake off its followers. Suddenly, countless dead rotten reptiles appeared behind me and Ancient Ape, quickly passing by us without attacking, all crawling to the venom creature's side, prostrating at its feet. They started climbing onto the venom's severed limbs, and as the limbs oozed green fluid, in the next moment, the limbs I had blasted off miraculously regenerated. This scene literally dazzled my eyes. Could the dead rotten reptiles' bodily fluids be some kind of miracle medicine that revives the dead and knits bones? I quickly tested it on myself, but it had no effect on me at all. While I was distracted, the venom had fully healed its recent wounds and roared at me, as if mocking my ignorance. Ancient Ape and I immediately became alert. The venom sprayed venom bombs at us again, but I was unfazed and told Ancient Ape, knock all the venom bombs into the air. Ancient Ape stepped forward and swung her double axes, knocking all the venom bombs away in a few strokes. Big guy, I told you, inside the cave you had an advantage, but now we're outside, and your ping pong game is useless. Seeing its tactics foiled, the venom roared to the sky, and the next second, it turned towards its minions and began eating its kind. What's going on here? Has it gotten so angry it can't tell friend from foe? However, the dead rotten reptiles didn't run away. Instead, they rushed to be eaten as if it was their mission. This big guy is up to no good, definitely plotting something. I called out to Ancient Ape, stop it from feeding any further. Ape sister, you jump high. I'll hold off the little ones, and you go attack the big one. Ancient Ape leaped high and plunged toward the venom. Seeing Ancient Ape charging directly at it, the venom sidestepped her attack. After landing, it sucked in a deep breath and sprayed venom bombs at Ancient Ape again. Ancient Ape roared at the incoming venom bombs and rushed to meet them, furiously slapping them away. The next second, the insect racket in her hand broke, and Ancient Ape was struck by the venom bombs, sending her flying backward. I immediately became anxious and ran towards Ancient Ape. At that moment, the venom sprayed venom bombs at me again. I hit the ground and started rolling, constantly changing directions, quickly getting some dead rotten reptiles stuck on my back. The venom didn't stop its attack on me, but its venom bombs that hit me were bounced off by the dead rotten reptiles on my back. The venom sensed something was wrong and stopped its attack. You know why I've been rolling around? Just to put on this suit of dead rotten reptiles armor, but maintaining the thorn armor was too draining for me. To end the battle quickly, I charged at the venom. The venom creature broke into a cold sweat and started firing venom bombs like a Gatling gun. However, these attacks were all bounced off by the dead rotten reptiles on my back. As its attack rate and force increased, I charged forward, shouting, "Go to hell, bastard," and rammed into the venom with the spikes on my back. It was knocked back, and its body was riddled with holes. With a loud crash, the venom fell heavily to the ground. Such a perfect opportunity. I wouldn't let it go. I rushed forward, bit into the venom's forelimb, and with a powerful tug, tore it off. At the same time, arcs of electricity flickered on my body, quickly gathering into a radioactive heat ray. Boom! The ray blasted directly into the venom. At that moment, all its limbs were severed, and green fluid sprayed wildly. The venom roared to the sky once more, and numerous dead rotten reptiles quickly gathered around it, letting it devour them frenziedly. This guy didn't regenerate his forelimbs first, but continued to devour frenziedly. He must be charging up for a big move. At this moment, I was nearly at my limit, and I could barely maintain the thorn armor state any longer. I had to finish it off quickly, so I charged at the venom again. The venom saw me coming and took a deep breath. I snorted coldly. You think you can still use the same tactic against me? Do you think it will still work? Now that you don't have limbs to support yourself, I'd like to see how you manage to shoot. As a strong light flashed from the venom's mouth, a massive venom bomb slowly formed. In the next second, it was spat out. Accompanied by a loud roar, the venom bomb rapidly approached me. Seeing this venom bomb, I went berserk. Holy shit, how can you spit out such a huge thing? I quickly turned around, using the dead rotten reptiles on my back to touch the venom bomb, planning to bounce it back. The force of the giant venom bomb was too strong, dragging me backwards. I hurriedly called out to Ancient Ape, "Come help, I can't push this big guy by myself." Ancient Ape, while shouting for me to hold on, quickly ran towards me. Who knew this klutz would directly slam into my stomach? Ape sister, are you trying to kill me? However, thankfully, the two of us bounced back the venom bomb. It's finally finally pushed back. What goes around, comes around, sending it back to you. Old bro, here's one back at you. I released my most powerful skill, burst breath, towards the venom. At this moment, the venom was completely dumbfounded. As the burst breath shattered the giant venom bomb and pierced through the venom's head with a loud bang, the venom's body fell to the ground. As the dust settled, the defeated venom lay in disarray, body riddled with holes. At that time, I was completely drained. Who would have thought a random raid would have such a strong boss? My luck is truly unparalleled, as if blessed by a king. Ancient Ape and I laughed happily, with her continuously praising, "Dragon brother is mighty." Just then, I noticed at my feet, the previously barren dead ash land miraculously sprouted green grass and butterflies flitted about. Ancient Ape and I, baffled, watched the transformation under our feet. Little Kun explained the reason. The dead rotten reptiles contain 6 types of corruption powers not of this world, which suppress the life around them, causing the formation of the dead ash land. The energy in the venom is pure, so I suspect this energy uses the Xianglu bloodline as its carrier. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the corruption. I asked Little Kun, based on what you're saying, do we not need to clear all the dead rotten reptiles? Just kill the dead rotten reptiles king and the 6 giants to save the Abyss Island? Little Kun confirmed, exactly. Thus, I plan to target several of the biggest dead rotten reptiles strongholds on the map, taking them out one by one, not only to enhance my combat skills, but also to improve the environment. 2 birds with 1 stone. But first, I need to fill my rumbling stomach and replenish my energy. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape had already strung up the skewers. Ape's sister is really diligent. She's already strung them all up. Ancient Ape picked up the strung skewers, asking me to start a fire, but I sighed. I'm nearly drained now. How am I supposed to produce fire? How about this, Ape's sister? I'll teach you how to start a fire with wood instead. Ancient Ape looked puzzled, but under my guidance, she fetched the tools for fire, starting by wood friction. I instructed, Ape's sister, just rub this wooden plank back and forth like this. Watching Ancient Ape grow increasingly impatient, I kept cheering her on. Yes, just like that. Put some more effort into it. With our joint efforts, we finally saw a small flame. Ancient Ape carefully placed the ember under the stacked firewood, gave me a peace gesture, then happily began to grill the skewers, while I leaned back, waiting to enjoy the food. An hour later, with my stomach growling, I asked Ancient Ape, is the food ready yet? I'm starving. Ancient Ape, sweating profusely, said it wasn't ready yet. Another hour passed, and the skewers still weren't cooked. I kept urging, Ape's sister, are the skewers ready yet? I'm so hungry I could die. At that moment, Ancient Ape, with veins popping and a face as dark as iron, suddenly flipped the grill over, roaring, why won't it cook? What the heck is happening? I picked up a skewer to inspect it and found that despite such a long time grilling, the skewers hadn't changed at all. At this point, Little Kun said, it's uncooked because their energy doesn't belong to this world. The flames of this world can't ignite them. Your burst breath and radioactive heat ray are also alien powers. That's why you can scorch them. So that's it. I finally understood. No matter how powerful, the monsters on this island can't truly kill the dead rotten reptiles. Only I am an exception. At that moment, I also realized why Ancient Ape's parents, despite banding together with many powerful beings to fight the dead rotten reptiles, never returned without any news. They all died in vain. I wonder what Ancient Ape would think if she knew this. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it any longer. I'll starve if I don't eat soon. So, I took a bite of the skewer. If it can't be cooked, then raw it is. It's not like I haven't eaten raw before. Upon swallowing, I immediately began to question my life choices and spat it out in a hurry. This is just too disgusting. My mouth and stomach burned. This stuff is toxic when eaten raw. Looking disdainfully at the skewer, but without any other option, for the sake of evolution points, for energy, I decided to go for it. Ancient Ape covered her mouth in disgust. In my mind, I reconciled. Just pretend it's a super spicy hot pot. As I swallowed, my evolution points started to rise rapidly. Alright, I've eaten enough by now. I let out a burst breath and lit the fire pit. Ancient Ape watched as the dead crawlers finally started to cook, thinking, only Dragon Brother's flames can cook these crawlers, meaning only Dragon Brother can truly kill these dead rotten reptiles. In previous battles, it was always Dragon Brother's burst breath that secured victory. It seems I haven't been much help. Looking at Ancient Ape, who seemed lost in thought beside her beloved skewers, I couldn't help but wonder, what's got into this girl? She looks so down even in front of her favorite food. Could it be because of PMS? Just then, a dark shadow flew towards us from the sky, landing on a nearby mountaintop. It was the Deathlark and its winged minions. The Deathlark looked down at us, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, it's those two. Wait, the corpses up front are. When it saw clearly, its face was full of surprise. It hadn't expected them to have actually killed Venom. Originally, the Deathlark had come for revenge. Before, it had a full head of black hair and had almost killed Venom. Unexpectedly, Venom suddenly unleashed a barrage of attacks, catching the Deathlark off guard, not only leaving it bald, but also surrounded by dead rotten reptiles. Venom's strength was something it knew all too well. It was unbelievable that Venom had been killed by them. At that moment, its winged dragon underling said, Boss, while they're weak, should we finish them off? But the Deathlark turned back and flew away, saying, let them go for now. The priority is to catch that Blade Wolf. Who knows where it has escaped to? At this time, I was completely oblivious to the recent recent danger, still enjoying the feast. Congratulations on your first devouring of one of the hands of dead rotten reptiles king. Venom. Skill reward. Explosive bomb. A weakened version of burst breath. Explosive bomb. Short charge time. Can bounce twice off surfaces. Both hitting and explosive effects. Can be used continuously, with the third explosion being more powerful. Just as I was thanking the sixth prince for giving me a skill even after his death, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations on your 10,000th devouring of a mysterious realm creature. Reward 2 million evolution points. Little Cohen finally made a bold move, but I couldn't help wondering, what the hell is a mysterious realm creature? There was no such notification when devouring dead rotten reptiles before. Little Cohen explained, the corrupting force of the previous dead rotten reptiles was too weak to be analyzed. This time, by analyzing a sample of venom, we discovered that this energy actually comes from a mysterious realm. No wonder Venom and the others had strange abilities that even the monster compass couldn't detect. It is said that a major disaster occurred in this world in ancient times, causing parts of space to be separated and forming a hidden space called the mysterious realm. The powerful creatures and energies of the ancient era were preserved in the mysterious realm, forming diverse ecological chains. Venom and the others came from beneath Abyss Island, so it's very likely that there is an entrance to the mysterious realm underground. Hearing Little Kun's explanation, I was full of anticipation. If I could enter the mysterious realm and binge eat, I could definitely burst out more orange gear and evolution points. Little Kun then opened the system market. With a burst of light, Little Kun quickly grew larger. I searched around the mall for a while and finally found the life fruit I had given to Ancient Ape last time. It cost 500,000 evolution points. That's expensive, I thought to myself in surprise. Still, I clicked to buy a life fruit. Forget it. For Ape's sister, 500,000 is fine. It might be because of the corrosive nature of the venom bomb, but Ancient Ape's wounds never healed, especially the bald spot on her back. Ape's sister, eat this. It will heal your wounds. Speaking of baldness, it made me think of the Deathlark. Could its head and neck have become bald from fighting with the dead rotten reptiles? After Ancient Ape swallowed the life fruit, her body was surrounded by a green light, and not only did her wounds heal quickly, but she also grew taller. Dragon brother, do you have any more of these fruits? Send me a few more. You think these are cabbages by the road? I paid for these myself. I didn't expect the life fruit to work so well. It seems I can exchange more for Ancient Ape in the future. I could even use the life fruit to negotiate with that bald bird. At this moment, Ancient Ape looked at me with a mischievous smile. I'm finally taller than Dragon brother now. Is that so? You better watch out. I put the remaining 1,500,000 evolution points all on height, and I was immediately surrounded by golden light. Ancient Ape covered her eyes because it was too bright. Then she looked up to me in shock and confusion. Dragon brother, how did you become so tall all of a sudden? I was smug, thinking, if I say I'm a cheat, you probably wouldn't understand. Let me try out the new skills next, I said excitedly. Ancient Ape saw the light shining from my dorsal fin and was immediately startled. Dragon brother, what are you doing? When she saw the energy gathering in my mouth, she jumped high in fright. The next second, an explosive bomb burst forth from my mouth, flying toward the dead rotten reptile's nest. No way, it's not burst breath, Ancient Ape said in confusion. The explosive bomb hit the dead rotten reptile's nest and unexpectedly bounced back. How did it come back? Ancient Ape, frightened, immediately lay down on the ground to dodge. The explosive bomb hit the mountain wall and bounced back, flying towards the sky. This skill really works well. It looks like I need to hit more dead rotten reptile's nest. Ancient Ape, astonished, is this the Venom's bouncing bomb ability? At this moment, the Deathlark, which had just left, was leading its minions in search of the Wolverine when it suddenly felt a chill on its back. It turned around and was startled to see the explosive bomb rapidly approaching. In desperation, it quickly grabbed a minion beside it to shield itself from the explosive bomb. So it's not a venom bomb. That scared me to death. I thought the venom had come back to life. It's those two again. I'll settle the score with you next time. 2 days later, Ancient Ape and I were doing strength training. Ape's sister, today brother will take you to another dead rotten reptile's nest, just as we've run out of food. Ancient Ape, hearing that we were going to look for fresh ingredients, immediately lit up with excitement. Just then, the cry of a pterosaur was heard. Could it be another pterosaur coming to crash the party? I saw 2 mutated pterosaurs fly over our heads, one of them pecking fiercely at the other's head. What's going on? Are they fighting among themselves? There seems to be something on that pterosaur's neck. A pterosaur rider? I saw a handsome man with a sword on his back and long hair draped over his shoulders lying on the back of the pterosaur, another sword deeply embedded in the pterosaur's neck. The handsome man slowly pulled out the large sword from his back, then leaped up and slashed at the pterosaur above. What am I seeing? A man actually riding a pterosaur, slashing at another with a sword. There are still pterosaur riders on Abyss Island. Soon, 2 more pterosaurs rushed to join the fight. The pterosaur rider was suddenly startled as one of the pterosaurs pecked fiercely at him. He jumped to dodge the attack, but the pterosaur he was on was killed by its peer. The pterosaur rider used the jump to reach the side of another pterosaur and stabbed fiercely into its eye. The pterosaur screamed in pain, frantically shaking its head trying to throw the pterosaur rider off. The pterosaur rider leaped again, reaching the back of the pterosaur, and attacked its its wings furiously. The pterosaur screamed skyward and plunged toward the ground. The pterosaur rider stabilized his position by stabbing another sword into the pterosaur's neck, and they were falling directly towards where Ancient Ape and I were standing. Ancient Ape shouted, "Dragon brother, it's coming for us." The next second, she began to gather energy, instantly transforming into a monster form, and roared upward. She uprooted a large tree next to her and hurled it fiercely at the falling pterosaur. The tree hit the pterosaur's head accurately and smashed into the nearby forest with a bang, scattering several large trees. The pterosaur rider swiftly maneuvered through the flying tree trunks, landing right in front of me and Ancient Ape. He walked towards us, muttering, "I've finally found you." The pterosaur rider turned to look at Ancient Ape. "She is that female ape." He sniffed me briefly and confirmed, "You must be that thunder dragon." I was completely bewildered, with no recollection. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Little Cohen, I thought to myself, you better explain clearly. Did I really travel to a world of cultivation or a Western fantasy world? The pterosaur rider put the sword to his mouth and coldly said, "We've met before. How could you forget me so quickly? You are that Wolverine who wanted the sword. Is this your human form? That is amazing. Why could all the animals in this world change into human beings? Is that a common practice now?" At this moment, the Wolverine stated it wanted to fight me again. "I lost to you last time because I was in wolf form. This time, in human form, I won't lose again." I just felt this guy was nuts, suddenly coming over to challenge me to a fight, and talking as if he had been at a disadvantage fighting me as a wolf instead of as a human. Looking at the Wolverine getting ready to attack while lying on the ground, I was facepalming. "Did you mistakenly eat a transformation fruit? But your transformation isn't complete. A wolf's head on a human body, and walking on your four limbs. Could it be that the transformation fruit you ate was unripe, so its power is limited?" The Wolverine suddenly leaped high, roaring from its mouth, and slashed at me. I quickly jumped to the side to dodge the attack. "Damn it, you mean it. I didn't say I accept your duel." Seeing that I wasn't fighting back, the Wolverine seemed very angry and crazily slashed at me a few more times. "Fight back. Otherwise, you'll die." For a moment, I was in grave danger, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this body isn't as tough as a Kuwait dragon's. I can't take a hit." Seeing me in danger, Ancient Ape's eyes flashed fiercely, and she roared and smashed at the Wolverine. The Wolverine jumped back, dodging Ancient Ape's attack. As soon as it landed, Ancient Ape immediately swung her fist and chased after it. After transforming into a human form, the Wolverine was very fast, dodging Ancient Ape's attacks with several quick moves and lunging straight at me. That female ape isn't human at all. She knows nothing about human fighting skills. She's fighting like a monster. My goal is to fight you. At this moment, Ancient Ape, unable to catch the Wolverine, seemed extremely angry, swinging her huge fists and smashing towards the Wolverine, completely unaware that I was below. With a boom, Ancient Ape's fist landed right beside my feet. "Ape sister, distinguish between friend and enemy when you fight. You almost sent me off just now." The Wolverine jumped behind me, scoffing, "Ape girl, our situation is now the exact opposite of when we first met. But sorry, I don't have time to deal with you now. I just want to fight a human." I looked at Ancient Ape, thinking, such low-level provocation. Ape sister won't fall for it. But the next second, Ancient Ape, like crazy, pounced on the Wolverine and punched a rock to pieces. Damn, she fell into his tricks. While running, I yelled, "You bad-tempered girl. Didn't I tell you to be careful around me when fighting?" Just then, the Wolverine suddenly jumped behind me, holding a knife to my neck, and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be a human being. What does this wolf head mean? Is he talking about my current form?" I smiled and replied, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I prefer to fight in monster form. I've given up on being a human for many years. Being able to switch freely between human and monster is indeed impressive. Why do you refuse to fight with me in your human form? You're sick. I could easily overpower you with my size. So why would I fight you in human form? Besides, you're holding two large swords, while I have nothing. Only a fool would fight you in human form. You could even slaughter a wind pterosaur." The Wolverine looked up at me, sneering, "I don't know how you became a monster, but a monster's body doesn't suit you." I scoffed, "How could the tiny human body be of any use in Abyss Island? There are monsters everywhere." The Wolverine continued, "Because the fighting skills developed by human beings work best when you are in human form." After saying that, he posed for an attack, leaped upwards using a large tree, and lunged at me. "Watch out, I'm going to stab your throat." Before I could react, my throat was slashed by the Wolverine. He stared at me, coldly reminding, "And now I'm coming for your face." As the Wolverine lunged at me again, I instinctively tensed up and reflexively reached out to slap him. The Wolverine flipped over, stepping on my arm, his face full of smugness. "I am only a bite away from your mouth, but still you chose to raise your arm." Indeed, humans instinctively use their hands when they are nervous. Humans have flexible hands and maximize their use, but at the same time, this over-reliance is also their greatest weakness. Just as the knife was about to pierce my eye, the Wolverine stopped, sneered, and said, "It seems you really are a human being. Thank God this worked." "What do you mean by that?" I asked, filled with confusion. It seems that this Wolverine has deep connections with humans, to be so familiar with human behavior. Could it be that his martial arts and sword techniques were also learned from humans? While I was pondering, a huge dark shadow suddenly flew over. The Wolverine looked up calmly and said, "She won't give me a second chance to jump." The next second, the death lark Deathlark suddenly appeared, grabbing the Wolverine with one claw. It's that Deathlark, daring to snatch people in my territory. You will pay for it. I fired an explosive bomb at the Deathlark, who was immediately startled. Damn, not this thing again. She casually grabbed a minion beside her to shield herself, and the explosive bullet bomb bounced off the pterosaur's body to one side. The Deathlark was puzzled. What's going on? It didn't explode. As soon as she finished speaking, the explosive bomb bounced back, directly hitting her body. Damn, that hurts. The Deathlark fell downwards, releasing the Wolverine. This is the third time I've shot down that weird bird, I exclaimed. You're cool, dragon brother, Ancient Ape said. Looking at the Wolverine falling, I thought, he clearly had the chance to seriously injure me just now, but didn't follow through, just wanted to spar with me. Moreover, he seems very familiar with humans. If I could recruit him to fight against the dead rotten reptiles together, he'd definitely be a great help. Now's a good time to do him a favor. So, I sent Ancient Ape to rescue the Wolverine, while I ran towards where the Deathlark was falling. But when I got there was no sign of the Deathlark. Strange. Did she just run off without caring about the Wolverine and her own minions? Just then, there was a rustle from the bushes nearby. Following the sound, I found an injured girl hanging from a vine. Recalling Little Cohen's mention of the transformation into human form through energy fluctuations, my eyes nearly popped out. You're that ugly bird. You really can transform into a human, and you're a female too, but you're much prettier this way. Shut up, you ugly dragon. The bird girl responded angrily. You've ruined my plans many times. The first time, that female monkey ate my transformation fruit. She transformed into human and ran away. I searched everywhere for her, yet you saved her. The second time, you ate my transformation fruit. I tried to stop you, and you injured me. The third time, I decided to eat that female monkey to punish her for eating my transformation fruit, and you interrupted me again. I haven't made you pay for these yet. The Wolverine also took my transformation fruit, which is why I went hunting him, but you stopped me again. She continued, but considering you helped me get rid of the venom, I'll forgive you for stealing my fruit. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and don't interfere with me capturing the Wolverine. I chuckled. I was originally planning to catch you and roast you on a skewer. That's why I came here following your traces, but seeing you are only a weird-tempered girl, I've decided to let you go. How about we negotiate? Would you be willing to cooperate with me to fight the dead rotten reptiles? Instead of being grateful, the bird girl retorted haughtily, why should I cooperate with an ugly dragon like you? Because we have a common enemy, like the dead rotten reptiles, and their 6 princes. Venom. Venom? That's only because I've been too busy and occupied at the moment. Otherwise, I would have killed Venom myself. Is that so? That's not what I heard. Ape's sister said you suffered a great defeat. Many of your feathers were plucked out. The bird girl blushed deeply. Shut up, but don't worry about that. I have a fruit that can help your feathers grow back. Just when I thought the bird girl was about to compromise, she laughed and said, you're really smart. You almost got me, but I know why you're doing this. You're trying to buy time for that female monkey to rescue the Wolverine. Did you think I was unprepared? Open your eyes and look. I turned to see, and suddenly 2 ancient god pterosaurs, not only grabbing the Wolverine, but also took control of Ancient Ape, taking her into the sky. Dare to touch Ape's sister? Do you still not understand your own situation? The bird girl sneered, pulling out 3 feathers. Do you think I would allow myself to be trampled upon you? From the beginning, I never took you as a challenge. These feathers are very precious. I didn't expect to use them on someone like you. After saying that, she flung the feathers from her hand like wind blades, scattering in all directions. Let me show you what I am capable of. Is this a magic attack? She even had such a powerful move up her sleeve. The wind blades cut a large tree in half, and countless wounds were also slashed across my body. If you knew how precious the feathers in my hand are, you would be grateful for my generosity. As she released the light from the second feather, suddenly countless tornadoes uprooted the trees, and the powerful wind pressure pinned me to the ground, unable to move. That feather was a punishment for you saving that female monkey, and this one is for helping the Wolverine. Countless tree trunks fell, pinning my body down and making it impossible for me to move. At that moment, the Deathlark took out a 3rd feather, smirking at me contemptuously. I strained to lift my body, thinking, in my current state, another hit would leave me disabled if not dead. But the next second, the bird girl put away the feather. I was thinking of punishing you for stealing the transformation fruit, but seeing you now on your knees, I'll let you off this time. Do you realize the gap in our strengths now? After speaking, her body emitted a burst of golden light, transformed into the Deathlark, and chased after her pterosaur minions. This ugly bird is definitely not the kind type. Why would she let go of me? She could have easily ended my life, I thought, watching Ancient Ape and the Wolverine about to be taken away. I didn't have time to consider these things. I mustered all my strength to stand up, gathered an explosive bomb in my mouth, and shot it at the Deathlark. Take that, damn ugly bird. The Deathlark turned her head, disdainfully said, scaring me with that pathetic light ball again? Do you think I'm stupid? It bounces 3 times before it explodes. I just need to kick it away in advance. I fired several more explosive bombs. You can dodge 1 explosive bomb, but what about 3? The Deathlark looked at me as if I were an idiot. Are you insulting my intelligence? No matter how many of these pathetic things you have, they're useless. But my target was not her. It was the pterosaur minions behind her. Cut it out, stupid bird. You think I really wanted to hit you? I might have failed in physical education, precision, but I'm a master of geometry. As the explosive bomb bounced for the second time, it hit the pterosaur holding the wolverine. It was like fireworks in the sky. The pterosaur holding Ancient Ape was also successfully hit. The Deathlark was dumbfounded. You were using me? At that moment, the other pterosaur still struggling to drag Ancient Ape's hefty body upward. Ancient Ape seized the moment, grabbed its wing, flipped over, and landed on top of it, using the pterosaur as a cushion for a safe landing. I hurried over to ask if Ancient Ape was okay. Ancient Ape, however, reproachfully said, "Sorry, Dragon Bro, I couldn't complete the task you gave me to rescue the wolverine. It's okay. I just saw the wolverine fall into the forest behind us. He should be fine. Let's deal with this ugly bird first." Ape sister, just find something to smash on that weird bird's head. No sooner had I spoken than Ancient Ape threw the body of the pterosaur from the ground, but the Deathlark easily dodged it. Damn, not the pterosaur. I haven't devoured that one yet. You dodged the first move, but what about the second? Ugly bird, watch as I burn off all the feathers. Burst breath. Unexpectedly, she dodged the burst breath as well. The Deathlark angrily said, "How dare you attack my precious feathers, you filthy man." Just then, Ancient Ape and I both gasped as we saw a pterosaur suddenly fly high, with the wolverine lying on its belly. He suddenly sprang up and lunged at the Deathlark. Watching the approaching wolverine, the Deathlark easily dodged backward. The wolverine sped up again and snipped off the few remaining feathers on top of the Deathlark's head. Tears in her eyes, the Deathlark dove sharply after the falling feathers. Ancient Ape and I watched in disbelief as the wolverine, his eyes shining with golden light, chuckled, "As long as I can predict the movement and target your weakness, there's nothing I can't cut through." I suddenly realized the wolverine ability to easily snap the weird bird's feathers makes him her natural nemesis. So, I lavishly praised him. "How marvelous, Mr. Wolverine. How about you join us? We can fight against this bird together." But who knew? Not only was the wolverine unappreciative, he even said, "Look at your size. How could you be of any use in this jungle?" Damn, didn't expect this wolverine to hold a grudge, I thought to myself. But to win over the wolverine, I shamelessly said, "You're right, Mr. Wolverine. On this monster-infested Abyss Island, indeed, it is the human body that has its uses. So, Mr. Wolverine, how about we first deal with this weird bird, and then I'll transform into human form and have a proper fight with you." The Deathlark was visibly annoyed and angrily said, licking his boots, "Ugly dragon, do you have no monster dignity? I just spared your life. How could you be so ungrateful and ask the wolf to attack my feathers?" She knew if we teamed up, she couldn't beat us, so she prepared to flee. Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy. What do you want then? Expect me to apologize? No way. I blackmailed her with her own feathers. Either join us to fight the dead rotten reptiles king, or leave your magical feathers behind. The Deathlark scoffed. "Just the three of you? You think I can't fly away? Want to get slashed? Just try it." I reminded her, "This dense forest is disadvantageous for you. Mr. Wolverine is watching you from the tree branches." However, the Deathlark didn't believe it, flapping her wings preparing to take off. The wolverine disappeared in an instant, reappearing above the Deathlark, raising his blade to strike her. "He's serious." The Deathlark ducked her head to avoid the attack, but lost her balance and sat down hard on the ground. She looked up at her circling pterosaur minions and let out a distressed sound, prompting several pterosaurs to dive at us. By then, Ancient Ape had already picked up a tree trunk, ready to swing. She smacked one of the pterosaurs like a baseball. As the pterosaurs swarmed us, the Deathlark bolted, trying to shake off the wolverine and then fly into the sky. As she turned into an ostrich, I thought to myself, then chased after her. "Silly bird, on the ground. Those skinny legs of yours can't outrun me." I suddenly accelerated past her, spun around. Dragon kill. I slammed heavily into her, sending her flying hundreds of meters. "How about it, ugly bird? Our strength isn't too shabby. Want to join us three in taking down the king of the dead rotten reptiles?" The wolverine, however, looked confused. "Wait a minute, when did I agree to join you against the king of the dead rotten reptiles?" I ignored him and continued speaking to the Deathlark. "Join us, or leave behind a wing." I revealed a charming smile. Suddenly, the Deathlark exploded in anger. "If you're asking me this way, you're no different from that stupid ape." Just then, the wolverine swung his blade, cutting off the feathers on her tail and swiftly turning them into fragments. The Deathlark grew even angrier, bellowing, "Do you know how precious these feathers are? Each one is the life essence of a monster on this island." It turns out she was turning monsters into humans, then devouring their cores and storing the energy in her feathers. My expression darkened immediately. "So that's why you've been relentlessly hunting Ancient Ape and the wolverine. Since we can't be friends, then you're an enemy. I will never let an enemy who threatens our lives go." The Deathlark scoffed. "Even if you let me go now, I wouldn't leave." Her tail began to spin rapidly. "Abyss Island is facing a disaster. These feathers are the energy trusted to me by the monsters of the island, and you not only failed to help but wasted their goodwill. Do you know how angry they are now?" Before I could say more, several tornadoes descended from the sky. "Prepare to face my wrath." Damn, the feathers from those two tails must be more than 50. Looks like this weird bird is pulling out her ace card. I felt a sense of dread. The next second, a deadly hurricane centered around the ugly bird, picked up the surrounding large trees and hurled stones everywhere. Even I, as strong as Godzilla, couldn't withstand it and was instantly blown away, tumbling across the ground. I had just steadied myself when Ancient Ape shouted from a deep pit, "Dragon Dragon bro, take shelter in this pit. Ape sister, glad you're okay. Where's the Wolverine? This is like cheating. The attack is like a natural disaster. How are we supposed to fight this? As soon as I spoke, I noticed the wind weakening. Could it be that the death larks used up all her feathers? Is that Wolverine? So it was him who got her attention. It's strange. Clearly Ancient Ape and I pose a greater threat to the death lark, but why does she keep chasing after Wolverine? Could it be out of love? Even if Wolverine is agile, he's probably helpless against a tornado. We need to figure something out. Suddenly, a flock of shadows flew from a distance. Actually a group of Dimorphodon pterosaurs. These creatures, though not large in size, have a flying speed, sharp teeth, and tremendous biting force that can quickly gnaw prey larger than themselves into bones. Ugly bird, this is the third time you summon helpers here. I don't know you are friends with these death pterosaurs. At that moment, the death lark glanced at Ancient Ape and me, then made a sound to her pterosaur minions. Sure enough, this flock of death pterosaurs swooped down on Ancient Ape and me. Damn, they're really coming for us. Ape sister, run. Ancient Ape, clearly annoyed. Dragon bro, why run? They're just a bunch of little chicks. I'll skewer them up. Won't that be delicious? Didn't you see their teeth are sharper than Wolverine's blades? If we run slow, we'll turn into a pile of bones in minutes. Mentioning Wolverine, I suddenly slammed on the brakes. Mr. Wolverine is still in danger. Ape sister, leave this to me. Seize the chance to break out and support Mr. Wolverine. I let out a dragon roar to the sky, causing the pterosaurs to briefly enter a stunned state, and with a dragon tail whip, I took care of a few of the little ones in front of me. Ancient Ape took the opportunity to dash out. The pterosaurs that came to their senses began biting me non-stop. Damn little chicks, relying on their numbers to keep me on my toes. Their attacks fast and dense. These audacious little things. Biting me? Don't teach me how to bite. I'm an expert. You have successfully devoured a Dimorphodon pterosaur. Evolution points increased by 900. Congratulations on your first devouring of a Dimorphodon pterosaur, receiving a special reward of 5,000 evolution points. Detecting severe damage to the host's body. Evolution points are automatically deducted to repair wounds. There's an unexpected gain. Turns out the evolution points gained in devouring can also heal wounds, but it doesn't mean they are not painful. Damn it, it's just a little pain. As long as I eat quicker than you attack, there's no way I'll lose this battle. As I continued devouring, my evolution points increased, and the system kept repairing my wounds. Bring it on, you chickens. Let's see who survives at last. At that moment, wrapped in a tornado, the death lark furiously attacked the Wolverine, who easily dodged her blows. Although the tornado increased her speed, the Wolverine could predict her movements in advance, making dodging not difficult. But as long as he couldn't break through the tornado barrier wrapping her, his defeat was only a matter of time. So, while he still had the strength, the Wolverine sprinted far away, hoping those two fools would seize the chance to escape. Regrettably, he didn't get to fight Thunder Dragon in his human form. While he was pondering, Ancient Ape dropped from the sky, shielding the Wolverine behind her. You big fool, what are you doing here? This isn't your fight. Seeing Ancient Ape arrive, the death lark immediately unleashed a death tornado, which with a bang, hit Ancient Ape directly, blasting her back hundreds of meters. Wolverine jumped in front of Ancient Ape and said, her target is me. Let me handle her myself. You're welcome, Mr. Wolverine. Dragon Brother said that if we're friends, we should share the burden. You silly girl, who's being polite with you? Can't you see that I think you're in the way? Ancient Ape firmly said, then let's suffer the defeat together. No matter what happens, we won't abandon you. That remark made Wolverine recall some memories from his past. Images of the past with his master appeared. Little soldier, don't follow me. You're so big, you'll be in the way. I won't leave you. It was a similar scene, just with the roles reversed. These two are truly adorable. While they were talking, the death lark suddenly appeared, grabbing Ancient Ape with one claw. Wolverine, seeing this, became extremely angry, slashed at her leg, but it had no effect. He put his blade in his mouth, pressed down on the blade with his right hand, and slashed at the death lark again, unleashing his special move Dazzle Slash. Although this slash forced the death lark to stagger backward, she used a death tornado to hurl stones at Wolverine in the moment she fell. Wolverine was hit by a flying boulder and sent flying, but luckily Ancient Ape caught him in time. Taking advantage of the death lark's distraction, Ancient Ape quickly carried him towards me. At this time, with my powerful blood-sucking ability, I had defeated all the Dimorphodon pterosaurs. Seeing Ancient Ape bringing Wolverine over, I gave her a thumbs up. Ape sister, well done. I didn't expect you to rescue Wolverine from the death lark. However, Wolverine complained, this is no different from killing yourself. Why didn't you run away? Do you think you can defeat that monster? Her attacks are like natural disasters. I said seriously, outlining my plan. I plan to lure the death lark into a narrow, unventilated place to trap her. Wolverine was stunned by my contemplative look. Humans look so cool when they think, but how to lure her there is the problem. At this point, Wolverine explained, the reason the death lark keeps chasing me, she wants to take the crystal nucleus from my body, so let me be the bait. She'll definitely fall for it, Wolverine said. Ancient Ape suggested using the Venom Cave. Last time I saw the death lark getting beaten up was also in a similar cave. Wolverine doesn't know the location of that cave, so let me be the bait instead. I didn't want Ancient Ape to be in danger and strongly urged her not to take the risk, suggesting we could think of another way. Just then, the death lark flew up high, spotted our location, and swiftly charged towards us. Ancient Ape shouted loudly, "Dragon bro, let me go. I know this dense forest best, and I've been fighting the dead rotten reptiles here long before you came to Abyss Island. Indeed, I've always seen Ancient Ape as someone I needed to protect, but she's also capable of handling things on her own. So, I agreed to let Ancient Ape act as the bait while Wolverine and I try to slow down the Deathlark. You ride Little Tangerine, that way, it's faster and safer," I told Ancient Ape, then yelled toward the lair, "Little Tangerine, come here. You can finally make some contributions. To better attract the Deathlark, I had Wolverine hide inside my mouth. Soon after, Little Tangerine arrived, and our battle plan officially began. Ancient Ape, transformed into human form, rode Little Tangerine toward the lair of Venom. As they sprinted, she kept heading toward the cave. However, when she looked back at the Deathlark, she realized it hadn't followed her. Instead, she was searching for Wolverine. To better draw the Deathlark's attention, Ancient Ape told Little Tangerine to wait up front while she grabbed a vine and leaped onto a large tree. She beat her chest, taunting the Deathlark, "You ugly bird, I'm right here." Two giant Smilodon, seeing Ancient Ape's antics, said disdainfully, "Here we go again. That's how my cousins lost their lives. They fell into her trap and then were eaten by that dragon. Such outdated trick. Only idiots will." They hadn't finished speaking when a shadow flashed above them. Suddenly a fierce wind arose, and trees were uprooted. The two giant Smilodon hugged each other in fright, their courage falling to the ground. Watching the approaching Deathlark, Ancient Ape leaped down from the tree, and Little Tangerine caught her smoothly. "Little Tangerine, the weird bird has been lured here. Quickly dive into the bushes ahead." At that moment, the Deathlark, thinking Ancient Ape was unstable in her transformation and had reverted to human form during the intense battle, "You're really unlucky. Before I capture Wolverine, I'll use you to replenish my spent energy." Since her large size was a disadvantage in the forest, she prepared to call on her pterosaur minions to lead the way. But when she looked back, she found her pterosaur minions were being bitten by the Thunder Dragon. She cursed them as useless and then let out a loud cry, shaking out people again. With a rumbling sound, a large flock of mutated dodos and several mutated Archaeopteryxes appeared behind Ancient Ape. "What kind of fools are these chasing us?" Little Tangerine turned and dove into the bushes, darting and jumping inside. But the Archaeopteryxes in the air, like reconnaissance drones, blocked Little Tangerine's path wherever he went, and they were nearly attacked by the dodos several times. I then advised Ancient Ape, "First, take down the three Archaeopteryxes overhead. They're leading the way for the weird bird and the dodos." Ancient Ape quickly understood, grabbed a vine, and jumped from Little Tangerine. The Archaeopteryxes were startled to find Ancient Ape missing. "Silly bird, looking for me? I'm right here." Ancient Ape leaped down, entangling a vine around one Archaeopteryx. The other two, unable to break in time, also crashed into it. The three Archaeopteryxes were entangled by the vines and couldn't escape. "How about that, silly bird? This is the bird-catching net Dragon bro taught me." I shouted to Ancient Ape, "Be careful, the Deathlark is right behind you." A gust of wind blew towards Ancient Ape's back, but fortunately, she clung tightly to the tree trunk, preventing her from being blown away. At this moment, I had already reached behind the Deathlark, ramming into her with my thorn armor, and I fired the wolf bomb at her. Watching Wolverine stand on the explosive bomb, the Deathlark exclaimed. She ducked her neck, dodging the attack, and taunted me about my poor aim. The next second, Wolverine forcefully stepped on the explosive bomb, which suddenly changed direction and smashed toward the Deathlark. The Deathlark wasn't panicked. This thing only has power on the third hit. She hadn't finished her sentence when a blow landed heavily on her neck, as it was indeed the third hit. "Are you poor at numbers? Count again." Wolverine didn't give the Deathlark a chance to recover, aiming for the spot hit by the explosive bomb and executing his Dazzle Slash. The two attacks hit the same spot, sending the weird bird plummeting downwards. At that moment, Ancient Ape let out a sigh of relief. "That was close. I almost got caught. Little Tangerine, run, we're almost there." Meanwhile, injured by me and Wolverine, the Deathlark was furious. The next second, she went berserk. "You sneaky bastards, I won't let you off." A flock of dodos chased after Ancient Ape while Little Tangerine desperately sprinted. At that moment, the Deathlark suddenly realized, "This seems to be Venom's territory. What is that female monkey up to?" But Venom is already dead. "I want to see what you can pull off." Watching Little Tangerine and others dive into Venom's cave, the dodos in front suddenly stopped abruptly, the ones behind crashing into them. They trembled in fear at the entrance of Venom's cave. At that time, Ancient Ape laughed from inside the cave, mission accomplished. But when she turned around, she realized the weird bird hadn't followed. At that moment, the Deathlark was yelling at her minions, "You useless things. Venom has already been taken down. What are you still afraid of? Get in there and capture that female monkey." Ancient Ape thought to herself, "Most monsters dare not step foot here, but it seems the weird bird knows Venom is gone. What to do?" Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since these guys are so scared of Venom, what if I mimic Venom's roar? Will they run away in terror? The next second, a roar resembling Venom's echoed from the cave. A drop of cold sweat slid down the forehead of the Deathlark. Damn it, that roar. The Archaeopteryx and the dodos were so frightened that they turned and fled. "What a bunch of idiots. Can't you tell someone is mimicking Venom's roar?" the Deathlark cursed. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape was still in the cave, continuing to prepare. roar. As Ancient Ape kept mimicking Venom's roar, watching her fleeing minions, the Deathlark was so enraged her veins bulged. "You cowards! All of you get out of my way!" At that moment, Wolverine appeared on the hillside, raised his hand to cut off a huge rock, which then rolled down the hill, heading straight for the Deathlark. The Deathlark barely managed to brace herself with her limbs, and at that moment, I leapt from the top of the hill. Rolling gourd, dragon kill, rolling gourd, thorn armor. With a bang, I crashed hard into the Deathlark, and with a crackling sound, we both tumbled into the depths of the cave. With another bang, I landed hard on the ground, rubbing my old back, and wondered, did I turn into human form because the fall was too painful? Where's that bird? I saw the Deathlark not far from me, also transformed back into human form, and she was a girl with torn black stockings. "You arrogant weird bird, beaten back into your original form by me. How about that? Are you convinced now?" However, the bird girl immediately rushed over and bit me. Even that Wolverine doesn't bite like this. Don't think that just because you're a girl now, I won't fight back. Just then, I saw the scars on her neck and couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Just as I reached out to check her injuries, she slapped my hand away. "Sorry, did I hurt you?" Only then did the bird girl realize she had also transformed into human form. Blushing profusely, she slowly backed away, covering her torn clothes. Just at that moment, Wolverine's big blade was at her neck. "Don't move. Move again, and I'll cut off your neck. How about it, arrogant girl? Now do you admit it? The three of us together, even with your full power unleashed, a disaster level like you still fell to us, didn't you?" The bird girl, still defiant, "Use full power against you guys? You think too highly of yourselves. Those feathers are incredibly precious to me. Why would I waste them on you weaklings? Still being stubborn. If you transform back into a monster bird now, aren't you practically bald?" Caught by my words, the bird girl immediately became unhappy. "Dare you let me transform back into a monster? Aren't you afraid I'll swallow you all in one bite?" I just smiled indifferently. "In this cave, I'm really not afraid of you turning back into a monster bird. By the way, what happened to the wound on your neck? Ancient Ape and I have had similar wounds before." At this, the bird girl became serious and explained, "You should know, no matter how severely injured the dead rotten reptiles are, they always recover quickly. To kill them, I had to consume them entirely, but the toxins in their bodies have caused me great pain. The scars on my neck are a side effect." Ancient Ape chimed in, smacking her lips. "I used to eat dead rotten reptiles raw too. They're not only disgusting, but also cause stomach pain. But after meeting Dragon Brother, his flames not only kill the dead rotten reptiles, but also roast them perfectly, and with a bit of seasoning, they taste really delicious." Though reluctant to admit it, the bird girl conceded, "Although I hate to acknowledge it, your flames do indeed kill the dead rotten reptiles, which is more than any other monster here can claim." Hearing her say that, I was thrilled. "Does this mean you agree to join us in taking on the king of the dead rotten reptiles?" But Bird Sister responded haughtily, "3 rookies beating me once, and you expect me to look at you differently? Dream on. I still need to observe more. Wolverine, get your crappy blade away from me. Don't point it at me. Since you're not objecting, I'll take that as a yes." I laughed. "Since we're all partners now, let's get to know each other better. I don't need to introduce Ape Sister. Everyone knows her. My name is Linshin. I come from the deep sea. I arrived at this island by chance, was deeply attracted by its beauty, and met Ape Sister, so I decided to settle here. Mr. Wolverine, I'm curious why you have so many human weapons, and can even use human fighting skills. As for Bird Sister, I'd really like to know your story with the transformation fruit tree." At this point, Wolverine turned his head away. "I never agreed to join you in fighting the king of the dead rotten reptiles, so my story is not up for discussion right now." Bird Sister urged me not to expect much from Wolverine, calling him a coward who wouldn't dare confront the king of the dead rotten reptiles directly. Wolverine retorted, "I'm not like you, weird bird. You might disregard your subordinates, but I can't. I have to protect my people." Bird Sister didn't back down. "Don't act like a saint. Don't think I don't know what those pieces of junk you're protecting are worth." "What did you say?" Wolverine said angrily. Neither backed down, and the air was thick with tension. Watching them glare at each other, I felt helpless. "Cut it. We are friends now." I turned to Bird Sister. "What about you? How did you discover the transformation fruit, and how did you know it could condense the life essence of monsters into a nucleus?" Bird Sister haughtily replied, "Why should I tell you? Are we close?" I was stunned. Damn, these two proud freaks. Why are you two guys so difficult? To show my sincerity, I exchanged for 2 life fruits from the marketplace, tossing one to Bird Sister and explaining, "This is the life fruit I mentioned before. It can treat your baldness." I hadn't finished speaking when I was hit by a bitter gourd. "What bald? You're the one who's bald. I don't even know who I offended." At this time, Ancient Ape explained, "Bird Sister, this fruit not only heals your wounds, but also enhances your strength. Dragon Bro, do you have any more of those fruits? Give me another one. Let our new friend have them first." I replied. Bird Sister pondered for a moment. The thing seemed to appear out of thin air in his hands just now, but given the female monkey's expression, it must be real. After that, I handed another life fruit to Wolverine. "Mr. Wolverine, I've always been curious. Why is it that you, having eaten the transformation fruit just like the rest of us, seem unaffected even after a great battle? Remember when we first met, Ape Sister almost died because her body couldn't handle the energy from the crystal nucleus after eating the transformation fruit. Do you feel anything unusual with your body now?" Wolverine replied, "So that's what it is. I felt felt changes in my body, but as a warrior constantly pushing my limits, I see it as a form of training. I stepped forward, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, as expected of Mr. Wolverine, mighty and impressive. The next second, the robust Wolverine unexpectedly sat down heavily. Mr. Wolverine, what's wrong? If your body really can't handle it, don't force yourself. Eat the life fruit first. It can strengthen your body and help you resist the storm energy inside. Also, you probably can't transform back into a monster now, but no worries. I can teach you how to switch freely between monster and human forms. Hearing this, Bird's sister was utterly shocked. How is that possible? Isn't your transformation into human form due to unstable energy within you? Also, when did you eat the transformation fruit? Bird's sister asked. Puzzled, I proudly said, nothing is impossible with me. I am like Shenong found the curative virtues of herbs, and I took the initiative to test it for Ape's sister regardless of the possible danger. However, Ancient Ape couldn't help but interject. How come I remember Dragon Brother accidentally ate the transformation fruit in a moment of pride? Although she didn't understand how did Shenong find the curative virtues of herbs meant, Ape's sister thought, why does Dragon Brother narrate such an embarrassing event so righteously? Bird's sister didn't believe what I said. You can't possibly control the energy of the transformation fruit. It's simple. Just give me another transformation fruit, and I'll show you how Mr. Wolverine can change forms at will. Then you'll have to believe me. Hearing this, Bird's sister was fuming. You dare ask me for another transformation fruit? It was because of you that the transformation fruit tree got damaged last time. Really? Then where did you get the transformation fruit you gave to Mr. Wolverine? At this point, Wolverine interjected. How could a self-serving weird bird like you not keep something for yourself? You call me self-serving when you're the one hoarding junk. I do it for the entire Abyss Island. If you dare call my clansmen junk again, believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson. As they started bickering again, I quickly intervened. Alright, can we talk nicely? Stop fighting. It's not good for your health. Fine. They reluctantly stopped. I indeed collected some transformation fruits to enhance my strength. Ugly dragon, I can give you a transformation fruit, but you must prove what you said is true in front of me. If you can really control the energy of the transformation fruit, I'll consider joining you. It's a deal. I agreed. Actually, it's not that I don't want to tell you about the place. It's just that you simply can't get there. That place is too dangerous for you guys. Swamp of Bones. Have you heard of it? That's where the transformation fruit is hidden. Swamp of Bones, of all places? Wolverine said helplessly. That place is beyond the reach of you ground crawlers. Only those of us who are high above can come and go freely. Bird's sister said proudly. Ugly bird, think you're special because you can fly? Didn't I chop you down more than once just now? Wolverine retorted. Ugly wolf, that was just me not paying attention. If you're not convinced, let's go outside and have a rematch. At this point, I was too tired to keep mediating between these two quarrelers, so I asked Ancient Ape if she knew about Swamp of Bones, but she also looked puzzled. I had to play peacemaker again. Why are you two arguing again? What exactly is this Swamp of Bones? At this time, Bird's sister explained, Swamp of Bones can be called the graveyard of all monsters. Not only is it filled with fog that obscures vision, but it also harbors powerful monsters that lurk in the thick mist and attack prey unexpectedly, and even carnivorous plants. Any monster that strays into the swamp is almost certainly doomed. How about that? Wolverine advised. You don't need to go to such a dangerous place for me. I'm not planning to turn back into a giant wolf. I can handle the monster energy inside me. Hearing about carnivorous plants, I was filled with anticipation. That could be a huge source of evolution points. Which direction is Swamp of Bones? How do I get there? Hearing this, Bird's sister became exasperated. Stupid dragon, are you even listening to me? Are you really willing to go to such a dangerous place just for this foolish wolf? I was resolute to prove it to you, and for Mr. Wolverine, I must go to that place. Ancient Ape also chimed in. For Mr. Wolverine, no matter how dangerous, we must go. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Ape sister. Once we're in the swamp, I have my ways. I believe in Dragon Brother. These two idiots. Bird's sister thought to herself, Lin Shen looks pretty smart. Has he become dumb from spending too much time with that silly monkey? Alright, since you've made up your mind, I'll let the dodo birds carry you over as compensation for giving me this fruit. No need. The life fruit is a welcome gift from me. Ancient Ape and I will transform into monsters and walk over. It's faster that way, I said, while striking a pose. Wolverine said seriously, do you really know why it's called the graveyard of monsters? Small monsters might barely make it through that swamp, but for large monsters like you and Ancient Ape, one step and you'll sink into the swamp, stuck and unable to move. It's best for you to go in human form and let the dodo birds carry you so you won't sink. Mr. Wolverine has a point. Although I have a few ways to get through, it's more convenient if the dodo birds can get through. Then I thank Bird's sister for her kindness in advance. Speaking of which, why aren't you two eating the life fruit? Afraid I've poisoned it. Seeing Wolverine bite into it without hesitation, Bird's sister followed suit. Damn, what is this thing? It tastes awful. But the next second, their bodies were enveloped in a green glow light, and Bird's sister felt light all over. Bird's sister's body felt incredibly relaxed, and a ticklish sensation came from where the scar was on her neck. Feeling the benefits, they no longer found the fruit distasteful and started to eat with gusto. It's really healing, and I feel full of strength. Maybe this fruit can actually make my fallen feathers grow back. Bird's sister looked at me with stars in her eyes. Dragon, do you have any any more of these fruits? I want to trade a transformation fruit with you. When I politely declined her offer, Bird's sister pouted like a child, annoyed. So stingy. Since you're not willing to trade, I have only a limited number of transformation fruits stored, so you can only have one. Watching Bird's sister's drastic change of attitude, I laughed. That stuff is no use to me. One is enough for me. Once we left the cave, Bird's sister whistled, and soon, several dodo birds arrived. Ugly dragon, now they're your mounts, but you're not allowed to eat them. Don't worry, I wouldn't chew on my means of transportation no matter how hungry I get. Ancient Ape and I struck a pose, and our bodies began to emit a golden light. At this moment, Bird's sister looked at us bewildered. The golden light faded, and Ancient Ape and I had transformed back into our monster forms. Little Tangerine, you've worked hard. You head back to my cave and keep watch. Watching us transform so effortlessly into monsters, Bird's sister was shocked. What kind of power is this that lets them easily harness the energy of the transformation fruit? They seem to transform much more easily and freely than I can. After saying goodbye to Bird's sister, Ancient Ape and I ran forward with big strides, followed by our three little followers. As the sun set, we reached a strange place. Wolverine said, just over the next hill is Swamp of Bones. Feeling a bit faint, I suggested, let's eat something and rest first. I'm so hungry. Ape's sister and I can only turn back into humans once a day. Let's start moving again tomorrow. Hearing the mention of food, Ape's sister's spirits immediately lifted. Dragon brother, I'll go hunting right away. Alright, thanks for your hard work, Ape's sister. I'll gather some firewood. As night fell, several skewers of meat were ready, and the three of us began to enjoy the feast. Wolverine lay down on a piece of meat, devouring it voraciously. Watching Wolverine relish his meal, I smiled broadly. I knew no one can say no to delicious food. The best way to win over a wolf is through his stomach. At that moment, Wolverine, while eating, shed tears. This is the flavor, the taste of roasted meat. He couldn't help but recall the times he spent with his master. Just then, I dug up the soil under the fire. Come on, try the beggar's chicken I made. Smelling the aroma, Wolverine immediately drooled. He took the chicken leg I handed him, his eyes brimming with tears. I haven't tasted such delicious food in over a decade. Mr. Wolverine, did you often eat delicious meals made by your master before? Don't try to get information out of me. When I think the time is right, I will tell you everything. I want you to think again about whether you really want to enter Swamp of Bones. You don't need to go to such a dangerous place for me. I'm not planning to turn back into a giant wolf. Although I've never been to Swamp of Bones, I've heard from a subordinate who barely escaped that, aside from the lurking monsters, the most terrifying are the carnivorous plants that use tentacles to ambush prey. Hearing this, I frowned, annoyed. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I can't stand your overbearing attitude. Do you think you can resist the energy of the crystal nucleus inside you? Do you think, as a human, you can slay Deathlark and other monsters? I admit, you're strong in human form, but it's not a long-term solution. Eventually, your body will burst from the energy, and it won't be a pretty death. Also, Ape's sister and I came here voluntarily. You don't owe us any favors. I take you as my friend, and I won't see my friend die and do nothing. After hearing my words, Wolverine fell silent. That night, Wolverine volunteered to keep watch, allowing Ancient Ape and me to rest. He lay on a tree trunk, pondering my words. I haven't agreed to anything yet, and this guy already considers me a friend. My master once said that humans are the most dangerous creatures, but this guy is as naive as a wolf pup, a truly strange human. Just then, rustling sounds came from afar. Wolverine climbed to a high spot and saw from the direction of Swamp of Bones roaring sounds and several green glowing tentacles waving. The next morning, we entered Swamp of Bones. The journey was uneventful. It was almost like walking through the jungle on a dodo bird. This mist and swamp aren't that dangerous, are they? I said lightly. Wolverine remained vigilant, reminding, don't let your guard down. The deeper we go, the thicker the fog and the muddier the swamp. At that moment, Ancient Ape spotted a tree trunk across the swamp that seemed quite tricky. Out of curiosity, she approached it. Wolverine quickly warned her not to touch anything. Just then, a leg extended from the trunk. It was a mutated dead tree mantis, 7 meters tall and weighing 6.5 tons, skilled at camouflaging itself as a dead tree to ambush unsuspecting prey. At that moment, the dead tree mantis looked at Ancient Ape as if eyeing its prey. The next second, it opened its sharp sides, ready to chop at Ancient Ape's waist. The dodo birds, frightened, had their feathers stand on end. Ancient Ape quickly squatted down to gather strength, then leaped up sharply. With a swoosh, a scythe sliced through, easily slicing the dodo bird in two. Landing, Ancient Ape's feet sank into the swamp. In her panic, she desperately tried to pull her feet out, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was futile. She only sank deeper. I quickly warned Ancient Ape, don't move, while urging the dodo bird to get closer to pull her up. At that moment, the dead tree mantis again raised its sharp scythe, ready to strike. The situation for Ancient Ape and I was very dangerous. Wolverine rushed to the front of the dead tree mantis and struck it with a slash. This blow changed the direction of the mantis's attack, the scythe missing me by whiskers as I took the opportunity to pull Ancient Ape out of the swamp. Wolverine was inwardly shocked. This guy's shell is so hard. Seeing that his attack was unsuccessful, the dead tree mantis locked its target on Wolverine, quickly catching up and raising its sharp scythes, ready to slice Wolverine in half. At that moment, the dodo bird desperately ran, but was ultimately unable to escape and was split in two. Wolverine quickly leaped into the air, shouting for me to take Ancient Ape and leave first. He faced the dead tree mantis, his body suddenly bursting with golden light, using his golden radiance slash to swiftly move through the mantis's body, cutting it into pieces. Just as he was about to fall into the swamp, I rode the dodo bird over just in time to catch him. Damn, even the insects here are so huge. Who knows what dangers lie further inside? Bird's sister's transportation got totally wrecked. I wonder if that bad-tempered bird will ask me for compensation, I said helplessly. Wolverine suggested it's still possible to go back now. I immediately dismissed his idea. Going back now would only make us a laughing stock for that ugly bird. Plus, you really need the transformation fruit. Wolverine was concerned that now with only one dodo bird left, we could not reach deep into the swamp of bones. But for me, that was hardly a problem. Mr. Wolverine, please cut some fairly wide bark with your blade. Ape sister, you climb trees the fastest. I need you to pull down those vines. As Wolverine and I watched Ancient Ape climb a sturdy tree, suddenly, another large scythe came swinging at us from behind. Wolverine, taken aback, pulled me up high. The dodo bird beneath us was instantly sliced in two. Damn, there's more. That's the last ride gone too, I said in despair. Two more dead tree mantises arrived. Seeing that things were turning sour, Wolverine advised me to climb the tree. I had no choice but to agree. It's the only way now. However, seeing us climb, the mantises below suddenly spread their wings and followed us up. How did I forget that mantises can fly? I exclaimed in terror. The fastest one approached Wolverine, swinging its scythe at him. Wolverine quickly slid down to dodge the attack. Then with a leap, he stabbed the mantis in the neck. While Wolverine was entangled with that mantis, the other two rapidly approached me. I dodged a slash from one, but another raised its scythe toward me, picking on me because I'm smaller. Watch how I fight back. I jumped directly at the mantis, and before it could react, I had leaped onto its back, concentrating all my energy into my teeth. Sparks began to flicker around me. Picking on me? Taste my burst bite. I'll bite you to death. I viciously bit into the back of the mantis, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The dead tree mantis, in pain, frantically shook its body trying to throw me off. No way, I thought to myself. Just then, bubbles began to surface in the swamp. The next second, a red tongue stretched out from the swamp, quickly wrapping around the dead tree mantis beneath me. What is this slimy thing? It's disgusting, I exclaimed. Suddenly, a giant toad emerged from the swamp. The system indicated it was a mutated swamp toad, 20 meters long and weighing 18 tons, which likes to lurk in the swamp waiting for prey. As the giant toad dragged the mantis down, I quickly jumped off the mantis. As I jumped, Ancient Ape swung over with a vine. Dragon brother, grab my hand. I quickly grabbed Ancient Ape's hand and swung toward a large tree. Just as we landed on the tree, I immediately lay flat on the trunk. Everyone stay down and don't move. The big toad only reacts to moving objects. We three lay on the tree, watching as the giant toad captured the last dead tree mantis and swallowed it with a gulp. Then it began to shake its body, looking for our traces. At that moment, I muttered to myself, you can't see me, you can't see me. Just then, the giant toad suddenly inhaled sharply. In the next second, a thick phlegm was expelled from its mouth. This thing can spit. Boom! The toad's spit hit like a cannonball, breaking the tree Wolverine was on in half. Wolverine fell from the tree. As the toad noticed, its tongue swiftly extended, wrapping around Wolverine's body. Just as it was about to retract its tongue and swallow Wolverine, he bit into a nearby tree trunk. The toad's tongue was instantly stretched tight, and neither would let go, creating a tug-of-war. Ape sister and I quickly swung over with vines to rescue Wolverine. Mr. Wolverine, quickly throw me your blade. I'll use it to chop off the giant toad's tongue. Seeing my position, Wolverine mumbled with the blade in his mouth, catch, and then threw the blade towards me. Don't worry, I've got this. Just as I was confidently ready to catch the blade, it slipped through my fingers and fell straight down. Seeing this, Wolverine cursed at me. Give me back my blade, you big idiot. He let go in frustration and was immediately pulled down by the giant toad. Who told you to let go? You're the idiot. I yelled at the carcass of the mantis, shouting to Ape sister, quickly swing over. We quickly picked up the front limbs of the dead tree mantis. Just as Wolverine was about to be swallowed, I used the mantis's claw to swiftly cut the giant toad's tongue, and the tongue wrapping Wolverine instantly slid off. He used a vine to leap onto the giant toad's head and plunged the long blade into the toad's body, enveloping him in a burst of light. The giant toad didn't even have time to scream before it was done for. Wolverine is really impressive. You idiot, give me back my blade. Wolverine shouted angrily. I hastily apologized to Wolverine like a grandson. Mr. Wolverine, don't worry, I'll give you a new one another day, I said. At that moment, Ape's sister pointed in a direction and said, the blade is over there. Seeing the blade, Wolverine immediately lay down on the ground, then jumped over and picked up the blade with tears streaming down his face, caressing it like it was his child. After that little incident, I had Wolverine and Ape's sister continue to collect bark and vines. Soon, I used the leaves to make shoes suitable for traveling through the swamp. Wolverine kept praising it as a good method, but asked curiously, what's the use of the vines on your back? I explained, those are grappling hooks, just in case we need them. Indeed, humans are good at using materials around them to make handy tools. Although I'm in human form, I still have a lot to learn from you, Wolverine remarked. As the three of us proceeded proceeded through the swamp. Suddenly, the cry of a human baby echoed from ahead, sounding particularly terrifying in the swamp of bones. I looked confused. Why would there be a baby crying here? Neither Ape's sister nor Wolverine had ever heard a baby's cry before and looked bewildered. Just as Wolverine asked me what that sound was, speculating whether there might be humans in the swamp, the baby's crying suddenly stopped. Did I hear it wrong? I wondered, not dwelling on it much longer, and continued leading them forward. Just then, the small hill behind us suddenly moved, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Through the massive shadow, I saw a gigantic monster charging towards us. This was a giant salamander, 25 meters long and weighing 27 tons, known for its sharp teeth. Once bitten by it, it's generally hard to escape. Seeing its rows of sharp teeth, we quickly jumped aside, dodging its attack and running forward. The giant salamander face planted into the mud, but in the swamp, we couldn't outrun the enormous creature behind us. As the giant salamander drew closer, Ape's sister, who was falling behind, became increasingly in danger. Throw your vine up to the branch above, I shouted urgently. Ape's sister didn't hesitate for a moment, swinging her vine and successfully hooking it onto a branch ahead. Just in the nick of time, we used the vine to dodge the giant salamander's attack again, which made it furiously thrash around in the swamp, continuing to chase us. Just then, I shivered all over. I saw another pair of crimson eyes appear ahead. Holy crap, that's another even bigger monster, I exclaimed. Wolverine yelled, retreat quickly, but it was obviously too late now. If it caught us with its rows of sharp teeth, we'd be done for. The giant salamander doesn't rip its prey, it swallows it whole. Recalling the last time I was swallowed by a giant beast, I shouted, I'll hold it off. I jumped down first, thinking, a monster can withstand their stomach acid, and I'll figure something out inside. If need be, I'll just transform back into monster form. Along the way, Wolverine was incredibly calm, as if none of this concerned him at all. Just like that, we stumbled and were swallowed. What the hell? Something just hit my back, I yelled. Once we got up, Wolverine looked around at the stomach walls, and Ape's sister wrinkled her nose. This place really smells freaking terrible. I didn't get the chance to take a bite of the dead tree mantis and the giant toad. Now I couldn't miss this opportunity. So, I bit hard into the stomach wall. Ape's sister immediately threw up her meal from last night, and Wolverine looked helplessly on. I wonder what skills I'll pop for the first time swallowing this thing, I muttered. The system alert, you have successfully devoured a giant salamander. Evolution points plus 1,500. Congratulations on your first devouring of a giant salamander. You have gained a special skill, Giant Salamander's Cry. You can emit a baby-like cry like a giant salamander, attracting strong salamander around you to hunt you. Little Cohen, how could you give me something like this? I don't have many chances to acquire new skills. I couldn't help but lavish praise on the little Cohen. Thus, I kept devouring relentlessly. Ape's sister looked at me sympathetically. Dragon brother, I remember we just ate before we left this morning. Why are you so hungry? Wolverine pulled out his blade. Are you planning to gnaw this monster open with your mouth? There's no need for that. Even though it's cramped here, I'm confident I can split it open from the inside. Suddenly, the giant salamander's body started shaking violently, emitting a rumbling sound. It seems like this guy is rolling around. I suddenly thought, giant salamanders are naturally ferocious and will cannibalize each other when starving. Could it be that this beast is fighting with the previous one? At that moment, just as I had guessed, the two giant beasts were indeed fighting each other. Soon, the smaller one was defeated, and the larger one was about to swallow it. Feeling the quiet outside, I immediately had a bad feeling. If it swallows us, the larger one probably won. If it also swallows the other one, we might not be dissolved by the stomach acid, but we could be crushed to death. Wolverine's body radiated golden light. He placed the blade to his mouth, and with a flash of golden light, he slashed the giant salamander in half. We successfully escaped from the salamander's body. Ape's sister greedily inhaled the fresh air outside, and Wolverine, seeing the scene in front of him, had even more respect for me. The situation outside turned out just as Lin Shan thought. The other giant beast has already been half swallowed, Wolverine said. Ape's sister looked at me confusedly. Dragon brother, we're all out. Why are you still eating? You don't understand. This thing is tender and delicious. Too bad I can't breathe fire now, or it would taste even better roasted, I said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Ape's sister immediately drooled. Wolverine looked around and warned us, we better leave quickly. Who knows if there are other giant salamanders around? Ape's sister, the foodie, continued to eat while walking, carrying a large piece of giant salamander meat on her back, which left Wolverine speechless. Soon after, we reached the depths of the swamp of bones, where the swamp was muddier than before. Thankfully, there were enough exposed roots to step on. After walking a bit further, a red mist ahead, not only obscuring our view, but also carrying a rotten smell. Before long, Ape's sister started feeling dizzy. Dragon brother, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I also felt slightly unwell and asked, Mr. Wolverine, do you feel weak? Wolverine rubbed his temples, indicating he felt the same. As I was pondering, Ape's sister pointed ahead, and we saw a giant flower appear before us. The system alerted, this is a mutated titan mushroom, standing 10 meters tall, with a huge flower that emits a foul smell. Its scent toxic to all but insects. I quickly covered my mouth, shocked. I didn't expect this flower to be poisonous. I immediately summoned Little Cohen and hastily asked him, do you have any gas masks? The next second, little Kun began to retch. I frowned and asked again, this flower is poisonous. Do you have any gas masks or not? Little Kun replied, a gas mask requires 10 million evolution points. 10 million evolution points? That's robbery. I complained helplessly, then asked, what about clothes that are torn? Can you fix them? Yes. It only takes 1,000 evolution points for automatic repair, Little Kun answered. I immediately tore off my clothes and handed them to Wolverine and Ape's sister. Use these, moisten them, then cover your nose and mouth to filter some of the poisonous gas. What should we use to moisten it? Wolverine asked, puzzled. I explained helplessly, animals generally use urine to mark their territory. We are dizzy because the flower's scent is poisonous. Wetting the cloth can better filter out some of the poisonous gases. Hearing this, Wolverine commented, that must be a human method. The two of us turned around to relieve ourselves. Ape's sister, embarrassed, turned bright red, not knowing what to do. Knowing that it was inconvenient for her as a girl, I offered her a piece of cloth. Use mine, I have plenty. Holding the specially scented cloth, Ape's sister struggled to adapt but had no other choice. Just as we got equipped and were about to set off again, a hissing sound came from ahead. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long, 2-ton mutated titan beetle appeared in front of us, hissing menacingly. The titan mushroom used the scent of rotting flesh to attract insects for pollination, unexpectedly drawing in such a behemoth. Knowing that such a large flower would not attract anything simple, Wolverine drew his great sword, ready to fight. The titan beetle charged at us without hesitation, giving us no chance to breathe. Wolverine leaped into the air, wrapped in golden light, and performed a gold slash, landing it fiercely on the beetle, which instantly died, sliding several meters across the ground. Just as Wolverine pulled out his sword, another hissing sound came from behind, and several more titan beetles appeared beneath the large flower, charging at us. We had almost nowhere to run and had to flee like rats. As we leaped over a protruding tree root, some strange plants appeared in front of us. Seeing these plants, the titan beetles suddenly stopped, and just then, a larger plant suddenly devoured the titan beetles. It was a mutated Venus flytrap, a plant specialized in eating mutated insects, its leaves covered in sharp blades. Hearing the commotion behind us, we turned to see that the beetles chasing us had been largely consumed by the flytrap. The remaining beetles continued to charge at us, dumb as rocks, not giving up even in this situation. Just as we prepared to keep running, I suddenly felt a shock and looked down to see a Venus flytrap quickly closing around us. Without time to think, I threw myself at Ape's sister and Wolverine, pushing them away just as the plant snapped shut, trapping me inside. Seeing me trapped, Ape's sister was very distressed and desperately tried to pull me out, but my shoulder and right leg were pierced by spikes, making it impossible to move. Wolverine drew his blade, ready to split the leaf apart. Just then, a titan beetle charged over, its sharp antennae smashing the flytrap, and I was miraculously saved by the beetle. But the impact was so strong that I tumbled backward. Alright, Ape's sister quickly pulled me back, but seeing the slick liquid around us, I urgently yelled, don't come any closer, but it was too late. Ape's sister slipped, and we both fell. With a splash, we both dropped into an unknown liquid. I surfaced, spitting out the liquid in my mouth, and the system informed us, this is a mutated pitcher plant capable of preying on giant insects. The interior of the pitcher plant was filled with a corrosive liquid capable of drowning and dissolving its prey. At that moment, the pitcher plant's lid closed, and looking around, I couldn't see Ape's sister anywhere. I took a deep breath and dove into the liquid. Inside, I found the viscous and highly corrosive mucus was not only sticky but also painful on my wounds. Soon, I found Ape's sister trapped in the mucus. The mucus was too dangerous. She wouldn't last long. I can breathe underwater, but Ape's sister can't. To save her, I had no choice but to transform back into a monster. Though as a monster, my body would sink quickly into the muck. I couldn't worry about that now. As gold light spilled out inside the pitcher plant, I transformed back into my monster form. Instantly, my body sank into the marsh-like mucus. I shouted to Wolverine, Mr. Wolverine, catch, and then threw Ape's sister toward him. At that moment, Ape's sister looked anxiously at my sinking body, but their sizes couldn't possibly pull me out. They needed something that could bear my weight. Wolverine pointed to a nearby tree. Ape's sister, see that tree? Its vines should hold Lenshin's weight. Without hesitation, enveloped in golden light, Ape's sister transformed into her ancient ape form and quickly leaped to the big tree. Once there, she grabbed a sturdy vine and called out, Dragon brother, catch. Well done, Ape's sister. I grabbed the vine and slowly pulled myself out with its help. Lucky there was that tree nearby, otherwise, I'd be doomed. Looking at the tree, something seemed odd. On closer inspection, I was shocked. Above the tree, many animal skeletons were entwined by the vines. At that moment, the system pinged. This is a legendary cannibal tree, the most terrifying entity in Swamp of Bones. No monster can escape once trapped in its vines. In shock, I yelled to Ape's sister, get down from there. That tree is dangerous. But the naive Ape's sister seemed to completely misunderstand. Just as she looked up, a vine below suddenly moved. The next second, it tightly wrapped around her and dragged her up the tree. Seeing this, Wolverine quickly approached to help, but unexpectedly another vine appeared in front of him and flung him away. Seeing such ferocity from the cannibal tree, I gathered a radioactive heat ray in my mouth, ready to teach it a lesson. Aiming at the vine holding Ape's sister, I sprayed it with the ray, igniting the vine which reluctantly released her. But the next second, the vine, seemingly sentient, violently plunged into the swamp below. Holy crap, it knew to use the swamp to extinguish the fire. What came next was even more jaw-dropping. Numerous vines dove into the swamp, seemingly trying to wet themselves to counteract my flames. After landing, an infuriated ape sister charged at the tree, wildly biting at the vines. I quickly cautioned, "Ape sister, be careful, don't act rashly." Right then, the big tree shook out the vines that had been soaked by the swamp, whipping them rapidly through the air as if gearing up for a new assault. Before long, the vines even formed into a massive palm. Seeing this, Wolverine was astonished and quickly ran toward us. This tree has really come to life. In the next second, a fist made of vines hammered down towards Ape Sister, who managed to leap back and dodge the blow, only to strike back with her fists. However, hitting the massive fist had no effect. Another pot-sized fist appeared behind Ape Sister, swiftly slamming into her side. Ape Sister couldn't dodge in time and was struck. Seeing Ape Sister been hit, I was enraged. Damn it, I didn't expect this tree to know combination punches. I'll burn both your hands. But in the next moment, a bump from the cannibal tree hit my groin, and it really made me start questioning life. Unbelievably, this sentient tree is cheating. As Ape's sister and I couldn't move, countless vines attacked, wrapping us up tight. "Put me down. This doesn't count. I demand a decent fight." Just then, Wolverine burst into golden light, attempting to use his gold slash to cut the vines and save me and Ape's sister. The cannibal tree, using me as a shield, twisted its vines. Damn it, this tree knows to use Lin Shen to threaten me. Wolverine had to slam on the brakes, barely missing my vital parts, but his blade still grazed my body. That was close. Is this really just a tree? While Wolverine was pondering, another giant vine hand appeared, shaping a flicking gesture directly at him. The next second, like swatting a fly, the vine sent Wolverine flying, buying me precious time. I began to gather my explosive breath, ready to teach this sneaky tree a lesson, but before I could launch it, the vines had already tightly wrapped around my mouth, completely stopping any attack. Soon after, Wolverine was bound and brought in front of me, the binding vines tightening their grip. Now we were really done for. This tree planned to strangle us and then drain us dry. As I struggled to breathe, feeling like I was about to burst, I thought, is this really how it ends? Frustrated, I immediately summoned Little Coin and asked how many evolution points we had saved up. Upon learning I had 2.1 million evolution points, I instructed Little Coin to invest them all into increasing my height. Bound so tightly by the tree, if I could just grow larger, I was sure I could break these vines. As my body was enveloped in golden light, the vines made a cracking sound, and then with a snap, the first vine broke. My body rapidly expanded, breaking all the vines as anticipated, reaching a height of 70 meters and a weight of 700 tons. Seeing my transformation, Ape's sister and Wolverine were dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Free from the vines, I fell downwards, adjusting my angle midair, and unleashed my most powerful move, Burst Breath. The recoil sent me crashing back into the swamp. My burst breath hit the tree, piercing right through the body of the monstrous plant. Still not letting people go after being hit? Then let me show you a taste of my light sword. I unleashed another blast of burst breath towards the treetop, then swung my head to transform the blast into a sword, slicing horizontally. After the attack, the vines binding Ape's sister and Wolverine broke, and I successfully rescued them. Ape's sister, hold on. I'm looking for some vines to pull you up. Ape's sister anxiously said, "Don't worry about me or this monster will catch you again." I loudly stopped her. I yelled at the strange tree, "Monster tree, I know you can understand me. Are you going to continue fighting? This time I will cut you in half." Unexpectedly, the next second, the big tree actually spoke. Damn it, I give up. No more fighting. No more fighting. Not only could this tree talk, but it even used human language, which completely shocked us. The tree put on a rustic facade, claiming it never intended to kill us from the start, feeling that we were different from other monsters, just curious to test our strength. Cut it out. Who knows if you're just scared of us now? You almost popped our eyes out. You were way too harsh. I retorted, "I'm not scared of you. You're stuck in the swamp now. If I don't help you, do you really think you can get out on your own?" The tree retorted, unconvinced. Since Ape's sister and I had already turned back into monsters, there were many ways we could get out. Giant salamander cry. Hey, I didn't hit you. Why the crying? Don't think about blackmailing me. I won't fall for that," the tree shouted. I ignored it, pricking up my ears to listen for noises in the distance. "Here it comes." Ape's sister, pick up some of the vines that fell on the ground. Our old acquaintance is about to arrive. Soon enough, a big one came wobbling over, muttering as it walked. I heard there was a weakling calling around here, just in time to fill my belly. Where's the weakling? The next second, it looked up, its eyes suddenly wide with shock. There was Ape's sister, twirling her vine in hand, smiling mischievously at it. Realizing it had been tricked, it turned to flee. Ape's sister, with her big size, stepped on its tail. Thinking of running away? Do you think you can? Just now your buddy swallowed me up. Soon, the big one was tied up by Ape's sister and carried in her hand. More noise came from afar. Ape's sister, keep working. It wasn't long before several more big ones rushed over, and upon seeing Ape's sister, they screamed, "Oh my, you big monkey, don't come over here." However, they were quickly captured by Ape's sister as well, to be used as labor. Hey, guys, put your backs into it. Since it's like this, let me light a fire under you. Didn't you eat your lunch? I exclaim as I unleash a lighter version of my burst breath, instantly terrifying the large creatures who strain harder and finally succeed in pulling me out of the swamp. Your dragon brother doesn't need help to walk out of a swamp. How about that, monster tree? Once ashore, I shake the mud off myself, and the wolf, astonished, remarks, "Indeed, humans are very clever creatures." The monster tree also wipes off the mud I splashed on it, equally shocked. "I didn't expect you could summon a large one. By the way, monster tree, I've always been curious. How can you speak human language? And you even look somewhat human. You haven't eaten a transformation fruit." "What transformation fruit?" the monster tree asks, pulling a fruit from above. "Is this what you mean?" Yes, that's the fruit. "So, you've absorbed the flesh of the transformation fruit, which is why you can talk like humans and even form human-like hands and feet with your vines?" Seeing the tree's confused face, I can't be bothered to explain further. Talking to this blockhead won't help it understand. "You're a big tree stuck here. How did you get that fruit?" I ask. "Don't think I can't move from here, but I have my ways. That over there is my underling. It picked up the fruit from a cave not far from here today," the tree proudly states. "Great, that must be our destination." "Monster tree, can you let your underling take us to that cave?" "That cave is not far behind me. Just follow this swamp path and you'll see it. But I advise you to hurry. I heard my underling say that a group of crabs are moving those fruits out. You might find nothing if you're too late." Hearing the monster tree say this, I'm puzzled. What do little crabs want with these transformation fruits? But now is not the time to think about this. "Ape sister, let's get moving. These large ones are for you. I'll teach you how to control them." While I show Ape sister how to control the large ones, the monster tree smiles. "I never thought there would be humans on this island who could transform into monsters. Maybe they can help me someday." Soon, Ape sister gets the hang of it, and we quickly head towards the cave the monster tree mentioned. Before long, a hidden cave appears before us. "Ape sister, there's indeed a hidden cave here. This must be where the death lark hides the transformation fruits." As we approach, we indeed see two crabs transporting transformation fruits. Seeing us, the crabs hastily speed up and scurry away. "Damn it, this place has indeed been raided. Ape sister, keep an eye on these large ones here. I'm going to check out what's inside the cave." I walk into the cave, but find not a single transformation fruit, only a mutated pterosaur lying on the ground. Damn it, these thieves didn't leave a single fruit for me. I approach the fallen mutated pterosaur and exchange a life fruit from little Kuin, which I feed to the mutated pterosaur. The wolverine, puzzled, asks, "Why would you feed it such a good fruit?" This must be the deathlark's guard for the fruits here. I needed to go and inform the deathlark, knowing its cunning nature. What if it blames me for this? I'm not taking the fall for this. Meanwhile, Ape sister is looking around at the cave entrance when the suddenly flying mutated pterosaur startles her. Following her, I also run out. "Ape sister, there's not a single transformation fruit left in the cave. We have to catch up to the crabs we saw earlier." We unleash a few large creatures and quickly follow the direction the crabs fled. To speed up, I fire a lighter version of my burst breath at the rear of the large creatures, which makes them speed up while gritting their teeth. Soon, we catch up to the fleeing crabs. The system indicates these swamp crabs under command, 6 meters long, weighing 5 tons, with powerful claws. I frown. Swamp crabs under command? What does that mean? Is someone behind the scenes using them to steal the deathlark's fruits? With the deathlark's haughty nature, offending other monsters isn't impossible, but what kind of monster could be driving these crabs? Regardless of who it is, the task at hand is more important. I quickly catch up to a crab and deliver a swift dragon tail slap, knocking it away. As I grab the transformation fruit, I bite into the swamp crabs under command. Such good seafood shouldn't go to waste. You successfully devour a swamp crab under command, gaining 2,600 evolution points. Congratulations on your first devouring of a swamp crab under command. Awarded 10,000 evolution points. Since I used up my evolution points in the fight with the monster tree, I'm temporarily unable to analyze the transformation fruit. So, I hand it over to little Kuin for safekeeping. "Dragon brother, should we keep chasing? Although the deathlark is a bit of a show-off, it's still one of us. Let's help it get the transformation fruits back." With that, Ape sister and I continue to pursue the swamp crabs under command. Another dragon tail sweep sends 3 large crabs flying. Wolverine, Ape sister, and I act simultaneously, swiftly handling them. Just then, a dense green fog appears ahead, and the swamp crabs under command quickly dive into it. Sensing something wrong, I promptly pull on the reins to stop. "Dragon brother, why did we suddenly stop? What happened?" "There's something odd about the green mist ahead. Let's observe first before proceeding." Just then, I realized that we were no longer in the swamp, and I could finally stand on solid ground. However, I hadn't noticed that the haze was closing in on us. By the time I realized, the mist had already grown thicker, quickly enveloping us. The next second, a swamp crab under command emerged from the haze. Why has this crab come back? There must be something fishy going on. At that moment, the crab, completely ignoring the large salamander baring its teeth at it, raised its claws, slowly approaching the large salamander's head. With a loud boom, the crab suddenly exploded, shattering the large salamander's head. We were startled by this sight. Damn, what's happening? That crab just self-destructed. Before I could recover from the shock, a group of swamp crabs under command emerged from the mist and jumped onto me and Ape sister. Damn, are these crabs going to self-destruct too? As I tried to swat away away the crabs that had jumped on us, I noticed they began to glow green. The next second, they all exploded right in front of us. It's a trap. Were these crabs deliberately using transformation fruits to lure us here and then attack us with self-destruct? As I pondered, a blade of light swiftly approached from behind me. Sensing danger, I turned around, but was slashed by the light blade. It's definitely a trap. Everyone be careful. We're under attack. Just then, a roar dispersed the mist, and a creature resembling venom appeared before us. The system alerted. This is one of the hands of the dead rotten reptiles king. Blade, 50 meters long, weighing 415 tons. Another roar sounded behind us. That was another hand of the dead rotten reptiles king. Bomb, weighing 380 tons. Suddenly, 2 leaders of the dead rotten reptiles appeared. We fell into their trap. The self-exploded crabs were carrying out their orders. They even know how to design a scheme against us. Just then, the ground began to shake violently, and a rumbling sound followed. Soon after, a massive creature with 9 heads appeared. It was the king of the dead rotten reptiles, Shangliu. It possesses the bloodline of the ancient beast Shangliu recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, measuring 150 meters in length and weighing 1140 tons. King of the dead rotten reptiles, Shangliu, how come you are here? It kept spewing green smoke outward, and a large amount of fog surrounded us. I quickly warned Ancient Ape and Wolverine, is this fog poisonous? Everyone, hold your breath. But the next second, I suddenly turned into a human form, and I was in a small alley. 3 figures were slowly approaching me. How dare you report us to the teacher? You will pay for this. In the blink of an eye, I had been beaten and begging them to stop. Lin Shen, you're such a coward. You only deserve to lick my shoes. Come on, teach him a lesson. I'll shoot a video. Alright, let's continue. With my screams, I suddenly woke up, but at that moment, Wolverine and Ancient Ape had a blank expression, seemingly still not awake. It turns out this gas could induce a hallucination. I yelled, Ape sister, Mr. Wolverine, wake up, wake up. Under my shouting, they finally snapped out of the illusion. I analyzed the situation for them. With the king of the dead rotten reptiles and his 2 sons appearing at the same time, we simply couldn't match them. The king of the dead rotten reptiles is very strong. The only way to break through is to start with his 2 sons. But just then, tears started streaming down Ancient Ape's cheeks. Dragon brother, I just saw my parents in the illusion. They were covered in green poison, looking miserable. I quickly comforted Ancient Ape. We need to stay calm now, and when we are strong in the future, we will seek revenge. Just then, the king of the dead rotten reptiles slowly said, Ancient Ape, you and that thunder dragon killed so many of my kids, and now you just want to leave? I believe you will like this gift. Saying this, it spat out 2 white objects from its mouth, rolling to the feet of Ancient Ape and me. Unexpectedly, these turned out to be 2 chilling skulls, and the skulls were indeed those of Ancient Ape's missing parents. At that moment, it was as if thunder struck in Ancient Ape's mind. She trembled and knelt down, extending her trembling hands to touch her parents. Just then, the king of the dead rotten reptiles suddenly spewed out 2 balls of poison. I shouted, Ape sister, be careful, and pulled her back. The 2 skulls were instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, tears streamed down Ancient Ape's face. Ancient Ape screamed, Dad, Mom. The next moment, she could no longer contain her emotions, wildly beating her chest, venting her anger. I will kill you. Saying this, she rushed towards the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Ape sister, don't go. You're no match for him. But at that time, Ancient Ape couldn't hear it and directly jumped towards the king of the dead rotten reptiles. She pounded on one of its heads with her fists, but this did no damage to the king of the dead rotten reptiles, and instead, she was thrown flying by a blow from its head. Is that all you can do, Ancient Ape? The other 2 heads took the opportunity to bite her arms. Ancient Ape, let me help you reunite with your parents. Seeing Ancient Ape in danger, Wolverine and I quickly stepped forward, ready to rescue Ancient Ape. Just then, Blade and Bomb rushed over, standing in our way. Lin Shen, I'll hold them off. You go save Ape's sister. Mr. Wolverine, don't be reckless. We're no match for them right now. Going there is just a death sentence. Lin Shen, what do you mean? Are you going to see Ape's sister die? If you won't go, I will. Saying this, Wolverine charged forward with his sword. With a clang, Blade intercepted in front, catching Wolverine's attack, then suddenly exerted force, flinging Wolverine away. He used the momentum to do a 360-degree spin in the air and charged towards the king of the dead rotten reptiles. However, the king of the dead rotten reptiles didn't even take him seriously and snorted coldly, Wolverine, how dare you use your blade on me? Subsequently, it charged headfirst into Wolverine. With a bang, Wolverine's slender body was directly struck, causing him to spit out blood and momentarily roll his eyes back, losing consciousness, obviously severely injured. Without waiting for him to regain consciousness, the king of the dead rotten reptiles bit into his lower half. How pitiful. Now you've become such a weakling. Hearing Wolverine's cries at this time, I was furious and shouted, Bastard, let Mr. Wolverine go. I rushed forward to tear the king of the dead rotten reptiles apart. Just then, Blade suddenly appeared under my feet, slashing me, and blood splattered everywhere. Enduring the pain, I bit into it. Get out of my way. Subsequently, electric arcs surged over my body, gathering energy, and I unleashed a burst breath attack at the king of the dead rotten reptiles, which was biting Wolverine. With a boom, a loud sound directly hit the head of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, causing it to immediately release Wolverine. I gathered energy again, releasing a second and then a third burst breath. The two burst breaths hit the two heads biting Ancient Ape, and I managed to save her. The continuous bursts nearly drained my strength. Even so, I still forced my body to move, trying to buy time for Ancient Ape and Wolverine to retreat. I suddenly exerted my strength, charging at the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Ape's sister, Mr. Wolverine, I'll hold this big guy off. You're injured. Retreat first. I leaped high, launching a fierce attack on the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Damn bastard. You want to tear Ape's sister apart? Let me crush you first. I bit directly into one of its heads, causing the creature to howl in pain. Meanwhile, another head attacked me, biting into my back, causing me to break into a cold sweat and blood to splatter. Ancient Ape and Wolverine saw this scene and cried out, "Dragon brother, Lin Shen." Just then, another head of the king of the dead rotten reptiles emitted a green light. In the next second, a green beam sprayed at me. Ancient Ape hurriedly warned, "Watch out," but I was bitten and couldn't dodge. Instantly, the venom breath hit me squarely, causing me to spit out blood and uncontrollably fly backwards. With a boom, I heavily slammed into the ground and slid several meters. "Dragon brother!" As Ancient Ape yelled, she ran towards me. "Dragon brother, wake up, wake up!" At this moment, I had completely lost consciousness. Just then, under the command of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, a large number of dead rotten reptiles charged towards us. At this critical moment, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. The Death Lark arrived just in time. "Losers, look at you, pitiful things. Dead rotten reptiles king. How dare you steal my things? That's unforgivable." She scattered countless glowing feathers, and with a clear phoenix cry, a hurricane swirled around her body. She directly used her strongest skill, Death Hurricane. Following another phoenix cry, countless Dimorphodon pterosaurs suddenly appeared behind her. "Quickly take these three away and leave this place." Saying this, she unleashed the Death Hurricane on the king of the dead rotten reptiles. The hurricane instantly swept up sand and stones, smashing them along with the surrounding trees at the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Seeing the power of the hurricane, even it, possessing the bloodline of Shangyu, had to temporarily avoid its edge, not daring to underestimate it. While Blade and Bomb were tied up by the Dimorphodon pterosaurs and couldn't escape, several ancient god pterosaurs quickly came to our side, grabbed our arms, and flew away into the distance. At this time, the Death Lark and the king of the dead rotten reptiles were engaged in a fierce battle. "Loser, how dare you come back here again? You think you can be the hero?" The Death Lark coldly snorted in response. Unexpectedly, the dignified king of the dead rotten reptiles has also started using dirty tricks, truly disgraceful. In the midst of the battle, the king of the dead rotten reptiles suddenly looked in my direction and was immediately shocked. Seeing the ancient god pterosaurs taking us away, it cursed, "Damn crickets." Subsequently, it began to gather green energy in its mouth and spewed a venom breath in our direction. The venom breath grazed Ancient Ape's body and hit one of the ancient god pterosaurs, quickly draining its life force and causing the pterosaur to plummet straight down. Ancient Ape, seeing this scene, appeared very worried. Being hit by the green light turns that pterosaur into a mummy. Dragon brother was also hit just now. Will he? The Death Lark, seeing its minion killed right before its eyes, angrily used the hurricane to hurl rocks at the king of the dead rotten reptiles. The three heads of the king of the dead rotten reptiles simultaneously spewed venom breath, blocking the incoming rocks. Seizing this opportunity, the Death Lark quickly called its minions to retreat. Hearing the command, all her minions quickly ascended, no longer engaging in the battle. However, the king of the dead rotten reptiles was not to be trifled with, and it spewed venom breath again at the Death Lark. "Since you mess it up here, don't you try to escape." Watching the approaching venom breath, the Death Lark exclaimed, "Damn it." The next second, her body emitted light. "Wanna launch a sneak attack upon me? Don't you think about it." In an instant, the Death Lark transformed into human form, and the venom breath passed by her, narrowly missing. As she fell, a Dimorphodon pterosaur rushed towards her, catching her steadily. Afterward, she commanded her minions to increase their speed and first fly out of the swamp of bones. At this moment, the king of the dead rotten reptiles watched us getting away, powerless to do anything. Blade and Bomb stepped forward to ask, "What should we do now?" The king of the dead rotten reptiles said, "That thunder dragon is very special. It didn't die even after being hit by my venom breath. However, I can feel that the venom breath is different from before. It's the life essence force extracted from the body of the thunder dragon. Get your brothers here. We need to take them down. I need to digest this peculiar life source energy in peace." On the other side, we had already flown out of the swamp of bones. All territories of the Death Lark had been overrun by the dead rotten reptiles, making it unsafe to go there. So she asked Wolverine where to go next. Wolverine looked at me, unconscious, and pondered for a moment. Wolverine suggested we temporarily take refuge at his place. Just then, Ancient Ape exclaimed, "What's happening to Dragon brother?" Both the Death Lark and Wolverine looked at me, but didn't notice anything unusual. "What's wrong?" "I see nothing wrong with him." Ancient Ape reminded, "Dragon brother is getting smaller." They didn't understand what was happening, so they decided to head to Wolverine's territory first and figure things out later. After a while, in the lair of Wolverine, I woke up with a startle. At this moment, I looked at my body, puzzled. The wounds from the battle had miraculously healed. Just then, two huge figures appeared in front of me, Death Lark and Ancient Ape. At this time, they looked at me, covering their mouths and giggling nonstop. I complained, "What did you eat? How did you grow so fast?" Just then, Wolverine walked in from outside, and I was instantly bewildered. "Wolverine, how did you get taller? And you're in human form now?" Wolverine was speechless. Ancient Ape explained, "Dragon brother, it's not that we've grown taller, it's that you've shrunk." "What did you say? Have I shrunk? How could this happen?" "Little Kuin, are you there?" After Little Kuin appeared, he pulled up my attribute panel, which now showed my height as only 8 meters. The system's explanation was, I'd been beaten to a pulp, needing to level up from scratch. What does beaten to a pulp and needing to level up from scratch mean? Little Kuin explained, "I guess it's caused by the king of the dead rotten reptiles' venom breath. Venom breath can absorb the life essence of organisms, leading to their rapid death. But your life essence is obtained through evolution points, so the venom breath only absorbed the evolution points you gained after coming to this world, and it didn't lead to death. What concerns me now is that the venom breath can add the stolen life essence to the king of the dead rotten reptiles. It possesses all the evolution points you've gained since coming to this world." "You mean it gained my life essence? How am I supposed to play now? That guy was already strong enough. Isn't this going to make him invincible? I couldn't beat him before, and now it's even more hopeless. It looks like I can only desperately eat to earn back the evolution points and wait until I become a 100-meter beast before I go back for revenge." At this time, Deathlark looked at me like I was a monster. "You really are special. The king of the dead rotten reptiles' venom breath can kill any creature, but it can't kill you. It just made you smaller. And your breath can kill the dead rotten reptiles that even we can't kill. What creature are you?" "What do you mean, what creature? Can't you speak politely?" "I'm a thunder dragon, destined to be the king of monsters. With your tiny size, the king of monsters?" Her words made me quite unhappy. "How could you say I'm tiny? Just you wait. I will eat as much as I can. One day, I'll grow back into a giant, handsome dragon. By the way, Mr. Wolverine, where are we?" Ancient Ape quickly explained, "This is Mr. Wolverine's cave." After looking around, I surprisingly found a grave with a giant sword stuck in the middle, surrounded by various weapons. "Mr. Wolverine, why is there a grave over there?" Wolverine explained, "This grave contains my human master, and these cold weapons on the ground were all his." "You really live with humans. Did your master teach you the sword fighting skills? But how could a human possibly handle such a giant sword?" Wolverine slowly told me about his past. "It turns out, this world isn't the familiar blue planet I knew. Among the humans here, many have supernatural abilities. Some can control fire, some can unleash lightning, some have superhuman strength, and some can even summon beasts. These people are divided into 2 groups, good and evil. His master was also a human with psychic powers, capable of manipulating telekinesis. Because he loved cold weapons, his fighting style involved controlling various weapons in combat. Even a blade a dozen meters long obeyed all his orders. 20 years ago, Wolverine's master was chased by enemies from the evil side and fled to Abyss Island. By chance, he saved Wolverine from the jaws of a giant Smilodon. It was also under his guidance that Wolverine learned swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Wolverine doesn't have telekinesis, so he couldn't learn the essence of his master's martial arts. Due to an interest in the island's giant creatures, he even explored the island's underground, searching for the source that caused these creatures to grow so large. At this moment, I couldn't help but ask, with so many swords, how could your master carry them all? Wolverine indicated that his master had a space ring crafted by a psychic, which could store all his weapons and carry them around. Hearing that this world actually had the legendary space rings, my eyes lit up. "That's amazing. Mr. Wolverine, where is that ring now?" Wolverine ignored me and continued, "I lived with my master for 10 years, but one day suddenly, my master's enemies invaded the island. In order not to implicate me, he concealed his plans and went to battle alone. I found my master seriously wounded under a tree. He had killed his enemies, but at a great cost. For the past 10 years, I have been guarding here with my clansmen, protecting everything of my master's." After hearing Wolverine's words, the Deathlark snorted coldly. "For a dead man and this pile of junk, you willingly chose to stay in peace with the king of the dead rotten reptiles, letting them erode this island bit by bit. Soon, you will lose your home. What's the point of preserving these weapons? Shut up. I won't allow you, strange bird, to insult my master. What I'm saying is the truth. Although you're not in wolf form now, the king of the dead rotten reptiles has already recognized you. You broke the agreement. Do you think the king of the dead rotten reptiles will let you go?" Seeing the two about to start arguing again, I quickly changed the subject. "Both of you, cool it. By the way, Mr. Wolverine, is this place hidden? The crawlers don't know about it." "That's good. Right now, the most important thing is to get more food. I have to eat as much as I can." Hearing my carefree words, both the Deathlark and Wolverine yelled at me. "What? Don't you have any idea about the situation we are in? How could you still care about eating?" Embarrassed, I scratched my head. "To grow up, I need nourishment." Soon, Wolverine's underlings filled the entrance of the cave with various prey. Ancient Ape, who had learned my true ways, skillfully set up a campfire and began roasting. Meanwhile, I pulled out my secret seasoning, sprinkling it on the cooked food along with my special barbecue sauce, guaranteeing a delicious explosion of flavor. By then, Wolverine had completely succumbed, drooling all over the place. The Deathlark, smelling the aroma, was full of praise. "It's so delicious. I think I can smell fennel and cinnamon." Ancient Ape brought the roasted meat to Wolverine's underlings. "Come on, no rush. There's enough for everyone. Just like that, our cute little group gathered together for a feast. After eating our fill, I lay on the grass, patting my round belly, thinking, it's my first time in Mr. Wolverine's territory. I wonder what good things will pop up if I check in here. Little Cohen, I want to check in. Check-in location, Jackal Forest check-in reward, grade A skill, explosive bite, baby version, huge biting power, allowing you to easily provide a full-body bloodbath for monsters larger than you. Little Cohen, what do you mean? Baby version explosive bite, is that full discrimination against my current height? Don't misunderstand. This is the skill I custom tailored for you after a comprehensive analysis of your current situation. The most suitable skill for you. As long as your stamina can handle it, you can bite prey like a piranha, peck through large trees like a woodpecker, or dig holes like a mole. Piranhas are okay, but let's forget about woodpeckers and mole. This dragon eats meat, not wood or dirt. Just like that, we ate and drank, quietly passing a few days. I tossed the analyzed transformation fruit to Wolverine. Mr. Wolverine, after you eat this, you can turn back into a giant wolf, and you'll be able to switch freely between wolf and human forms. At this time, the Deathlark was still somewhat skeptical, watching as Wolverine finished eating the transformation fruit. Mr. Wolverine, now focus your mind, feel the position of the nucleus within your body, then use your will to shatter it, and channel the nucleus energy into your limbs and body. You can transform back into a monster. This process isn't easy. You'll probably need a day or two to get it. Before I could finish speaking, I heard a wolf howl. Wolverine had already transformed back into a giant wolf. Damn. Okay, you're all geniuses. The Deathlark, seeing this, almost dropped its jaw. He really transformed back. My transformation fruit has power like this. What exactly did Lin Shen do? Now that Wolverine's problem was resolved, it was time to witness a miracle. Little Cohen, add 200,000 evolution points to my height. Getting to 20 meters this time shouldn't be too hard. Host has consumed 201,002 evolution points. Height increased by 2 meters. Damn, Little Cohen, are you playing with me? I've reset to factory settings. How come 200,000 evolution points only made me 2 meters taller? Please, at best, you've just lost your equipment. Your level and skills are still intact. Although you're only 8 meters now, the cost in evolution points to increase height is the same as before. Dang, Little Cohen, you just want to see me in trouble. Then when can I regain my previous height? Right after I complained, my body was enveloped in a green light, and the next second, I began to rapidly shrink back to 8 meters tall. Damn, what's this now? Little Cohen was also shocked. I didn't expect the king of the dead rotten reptiles' venom breath is still active, and it can continue to steal your life essence. That's just too twisted. Does that mean I can never grow taller? At this time, deep underground on the other side, the king of the dead rotten reptiles, feeling the life essence of Godzilla entering its body again, couldn't help but feel puzzled. What method did he use to regain the life essence force in just a few days? But this also allowed the king of the dead rotten reptiles to pinpoint our location, preparing to catch us all in one go. At this moment, I felt like a frostbitten eggplant, completely clueless about what to do next. Ancient Ape and the others analyzed my situation, and to our surprise, the king of the dead rotten reptiles ability had left a mark inside me, continually absorbing my life essence. Although I can gain strength and increase my size by devouring, the venom breath mark essentially locks my height. At this time, Ancient Ape pleaded with the Deathlark to find a way to save me. After thinking for a while, the Deathlark said, if we defeat the king of the dead rotten reptiles, the mark will naturally disappear. But with our current strength, it's impossible, so we need to find an antidote. Wolverine asked Bird's sister, you know where to find it? Deathlark looked at Wolverine and shook her head, then said, the only one who might know how to deal with the venom breath is Baze, the monster lord living on the peak of the Sage Snow Mountain. Hearing this name, I quickly asked Deathlark about Baze. Legend has it that Baze possesses the ability of being immortal and has been living on Abyss Island for thousands of years. He is only one step away from becoming a monster god, but he never interferes with the affairs of Abyss Island, always living in seclusion on the extremely cold Sage's Snow Mountain. That place is covered in snowstorms all year round. It's freezing cold there. Even monsters find it difficult to reach there. However, if one can reach there with great perseverance and courage, he can make a wish to Baze by paying a certain price. Although this sounds like a mythological story, I still asked Deathlark what the price would be. Deathlark immediately became serious and said, the price is to offer something you consider most precious, such as freedom, honor, loved ones, or even life. This sounded more and more outrageous, feeling like a scam. I immediately waved my hands to refuse. Ancient Ape leaned down seriously and said, Dragon brother, the stories about Baze are true. I also heard about him from my parents when I was young. We can give it a try. At this time, Wolverine also spoke seriously. Lin Shen, what they're saying is true. My master also visited Baze when he was alive. Hearing them all say this, I reluctantly agreed, as there were no other options left. Might as well try as a last resort. So, I asked Deathlark where Sage's Snow Mountain was located and if flying there would be possible. Could her subordinates carry us there? The Deathlark said, Sage's Snow Mountain is always stormy and at a high altitude. Ordinary birds simply cannot fly there. I can have my subordinates take you to the mid-mountain. The rest you'll have to do on your own. While we were discussing this, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. instantly. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The next second, the ground under the feet of two spiny jackals cracked, and they fell straight down. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and then countless dead rotten reptiles crawled out from the pit. We were immediately on high alert. How did the dead rotten reptiles find this place? Could it be because of the venom breath inside me? Unexpectedly, the king of the dead rotten reptiles could still locate me through the venom breath. Just then, a fierce roar broke my contemplation as the leader of the dead rotten reptiles, Blade, emerged from the pit, followed by another leader, Bomb. It looked at the spiny jackal baring their teeth and confronting the dead rotten reptiles and actually grinned as a bright light emitted from its back. With a boom, the dead rotten reptiles in front suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Wolverine shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Everyone, gather around me." Leaving behind the bodies of the two wolves that had just been blown up, Wolverine led his underlings quickly toward the cave. Just then, the ground on the other side also began to crack. Could it be the king of the dead rotten reptiles is coming too? Are more dead rotten reptiles about to appear? The next second, another chubby leader of the dead rotten reptiles appeared. Mist, one of the 6 hands of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. It possesses the bloodline of the mythical creature Shangliu, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. With a length of 48 meters and a weight of 430 tons, Mist first used its tentacles to spray toxic fog outward. Then Blade and Bomb roared, and in an instant, the dead rotten reptiles lunged at us with fangs and claws bared. Watching the advancing dead rotten reptiles, Ancient Ape and the 3 of us had serious expressions, ready to fight at any moment. Just then, a streak of golden light emerged from the cave, and the next second it swiftly passed by me. It was Wolverine charging out with a sword several meters long. Moreover, Wolverine also had weapons on his claws. With one sprint, the dead rotten reptiles fell like leaks. As more and more dead rotten reptiles fell under Wolverine, Blade swung its scythe and charged at Wolverine, and the 2 giant monsters immediately clashed, fighting so fiercely that it was difficult to tell them apart. At this moment, Ancient Ape pounded her chest and roared, "We can't let the dead rotten reptiles overrun Mr. Wolverine's territory. Dragon brother, let's join in." Ancient Ape swung her fist and charged at the dead rotten reptiles leader, Mist. However, this guy was very sneaky, quickly spewing out toxic fog to hide. Ancient Ape swung her fist but missed. While she searched for Mist, it quietly appeared behind her. I shouted, "Ape sister, watch out." But by then, Mist had already swung its sharp forelimbs at Ancient Ape. She screamed as blood spurted from her legs. Seeing Ancient Ape injured and falling, the dead rotten reptiles swarmed her. Their bellies rapidly expanded, and the next second, more dead rotten reptiles began to explode. Ancient Ape, terrified, ran with her head covered. Just then, an exploding dead rotten reptiles climbed onto her shoulder. "Ape sister, be careful." I rushed forward and bit the dead rotten reptiles. Just as I was about to fling it away, it exploded, instantly causing me to tear up. Damn, my teeth. Ignoring the pain in my teeth, I continued to charge towards the front line. I quickly got up and shouted at the Deathlark, "Bird sister, blow this toxic fog away. It helps cover the enemy and make all living beings explode." "That's so tricky and cruel." The Deathlark immediately understood my words and used the wind from its wings to disperse the toxic fog below. "Good job." As the toxic fog dissipated, Bomb's figure became visible. "Found you." I unleashed a burst breath directly at Bomb. It didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely. While it was temporarily immobilized, I charged forward, a blue light flashing in my mouth, using the baby version of explosive bite to furiously attack Bomb. You successfully devoured the leader of the dead rotten reptiles, gaining 10,000 evolution points. Congratulations on your first devouring of the dead rotten reptiles leader Bomb, upgrading your grade S skill explosive bomb to grade S. The S grade skill not only has a larger explosion radius, but also allows for the continuous use of explosive effects. More importantly, you can control the timing of the explosion. Without your permission, it will never explode. Tormented by my explosive bite let out a roar, and its forelimbs suddenly began to swell. Damn, this guy is so fierce. He's even self-destructing. With a boom, Bomb used the explosion of its forelimbs to create distance between us. Although I didn't completely finish it off, it was seriously injured. Moreover, by devouring Bomb, I had upgraded my skill, making this round not a loss at all. Just then, Wolverine shouted, "Lin Shen, Ancient Ape, and the bird sister retreat first. Leave this place to me." "No way. We leave together. You can't handle all of them alone." However, Wolverine insisted he wouldn't leave his master alone. "If the king of the dead rotten reptiles comes, none of us can escape." While we were arguing, suddenly, poison spikes shot out from the pit below, aiming at the Deathlark. Fortunately, Deathlark noticed in time and dodged to the side. Soon after, a purple-red dead rotten reptiles leader appeared. This guy is also one of the 6 hands of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, Venom Shadow, with a length of 43 meters and a weight of 390 tons. Damn, another dead rotten reptiles leader. This one is like a chameleon. It has been lurking in the dark all this time, looking for a chance to sneak attack. Shame on you. At this moment, Wolverine urged again, "Lin Shen, hurry and leave. The dead rotten reptiles are all here. You must go before it's too late. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape. Run." I clenched my fists, full of reluctance, but facing Venom Shadow, who had had just joined the battle. We had no chance of winning. So I gritted my teeth and said, Mr. Wolverine, you must take care of yourself. While Wolverine was holding off the dead rotten reptiles' leaders, I jumped onto Ancient Ape's shoulder. Bird sister, ape sister, let's go. Just then, Venom Shadow's body rapidly changed colors, hiding in the toxic fog and chasing after us. Taking advantage of the fog's cover, this sixth hand launched a sneak attack, instantly shooting numerous poison spikes from the fog. I quickly warned Ancient Ape, be careful, that chameleon is here. Ancient Ape, using agile movements, swayed left and right to dodge the incoming poison spikes. At this moment, arcs of electricity flashed over me, thinking, perfect timing, let's see how you like my newly upgraded explosive bomb. If I can seriously injure another one, it might also help reduce some pressure on Mr. Wolverine. The next second, I unleashed countless explosive bombs in an indiscriminate attack. Although Venom Shadow was camouflaged within the toxic fog, it couldn't avoid my relentless assault. The explosive bombs hit its body, rebounding in all directions. Watching the explosive bombs bounce around it, Venom Shadow looked baffled. This attack barely tickles. What on earth is it? Little did it know, this was exactly the effect I wanted. My lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Suddenly, I thought of a cool way to launch the explosive bombs, and with a snap of my fingers, Venom Shadow was engulfed in explosions. The continuous explosions caused heavy losses for the dead rotten reptiles. Damn, this upgraded explosive bomb really kicks ass. It's like a cluster bomb. After all that, Ape's sister quickly led me away. That was all we could do for now, hoping that Wolverine could get out there soon. At that moment, Blade, who was in a fierce battle with Wolverine, got distracted by the sound of the explosions. Wolverine seized the opportunity, slashing off several of its legs with his sword and pinning it to the ground, grinding it harshly until it lost the ability to fight. By now, Lin Shen and the others should have escaped, and my clansmen are also retreating. The king of the dead rotten reptiles is after us. My master's graveyard and weapons are useless to him. Sorry, master, I'll be back soon. Thinking this, Wolverine turned to lead the remaining members of his pack away. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a rumbling sound came from behind. Turning around in horror, Wolverine saw the land beneath the cave collapse, and the den began to sink slowly. Instantly, a huge pit appeared, and a large, dark-skinned monster emerged from it. Seeing his master's graveyard destroyed, Wolverine went berserk, furiously attacking the monster. Bastard, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, at Sage's Snow Mountain, under the guidance of the Deathlark, we arrived at the mid-mountain. The Tapajara could only fly us this far. We had to walk the rest of the way. Ancient Ape jumped down from the Tapajara without hesitation, landing in snow that immediately buried her calves. She quickly waved at me. Dragon brother, the snow here is really deep. Be careful. No worries. It's just a bit of snow. What's there to worry about? With that, I also jumped down. But damn it, the moment I landed, I disappeared from view, leaving only a mark where I had fallen into the snow. Ancient Ape frantically dug through the snow, shouting, Dragon brother, are you alright? The next second, a beam of heat radiated from beneath the snow, and I climbed out, irritated. Damn, this damn ground is insane. The snow is several meters deep. At that moment, Deathlark transformed into human form, landing on Ancient Ape's shoulder. Ape's sister just warned you. You really are a fool. Why did you change back to human form? Don't you need to climb the snow mountain? Bird's sister simply sat on Ancient Ape's shoulder. I'm not a dodo bird. I hate walking, and with this snowstorm, I definitely can't fly up. Little did we know, this haughty lady was well prepared. At her command, a Tapajara quickly brought over a bamboo basket. Seeing the basket, I was baffled. What are you planning with that thing? Bird's sister jumped into the basket, declaring, of course, it's to make the journey comfortable and pleasant. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. You're not really treating Ape's sister as a traveling bus, are you? Cut the crap. Are you coming in or not? It's easier for Ape's sister to carry us in the basket. I climbed into the bamboo basket, and an image instantly flashed through my mind. This feels like I've suddenly become Ape's sister's baby. At that moment, Ancient Ape lifted the basket to test it, repeatedly praising Bird's sister for her thoughtful consideration. It really is convenient for me to move now. Just then, a slight crack sounded under my feet, and the next second, the bottom of the bamboo basket suddenly broke, and Bird's sister and I fell downward. Damn, where did you buy this knockoff? The bottom fell out. The quality is awful. And so, I once again crashed into several meters of snow. Even so, Bird's sister scolded me. Ugly dragon, can't you eat less along the way? You're so small, yet so heavy. Although her words angered me, I couldn't refute them. Now that I can't use evolution points to upgrade, I can only save up as many evolution points as possible, in case I need to exchange items in the shop for emergencies later. So, I called out Little Quinn to search the system shop to see if there was a basket that could fit my back. Little Quinn opened the system shop, searched for a while, and finally found a product named Baby Monster's Basket. I was speechless for a moment. The absurd name of the product felt like an insult to me. Little Quinn, are you sure this can withstand my weight? Don't worry, it's designed especially for you. You'll be okay there. Designed for me? Little Quinn, you're definitely doing this on purpose. Bird's sister stepped forward, looking curiously at the backpack that appeared out of nowhere. You really have a lot of secrets. How did you come by this big basket? That's my secret. Do you want to come in? Please be seated. Ancient Ape put on the backpack again, ready to hit the road. Ape's sister, let's go. Let's conquer Sage's Snow Mountain together. At this time, time, Ancient Ape was also full of passion. Looking at the two of us, Bird's sister was speechless. But climbing Sage's snow mountain was not as simple as we had imagined. As we climbed higher, the weather became increasingly severe, and Ancient Ape struggled to advance through the blizzard. Meanwhile, Bird's sister and I shivered from the cold inside the bamboo basket. What the hell is this weather? Thank goodness I'm tough, or I'd have frozen by now. After a while, Ancient Ape looked ahead, puzzled. In front of us was a steep cliff, and there was no path leading to the summit. But this wasn't a problem for my Ancient Ape. Climbing is her forte. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start. It must be nice being a furry animal, not feeling the cold. Dragon brother, Bird sister, hold on tight. As Ancient Ape climbed, we gradually neared the cliff top. Just then, a crack sounded under Ancient Ape's feet, followed by breaking rocks. Ancient Ape's footing slipped, and we started falling straight down. As Bird sister and I panicked and screamed, Ancient Ape calmly adjusted her body's angle. As she moved further away from the mountain, she quickly grabbed a protruding rock, pressed her body against the mountain, and used her hands and feet to stabilize her falling form. Don't worry, brother dragon, I'll definitely make it up this time. After a while, Ancient Ape's hands touched the top of the cliff. Ape sister, thank you for your hard work. I'll make you some secret sauce skewers later. It's no trouble. Thank you, dragon brother. But when Ancient Ape stepped onto the cliff top, she found a huge lake in front of her. Ancient Ape cautiously tested the thickness of the ice with her foot, and Bird sister said, the ice looks thick enough. Shouldn't be a problem crossing it. We've come this far. We can't back down now. As Ancient Ape carefully walked on the ice, suddenly, I shouted, Ape sister, watch out. There's a big thing under the ice. No sooner had I spoken than a thud came from beneath the ice. I quickly warned Ancient Ape, run. That thing wants to break the ice and make us fall in. As Ancient Ape ran, the giant beneath the ice kept chasing us, striking the ice as it went. With its impacts, cracks appeared in the ice. With a crack, the ice broke, and Ancient Ape leaped from ice to ice, rushing forward. Just as she jumped onto one ice and was about to leap to the next, the giant from below suddenly burst through, smashing the ice floe while knocking Ancient Ape into the air. Then she plunged into the water. Sinking, I struggled to swim out of the bamboo basket. It was then I clearly saw our attacker, an ancient walrus, 55 meters long and weighing 80 tons. Its enormous fangs could easily pierce an enemy's body. At that moment, the ancient walrus was quickly approaching us, its fangs aimed at Ancient Ape, completely ignoring me. Just as Ancient Ape dodged its sharp fangs, its tail fin slapped her, sending her spinning through the air. Watching Ancient Ape spin downwards, I asked worriedly if she was alright, but Ancient Ape pointed in a dazed direction and said, never mind me, go save Sister Bird first. I looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see Bird's sister curled up, making gurgling noises. Unexpectedly, this haughty lady turned out to be a non-swimmer. As I went to rescue Bird's sister, the ancient walrus hit Ancient Ape again and dragged her towards the lake bottom. Ancient Ape, undeterred, continued to pound the walrus with her fists. Seeing Ancient Ape and the walrus exchanging blows, I decided to get Bird's sister to shore first, then come back to help her. So I swam upwards quickly, but then I discovered the broken ice had refrozen. Clenching my teeth, I powered up to break through, but no matter how hard I hit, the ice wouldn't crack. My current size was too small to break through the ice. So, I gathered energy in my mouth, ready to melt through the ice with a heat ray. But damn it, the next second was awkward. The heat ray had just sprayed from my mouth when it sizzled out immediately. At this time, Ancient Ape was still struggling with the ancient walrus, but she couldn't last long in the water. We had to get to shore quickly. So, I swam towards Ancient Ape, now pinning all my hopes on the burst breath, hoping it wouldn't extinguish in the water. Ape sister, move aside. Let me handle this. Hearing my shout, Ancient Ape pushed the ancient walrus away. The walrus, looking puzzled at my small stature returning to confront it, was caught off guard. I took advantage of its confusion and swam under its pectoral fin. Just as it clumsily tried to turn its hefty body around, I rapidly gathered energy and unleashed the burst breath on its back. The burst breath hit the back of the ancient walrus, propelling its body towards the ice. With a bang, the ice shattered under the impact of the walrus's body, and Ancient Ape and I successfully made it onto the ice surface. At this point, the ancient walrus lost its earlier arrogance and desperately flapped its tail, trying to escape back into the water. Fatty, you are all tough in the water, but on land, you're just a fish out of water. Dragon, brother, this guy's body is all muscle. It would make a delicious barbecue, Ancient Ape said, rolling up her sleeves to get started. However, Bird's sister suddenly snapped and gave me a huge wallop. Have you gone mad? Every monster on Sage's Snow Mountain is a follower of Bay's. We can't kill them. As we squabbled, the ancient walrus poked the ice again with its sharp fangs, breaking through the ice layer and taking the opportunity to slip back into the water and disappear in a flash. At this point, Ancient Ape and I could only watch helplessly. Ancient Ape muttered, I'm only sparing it for Bird's sister's sake this time. And just like that, the meal that was almost in our mouths flew away, and we didn't catch even a feather. Back in the bamboo basket, I was really upset. We're all beat up, and we can't even fight back. What the hell is this? At this time, Bird's sister explained, many monsters adapted to the icy environment on Sage's Snow Mountain are followers of Bays. If you kill them, you can forget about ever meeting Bays in this lifetime. Afterward, Ancient Ape carried us on her back, continuing to forge ahead through the blizzard. Soon, a magnificent cave cave appeared in front of us. That must be Baze's cave, really freaking magnificent. Bird's sister peered out and said, that should be it. Just then, a loud voice came, stop, this is the sacred land of the Beast Lord. Outsiders step back. A creature covered in white fur jumped out from the side, spreading its arms to block the cave entrance. This was an ancient snow bear, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 180 tons. It possessed immense strength, capable of smashing an opponent's head with one swipe of its paw. A huge foot stomped out. How did you, a long-haired monkey, bring humans here? This place is not for humans. This was an ice Bigfoot, standing 70 meters tall and weighing 210 tons. The legendary Bigfoot of the Snow Mountains, known for its grumpy temper. At that moment, it really shattered my preconceptions. I didn't expect Snow Bear and Bigfoot to speak human language, but it seemed they were just gatekeepers. At that time, Bird's sister radiated a golden light. Open your small eyes and see clearly. Check if this miss is a human. The next second, she transformed back into her monster form. However, the Bigfoot waved dismissively. Being able to transform into a human means you're related to humans, and anything related to humans is strictly forbidden here. The Snow Bear pointed at me. Was it you, the little dwarf, who hit the walrus? News travels fast. Yes, it was me. Who let it attack us first? Also, I'm not a little dwarf. To me, you've always been the little brother. I turned to the Bigfoot. Bigfoot, you keep saying humans can't step foot here, but didn't I hear that a human psychic visited here a decade ago? That was back then. I wasn't here yet, but now it's not possible. Let's go. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't leave now. Seeing these two not giving in easily and trying to dismiss us with just a word, Ancient Ape immediately began stretching her limbs. Looking for a fight? We'll take you on to the end. Just then, a voice came from inside the cave. Snow Bear, Bigfoot, let them in. Hearing this voice, the Snow Bear and Bigfoot deeply bowed toward the cave. Lord Baze allows you to enter. You'd better not try any tricks. They even made a gesture of I'll be watching you, really acting high and mighty, meddling in others' affairs. Following that, Ancient Ape and I entered Baze's cave. Soon, we saw a creature sitting on a crystal pedestal. It was the very Baze we were seeking, the most mysterious being on Abyss Island, a creature of good fortune, known to turn calamities into blessings. When Baze asked us what we wanted, Bird's sister explained to Baze about how I was hit by the venom breath of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, which took away my life essence and caused my body to shrink, and asked it to help purify the toxic energy within me. After listening to Bird's sister's account, Baze looked incredulous. You dared to provoke the king of the dead rotten reptiles? And this dragon was poison. Though it's not life-threatening, it has caused a reduction in size. It scrutinized me and was even more astonished. I can't believe this little one is a human. How can a human appear in the form of a monster? And besides the venom breath of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, he also has a type of energy in his body that I've never seen before. Is it energy from beyond Abyss Island? Quite an interesting little fellow. Baze asked Bird's sister, are you really determined to help him? Bird's sister seriously said, I've made up my mind. Please Lord Baze, help him. While they purified the venom breath in my body, I was confused by their back and forth. What determination? Why can't I understand a word they're saying? Just then, a beam of white light suddenly enveloped my body. I was wrapped in the light, floating in midair. The next second, a green mist drifted out of my body, and I instantly felt a sense of lightness and indescribable relief. Looking at my body, I was incredulous. Is that it? So, I quickly summoned Little Kun to check if there was any residual venom breath energy inside me. After scanning, Little Kun confirmed that the venom breath had indeed been eliminated from my body. I can't believe Baze really has the power to drive out all evil. Now I can finally grow taller. I had saved up 300,000 evolution points from eating and drinking along the way, which finally came in handy. Little Kun, don't wait. Use 200,000 evolution points to grow 2 meters first. Let's test the waters. The next second, my body was surrounded by a golden light, and I visibly grew taller by 2 meters. Seeing my transformation, Baze was again surprised. This dragon's body can grow in an instant. Is it because of that mysterious power within him? The Deathlark can convert life essence into magical power stored in its feathers, while this thunder dragon, even after losing its life essence, can still regenerate. Truly interesting. After the venom breath was expelled, my body did not shrink again. When I thanked Baze, it told me there was no need to thank it. If I were to thank anyone, it should be Bird's sister. This confused me again. Why should I thank Bird's sister? Shouldn't I be thanking Baze? Suddenly, it hit me. Bird's sister had once told me, asking Baze for help requires a certain price, sacrificing something you consider most precious, such as health, loved ones, honor, or even life. I thought back. Baze hadn't asked for any price. Bird's sister made the request, and Baze cured me right away. Bird's sister, what precious price did you pay for me? When did you agree to it? Why don't I know anything about it? At that moment, Baze spoke up. All the monsters on Abyss Island know that the price for granting a request is the payment of life essence. I was struck by lightning at that moment, not expecting that Bird's sister had offered her own life essence for me. Thinking back on how the venom breath took away my life essence, causing me to shrink, and how the Tapejara lost its life essence and turned into a mummy, I quickly asked Baze, what will happen if Bird's sister gives up her life essence? Baze explained, only you shrink in size when you lose life essence. Other monsters accelerate aging or even die of old age immediately. Die of old age? Absolutely not. I hurriedly said to Bird Sister. Bird Sister, you usually seem so clever. Why would you make such a foolish choice this time? Why use your life essence as the price? I should pay for my own issues. Deathlark turned her head away. I decide what price I want to pay. You don't need to worry. Don't worry. It's not as serious as Lord Base said. At most it will just make me more mature. I knew things were not as simple as Bird Sister was making them out to be. So I asked Base to revoke the deal with Bird Sister and exchange my life essence instead. But Base slowly shook its head. Because you are human, it won't work. I never make deals with humans, nor will I fulfill any requests from them. I was shocked to learn that Base had known I was human all along. I quickly explained that I was no longer human, now just a dragon on Abyss Island. Hearing our conversation, Bird Sister fell into thought. He really is human? Wolverine said he was human, but didn't he become human-shaped after eating my transformation fruit? However, his behavior does indeed have human traits. No wonder Wolverine feels attracted to him. At this moment, I clasped my hands together, continuously pleading with Base. I won't lose a companion's life for my own benefit. I hope Lord Base will reconsider. Hearing my words, Base fell into thought. After a moment, it pointed at us and said, the spirit of self-sacrifice you two show is rare among monsters, and this ancient ape managed to bring you up the mountain all by herself, which is commendable. Alright, I will cancel the deal with the Deathlark. Relieved, I repeatedly thanked Base, even stating it could take my life essence whenever it wanted. Bird Sister then hurriedly said, Lord Base, please do not cancel the deal with me. Please take my life essence. Base raised its hand to interrupt us, stating it would not take anyone's life essence as long as we could complete its trial. The three of us were immediately confused. A trial? What kind of trial? Follow me, said Base, walking out of the cave. Soon, we arrived at the lake where we had fought the walrus, instantly making Ancient Ape and me break out in cold sweat. Lord Base, why are we here? We were just here. Base noticed our concerns. The walrus won't ambush you again. Don't worry, and I will reinforce the entire lake surface to make it less likely to break. After saying this, it demonstrated its power, sending a chill spreading in all directions from its center. Lin Shen, since you are human, let's conduct the trial in a human way. The next second, a hockey jersey suddenly appeared on me. Lin Shen, let's have a friendly game of hockey. Hearing this peculiar trial, Ancient Ape and I were baffled. You even know about hockey? And you said you haven't had contact with humans. Base responded calmly, because I know everything. Then, it stamped on the ground to activate its power, and in an instant, a huge ice hockey rink appeared on the ice. To accommodate our massive monster sizes, it specially designed the rink to be very large, and even slightly increased the size of the goals and the hockey puck. The rules of the game were simple. We didn't need skates or hockey sticks. Any skills could be used to get the puck into the goal, as long as we competed in monster form. The team with the most goals within the allotted time would win. When I saw the oversized hockey puck at my feet, I was taken aback. This is too exaggerated. How are we supposed to play with such a small puck and no sticks? Aren't you making this intentionally difficult for us? Base stated, since it is a trial, it is supposed to be challenging. That made sense. Although I had never played hockey, I had played table hockey. It's all about getting the puck into the goal. So, I asked Base, there are three of us on this side. Aren't you missing two? Are the polar bear and Bigfoot going to join? Base replied, they don't need to participate. This is going to be a 2-on-2 match. Then it pointed at Ancient Ape and said, you and Deathlark will be a team, and I will team up with Ancient Ape. What did you say? You want to be on a team with Ape's sister, and it's 2-on-2? Yes, you heard right. Ancient Ape, come over here. At this point, Ancient Ape looked at me uncertainly. Dragon brother, what should I do? I generously said, it's okay. Ape's sister, do as Lord Base says. Go over there. At this moment, my heart was secretly delighted. Ancient Ape was my person, and Base chose to be her partner. I could win this trial with my eyes closed. Thus, Ancient Ape walked towards Base, looking back every 3 steps. When she reached Base, it whispered in her ear, during the match, you must use all your strength to stop the Deathlark from scoring. I'll handle Lin Shen. If you dare to go easy, I'll cancel the deal. Do you want to watch Lin Shen continue to suffer from the venom breath, or do you want to watch the Deathlark gradually age and die? Ancient Ape was about to explode with anger when she heard this, but Base reminded her, don't make a sound, just nod your head if you agree. If you don't agree, I'll immediately cancel our previous deal. With no other choice, Ancient Ape reluctantly nodded in agreement. Alright, then get ready for the game, said Base as it walked towards the field. This confused me even more. Didn't you say you'd be on Ape's sister's team? Why are you leaving? Base climbed onto a high platform and explained, it would be bullying if I competed against you directly. So, I'll send a representative to play in my place. As it spoke, a figure appeared in the sky. Ha ha ha. Am I here on time? To our surprise, the newcomer was a little girl. Base introduced her. This is my representative, a sweet, vulnerable girl. You have the advantage in size, which really gives you the upper hand. Looking at the little girl who was nearly as tall as Wolverine, I exclaimed, do you call a girl of 2 meters vulnerable? She is more like a macho queen. The little girl immediately put on a pitiful face. When we play, you better not bully me. Seeing her act that way, I couldn't help but cover my mouth and chuckle. Soon, both teams took their positions, ready to start the game. As Base announced the start of the match, the vulnerable girl's demeanor switched to berserk mode. She swung her stick fast, sending the hockey puck whizzing under my feet. While I was distracted, she swiftly skated around to the other side. Just as I turned to chase her, I slipped and fell with a thud, face first onto the ice. "Bird sister, stop her!" I shouted. Deathlark flapped her wings preparing to intercept, but at that moment, Ape Sister grabbed her by the claw and slammed her heavily to the ground. The little girl took advantage of the situation to skirt around them and scored a goal. Baze's voice then boomed across the rink. Team Baze scores. The score is 1-0. Unaware of the truth, Deathlark scolded Ancient Ape. "You silly monkey. Why did you stop me?" Ancient Ape kept apologizing profusely. We then took our places again, ready for the second round of the game. This time, I decided to use my tail instead of a stick to try to gain control of the puck. As Baze announced the start, the Kong Barbie and I moved at the same time, but she managed to snatch the puck away once more. I'm so big, and the hockey puck is so small, it's really hard to hit it. While rushing towards the puck, Kong Barbie looked back and teased, "Silly dragon, try to catch me." Just as I tried to chase after her, I slipped and my body lost balance again. Oh no, I'm going to fall. Taking advantage of my mistake, Kong Barbie easily scored another goal, bringing the score to 2-0. In the following matches, we were completely dominated, with the score quickly reaching 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. Soon, it was time for the sixth game. After several rounds, I gradually got the hang of running on the ice. As I was chasing Kong Barbie, she teased me again. "You can finally run on ice?" Just then, Deathlark suddenly appeared in front of Kong Barbie, using the wind from her wings to block her and blew the puck backwards. "Nicely done, Bird Sister." As Kong Barbie turned to look behind her, I had already turned around and was chasing the puck. With no one in front, it was a great opportunity for me to score. Seeing the puck close at hand, I couldn't help feeling smug. "Deathlark, it's our turn to turn the tables now." I executed a stylish dragon tail flick and successfully hit the puck. But damn it, I might have used too much force. The puck flew straight into outer space. At that moment, Deathlark teleported behind me and slapped the back of my head. "You wasted such a good opportunity. Why did you hit it so hard?" I sheepishly scratched my head. "Don't worry, if there's a first time, there'll be a second. I'll definitely score next time." It was time for the seventh puck drop. This time, I managed to gain control of the puck and quickly dashed towards it. With Kong Barbie hot on my heels, I hurriedly called for Deathlark to receive the puck, and we started coordinating. I swept the puck forward with my tail, and Deathlark accelerated and caught it cleanly. Just then, Ancient Ape raised her fists and charged at Deathlark. Deathlark performed a graceful roll to dodge her attack. "Silly monkey, you're still trying so hard. But with your predictable moves, I saw right through you long ago." She swung her wings and passed the puck to me. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally about to score. Watch me perform this time." Just as I was reveling, suddenly, a hockey stick appeared under my feet. The next second, I was flung into the air and crashed to the ground, tumbling under momentum right into the goal. I shouted at Baze, "Lord Baze." Kong Barbie fouled. She used a hockey stick to hook me, but Baze responded, "The only rule of this game is to play in monster form. All other actions are not considered fouls." Kong Barbie made a face at me. "Silly dragon, this lady calls it a fair check." Kong Barbie boasted proudly, "If that's the case, then let me show you what a real fair check is." Fuming towards Deathlark, who was also visibly upset. At that moment, Kong Barbie said to Ancient Ape, "Your speed and strength are not weak, but you only know how to use brute force. Even the ugly dragon can skate on ice now, but you're still clumsy. You should treat this trial as a form of training. When your body is about to lose balance and fall, you need to change your posture to offset the impending force. Learn to dissipate and leverage force, and you won't lose your balance. Feel this force attentively." After hearing Kong Barbie's words, Ancient Ape was deeply moved. So this little sister was giving me pointers. She was teaching me how to train. I've always been weaker than Dragon Brother and the others, always dragging them down. I'll treat this match as a training session. Dragon Brother, Mr. Wolverine, Bird Sister, this time I will catch up to your pace. As the match resumed, Kong Barbie again took control of the puck, with Ancient Ape quickly following her. While running, Ancient Ape contemplated the force dissipation that little girl talked about. The next second, she accidentally fell hard on the ice. At that moment, Deathlark stepped over Ancient Ape's body to jump past, turning back to mock, "Silly monkey, can't even judge distances, yet you're still trying so hard." Though Ancient Ape felt bitter inside, she gritted her teeth and persisted, "Don't panic. I must improve my strength. I can't be a drag on Dragon Brother and the others." But just as she stood up, her body began to sway, and she muttered to herself, "Steady, steady." When she finally stabilized and ran forward, she suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "I think I've got the feel for it. This is how it is." Just then, I whipped the hockey puck out of Kong Barbie's hands with my tail. Deathlark was about to catch it with her claws when Ancient Ape quickly pounced from behind. Left with no choice, Deathlark had to take off quickly, puzzled. How did this silly monkey catch up so fast? At that moment, Ancient Ape lost her balance and fell forward. She supported herself with her palms, performed a beautiful 360-degree front handspring, and landed steadily. Seeing her move, Deathlark was shocked. What the hell? When did this monkey become so agile and quick? At that time, Ancient Ape was thrilled. I've finally done it. When she opened her eyes, she saw the puck right in front of her, just a few steps from the goal. She crouched down, mimed a marble shooting gesture, and the next second, she flicked the puck steadily into the goal. Seeing this, Kong Barbie danced joyously. Ancient Ape scored scores, while I pointed at Ancient Ape and shouted, "Ape sister, whose side are you on?" Deathlark joined in, saying, "Truly a traitor." Unbothered by our comments, Ancient Ape just scratched her head awkwardly, continuously apologizing to us. Seeing Ancient Ape's unusual behavior, I couldn't help but ponder. Why would Ape's sister help Baze and the girl? Did they threaten her with something? Ape's sister is so innocent, she would believe everything she is told. The game then resumes. I'm getting a hang of it. I use Dragon Kill and charge at the little girl, sending her flying. "Whoa, Lord Baze, he bullied me," she said while crying. "Did you see that? That's called real reasonable interference." I answered, "Fine, stupid dragon. You made me do this. You can't blame me for this," the little girl said angrily. Just then, the little girl cloned herself. Deathlark, Ancient Ape, and I were shocked. "Lord Baze, didn't you say this is a 2-on-2 game? Why is she allowed to call more hands here?" I complained angrily. "Besides, why is one of them carrying a huge hammer?" I added. Who knew Baze would explain with a smile. "This is her skill, self-splitting, so it's not a foul. The match shall continue." Hearing this explanation, I was furious. "Fine, we're allowed to use skills here. I have plenty of skills to show you. Bird sister, use your skills to blow them away." As Deathlark flapped her wings, the little girls flew up like pieces of paper. Then their bodies began to split into pieces. What the hell? Where are they? I stepped forward to take a closer look, only to find out that these clones were made of ice and snow. If it's ice dolls, then great. My radiant heat beams can counter you. Just then, I suddenly noticed one of the duplicates was missing. Not good. The one with the big hammer has disappeared. At that moment, Kong Barbie appeared behind me, raising a huge hammer and slamming it down towards me. There was a loud noise, and before I could react, I saw stars from the hammer's impact. While I was still trying to regain my balance, a little girl swiftly passed by me with a hockey puck, and the two following her tripped me with their hockey sticks, and another one dashed towards the goal, easily scoring. Baze's team scores another point, bringing the score to 10-0. At that moment, the throbbing pain in my head enraged me. Apart from so-called reasonable interference is one thing, but now you're actually hitting people. Is this still a hockey game? I'm done. I pointed at Baze and shouted loudly, "Baze, you old geezer, are you messing with me? Get your healing power back. Let the venom breath keep suppressing me. I'm done. Even if I die, I won't come to you again." Deathlark and Ancient Ape, scared by my words, hurriedly tried to stop me. However, Baze not only wasn't angry, but instead smiled and said, "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Can't handle a little trial? How can it be called a trial without difficulties? How about this? The next match will decide it all. Just score one goal, and you pass the trial. How does that sound?" Unexpectedly, after my outburst, I still got such a good deal. I promptly agreed to Baze's condition. Before the match began, Deathlark and I discussed our strategy. Soon, we took our positions, and as Baze announced the start, I immediately released a burst shot, hitting the hockey puck precisely. While the little girl were still surprised, I quickly chased after the puck. "Think you can match skills with me? I've got loads of ace skills." At that moment, the little girl shouted, "Sisters, stop that dumb dragon." Suddenly, several little girls surrounded me, pummeling me from all sides. I quickly covered my head with my hands, getting all high and mighty. "Just because you're girls." Before I could finish, I took a solid hammer blow to the stomach, which sent me flying hundreds of meters. Watching the little girls hit and run, I was really annoyed. I stood up, gathering radioactive heat in my mouth. "You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Watch my radioactive heat ray melt you, setting the real one on fire. Now I found the real you. So what? You can't stop me. You won't get this game." The little girl snorted as she snapped her fingers. Then her duplicate started running. I gathered energy in my mouth and leaped above her. I targeted the burst breath in front of her. How could you always miss your target? Then Deathlark took her position at my back. Then I grabbed her claw and continued bursting the burst breath. The little girl was shocked as she see the burst breath started breaking the ice around her. All of her duplicates began falling. As I landed on the ice, I saw the little girl fall in the lake. Problem solved. I will get this goal. I quickly chased after the puck when I noticed the water where the little girl fall started boiling, as if you could melt the entire lake's ice at the bottom. As continuous crack sounds followed, the ice behind me began to crack. I hurriedly flicked the hockey puck forward with my tail, while Ancient Ape and Bird Sister had already fallen into the water, and I was still desperately running forward. Just as I was about to reach the offensive zone, I heard a crack under my feet, and my body also started falling towards the water. Damn it, so close. I fired a burst shot at the hockey puck. It's do or die. I'm all in. The hockey puck was hit by the burst shot and quickly flew forward, then went straight into the goal. Lin Shen's team scores. The game is over. Bird Sister and I celebrated joyfully in the water. Did you see that move just now? Bird Sister, we turned the tide. We won. Just then, Kong Barbie snorted coldly, leaped from the water, and exuded an extreme cold energy, instantly freezing the surface and trapping us in ice. What are you trying to do? You scheming girl. Can't handle losing? Just happy after one goal? I just beat you by 10 points. At this moment, Baze jumped down from the platform. You cooperated well, completely beyond my expectations. According to our agreement, you've won this match. You have successfully passed my trial. I won't take anyone's life source, and the previous deal remains valid. After saying this, he released energy from beneath his feet, instantly melting the ice that trapped us. We quickly climbed onto a piece of floating ice. An Ancient Ape and Bird Sister bowed bowed to Baze in thanks. Baze took out an orb of light, looking at Ancient Ape and said, "Little Ancient Ape, I forced you to team up with me. Sorry for the trouble. This is your compensation for teaming up with me." As the orb of light floated towards her, Ancient Ape felt a familiar sensation. When she caught the orb of light, her life source began resonating with it, giving her a profound sense of kinship. At that moment, Baze explained, "This orb is from your parents' life sources." Hearing Baze's words, Ancient Ape was shocked. "Baze, my parents also came to you for help. Please tell me, what did they use their life sources to ask for?" Baze replied, "Your parents asked me to ensure your safe growth." Seeing the visions of her parents smiling warmly at her in her mind, Ancient Ape's eyes teared up as she clutched the orb of light tightly to her chest. Baze raised his paw and said, "I'm giving you this life source. Now I will help you integrate it into your body to enhance your strength." Soon after, the orb glowed brightly in Ancient Ape's hands, then enveloped her, merging into her body. After absorbing the life source, Ancient Ape underwent a dramatic transformation. Not only did her appearance become more mature, but her height reached 57 meters, and her weight 171 tons. At this moment, Bird's sister and I were also filled with joy, seeing Ancient Ape not only grow taller, but also look stronger and more powerful. After gaining strength, Ancient Ape thanked Baze with a bow. Baze smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Now that your wishes have been fulfilled, you may leave the mountain." Hearing Baze's words, Bird's sister and Ancient Ape obediently responded, "Baze, we take our leave." But I stood still, then loudly said, "Baze, the king of the dead rotten reptiles is a pest of the entire Abyss Island. As the guardian of Abyss Island, would you join us in combating it?" Hearing my words, Ancient Ape and Deathlark were shocked, and Deathlark shouted, "Ugly dragon, did your brain freeze just now?" As she came up and slapped me hard. "Baze is the god of all the monsters on Abyss Island. How could he possibly join us to fight that filthy creature?" I rubbed my sore head and retorted, "Why not? As the god of the island's monsters, isn't it natural to protect Abyss Island from the king of the dead rotten reptiles?" At this point, Baze spoke, "I'm too old. Moving up and down the mountain is difficult for me. Even if you offered your life sources to ask me to descend, I couldn't help you. However, I can have Sidon accompany you in my stead." I looked disdainfully at the little girl. "So you're called Sidon? What can a little girl do?" Upon hearing this, the little girl sneered, "I wonder which ugly dragon was getting pummeled by me just a while ago." At that moment, Bird's sister and Ancient Ape both came to my side, trying to persuade me to accept Sidon's company. I crossed my arms and didn't listen to their advice. Seeing my attitude, Baze took out an orb of light and merged it into Sidon, saying, "Lin Shen, I've just infused Sidon with my life source, which will enhance her strength several times. You should feel reassured." Hearing this, Bird's sister quickly pressed my head down, hurriedly saying, "Lord Baze, thank you for being so considerate." Then she whispered into my ear, "Lin Shen, hurry up and thank Lord Baze, pushing your luck." But I retorted, "I'm not wrong. This scheming little girl is totally unreliable." The scene shifted to Ancient Ape carrying us down the mountain. Along the way, Sidon kept urging her, "Ape sister, can't you go any faster? I can't wait to go beat up the king of the dead rotten reptiles." Bird's sister and I were getting fed up with hearing her. "We're going to war, not on a holiday. What are you so happy about?" But Sidon completely ignored me and instead jumped onto Ancient Ape's carrying basket, shouting at her, "Ape sister, why don't I help you speed things up?" Ancient Ape, intrigued, asked, "What faster way do you have to get down the mountain?" Sidon smiled, snapped her fingers, and suddenly a snowboard made of ice and snow appeared beneath Ancient Ape's feet. The fastest way down is, of course, snowboarding. As the snowboard picked up speed, Ancient Ape started to lose control, while Sidon got even more excited. "This is so thrilling. Yes, let's rush down the mountain all at once," Sidon shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, I was terrified, tears and snot running down my face as I screamed, "Ape sister, this is too fast. Slow down." Bird's sister, looking ahead, yelled, "Watch out, you're about to hit a tree." Ancient Ape shouted in panic, "Dragon brother, Bird's sister, how do I slow this thing down? I can't stop it." After I removed the poison breath mark and passed Baze's trial, we returned to Wolverine's territory with Sidon. The area was filled with bodies and utter chaos. The little girl, seeing the scene, couldn't help but ask, "What happened here?" I gritted my teeth and replied, "It's all the damn dead rotten reptiles doing. Everywhere they go, they destroy everything." Suddenly, a thought struck me. That pit over there, isn't that where Mr. Wolverine cave is? Could those damn dead rotten reptiles have broken through the bottom of the cave, causing it to collapse and dragging the remains and weapons down with it? When I reached the edge of the pit, a red blood stain gave me a shock. The blood of the dead rotten reptiles is green. Could this red blood be Mr. Wolverine? He must have been seriously injured. Just then, a noise came from the forest, and it turned out to be Mr. Wolverine's pack emerging from the trees. Seeing them, I quickly approached and anxiously asked, "Where's Mr. Wolverine?" But the only response I got was several cries. I don't understand the calls of the spiny jackal, so I turned to ask Ancient Ape what they were saying. Tears in their eyes, the wolves howled at Ancient Ape again. Ancient Ape suddenly shouted, "Dragon brother, they said Mr. Wolverine has been taken by the dead rotten reptiles." I was shocked. Didn't he say he had a way to escape? Hearing this, the spiny jackal started howling again at Ancient Ape, telling her what had happened. It turns out that shortly after we left, the cave where Wolverine buried his master was destroyed. Seeing his master's graveyard destroyed, Wolverine lost lost his mind, fighting desperately against the dead rotten reptiles leaders. While he was distracted, other dead rotten reptiles leaders ambushed him from behind, causing severe injuries. The injured and unconscious Wolverine was then dragged into the pit by the dead rotten reptiles leaders. Hearing Ancient Ape's account, I gritted my teeth in anger. Mr. Wolverine must be in grave danger. We must go down and save him immediately. Just then, Deathlark stopped me. No, ugly dragon. Going down there with our current strength is suicide. Moreover, it's been so many days. Wolverine might have already. I immediately interrupted Bird Sister. No, it definitely hasn't happened. The king of the dead rotten reptiles' target is me, and taking Mr. Wolverine is just a ploy to draw me out. It won't kill him before it gets me. We still have a chance. Seeing my determination, Deathlark continued to persuade me. We don't know how many dead rotten reptiles are underground. We should unite all the monsters on the island to fight together. What you need to do now is to enhance your strength quickly by devouring. Hearing this, I immediately retorted, every minute we delay, Mr. Wolverine is in more danger. We can't afford to wait to gain strength through devouring. We need to go and save Mr. Wolverine now. I summoned Little Kuin and added all my evolution points to my height, growing another 5 meters. Seeing this, Sidon was puzzled. This thunder dragon has grown taller again. Really interesting. Even so, Bird Sister still stood in front of me. Even if you've grown taller, what of it? In front of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, you're still nothing. You can't compete with it. At that moment, I picked up a corpse of a dead rotten reptiles from under my feet and started chewing it. No worries, there are many dead rotten reptiles underground. I'll just eat my way through. Seeing my extreme behavior, Sidon and others turned pale, their faces full of disgust. Damn, you actually eat corpses. You really are hardcore. But I didn't care about their reactions and turned to Bird Sister, saying, Bird Sister, you just suggested uniting all the monsters on the island. That's a good idea. How many dodos and tapajaras can you summon here? Bird Sister, covering her mouth, replied, probably 100 or 200. So, I asked her to summon them all. Then I turned to Ancient Ape and said, Ape Sister, ask the Spiny Jackal how many of Mr. Wolverine's clansmen they can gather. After talking with the Spiny Jackal, the Ancient Ape said, Spiny Jackal and other wolves can probably gather about 100. I slapped my thigh, excited. Great, then let's move. We can gather about 300 monsters now. Next is to gather the rest of the island's monsters, I said. So, I prepared to go down into the pit with Ancient Ape to scout the way, while Bird Sister and Sidon were to gather the monsters. Hearing my plan, Bird Sister and Sidon looked at me incredulously. Us? Bird Sister, you fly fast. Take Sidon with you. And Sidon, you're under Lord Baze. You should be able to summon them easily. After hearing my explanation, both of them flatly rejected my proposal. Bird Sister thought it was suicidal for me and Ancient Ape to go alone. Sidon said, I've just come down the mountain. I don't know anyone here. Who can I convince? Just then, a squeaking sound came. I looked down to see Little Tangerine running over. While I was happy to see Little Tangerine again, it squeaked incessantly at me. After listening, I quickly waved my hands to refuse. You want to take on the task of gathering monsters? That's impossible. You will only be killed. But Little Tangerine was persistent, standing up and squeaking at me again. Seeing its determination, I no longer stopped it. Alright, but don't force yourself. If things go wrong, you must run away immediately. I turned to Bird Sister and said, see, Bird Sister, for Mr. Wolverine's sake, even Little Tangerine is volunteering to convince those monsters several times, even 10 times its size. I'm only 20 meters tall, so what? This time, Bird Sister no longer stopped me. Lin Shen, I can't watch you and Ape Sister go to your deaths. If you guys want to take the risk, then I'm gonna go with you. I jumped down the pit first, followed by Sidon, Ancient Ape, and Bird Sister. Let's go. Let's give them a punch. With a bang, I landed firmly on the ground, safe and sound. Just as I was striking a pose, a slap came down on my head from Sidon. I immediately shouted at her, why do you always like stepping on people's heads? What kind of manners are those? Without looking back, Sidon said, if I were you, I'd quickly get out of that spot. As soon as she finished speaking, I saw a giant foot coming down towards me. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough to dodge, otherwise Ancient Ape would have crushed me into a pulp. Damn, Ape Sister, are you trying to squash me to death? Ancient Ape, embarrassed, scratched her head. Sorry, Dragon Brother, that was too fast. I can't help it. At that moment, Bird Sister gracefully landed on the ground, and seeing our goofy group, she couldn't help but curse inwardly, a bunch of idiots. We surveyed our surroundings and realized we were in a vast cave. I gestured to everyone, let's go, let's save Mr. Wolverine. As we ventured deeper into the cave, the number of monster skeletons increased and the stench of decay grew stronger. Soon, we spotted a few dead rotten reptiles taking a break in our path. Hiding behind the skeletons, I whispered to everyone, it seems we've entered the territory of the dead rotten reptiles. Who knows how many more there might be ahead. Let's sneak in quietly and try not to disturb them. Find Mr. Wolverine and get him out quickly. Everyone nodded, and we started to move. The dead rotten reptile right in front of us was barely aware of us before Ancient Ape swiftly kicked it into the afterlife. Following that, Sidon also took one down successfully. Maintaining a fine tradition, picked up the crawlers from the ground and started eating. We can't waste these evolution points. Just after finishing one, I picked up another one one from under Ancient Ape's foot. Seeing this, Ancient Ape frowned. Dragon brother, I squashed that one with my feet. I dismissed her with, step aside, I'm eating. Bird sister and Bai Sidong looked nauseated by my actions. I entered gluttony mode. Those killed by Ancient Ape, those pierced by Bai Sidong, and those pecked to death by Deathbird all became my food. After a while, I burped contently. Bai Sidong teased, Thunder Dragon, can you really handle it? Don't explode from overeating. While picking my teeth, I confidently responded, I'm fine. I could eat another 100 no problem. Just then, a big creature came out from the cave, looking confused at me. We were all shocked. Damn, we've been spotted. Isn't that Blade, the son of the dead rotten reptiles king? But the next second, Blade turned and started running back, making the situation suddenly awkward. I was momentarily flustered. Why is he so cowardly this time? Is it because we outnumber him? Once I recovered, I yelled, catch him. Bai Sidong quickly took action. Don't try to escape. In an instant, several strands of energy shot from her hands, chasing Blade and turning into several hammer-wielding clones, smashing down on him. Caught off guard, Blade was knocked back without a chance to fight, his body flying back several meters. As soon as he stood up, Ancient Ape charged, aiming a punch at him. Blade jumped back to dodge Ancient Ape's blow while sweeping at her with his forelimbs. Ancient Ape, using the force dissipation technique taught by Bai Sidong, easily dodged and counterpunched right into Blade's head, leaving him incapacitated. Seeing this, I rushed forward and started frenziedly devouring with Burst Bite. The system alerted, you have successfully devoured Blade. Evolution points increased by 10,000. You have successfully devoured Blade. Evolution points increased by 12,000. Following the principle of beating the downed, we began a frenzied attack on Blade until he could no longer see tomorrow's sun. We were exhilaratingly happy. The feeling of a group beatdown was just too satisfying. Just then, Little Kun appeared. Congratulations on your first devouring of the dead rotten reptile leader Blade. Obtaining A-level skill, Dragon Scale Wheel. You can curl up your body and straight up your dorsal fin, spinning at high speed like a chainsaw cutting through everything. Hearing this, I was overjoyed and thrilled to have gained a new skill. Just then, a roar echoed through the cave, an Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and I immediately tensed up. It seems like the roar of the dead rotten reptile king. Have we been discovered? Suddenly, countless dead rotten reptiles rushed out of the cave, surrounding us in an instant. We're done for. The dead rotten reptiles king has noticed us. Could it be because we killed Blade, triggering some sort of blood connection? I couldn't help but feel a chill. This is so weird. The next second, a massive dead rotten reptile leader appeared. This was Poison, one of the 6 hands of the dead rotten reptile king, height 89 meters and weighing 806 tons. The last sun finally shows up. But what does this guy eat to grow so tall? Just as we looked up at this giant, a green mist suddenly drifted from under our feet. It's the mist. It's here too. I rolled up my sleeves and said to Ancient Ape and the others, the dead rotten reptile king's 6 sons. We've already taken out 2. The remaining 4 must be here now. Guys, get ready for a group battle. Hearing this, Ancient Ape and Deathlark nodded emphatically. Poison let out a roar and charged at us, and Ancient Ape was not to be outdone, roaring back, Dragon brother, let me handle this big guy. She clenched her fists and charged at Poison. At that moment, Deathlark took to the air. Lin Shen, I'll handle the mist. You take care of finding the 2 sneaking in the fog. I nodded to Deathbird. No problem. I warned Bai Sidong standing beside me. You haven't fought with them before. Be very careful. My words had barely left my mouth when several dead rotten reptiles rushed out of the mist towards me. I swept them away with a dragon tail swipe. Seeing my move, Bai Sidong teased, not bad, ugly dragon. After being trained by me, your tail's accuracy has improved a lot. Didn't you just swallow those worms whole before? Why aren't you eating them now? Before she could finish, the worms I had swept away began to explode, revealing Bomb's presence. It's a taste of their own medicine, I said. Bai Sidong looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what was happening. I explained, that one is Bomb. It can turn dead rotten reptiles into live bombs. I can't let them explode in my stomach. Just then, 2 poison spikes pierced Bai Sidong's body. I was shocked. Damn, are you kidding me? Bai Sidong, you can't die this fast. You can't die. You're the assistant of the monster lord, Baze. At that moment, Bai Sidong's voice came from behind a rock. I'm not that easy to kill. I was furious, my eyeballs nearly popping out as I realized what we had faced was just her clone, and her real body had been hiding all along. Bai Sidong slowly walked out from behind the rock, saying, this is what I call being prepared. Her words had just ended when another poison spike shot towards her, instantly turning her into a puddle of snow. My jaw dropped in disbelief. Damn, it was another fake. At this moment, Bai Sidong's clone, wielding a large hammer, appeared above Venom's shadow. Dare to ambush me. Watch me smash you so badly. In the blink of an eye, Venom's shadow was beaten to a pulp. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sweat. Poor guy, you shouldn't have offended that macho girl. Just then, Deathlark yelled at me, ugly dragon. When mist turns into vapor to dodge, it stops releasing venom. I'll keep an eye on it. You and Bai Sidong take this chance to kill Shadow and Bomb first. After saying that, she chased after the fleeing mist, fiercely pecking at the mist in front of her. Upon hearing this, electricity surged through my body. Even though I already got a skill from Bomb last time and probably won't get another, a bite still earns evolution points. So, I used Burst Bite and charged directly at Bomb. Seeing my move, move, cold sweat immediately appeared on Bomb's head. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, little Tangerine arrived in the territory of the hyena. At this moment, it trembled as it faced a hyena. "You little rat, daring to ask me to help fight the dead rotten reptile king. How ridiculous," the hyena sneered. "Although you carry the scent of those two lords, that doesn't prove you were sent by them." After saying this, it swatted little Tangerine away with a paw. "Go away. If you were bigger, I would have eaten you up already." Little Tangerine got up from the ground, covered in wounds. This was already the third beast pack I had approached, but because I was too small, no one believed me. Is it because I'm too weak? The next second, little Tangerine's eyes hardened as it looked in a certain direction. Dragon Brother and the others are fighting a desperate battle against the dead rotten reptiles king for the sake of Abyss Island. I shall not flinch. Dragon Brother, I will definitely gather the monsters. It sprinted off. At this moment, a Tapejara spotted little Tangerine, exclaiming, "It's little Tangerine, I finally found it." But when it saw the direction little Tangerine was heading, it was shocked, then quickly turned around and flew back. No good. That direction leads to the territory of the Miasi. They are little Tangerine's natural predators. Soon after, the Tapejara landed in a clearing. "Wolf leader, there's trouble. I've found little Tangerine, but it's heading towards the territory of the Miasis." The wolf leader was shocked upon hearing this. The Miasis are little Tangerine's natural predators. "Does it have a death wish? What's going on?" The Tapejara quickly replied, "Yes, it seems it hasn't persuaded any monsters." Hearing this, the wolf leader let out a howl. Even the weak little Tangerine is willing to risk its life for Abyss Island and for Lord Wolverine. How could we stay behind? It gave the order. "Everyone, set out. Head to the territory of the Miasis. If they dare touch a single hair on little Tangerine, we'll destroy them." After a while, in the territory of the Miasis, little Tangerine was frantically running through the underbrush, visibly scared. Just then, a Miasi suddenly pounced out from behind it. "Don't you try to escape after coming to my place." Then, the Miasi pinned little Tangerine to the ground with a paw, scoffing, "Cunning rat, how dare you drag me into your fight with the king of the dead rotten reptiles." At that moment, though terrified, little Tangerine still shouted loudly, "I understand you don't want to help, but please let me go. I still need to gather other monsters." Hearing this, the Miasi sneered disdainfully. "Ha, you think you can ask other monsters?" Just as it finished speaking, a giant white claw appeared out of nowhere and bang struck its chin. The Miasi was knocked back several meters, steadying itself before yelling, "Who is it?" When it saw the giant white wolf retracting its claw, looking down on it with disdain, and the numerous winged dragons in the sky staring at it, its first stood on end, and it stammered, "Spiny jackals, wolves, and Tapejara. What are you guys doing here?" The wolf chief ignored it, instead bowing slightly to little Tangerine. "Little Tangerine, please lead us to support the Thunder Dragon." Placing little Tangerine on its head, it declared authoritatively to the Miasis, "Miasis, you have only two options. Either follow us into the war or die here." The Miasis immediately prostrated themselves in fear, tremblingly saying, "Wolf Chief, we obey. We will join the fight." Meanwhile, inside the underground cavern, Poison was charging at Ancient Ape with its enormous body. Ancient Ape twirled easily, dodging its attack while mysteriously forming a yin-yang symbol in her hand. With a loud shout, she used the force of the impact to send Poison's massive body flying. On the other side, Sidon continued her relentless assault on Shadow, who had no chance to retaliate. Deathlark kept a close watch on Mist, using her wings to scatter the mist, rendering it useless. Seeing everyone's effort, I couldn't lag behind, so I spat out numerous explosive bomb and maneuvered them around Bomb. "Thought you were the only one who could explode." With a snap of my fingers, Bomb was blown away by the explosion, and the surrounding dead rotten reptiles didn't stand a chance either. Seeing Bomb's pathetic state, I couldn't help but taunt, "All your dead rotten reptiles have been cleared out by me. What are you going to use for body bombs now? How about using your own body to explode?" Enraged, Bomb gritted its teeth, and the next second it roared skyward as its body began to swell. Seeing this, I was startled. "I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Isn't it better to live?" But the next second, my eyes lit up, and I leaped towards it. "Fine, if you don't want to live anymore, let me grant you your wish." I then curled my body, erected my dorsal fins, and started spinning rapidly. This was the new ability I had just acquired, Dragon Scale Wheel. Bomb was shocked as I sliced through its body, splitting it in two. "This skill is awesome. I was like the Chainsaw Man." Ancient Ape was excited. I didn't expect Dragon Brother to have such a move. Deathlark and Sidon were also incredulous. He used to get beaten up in fights. Never saw him use this move. Did he just learn it? This Thunder Dragon is getting more and more interesting to me. It can even gain skills by devouring. Just then, the ground began to shake, and the dead rotten reptile king's roar came again. "It's here!" Just like when we killed Blade, it seems the dead rotten reptile king really can sense his son's deaths. This time it sounds even angrier. Is it unable to hold back anymore? The ground started to collapse, and the dead rotten reptile king's form emerged. "Damn crickets! I will kill you all. All of you. I will make you rot and die." It spewed a green toxic fog from its mouth, quickly enveloping us with green mist. "You insects dare to invade my territory. I'll make you die as miserably as Mr. Wolverine." Hearing this, we were all startled. "What did you say? What have you done to Mr. Wolverine?" As soon as I finished speaking, I was enveloped in toxic fog, and the scene before my eyes instantly changed. As the fog fog slowly dissipated, I found myself in a strange environment. As I looked around for Ancient Ape and the others, Mr. Wolverine's great sword appeared in the fog ahead. As the fog cleared, I saw Mr. Wolverine, impaled by the great sword, his bones exposed, clearly long dead. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and screamed in denial. Mr. Wolverine, this can't be. This isn't real. Just then, Mr. Wolverine's body turned into golden light and slowly ascended, then surprisingly transformed into Beast Lord Baze. As I stood there dumbfounded, Baze yelled, "Thunder Dragon, wake up." Hearing this, I suddenly came to my senses, dripping with cold sweat. I glanced at Ancient Ape and the others, and found they were still lost in the illusion, all staring blankly up at the dead rotten Reptile King. I wondered why I was the only one who had woken up from the illusion. At that moment, Bai Sitang's voice echoed in my mind. I possessed the power of purification bestowed by Lord Baze, which can cleanse toxic smoke. Don't move. Keep pretending to be trapped in the illusion. We'll take them by surprise and strike the dead rotten Reptile King when he least expects it. I smirked to myself, looking at Ancient Ape and Deathlark's convincingly dazed expressions. I couldn't help but praise. These two are really nailing their performances. They could be leading actresses. The next second, Bai Sitang's rebuke slapped me back to reality. I purified you first. They are still in their dreams. I was momentarily speechless. Just then, the dead rotten Reptile King spoke. Poison, bring Thunder Dragon to me. Hearing this, Poison approached me with a laugh. Enjoy the terrifying illusion. It then bit into my body. At that moment, electric arcs surged over me, and I suddenly activated Thorn Armor. Blue light burst forth from Poison's mouth. It screamed in agony and spat me out. The dead rotten Reptile King was visibly confused. Why had this Thunder Dragon escaped the illusion so quickly? Mist and Shadow attacked me in response, but I easily dodged them. At the same time, Ancient Ape and Deathlark also broke free from the illusion and rushed over. I took advantage of Mist's confusion and leapt up again, and before Mist and Shadow could react, the two sisters pinned him to the ground. The dead rotten Reptile King was shocked to see us all awake. They've all woken up. At that moment, I gathered energy and faced Poison. Watch me split you in two. I'll take advantage of your weakness. Then I leapt high, fins erect, electricity surging, and used Dragon Scale will towards Poison. Poison couldn't even scream before being bisected. Seeing Poison fall, the dead rotten Reptile King roared with rage. Damn you Thunder Dragon. You've killed 4 of my sons. I will get you eroded and see how you melt into blood. It repeatedly tried to ram me with its head, but I dodged each attempt effortlessly. Temporarily stumped, it roared continuously. Suddenly, it turned its gaze towards Ancient Ape and the others behind me, beginning to gather a venom breath. The next second, it shot the venom breath towards Deathlark. I shouted, "Bird sister, watch out," and then jumped in front of her, blocking the venom breath with my body. Deathlark looked at me worriedly. "Ugly dragon, are you okay?" As my body hit the ground and began to shrink, I quickly asked Bai Sitang, "Macho girl, can you purify this?" As Bai Sitang and I were enveloped in golden light, the venom breath inside me was instantly cleansed. "Fantastic," I exclaimed excitedly. "You can purify the venom breath too. Good thing it was quick, or I might have reset to factory settings. I must have only shrunk by about 2 or 3 meters." At this time, the dead rotten Reptile King was staring intently at Bai Sitang, apparently able to neutralize the venom breath. It seemed she had also cleared the toxic smoke earlier. Meanwhile, I turned my attention to the corpse of Poison. "Since you want to take the life essence from me, I'll reclaim it from your son's body." So, I used Burst Bite, frantically devouring the corpse of Poison. "You have successfully devoured the dead rotten reptile leader Poison. Evolution points increased by 15,000. You have successfully devoured the dead rotten reptile leader Poison. Evolution points increased by 18,000. Just then, Little Kun suddenly appeared. "Congratulations on your first devouring of the dead rotten reptile leader Poison. You've obtained the S-tier skill, Thunder Rage." Hearing this news, I was overjoyed. Damn, the dead rotten Reptile King's sons are really something. I've got a new skill again. At this moment, Little Kun explained, "Thunder Rage significantly boosts your power. In a state of fury, both your defense and attack power increase substantially, and the attack power of all skills you use will be enhanced. It can be used once every 3 days, with each fury lasting 1 minute. After the fury state ends, you will enter a period of exhaustion for 1 hour, which can be shortened by eating." I frowned deeply at the explanation. Such a big side effect? If I can't kill the enemy during the fury state, am I just supposed to wait for death? Little Kun, you really enjoy seeing me suffering. You think I'm not miserable enough now? I glared at Little Kun. Little Kun quickly turned its head away. "Don't underestimate that 1 minute. If used correctly, it can be extremely effective, catching enemies off guard for a sure kill. This is a pretend weak, strike strong tactic specifically designed for you, based on your usually underwhelming appearance." I pointed at the Little Kun. "Vulnerable appearance? You need to explain this." Thinking it probably didn't have anything nice to say, I quickly added, Forget it. I should have about 1 million evolution points by now, right? Let's supercharge it and scare that dead rotten Reptile King to death." With a loud shout from me, my body was immediately wrapped in golden light, and I grew 10 meters taller. Just then, the dead rotten Reptile King was visibly startled, and a light spot suddenly appeared on its neck. "Damn bastard, what have you done?" As the light grew brighter, the dead rotten Reptile King began to scream in agony. "What's happening nothing to him. Did I scare him just like that? I puzzled over the scene. Little Cohen brought up the panel. Mouth agape. I've scanned that the dead rotten reptile king has your life essence energy in the middle of its neck. The life essence he took from you is stored there. Surprisingly, he hasn't absorbed your life essence. Moreover, when you used evolution points to increase your height, it resonated with the energy in your body, which is likely what's causing his pain. Hearing this, I quickly asked Little Cohen, if I bite into that spot, can I reclaim my life essence? Little Cohen replied, it's worth a try. I then shouted to Ancient Ape and the others, everyone, the dead rotten reptile king hasn't fully digested the life essence it took from me. I can still reclaim it and restore my previous strength. Ancient Ape, hearing this news, was overjoyed. Really? If Dragon Brother can regain his strength, that would be great. Ape Sister, you guys distract the other two heads. I'll attack the one in the middle. I continued. Bai Sidong said she and her clones would take care of the left side, while Ancient Ape and Deathlark would handle the right one. The dead rotten reptile king, seeing us daring to attack, roared furiously, losers, I will kill you all. Its three heads launched attacks at us, and we met them head-on as planned. Bai Sidong and her clones picked up hammers and began fiercely pounding on the left head. Sisters, crash him. On the other side, Ancient Ape landed a punch on the dead rotten reptile king's head, and Deathlark pecked fiercely at its scalp. While I dodged the dead rotten reptile king's attacks, I ran towards the middle of the neck, then leaped up to the spot storing the life essence. Dare to bite me? I'm the expert in biting. I roared, using burst bite on that spot. Just then, I heard a crack, and my teeth broke off, leaving me in excruciating pain. Clutching my sore mouth, I spun around in place. Damn it, his skin is so thick and rough. It broke my teeth. At that moment, the dead rotten reptile king glared at me furiously, then snapped at me again, which I narrowly avoided. Then Bai Sidong yelled at me, stupid dragon, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer over here. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape and Deathlark were also struggling. Ugly dragon, what are you doing? Hurry up, Deathlark shouted. Hang in there a little longer. I'll finish it here in a minute. I responded. Just as I was about to charge again with burst bite, several poison spikes suddenly shot out from the toxic fog, hitting me before I could dodge. Simultaneously, mist appeared behind me, its sharp forelimbs slashing my back, instantly splattering blood. Seeing this, Ancient Ape and the others were shocked. Dragon brother, ugly dragon. At that moment, the dead rotten reptile king slowly approached me, chuckling sinisterly. Damn thunder dragon, let's see how you bounce around now. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and bit down on me. Blood spurted wildly, and the excruciating pain made me scream out loud. Hearing my agonizing scream, Ancient Ape yelled at the dead rotten reptile king. Damn dead rotten reptiles king, let go of dragon brother. She immediately charged at the dead rotten reptile king. Gold slash. A loud shout startled the dead rotten reptile king. Immediately after, a blade shadow swiftly sliced across the dead rotten reptile king's neck, causing it to sweat coldly. With a crack, the crystal storing my life essence shattered. As the dead rotten reptile king roared in frustration, my life essence burst from its body and quickly gathered back into mine. My claws then rapidly grew. In the next second, I reverted back to a 100-meter giant beast. How long do you plan on biting me? Watch me tear you apart. I roared. Seeing this, the other heads of the dead rotten reptile king opened their mouths wide and attacked me. I quickly dodged their assaults and ran towards Ancient Ape and the others. Seeing their father intimidated by my restored strength, Bomb, Shadow, and the other small crawlers quickly shielded the dead rotten reptile king behind them. Ancient Ape, seeing my restored strength, was incredibly excited. Dragon brother, you finally regained your strength. That's great. I ignored her and looked around for Wolverine. The one who had just acted must have been Wolverine. Mr. Wolverine, where are you? Mr. Wolverine, I shouted loudly. Soon, Wolverine appeared on a high platform, then leapt down. It looks like you found Lord Base. But why did you come here after being cured? Deathlark was also happy to see Wolverine but retorted hard. You think we wanted to come down here? It's all because of this stupid dragon. Otherwise, who would care whether you lived or died? Ancient Ape pointed at Bai Sidong and said, this is Bai Sidong, Mr. Wolverine. She's been specifically sent by Lord Base to help us. Bai Sidong stared at Wolverine, thinking, a wolf that wields a blade, another interesting creature. At that moment, I curiously asked Wolverine, you said earlier that you had a way to escape, so how did you end up trapped? What exactly happened? Weren't you captured by these creatures? And that old worm even claimed you were long gone. What exactly is going on? I demanded. Wolverine explained, I was severely injured and unconscious when they took me to an underground cavern. After I woke up, I managed to escape while they weren't paying attention. These past few days, I've been avoiding the worms while searching for my master's remains, but unfortunately, I only found this blade. Seeing the dejected Mr. Wolverine, my gaze towards the dead rotten reptiles. Mr. Wolverine, now that everyone is here, let's wipe out these crawlers in one fell swoop. We can take our time searching here afterward. Hearing our conversation, the dead rotten reptiles king roared angrily, you damned crickets, go to hell. Hearing this, we charged towards the dead rotten reptiles king. Everyone, I'll handle the dead rotten reptiles leaders and their minions. You guys keep the dead rotten reptile king's three heads busy. I shouted. The smaller dead rotten reptiles quickly positioned themselves in front of me. You little critters, let me show you how strong I was in my prime. I used the dragon dominance path, charging into the swarm of dead rotten reptiles, instantly sending mist and shadow flying. I started frantically devouring the dead rotten reptiles on the ground. You have successfully devoured a dead rotten reptile. Evolution points added 700. You have successfully devoured a dead rotten reptile. Evolution points added 800. At the same time, Sidon grabbed her hammer and violently smashed one of the dead rotten reptile's king's heads, while another head that tried to assist was blocked by Wolverine. Ancient Ape desperately clung to another head, and Deathlark conducted hit-and-run attacks in the air, assisting wherever needed. After devouring a few dead rotten reptiles, I felt that the evolution points were too meager, so I turned my attention to Mist and Shadow. Seeing my intent gaze, both Mist and Shadow broke into a cold sweat. The evolution points from these dead rotten reptiles are too little. Your flesh is far more valuable, I said coldly. Using the burst bite, I directly pounced toward Shadow. You have successfully devoured the dead rotten reptile leader, Shadow. Evolution points added 12,700. You have successfully devoured the dead rotten reptile leader, Shadow. Evolution points added 21,800. At that moment, the head that Ancient Ape was responsible for suddenly exerted force, throwing her off, and Deathlark was also forced back. The dead rotten reptile's king, furious, turned its gaze towards me. This thunder dragon didn't attack me directly, but focused on devouring my children. Perhaps it can strengthen itself through devouring. It seemed to understand something and then turned to attack me. Ancient Ape hurriedly shouted, "Dragon brother, watch your back." Hearing Ancient Ape's warning, I leaped away, narrowly avoiding the attack, but Shadow was caught by the dead rotten reptile king. The next second, it was swallowed whole, and shortly after, Mist was devoured as well. Ancient Ape and Deathlark were dumbfounded. Damn, this guy is ruthless, even eating his own sons? I saw through the dead rotten reptile king's intent. It didn't want me to devour Shadow and Mist. It seems it has realized that I can enhance my strength by devouring them. So what if it knows? I've already gained a lot of evolution points. It's just a pity that Mist didn't drop any skills. I felt a bit regretful. The smaller dead rotten reptiles retreated, suggesting the dead rotten reptile king was gearing up for a one-on-one fight. So I called to Ancient Ape and the others to charge at the dead rotten reptile king. Old thing, a duel? Really? We're going to gang up on you. Guys, let's all go at once. Beat the crap out of him. The dead rotten reptile king roared and charged at us. I gathered energy in my mouth and Deathlark's help took to the sky. Wolverine, Ancient Ape, and Sidon all unleashed their strongest skills on the dead rotten reptile king. Gold slash. Wolverine instantly severed one of the dead rotten reptile king's heads, and my burst breath pierced through another. Ancient Ape and Sidon, the two powerhouses, slammed heavily into the dead rotten reptile king's body. With a loud boom, the massive body of the dead rotten reptile king instantly fell to the ground. Just as Wolverine and I were preparing to concentrate our energy for the final blow, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and the entire cavern shook intensely. What's going on? Is there an even bigger worm appearing? Don't tell me the little ones brought a bigger one. At that moment, Deathlark suddenly flapped her wings crazily and shouted at me, "Ugly dragon, get out of the way." With a slap, I was flung away by Deathlark, and at the same time, a huge mouth emerged from the ground right where I had been standing. Immediately afterward, a giant creature with green glowing eyes emerged from the earth. The system then alerted. This creature is actually the true body of the dead rotten reptile king, Xiang Lu, possessing the bloodline of Xiang Lu from the classic of mountains and seas, with a body length of 150 meters and weighing 1140 tons. I was utterly shocked by this old monster before me. I can't believe we've been fighting its tail all this time. What a deceitful creature, always hiding its true strength. This creature had been giving orders with its tail all along. At this moment, the dead rotten reptile king spoke. "I haven't shown my true form in front of humans for hundreds of years. You should feel honored to die before such an entity." After speaking, he fiercely widened his eyes and unleashed the deadly venom smoke on us. Instantly, green toxic gas spewed from his mouth, and we were swiftly enveloped in a poisonous fog. Upon contact with the toxic fog, Sidon was shocked. This time's poison smoke is much stronger than before. It's a terrifying illusion combined with poison smoke. I didn't expect even me to be affected. Cursed, my body is too weak in this form. I can't exert my full strength. It seems I must return to my true form. Just as the dead rotten reptile king was about to devour her, Sidon's body suddenly burst into light, and in the next second, she transformed into the beast lord Baze, easily breaking the dead rotten reptile king's illusion. Seeing this, the dead rotten reptile king was also greatly shocked. "Baze, it's you. For thousands of years, you finally pluck up your courage to fight with me. I promised that great one not to interfere, so you've been able to occupy the secret realm left by him for over 1,000 years. But now it's different. I've found a few young ones who are qualified to inherit the great one's legacy," Baze said, then swiped his paw at us, casting holy light. "Kids, wake up. It's time to get to work." But how could the dead rotten reptile king let him do as he pleased? Taking advantage of the moment to use the Death's Breath on Baze, Baze used sacred protection to block Death's Breath while continuing to help us escape the illusion with holy light. In an instant, we all snapped back to reality. Hey, what's going on? It seemed like we fell into a terrifying illusion again. I looked up and saw Lord Baze in confrontation with the dead rotten reptile king and couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Baze. Wolverine looked in the direction of the voice and was also surprised. Lord Baze is here too. At that moment, Deathlark realized that by Sidon, who had been under her wing, was gone. No time to answer your question. Think about how to deal with this guy. The real strength of the dead rotten reptile king is too strong. I can only just manage to restrain his venom smoke and venom breath. The rest is up to you, Baze said solemnly. Don't worry, Lord Baze. We won't disappoint you, I said, then led Ancient Ape and the others toward the dead rotten reptile king. With Lord Baze's help, old bastard, your end has come. Hearing this, the dead rotten reptile king laughed loudly. You guys want to kill me? Baze, I will corrode them into a pool of blood right before your eyes. As he spoke, he sprayed out the death's mist at us. Instantly, the toxic fog enveloped us. The poison in the fog was intense, severely restricting our movements. It made our bodies itch unbearably and caused us to cough incessantly. Wolverine could barely hold his blade in the toxic fog, and his body started to show signs of corrosion. If this continues, we don't even need the dead rotten reptile king to act. We'll all rot to death soon. I was desperate. At that moment, Deathlark, watching her feathers fall, recalled the time she was turned bald by the poison and shouted, Ugly dragon, I can't accept such an ugly death. I'll disperse the toxic fog. You guys take the chance to attack. After saying that, she transformed into a hurricane form, using the wind from her wings to blow away the toxic fog. But just as we got close to the dead rotten reptile king, we were repelled by an unknown force. We were unexpectedly knocked back by something unknown. As we steadied ourselves and looked toward the dead rotten reptile king, we were shocked. Is this the true face of the dead rotten reptile king? At that moment, the dead rotten reptile king revealed its full form. Not only did it have the fake bodies we had seen before, but it now also sported a pair of wings. I never thought I'd have to use my strongest form to deal with a bunch of ants. Rest assured, I'll torture you slowly to death, the dead rotten reptile king said with a cold laugh. After speaking, it stuck one of its tails into its own mouth, making a gagging sound. I was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Sticking its tail down its throat. Is it trying to pull off some sort of stomach acid trick? The next second, the tail pulled something from its mouth. It was a great sword. Damn, this guy must be nuts, storing a sword inside its stomach. Isn't it afraid of that blade piercing its stomach? Everyone, be careful. That sword must be coated with deadly poison. I had barely finished speaking when the dead rotten reptile king swung the sword at us. Ancient Ape and I quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. The blade was not only sharp, damn, it was also corrosively potent. While I was still in shock, the dead rotten reptile king flapped its wings at us. Ancient Ape, Wolverine, and I had no choice but to make a clumsy retreat. Mr. Wolverine, you're good with blades. You handled that poisonous big sword. Ancient Ape, target its body, and I'll attack its head. Let's split up and take it down. Wolverine and Ancient Ape instantly replied, understood. Once the plan was set, Wolverine was the first to charge out, aiming directly for the tail wielding the toxic blade. The sounds of metal clashing echoed through the cavern. Taking advantage of the dead rotten reptile king being distracted by Wolverine, Ancient Ape clenched her fists and charged at the beast's body. With a loud bang, her punch landed on the dead rotten reptile king, visibly paining and angering it. Damn monkey, are you tired of living? The dead rotten reptile king bellowed, opening its vast mouth to rip Ancient Ape apart. As it was about to pounce on Ancient Ape, she dodged to the side. By then, I had positioned myself behind her, my burst breath fully charged. The timing is perfect. Die! I unleashed the burst breath towards the dead rotten reptile king's head. Sensing the danger, it quickly shielded itself with its wings, activating a defensive skill, Death Defense. My burst breath hit its wings, causing no damage, and was instead redirected upwards, striking the top of the cavern. Damn, this defense is too insane. It even blocks burst breath, I exclaimed in frustration. At the same time, Little Tangerine and the chief of the wolves led a group of monsters to the rotting grounds. Little Tangerine, are you sure it's here? Why don't we see any dead rotten reptiles? I've sneaked here before. There used to be an entrance, but I don't know why it's gone now. There are many signs of collapse here. Could it be that the worms deliberately sealed the entrance? The chief of wolves frowned and said, we've delayed a long time gathering monsters. I wonder how Dragon Brother and the others are doing now. Just then, a crackling sound came from the ground ahead, and suddenly, with a boom, a beam of light burst through the ground. That's Brother Dragon's signature move, Burst Breath. It seems they are right beneath us. Meanwhile, we are still fiercely battling the dead rotten reptiles king in the cave. Wolverine leaps high, radiating golden light, using his ultimate move, Golden Slash. But just as the Golden Slash is swung, it is blocked by the wings of the dead rotten reptiles king and sent flying toward the top of the cave. This is ridiculous. It can even block my Golden Slash with its wings. Wolverine exclaimed in shock. With a boom, Wolverine's Gold Slash also pierces the ground. Little Tangerine, you guessed right. That's Lord Wolverine's Gold Slash. It seems they are right below us, definitely fighting. We need to get there fast to help. But looking at the already collapsed ground, the chief of the wolves frowned, uncertain how to get down. At that moment, Little Tangerine called over a group of creatures skilled in digging, saying, no problem, leave the digging to us. We continue to attack the dead rotten reptiles king king. But after a while, the dead rotten reptiles king roars in annoyance and releases its deadly venom smoke again. This sudden act also somewhat overwhelms Lord Base. Damn old worm, why can it keep releasing venomous smoke? Doesn't it ever run out of energy? I can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, things aren't looking good for Deathlark either. Damn it, how much mist does this guy have in its stomach? I can't keep this up much longer. Just then, both Ancient Ape and I are sent flying by the dead rotten reptiles king. Seeing this, Base urgently says, I and Deathlark can't hold off his venom smoke much longer. Linshin, you guys need to hurry. We must finish this quickly. At that moment, Ancient Ape's strength was severely depleted. She lay on the ground gasping for air, and I was also breathless. After fighting for so long, this creature was still vigorous. Doesn't he ever get tired? I then glanced at Wolverine, noting that he too was nearly at his limit. If things continued like this, we would all die here. Suddenly, I had a good idea. Mr. Wolverine, you and I will distract him. Spread his wings, then I can target his weak spot. I'll handle the left side, and you take the right. Ancient Ape, upon hearing she wasn't assigned a task, quickly asked what she should do next. I looked at her with a smile. Do you remember how we dealt with Venom? You just need to use your batting skills later. After that, I unleashed countless explosive bombs at the dead rotten reptiles king. He shielded himself with his wings, unbothered by the incoming orbs, and scoffed, your moves are useless against me. He swung his wings, deflecting the explosive bombs in all directions. At that moment, Wolverine swiftly advanced with his sword from the other side, unleashing Gold Slash, but again it was blocked by the dead rotten reptiles king's wings. I told you, your skills are useless against me. His words were cut short as my explosive breath shot at him from another side, yet he blocked it again. Ha ha ha, still no use. The dead rotten reptiles king laughed. I quickly flicked the nearby explosive orbs towards Ancient Ape with my tail. She immediately started batting them back. Okay, I've got them. The dead rotten reptiles king, distracted by Ancient Ape's actions, completely forgot to block the explosive orbs flying straight at him. I looked at the dead rotten reptiles king and asked, have you ever learned about your son Venom's abilities? Following that, I snapped my fingers. Boom! A series of explosions erupted beneath the dead rotten reptiles king. Damn crickets! The dead rotten reptiles king roared, swinging his venomous sword at me the next second. I endured the pain, gritting my teeth as I gathered another burst breath. Boom! I launched it once more at the dead rotten reptiles king. This time, he couldn't use his wings in time, and his body was solidly struck by the burst breath. As I kept up my assault, the dead rotten reptiles king's body was forcibly pushed up to the cave ceiling. However, I didn't stop. I continued the barrage until his body split in two. Boom! The massive body of the dead rotten reptiles king finally hit the ground. At this point, I was visibly thinner, nearly drained, but I still managed to stay standing. Is it over? Upon hearing this, Ancient Ape happily replied, Dragon brother, the dead rotten reptiles king is dead. We defeated him. Deathlark was also excited. Linshin, you did it. Hearing their words, I finally relaxed. My body immediately fell backwards, and seeing this, Ancient Ape and the others rushed over worriedly. Lord Base immediately placed his paw on me, saying, lie still, don't move. Your wound is deep, and it's contaminated with corrosive poison. But don't worry, I can heal you. It just takes some time. Just then, the body of the dead rotten reptiles king began to sizzle. A second later, a blade aura quickly swept towards us. Wolverine sensed the danger and yelled, be careful, but the corrosively poisonous blade aura still struck him. Ancient Ape and Deathlark quickly supported Wolverine, calling out worriedly, Mr. Wolverine, ugly wolf. Just at that moment, laughter came from behind us, and the body of the dead rotten reptiles king that I had cut open was slowly merging back together. Witnessing this eerie scene, Ancient Ape and the others exclaimed in shock, the king of the dead rotten reptiles is coming back to life? Just a few moments ago, I, along with Ancient Ape and Wolverine, fought against the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Eventually, with our joint efforts, I split the king of the dead rotten reptiles into two with my burst breath, and I fell due to overexertion. As everyone rushed over worried to check on my injuries, a second later a blade aura swiftly attacked us. Wolverine sensed the danger and shouted hurriedly, watch out, but the corrosive blade aura still struck his body. Ancient Ape and Deathlark rushed to support him. At that moment, laughter from the dead rotten reptile king came from behind. His body, which I had cut open, was slowly merging back together. Seeing this eerie scene, everyone is in shock. Ancient Ape exclaims, how could he come back to life? Deathlark then used the death hurricane against the king of the dead rotten reptiles, but he easily blocked it with his wings and deflected the hurricane back at her. Deathlark couldn't dodge in time and was hit by her own skill. With a bang she crashed to the ground and was unable to get up for a moment. Worried, Ancient Ape shouted, bird sister. Then she roared and charged at the king of the dead rotten reptiles. You bad rotten reptile king. Go to hell. Die. Seeing this, the king of the dead rotten reptiles, with disdain, stupid girl, go join your dead parents. With that, he swung his wings to attack Ancient Ape. Ancient Ape spun on the spot, deflecting the wing attack, then quickly rushed in front of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, grabbed his chin, and roared, the one going down is you. After saying that, she stamped her feet, steadied her stance, and roared upwards, beginning to exert force. In an instant, her muscles rapidly expanded, and her veins veins bulged. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' face was slowly lifted. At that moment, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles felt a sense of dread. The next second, just as Ancient Ape lifted the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' face from the ground, his newly fused wound burst open with blood again. Baze was shocked upon seeing this. The cut on his face is bursting open again. At that moment, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, controlling his tail, swung his blade at Ancient Ape. Stupid girl, since you wish to die, I'll grant your wish. Unable to dodge, Ancient Ape was struck and fell backward, landing in front of Baze. Baze rushed forward to heal her, but the corrosive power on the blade instantly rendered Ancient Ape unconscious. As Baze was treating Ancient Ape, he thought, just now, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptile's face split open as soon as it was lifted from the ground and began healing again once it touched the ground. Could it be because of the soil and wasteland? The wasteland could cure the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and provide him with energy non-stop. Is that the reason why he's tireless? At that time, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, whose wounds were healing again, looked at Baze and slowly said, over these 1,000 years, you must have also obtained a lot of life essence, but you still cannot oppose me, who absorbs energy from the secret realm. None of your 3 little friends will live after being hit by my erosion blade. You've been opposing my poison this whole time, which must have drained you greatly. Now, you cannot save them. Rather than that, why not share your life essence with my children? With that, he commanded his multitude of dead rotten reptiles to devour us. Just when I thought my life was about to end this way, suddenly, large chunks of stone began to fall from the cave ceiling. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles was startled as the stones falling precisely hit the approaching dead rotten reptile swarm. As a beam of light shot into the cave, the howling of wolves came from the ground. It turned out that little Tangerine and the others had timely broken through the ground and jumped down into the cave. Seeing them, my heart suddenly rejoiced. The monsters on the island. Little Tangerine did it. Little Tangerine had succeeded. With the arrival of a large number of monsters in the cave, the dead rotten reptiles dared not advance further. At that moment, Little Tangerine shouted, brothers and sisters, it's the dead rotten reptiles. Kill them. As his words fell, the white wolf charged out in the lead, casually knocking a dead rotten reptile aside. Under the onslaught of the monster horde, the dead rotten reptiles quickly fell back. Seeing this scene, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles roared angrily, damn crickets, I'll make sure you'll never see the rise of the sun again. At the same time, Baze also roared. In front of him, 4 golden orbs suddenly appeared, which he then thrust into our bodies. The next second, Ancient Ape, Wolverine, Deathlark and I were all fully revived. Shocked, I thought Baze actually shared his life essence with us. At that time, Baze's body began to glow and gradually shrank. After a burst of dazzling light, he transformed back into his original form as by Sidong. No more pretending, I am the Beast Lord Baze. Having given all my life essence to you, I can only appear in this form which consumes the least energy. Upon learning the truth, we all stared at her, dumbfounded. She pointed at the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and said, little ones, it's time to counterattack. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles must be drawing energy from the soil beneath his feet. If we can find a way to prevent him from touching the ground, we can surely defeat him. At the same time, the monsters collectively attacked the dead rotten reptiles, quickly inflicting heavy losses on the dead rotten reptile army. Seeing this, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles became extremely angry and roared, damn crickets, go to hell. With that, he opened his mouth and spewed several venom breath toward the beast horde. The mountain giant ox was unable to dodge and was hit, its life essence rapidly extracted and its body quickly withering. At that moment, a venom breath shot toward White Wolf and Little Tangerine. Just as they were about to be drained of their life essence like the mountain giant ox, I quickly stepped in front of them. Worried, Little Tangerine shouted, Dragon brother, be careful. I stepped in front of them and blocked the venom breath with my body. Strangely, I did not shrink like the last time. Thank goodness. It seems that Lord Baze's life essence now allows me to withstand the venom breath. Little Tangerine, you did it. You accomplished what others thought was impossible. You created a miracle. In the eyes of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, we were indeed very weak, but we, the weak ones, dared to challenge his authority and created a miracle. At this time, the usually proud Deathlark was the first to attack the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. But not only did the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles block her attack, he also knocked her away with a swing of his wing. Seeing their leader hit, the Dimorphodon pterosaurs rushed to help. At this moment, they completely disregarded their own lives, and even if the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles slew a batch, another batch would take their place. At this time, all the animals had one common goal: to bite the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles to death, to completely eradicate the damned King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and restore the former vitality of Abyss Island. Seeing all this, Wolverine was shocked. Are these the same monsters from Abyss Island? For the sake of Abyss Island, they are all fighting fearlessly and recklessly. This is all because of Lin Shen. However, beneath his monster's exterior, there clearly lies a weak human soul. At this moment, Wolverine recalled what his master had once said to him. The strongest swordsmen are not just those with superior skills and great strength. While these factors are crucial for becoming an outstanding swordsman, truly strong swordsmen possess courage in their hearts and a selfless spirit of dedication. Those swordsmen who selflessly wield their swords swords for others are the strongest. At this moment, Wolverine finally understood the true meaning of his master's words. The next second, he charged forward without hesitation. From today, my blade will only be used to protect Abyss Island. He leaped high, unleashing his strongest skill, Gold Slash. With a clang, the Gold Slash struck the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. However, his strike did no damage to the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles at all. At this point, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles taunted, "Wolverine, your sword is useless against me. Just save your energy." The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles said coldly. However, Wolverine did not give up. He firmly said, "If one sword doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three." Having said that, he swung the Gold Slash at the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles again. He knew that only by continuing to fight could he possibly find the weakness of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. After a period of intense sword swinging, blood seeped from the corners of Wolverine's mouth. Just then, a crisp crack sound came from the handle, and then Wolverine's body began to float. Following that, the blade emitted a burst of golden light, and a force of spirit emerged from the sword. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him. "Little wolf, we meet again. I had Lord Base seal half of my life essence in your blade, only to be unlocked once you grasp the true essence of a swordsman and gain my power. It seems you have succeeded." Seeing his master again, Wolverine's eyes were already moist. Just as he was about to say something, his master's life essence gradually merged into his body. "I've never left you. I've always been by your side. Use your sword to cleave through all obstacles." As Wolverine landed, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. The next second, Wolverine, now empowered, charged at the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles with his sword. Behind him, a massive human silhouette hovered. The sword light flashed, and the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' wings were instantly severed. Wolverine gasped heavily. I finally cut off his wings." However, his body then began to tremble, and he slipped and fell to the ground, clearly exhausted by the move. But at that moment, the severed wings of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles began to emit a sizzling noise. Seeing this, Ancient Ape was shocked. "Oh no, his wings are regenerating." She grabbed the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' face and roared, "I won't let your wings regenerate." With a roar, Ancient Ape actually lifted the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' massive body off the ground. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles had never expected Ancient Ape to be so formidable. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles quickly stabbed his tail with a large sword into the ground, preventing Ancient Ape from fully lifting him for a moment. At that moment, I used the dragon scale wheel and charged at the tail holding the large sword. "Let go of it now." With a swish, I cleanly severed the tail of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. Following the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' scream of agony, with nowhere to leverage, he was finally lifted by Ancient Ape. I shouted to Ancient Ape, "Ape sister, use the shot put technique I taught you to fling him away." Hearing this, Ancient Ape roared again and exerted more strength. She quickly adjusted her body angle and started spinning, forcefully swinging the massive body of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. Simultaneously, I activated the rage mode of the Thunder Rage, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. As I powered up, my eyes turned redder, my body sparked with electricity, and my dorsal fins became erect. At this time, Ancient Ape was also ready. Under her rapid spinning, even after images of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' body appeared, the next second, she suddenly let go, flinging the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles high into the air. At the same time, I unleashed the Thunder Rage version of the Burst Breath. With a boom, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' body was instantly shattered by the Burst Breath. Everything but his head turned into minced meat, beginning to fall downwards. At this moment, feeling weak from my full strength blow, I sat on the ground and muttered, "This bastard is shattered like this. I'd like to see how you regenerate now." Seeing this, the monsters around us immediately cheered, some hugging each other, expressing their joy at the moment. Ancient Ape was overjoyed to tears. "Mom, Dad, did you see that? I've finally avenged you." But just then, Sidong pointed at the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' corpse and shouted, "No, everyone, he's not dead yet. He's going to resurrect." At this time, the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' minced meat began to wriggle and even sprouted tentacles, starting to regenerate. Seeing this, Sidong spoke again, "Everyone, quickly pick up the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' minced meat. Don't let it touch the ground." But just as her words fell, to her surprise, the previously barren dead ash ground suddenly sprouted a large expanse of grass, which quickly spread towards the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles' corpse. The minced meat that touched the grass instantly lost its vitality and turned gray. Looking at the grass under my feet, I said, puzzled, "The dead ash ground has actually regained its vitality?" Defeating the venom did indeed help restore the environment, but this is an underground cave. Even without the influence of the dead rotten reptiles, it shouldn't be lush with grass. As I turned around, I saw a familiar figure behind the horde. Isn't that the cannibal tree? How did its roots come here following the horde? At this moment, the cannibal tree was touching the ground with both hands, releasing green energy. It turns out, this grass was created by the cannibal tree. Moments later, the entire cave was covered with grass. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles could no longer touch the ground and was completely dead. The cannibal tree, gasping heavily, sat down and laughed. "I'm exhausted. Hope he's dead through and through this time." With one hand on my hip, happily greeted the cannibal cannibal tree. Thank you, brother tree. I didn't expect you to come too. The cannibal tree laughed in response. Of course, this tree is also a part of Abyss Island. Then, I went over to the corpse of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, ready to devour him to see if I could acquire any powerful abilities. But when I saw that human face, I suddenly felt nauseous and lost my appetite. At this moment, I really felt somewhat unwilling. After all this effort, it seemed I gained nothing. Just then, Bai Sitang's voice came through. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat him and gain his abilities? Bai Sitang jumped onto that human face and continued. Is it because of this ugly human face? It seems deep down you still refuse to devour humans or anything that looks human. Although you are a monster, you possess qualities of self-sacrifice that monsters do not have, and you stick to your principles and nature. I admire you. After saying this, she stretched out her palm towards the corpse of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, and in an instant, golden energy began to flow from the king of the dead rotten reptiles, gathering into a large orb of light in front of Bai Sitang. You saved Abyss Island. As the Beast Lord, I will not let your efforts be in vain. The remaining life essence of the king of the dead rotten reptiles will be your reward. With that, she injected the life essence of the king of the dead rotten reptiles into my body, and instantly, the energy I had expended was rapidly replenished. Just then, the long-missing little Kuan appeared again. You have successfully devoured the life essence of the king of the dead rotten reptiles and gained 10 million evolution points. Hearing this news, I immediately gave little Kuan a thumbs up. Damn, little Kuan, you're awesome. 10 million evolution points. I'm going to use up all the evolution points at once. As the evolution points were spent, I underwent another evolution. My thighs, chest, and shoulders all evolved armor. Damn, I look so cool. Little Kuan, quick, check. Besides the evolution points, did any amazing new skills drop? Little Kuan, after manipulating the panel, said, congratulations, you've actually dropped a S-rank skill. After checking the panel, little Kuan sent a system prompt. Congratulations on your first devouring of the king of the dead rotten reptiles life essence, gaining an S-rank skill, Dragon's 9 Sons. You can release 9 wraiths that look exactly like you, usable once a day, targeting enemies for attack. Hearing this skill, my face fell. Little Kuan, are you messing with me again? Are you asking me to spit out my soul? Can't you give a normal skill? Little Kuan responded, what do you know? This skill is super powerful. It's like having 9 clones. Plus, they are capable of infrared scanning, smart targeting, heat tracking, and more. Very useful. Before it could finish, I interrupted. Forget it. Whatever. I get it. This system is completely a joke. Just then, I turned and saw several hyenas approaching the corpse of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, apparently planning a snack. I quickly went up to stop them. You guys, you saw how poisonous the dead rotten reptile was just now. Do you want to die by eating his meat? Hearing this, the hyenas immediately ran off. I turned to Ancient Ape and the others and said, now, while we have more people, let's quickly search for those escaped dead rotten reptiles. There are many of them. If left unchecked, they are definitely a threat. Bai Sitang agreed. Yes, once and for all. Mr. Wolverine and Deathlark, you go in one group with your clansmen. Ancient Ape and I will be in one group, while Lin Shen and other monsters in another. Ancient Ape and the others answered in unison. Understood, Lord Base. However, after our search, we didn't find a single trace of the dead rotten reptiles, only a lot of green viscous liquid on the ground. At that time, Bai Sitang, staring at the liquid on the ground, said, if I'm not mistaken, this green liquid is the dead rotten reptile we are looking for. This is the dead rotten reptile? I exclaimed. For many years, monsters have repeatedly tried to eradicate the dead rotten reptiles, but their numbers have only increased. I suspect that these dead rotten reptiles and their leaders are all created from the blood of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. So, after the king of the dead rotten reptiles was killed, these little crawlers all turned into liquid and disappeared. Hearing this, Ancient Ape and I suddenly realized, that's great news. That saves us a lot of effort. Just then, White Wolf, carrying little Tangerine, ran over as Wolverine had found his master's remains and had little Tangerine come to notify us. Quickly, led by little Tangerine, we arrived at a cave. It was filled with various weapons, as well as gold and jewels. Damn, did the king of the dead rotten reptiles think he was some kind of dragon? Where did he get all these jewels from? There's even a crown. Did he kill a king or something? I wondered. At that time, Bai Sitang explained, these jewels were probably brought by human psychics. Over 2,000 years ago, they frequently teamed up to enter the island to slay monsters until they disturbed that supreme being. He not only killed all the humans who came to the island, but also set up barriers around Abyss Island, which finally brought peace. At that moment, Wolverine, looking at his master's remains, deeply blamed himself. I'm sorry, master. It's my incompetence. I couldn't even protect your remains. I will never let such a thing happen again. At that moment, I asked Wolverine puzzledly, why would the king of the dead rotten reptiles keep your master's remains here? Wolverine clenched his teeth and said, that despicable guy must have wanted to continue using my master's remains to threaten me. Just then, as if sensing something, Ancient Ape walked towards the pile of jewels. Suddenly, a golden bracelet appeared under her feet. Ancient Ape immediately became excited, for it was the strength wristband her father had worn. Wearing it could amplify the power of her punches. The moment Ancient Ape put on the strength wristband, her father's figure appeared. My girl, you did it. You found the strength wristband, which means you have defeated the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Your mom and I are proud of you. I infused the last of my life essence into this wristband, waiting for this day. He then infused the life essence into Ancient Ape's body. This is Mom and Dad's final blessing for you. Receive our life force. Continue to grow stronger, because you have a long road ahead. After speaking, Ancient Ape's father's figure completely disappeared. At that moment, Ancient Ape shed tears, mixed with both sorrow and joy, for she had finally fulfilled her wish to see her father again. Just then, Bai Sidong, standing on a high spot, spoke loudly to the monsters. It was Lin Shen who led us to kill the king of the dead rotten reptiles. I propose, except for Wolverine's weapons, all other items here are Lin Shen's. Does anyone object? Hearing this, all the monsters agreed. After all, these items weren't edible and were of no use to them. At that time, Deathlark jokingly said, "It seems only Lin Shen, that dummy, would like these fancy trash." Bai Sidong spoke again. "I have long guarded at Sage's Snow Mountain. I usually don't concern myself with the affairs of Abyss Island, but Abyss Island needs a leader who can mobilize all its forces in times of danger. So I nominate Lin Shen as the king of Abyss Island. Does anyone have any objections?" Hearing this, all the monsters raised their hands to indicate no objections. Ancient Ape excitedly said, "With Dragon Brother's strength, he's definitely the boss of the island." Deathlark also raised her wings and added, "I agree. Let's give this youngster the benefit." As they all shouted, "Long live the king," I walked towards the pile of jewels, musing, there once was a diligent king on Abyss Island. He decided to confront the king of the dead rotten reptiles to restore vitality to the island and sacrificed his precious life for it. His only descendant inherited her parents' will and grew up and fought alone in solitude. It was her fearless bravery that created the valuable opportunity for me to kill the king of the dead rotten reptiles. And she is none other than Ape's sister. She truly deserves to be the queen of Abyss Island. My words completely baffled Ancient Ape. "I'm not. Dragon Brother, whether it's strength or brains, you are the rightful king of Abyss Island." At this, I blushed and said loudly, "I'm supposed to be the king of monsters. Abyss Island's temple is too small to fit this deity." Hearing this, Bai Sidong, Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine all rolled their eyes as if they were about to throw up last night's dinner. Then, Bai Sidong spoke, "Ape's sister truly deserves it." "Alright, I agree with Lin Shen's words. I nominate Ape's sister as the queen of Abyss Island. Do you agree?" Hearing this, the monsters on the island all raised their hands in agreement. I handed the crown to Ancient Ape, saying, "Life should have a sense of ceremony, and since it's a coronation, how could we go without a crown?" Ape's sister, quickly put this on. Ancient Ape measured the crown with her hand and said awkwardly, "How am I supposed to wear such a small crown?" Hearing this, I was instantly facepalmed. "Silly girl, can't you transform into human form? You're such a blockhead." Realizing this, Ancient Ape immediately understood. Dragon Brother is smart. How come I didn't think of that? During our conversation, Ancient Ape and I transformed back into human form, and she smoothly placed the crown on her head. Wolverine, seeing us do this, was baffled. What are they doing? Why did they transform into human form? Deathlark explained on the side, "It's just the humans and their complicated ways, so troublesome." Meanwhile, the other monsters were also confused. Why do the two kings want to appear in this form? They look so weak. At this moment, a giant smiled and explained, "This is a hunting tactic of the kings. Appearing weak attracts monsters to attack them. Last year, 2 of my cousins fell for it and tried to sneak attack the Queen Ancient Ape, only to be directly turned into side dishes by the Thunder Dragon." Hearing this, another giant smiled and exclaimed that the method was good, even considering trying to transform into human form himself, to attract prey to come directly to us, so we don't have to hunt laboriously. Then, the giant smiled and suggested to him, "If you also want to transform into this form, I can tell you a good way. Go to the Deathlark's place. There is a fruit there that, once eaten, will make you look like this." Hearing this, its face immediately lit up, his eyes full of stars. At this moment, a Tapajara couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "Don't listen to him. If you eat that fruit from the Deathlark, you'll just end up being eaten by the Deathlark." Just then, Little Tangerine shouted loudly, "Shut up, all of you." One look from White Wolf instantly froze them in place. At this moment, Ancient Ape's voice rang out, "Thank you, everyone. I will definitely guard our Abyss Island well." She let out a roar. Seeing this, the monsters below roared back in response to Ancient Ape. Just then, a bear stood out, expressing dissent. "You just lifted the king of the dead rotten reptiles. I could have done that too. It was clearly Dragon Lord who killed the king of the dead rotten reptiles. Why should you be the queen? Do not accept this." Seeing this, I was secretly delighted. A monster coronation ceremony getting crashed. Now this will be interesting. Sure enough, hearing this, Ancient Ape immediately got angry, rolled up her sleeves and challenged Bear. "What are you trying to do?" Bear pushed aside a nearby monster and shouted loudly, "I don't accept it. So, I want to challenge you to a duel." "Fine, I accept your challenge." Saying that, Ancient Ape transformed back into her monster form and charged towards Bear. Instantly, the two massive monsters began to fight. Seeing this, Bai Sidong was speechless. A perfectly good coronation ceremony was ruined by Bear, and I was laughing on the side. "No worries. If you don't agree, just fight it out. That's the monster way." After some time fighting, Bear was beaten to a pulp by Ancient Ape. "Great Ape Queen, I was wrong. Please spare me." Ancient Ape roared skywards. "Anyone else disagree? Welcome to challenge challenge me. After the battle, Ancient Ape established her authority. All the monsters knelt before her, shouting loudly, "Long live the Great Ape Queen! We submit! Long live the Queen!" Then, Sidong spoke again. All right, the fighting's over. Let these monsters go back first. This cave is deep. Some monsters might not be able to get out. Have your pterosaurs help take them up." Hearing this, Deathlark respectfully bowed and responded, "Yes, Lord Baze." Baze transformed back into monster form and said to us, "Let's go check out the king of the dead rotten reptiles' corroded great sword." Wolverine, you love cold weapons. Aren't you interested in that sword? Wolverine replied, "That sword has been soaked in the king of the dead rotten reptiles' body for a long time, filled with corrosive poison, probably not suitable for me." Baze laughed. "What if I could purify the corrosive poison from the sword?" Hearing this, Wolverine was overjoyed. "Really, Lord Baze? Thank you so much." Following that, Baze used his purifying power to begin cleansing the great sword of its corrosive poison. As the purification was completed, the originally grayish-brown blade turned a vivid blood red. Wolverine casually swung the sword, and a bloody sword shadow flew out. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise, "Great sword, truly a fine blade." At that moment, Baze explained, "This sword is called Blood Blade, left behind by a human psychic 1,000 years ago. Its original owner used it to kill many people, filling it with a murderous aura, making it very suitable for you." Hearing this, Wolverine repeatedly thanked Baze, and I too was happy for him, having never seen Mr. Wolverine so delighted. He's a huge fan of cold weapons. Deathlark teased, "I think he's just a fool who knows nothing but weapons." Just then, Deathlark's peak suddenly exploded, shaking the entire Abyss Island. The Tapejara's dragging monsters upwards almost got hit by falling rocks, and the ground of the cave we were in also cracked. At that moment, unaware of the truth, we were shocked. What's going on? Could it be the father of the king of the dead rotten reptiles has come? The ground cracked and the mountains shook. As we were trying to understand what had happened, a Tapejara flew towards us, shouting, "Bad news! Bad news!" The next second, it knelt before Deathlark, frantically saying, "It's bad. The Deathlark peak has collapsed." Hearing this, both Deathlark and I were shocked. "How could Deathlark peak collapse? Explain clearly what exactly happened." The Tapejara said in a panic. A black cylinder hit Deathlark peak, followed by flames and an explosion. The Deathlark peak collapsed. The ground also collapsed. Many of our people, many died. Seeing that this guy couldn't explain clearly, I turned to Deathlark and said, "We better go out and see for ourselves." Deathlark immediately nodded in agreement. Following that, with the help of Deathlark and other clansmen, we flew out of the cave, speeding towards Deathlark Peak. Meanwhile, at Deathlark Peak, the entire peak had vanished, leaving only a huge crater with large amounts of seawater pouring into it. Just then, two figures appeared at the edge of the crater. An old man holding a wine gourd took a big sip. "Oh boy, haven't had a drink in months, nearly died of thirst." The young man looked at the huge crater and cursed. "Those guys from North Ploania, just because they saw a huge group of pterosaurs, they decided to bomb this part of the island. Absolute bastards." Hearing this, the old man also cursed, "That bastard from the Lester family. I really wanted to give him a punch." Seeing this, the young man teased, "Have you grown to like this island after staying here for so long?" The old man looked towards the beautiful Abyss Island and sighed. "You're right. Actually, the monsters here are quite easy to get along with, and I've met a group of interesting monsters. If they hadn't killed the king of the dead rotten reptiles, you'd still be facing the great waves on the sea." The young man looked at the old man and said, "Thank you for the hard work in the last few months. The waters out there are full of currents and storms, and there's a mysterious energy that causes electronics to malfunction. Only a plant-based psychic like you could get in here. But what I don't understand is, why is the mysterious force here related to the king of the dead rotten reptiles?" Hearing this, the old man casually said, "Why think so much? Once we enter the secret realm, everything will become clear." Hearing secret realm, the young man's expression turned serious. "I came as soon as I received your signal. We have to enter the realm before the people on the ship find out. Those guys are many, and they could do anything. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." Hearing this, the old man scoffed with a smile. "Don't worry, they are only small clans. I doubt they could cause any trouble. Even Nethersin Palace wouldn't dare to offend us. We are the Heaven Force from Cathay." While they were talking, under the lead of the Deathlark, we arrived at the scene. Looking at the crater that was once Deathlark Peak, Deathlark and I couldn't believe our eyes. Even my burst breath couldn't sink the entire island. What kind of power could have caused this? Just then, I remembered the black cylinder the Tapejara mentioned, and a shock went through my heart. Could it be a missile? Only human missiles could have such terrifying destructive power, but even a missile couldn't create such a clean cut. While I was pondering, Ancient Ape pointed below and shouted, "Look over there. It seems like two human beings." Seeing the two figures below, I couldn't immediately tell if they were humans or monsters that had consumed transformation fruit. I quickly called out to Little Quinn to see if it could scan their identities. Soon, Little Quinn reported back with their information. The young man's name is Zhou Ji, a psychic human. The old man beside him is called Mu Jen, a plant-type human psychic. Also, I sense a familiar aura from the old man, Little Quinn explained. Just as I was astonished that humans could come to Abyss Island, Deathlark suddenly dived down with acceleration. At the same time, they noticed us. With a loud crash, my massive body landed heavily on the ground, shaking the earth and kicking up dust. The young man looked up, frozen in fear at the sight of us. There are such huge monsters, and they can even use pterosaurs to fly. At that moment, I bent down and asked sternly, was the explosion done by you? Hearing this, the young man was shocked. This giant dragon can speak human language, and the beasts behind it are equipped. What kind of monsters are these? Deathlark couldn't hold back any longer. Why are you wasting words with them? They destroyed my mountain. They must die. She turned to the old man and the young man, and in the next second, she quickly flapped her wings and attacked the young man. The young man dodged effortlessly, jumping sideways to avoid Deathlark's strike. That bird can actually use wind-type powers? Interesting. With that, Joji began to use his psychic abilities to control a dagger and counterattack Deathlark. Seeing this, I was shocked. Is this the strength of human psychics? They can calmly deal with monsters of our level and even use psychic power to manipulate weapons. That's impressive. As tensions escalated, the old man hurriedly shouted, why are you fighting after just one sentence? Stop, stop. We're all on the same side. Same side? Just then, Wolverine approached him with the great sword in his mouth, sneering, who here is on the same side with you? Seeing this scene, Mr. Mu was startled, thinking, this is a big misunderstanding. However, Wolverine didn't believe him at all and quickly swung his sword at Mr. Mu. He narrowly dodged the attack and shouted again, giant wolf, don't hit me. I told you they're one of us. Meanwhile, Joji, who had dodged Deathlark's attack, was also shocked. This giant wolf may be holding a sword in its mouth, but its strength is not to be underestimated. Each slash was skillfully executed, making him look like a master swordsman, and that giant dragon always staring at me felt completely human. Could it be that the monsters on this island have developed human-like intelligence? Thinking this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Even if they have some intelligence, they are still monsters. How can they be compared to humans with technological civilization and powerful abilities? With that thought, he decisively unleashed his ultimate technique, Lightning Wind. In an instant, his blade transformed into countless shadows, launching an assault on Deathlark. The sheer number of blade shadows made it impossible for her to dodge, and she didn't expect a seemingly weak human to be so troublesome. At that moment, I dashed in front of Deathlark, instantly covered in numerous blood holes. Deathlark looked at me with concern. Ugly dragon, are you okay? To avoid worrying her, I joked, I just pity your feathers. If they get cut off anymore, you'll have no more feathers to lose. Hearing this, Deathlark angrily replied, shut up, I'm never short of feathers. I have loads. Watching our playful banter, Joji was shocked. Using your body to shield a comrade from harm, can a monster really do that? While he was pondering, I shouted and charged at him, only jerks would bully girls. I will teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Joji became serious, secretly thinking, damn, I didn't expect that bird to be female. I used a sweeping tail attack to knock Joji into the air, then charged at him with Dragon Kill. This giant dragon is intentionally trying to get me to jump. What a clever monster. In the next second, with no way to dodge, he was heavily struck, spitting out blood and flying backward. However, Joji was not one to back down, arrogantly saying, don't think this means I can't deal with you. Wind strings. With a thought, his blade shot towards me at high speed. The next second, I shot out 3 explosive bombs, knocking the blade away while sending the other 2 hurtling towards Joji. As he saw the 2 projectiles was past him, he mocked, ugly dragon, your aim is terrible. However, Mr. Mu shouted, young master, be careful, but his warning came too late. I gave Joji a disdainful smile, then snapped my fingers, and with a deafening boom, he was instantly engulfed in an explosion. Seeing this, Mr. Mu worriedly shouted, young master, are you okay? He rushed towards Joji while yelling at me, ugly dragon, stop. I'm the cannibal tree. I helped you against the king of the dead rotten reptiles. At that moment, Wolverine suddenly appeared behind Mr. Mu, sneering, cunning human, you don't look much like a tree. Look out for my blade. Seeing this, Mr. Mu immediately became cautious and hurriedly used his plant-based powers. In the next second, he conjured 2 large plant hands to block Wolverine's sword, perfectly executing a barehanded catch. Seeing this, Ancient Ape and Deathlark all dropped our jaws. Are you really the cannibal tree? How come you're a human? Mr. Mu, flustered and angry, shouted, of course I'm human. I'm just a plant-based psychic, so I can control plants and can also transform into one myself. At this point, Mr. Mu was feeling overwhelmed and muttered to himself, who are you to criticize me for being a human? Hearing him say this, I thought, no doubt, he's definitely that cannibal tree. I looked at Mr. Mu seriously and asked, did you bring this human here? Is this destruction also because of you? Joji spoke up at this point. What happened here has nothing to do with us. I'm not the only human who landed on this island. There are other, more brutal forces involved. I looked at him coldly. Do you think I would believe what you say? To which the young man scoffed. Given your monstrous stupidity, it's normal for you not to believe. However, if you keep wasting time with us, more parts of this island will be destroyed. Mr. Mu then spoke again. We are not your enemies. On the sea 60 kilometers from here, there's a warship loaded with human psychics, and it was their gravity bomb that sunk this place. I was shocked. Gravity bomb? There's such a weapon? Mr. Mu explained. Gravity missiles are bombs created using the abilities of gravity-based psychics. After detonation, they create a massive gravity field that flattens everything within its range. I was surprised. I had no idea that, in addition to monsters and psychics, psychics. Technology had also advanced to this level in the world. Meanwhile, on another part of Abyss Island, White Wolf's head was shattered by a punch. As his body fell, he found that many monsters had already fallen. At that moment, a blonde young man looked down at the corpses, his face full of disdain. Such fragile monsters, they're huge for nothing. Just then, a large group of monsters arrived. Seeing this, the blonde young man pulled out a flare gun, dismissively saying, "How long will I have to kill all these monsters? Might as well give you a taste of a gravity bomb." After saying this, he pulled the trigger, and his companions started laughing heartily. The next second, the flare soared into the air above Abyss Island and exploded. As a red flare rocketed into the sky a kilometer above Abyss Island, the warship at sea soon received the coordinates. At that moment, a soldier approached a man to report, "Mr. Lester, Mr. Orvis has sent new attack coordinates. Shall we strike?" Mr. Lester did not hesitate. "Strike. We've been in these waters for over a month looking for ways to land on this island, and Orvis must be eager to show his abilities. Let him have fun." Following that, he turned to a man in black nearby and said, "The lords of the Nethersin place shouldn't have any objections." The mysterious man in black slowly spoke, "Of course not. This warship is commissioned by the Lester family. The Nethersin Palace will not interfere with Master Orvis's pleasure." Soon after, a missile was launched from the warship, speeding directly toward Abyss Island, aimed precisely at the location marked by the red signal. At that moment, Sidon, who was in the air, spotted the missile first and urgently shouted to me, "Thunder Dragon, something is flying this way." Hearing this, I quickly had Deathlark take me up into the air. When I clearly saw that it was a missile coming toward us, I was shocked. "Deathlark, hold steady. I'll take down this missile." I quickly began to gather energy. In the next second, I unleashed a burst breath toward the incoming missile. With a boom, the missile was hit by my burst breath and instantly disintegrated. At that moment, the crew monitoring the missile panicked reported, "Commander, a beam of light from Abyss Island has destroyed the gravity missile. We're unable to trace the source of the beam. The destructive level of the beam is assessed as S-grade." Mr. Lester, hearing this, was shocked. Destructive power of S-grade? Could there be an S-grade light-based psychic on the island? Send Orvis and his team to investigate. Meanwhile, Orvis and the others on the island were also drawn by the explosion. Orvis frowned and said, "What was that blue light just now? It easily destroyed a gravity bomb." A bald man with a serious expression said, "I didn't expect there to be other S-grade psychics on the island, and it seems to be a rare light-based ability." Orvis, uncertainly, said, "Could it be that boy from Cafe causing trouble?" At that moment, a man with a beard shook his head. "That boy from Cafe is not a light-based psychic, and he should still be on the warship. I just received an order from Lord Lester. He wants us to go check out the area where the beam was fired." Afterward, they turned, their faces sporting mischievous grins. "But before that, let's take care of these nuisances in front of us." Seeing their malicious looks, the monsters on the island immediately became alert. Orvis pulled out his weapon and charged towards the group of monsters, and the others also used their psychic abilities. "Since we can't use the gravity missile to wipe out these beasts, let's warm up here first." The scene shifts to Deathlark Peak. At this time, Joe G, looking at me, was utterly astonished. The strength this dragon has shown must be S-grade. Even if Mr. Moo and I combined forces, we couldn't withstand that beam. Then he shouted to me, "Do you believe us now? If we don't stop those people, more missiles will come." Hearing this, I jumped down to the ground, approached them, and said, "We'll trust you this time. Remember, this is our island. You'd better behave yourselves." After that, I turned to Deathlark and said, "Bird Sister, take us to the area with the red smoke." But just then, Baze approached Ancient Ape. "Since everyone has elected you as the Queen of Abyss Island, you and Thunder Dragon should handle this matter." Hearing this, Ancient Ape immediately agreed, but I loudly questioned, "Aren't you coming with us?" Seeing this, Deathlark immediately scolded me. "Lord Baze has condescended to descend the mountain with us to deal with the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, which was a great honor already. This trivial matter does not require Lord Baze's involvement." Baze then seriously looked at me. "Thunder Dragon, these intruders are human beings. They are your own kind. Are you planning to help humans, or the monsters of Abyss Island?" Baze asked seriously. Hearing this, I was somewhat displeased. Does Lord Baze still not trust me now? I am a monster, and I will help Ancient Ape this island. Any intruders with ill intentions, I will tear them to shreds. Hearing my words, Baze smiled knowingly. "With your words, I am reassured. Go ahead and do it." After Baze left, Deathlark immediately led us toward the direction of the red smoke. "Let's go meet those bastards." Watching us leave in a flurry, Joe G was dumbfounded. "They really are a bunch of simple-minded monsters, just leaving us here like this." Mr. Moo chuckled. "They just think we two can't cause much trouble, and besides, I've helped them before. That Thunder Dragon remembers this favor." Then, Mr. Moo led Joe G deeper into Abyss Island. "Let's go, young master. I'll take you to the entrance of the secret realm. Although we won't harm Abyss Island, we still need to complete the tasks assigned from above." Meanwhile, among the monster group, White Wolf was struck by a human and spat blood as he fell. Just as the human was about to deal the final blow, a furious roar was heard. Suddenly, Bear appeared and charged at the human. His bare paw swiped at the human, but was easily dodged. Bear roared again and charged at the human. "Dare to cause trouble on Queen Ancient Ape's territory, I'll slap you to death." His swipe was again easily dodged. The man with a beard smiled derisively. "This giant bear has decent attack power. power, barely on par with a C-grade psychic. But in front of a B-grade psychic, he's just a little brother. After saying this, the bearded man punched Bear, who was too large to dodge in time and was hit directly, blood oozing from its face. As he was adjusting his stance to attack again, suddenly a blade shadow sliced across his neck, decapitating him instantly. Orvis, holding a giant sword, stood beside Bear's corpse and sneered, playing around. Hurry up and clean up these monsters. It turned out this guy had no sense of honor and actually launched a sneak attack on Bear. White Wolf let out a painful cry upon seeing this. Just as he was about to rush into fight, the bearded man swung his fist at White Wolf again, and White Wolf clearly couldn't dodge. Wolf, now it's your turn. Suddenly, a gold slash flashed by, and the bearded man's body was sliced in half, meeting his end. The human psychics were instantly shocked. When they realized who had unleashed the blade shadow, they were even more astonished. Wolverine landed, grim-faced, staring at them intently. At that moment, several shadows descended from the sky, and looking up, they were startled again. Giant wolves holding great swords, giant birds helping monsters to fly up into the air. How could they be so smart and no teamwork? Seeing the monster corpses all over the ground, I fell into deep self-reproach. These are all monsters gathered to help me deal with the king of the dead rotten reptiles. If I hadn't asked Little Tangerine to summon them, they wouldn't have clustered here like this. But when Ancient Ape and I saw Bear's tragic death, we were instantly filled with extreme rage, our eyes bloodshot. Damned humans, you've destroyed my comrades of Abyss Island, and today not one of you will leave alive. Hearing this, the human psychics looked at me in terror. This monster can actually speak, and his aura is so strong. At that moment, several drones suddenly flew in, their mounted Gatling guns instantly aimed at us, spraying bullets wildly. Although it didn't cause us much harm, the constant barrage was quite infuriating. I saw Wolverine make a gold slash, instantly splitting one drone in half. Deathlark used a whirlwind to directly destroy another. Simple, brutal, and clean. The last drone was smashed to bits by our brute force, leaving the psychics utterly stunned. A giant wolf wielding a sword, small whirlwinds in the air. Are these really monsters? After calming down slightly, the bald man said to Orvis, "Do you think monsters can talk, use weapons, and possess wind abilities? These guys are likely beast-type psychics who can transform into monsters." Hearing this, Orvis frowned. I've never seen such psychics. Maybe they are some kind of mutant. Meanwhile, on the warship at sea, everyone stared in shock at the footage from the drones. Damn it, what are those things? One soldier exclaimed angrily. Lester also stared seriously at the screen. Who has seen a monster that can use a sword and wind abilities? At that moment, the man in black calmly said, "Could they be beast-type psychics?" Just then, the crew responsible for monitoring the life signs of the landing team shouted, "Not good. Lord Lester, Hans's life signs have vanished. He's dead." Upon hearing this, Lester's face darkened immediately. People began to murmur, did Hans get killed by those monsters? He was a B-grade psychic of the power type. Now that all three drones were destroyed, they had no idea what was happening on the island. Lester coldly ordered, "Send the second team that has already landed to rush to Orvis's location immediately, and also deploy 10 more drones for support." Meanwhile, on Abyss Island, Wolverine's body was rapidly shrinking. In the next second, he transformed into his werewolf form. He had always longed to fight humans in this form. "I've always dreamed of fighting with humans this way." Thunder Dragon, Ancient Ape, Deathlark, you don't need to lift a finger. I can handle this alone, Wolverine said confidently. Seeing Wolverine transform into a human, Orvis thought to himself, as I suspected, they can turn into humans. Although it's a bit odd, they're definitely psychics. Then Orvis spoke up. "Who are you guys? Which clan do you belong to? How did you manage to get on this island before us? However, this island has already been claimed by the Lester family, so you'd better leave quickly." Hearing this, Wolverine charged at him with his sword, scoffing, "Full of nonsense. Go to hell." As Wolverine charged towards Orvis, ready to send him packing with one strike, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Orvis, blocking Wolverine's attack. "If you want to fight the young master, you have to get past me first," the man said. Without wasting words, Wolverine swung his sword down. "If you want to die first, I'll grant your wish." Just then, Little Coon pulled up information on the psychics. Orvis, B-grade lightning type human psychic. B-grade rock type human psychic. Hester, A-grade lightning type human psychic. And the one blocking Wolverine was Geo, B-grade speed type human psychic. Seeing the new information on the panel, I asked Little Coon, "Can you now scan the levels of psychics?" Little Coon replied, "While you were fighting with Zhou-Ji and Mr. Mu, I upgraded the scanning function." Curious, I asked, "Compared to human psychics, what level are we? Also, won't Wolverine be at a disadvantage fighting in human form?" Little Coon explained, "In his monster form, Wolverine is S-grade. In human form, his strength drops to A-grade, but with his extraordinary swordsmanship, he won't be at a disadvantage." "What levels are Bird Sister, Ape Sister, and I continued. Little Coon pulled up our panel and said, "In monster form, Bird Sister is S-grade, Ape Sister is A-grade, and you are S+, but your human forms are pretty weak, probably not even reaching B-grade." Hearing this, I said defiantly, "Only someone like Wolverine would crave to fight in human form. Ape Sister is only A-grade. Seems like our regular training isn't sufficient. But what the heck is S+?" Little Coon immediately became timid. S+ means stronger than S-grade. Don't overthink it. You're like a boss with an invincible invincible, awesome system. I responded sarcastically. A super system? I think a joking system suits you better. Just then, Wolverine shouted loudly, breaking through Geo's defense with one strike. Geo, relying on his speed, quickly retreated, but to his surprise, Wolverine promptly followed with another slash. Wolverine completely separated Geo's head from his body. When the warship received the news of Geo's death, the human psychics became panicked. They had been steamrolling the monsters since landing, but now, 2 B-grade psychics had died in less than a minute, and these were battle-hardened mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife daily. Is there really an S-grade powerful monster on the island? Someone asked nervously. At this moment, the mysterious man in black chuckled. The stronger the monster, the more it proves that there is a secret realm on this island, and it's a high-level one. Lester darkened his face and replied, that may be true, but it's my son who is facing these powerful monsters. He then asked the captain, where are the second squad and the drones now? The captain answered, the second squad will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. 4 of the 10 drones were destroyed by lightning from outside the island, and the other 6 have just passed through the lightning zone. Upon hearing this, Lester became furious. Damn lightning zone. Send 10 more drones over. The scene shifted to the island, where Orvis trembled in fear upon seeing Geo killed. Just then, the bald psychic Hester stepped forward and said, young master, leave this to me. This werewolf may only be A grade, but his swordsmanship is skilled, and he has rich combat experience, making him difficult to deal with. He then focused his eyes, charged with lightning, staring at Wolverine. I am Hester, an elder of the North Ploanian Lester psychic family. May I ask who you are? Before he could finish, Wolverine charged at him, sneering, dead men don't deserve to know my name. Seeing this, Hester wasted no more words and threw a lightning sphere at Wolverine. The moment Wolverine's sword struck the sphere, a surge of electric power transmitted through the blade and struck Wolverine, rendering his body immobile and sending him flying. However, in the blink of an eye, he recovered and quickly regained his stance. Hester was shocked, not expecting Wolverine to shake off the paralysis effect so quickly. While he was contemplating, Wolverine leapt high again, swinging his sword down at him. Hester smugly remarked, your metal weapon will only increase the conduction of lightning. However, at that moment, Wolverine surprisingly bit down on his weapon. Hester looked on in disbelief. This guy is actually holding the sword with his mouth. In the next second, Wolverine unleashed his ultimate move, Gold Slash, against the lightning sphere. Upon contact with the sword energy, the sphere was split in 2. The block sword energy didn't dissipate. It continued downward towards Hester, instantly spraying blood everywhere. Seeing Hester injured, Orvis and Mike charged at Wolverine simultaneously. The Deathlark immediately shot 2 gusts of wind at them. Despicable scoundrel, how dare you ambush us? Orvis leapt sideways, dodging Deathlark's attack, while Mike was hit directly by the wind and sent flying. With a loud boom, he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Mike got up, grinning at Deathlark. Such a small gust can't hurt me. I'm a rock-type psychic with high defense. But as soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow loomed over him, causing his eyes to pop out in fear. A pair of gigantic hands came crashing down, accompanied by a roar, noisy human, taste my mountain crush. With a loud boom, Mike was forced into the ground by Ancient Ape's massive hand, as humiliated as he had been arrogant moments before. After he struggled to his feet, Ancient Ape's fist smashed down again, roaring, you were pretty arrogant just now, weren't you? Let's see if your defense is stronger or if my fist is harder. Her fists pummeled Mike like raindrops, all the while she kept shouting, die, die. This scene shocked me, making me think, isn't this a bit too brutal? After a while, Ancient Ape finally stopped, panting heavily. By then, Mike had completely cooled off, his stony head smashed to pieces. Ancient Ape coldly turned to the remaining 2 and said indifferently, now it's your turn. With that, she charged at Orvis and Hester with her fists. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of Mike's death on the warship, Lester was completely panicked. He believed there were S-grade powerful monsters on the island and was ready to go to the island himself to save Orvis. At that moment, the mysterious man spoke. Isn't Hester with Orvis right now? He is an A-grade peak psychic about to break into S-grade. Besides, the second squad and the second batch of drones will soon arrive, so there's no need for you to worry, Mr. Lester. Calming down, Lester turned to a subordinate and said, take a few A-grade and S-grade psychics and get to the island fast on a speedboat. Lester urgently instructed a subordinate, you are an S-grade crystal psychic, better at defending against offshore thunderstorms than the rock-type Mike. Hearing this, Jing immediately responded, yes, Mr. Lester. Lester looked at the remaining 2 on the screen, his heart filled with urgency. Hester, you old man, you have to hold on. However, the situation for Hester on the island was not looking good. Struggling under Wolverine's fierce attacks, he was barely holding on, but in order to protect Orvis, he continued to grit his teeth. These monsters are too strong. That T-Rex hasn't even made a move, and we're almost wiped out. Hester thought, I'll hold them off. You find a chance to escape, he told Orvis, then released his power, Thunder Chains, ready to sacrifice himself to give Orvis a chance to live. Hester quickly threw 2 balls of lightning at Wolverine, momentarily paralyzing him with electric power. Then, he bound Wolverine's hands with chains, continuously shocking him to restrict his movement. After doing all this, Hester shouted at Orvis, run, young master. Hearing this, Orvis didn't hesitate for a second, running for his life with all his might. However, just then, Wolverine suddenly shook his head, accurately throwing the sword in his mouth. The blade struck Hester precisely, piercing through his body. At this moment, Hester's face was full of disbelief. He can still throw a sword while bound by thunder chains and being electrocuted. Watching himself fall, Hester's consciousness began to blur. With the last support down, Orvis was utterly terrified, crying out loud as he frantically fled. "I don't want to die. Someone save me." Meanwhile, I quietly watched him and coldly said, "You can't escape. Trying to run? Did you ask my permission?" I sneered, just in time to try out my new skill on you. After speaking, I spat out a blue object, my newly acquired skill, Dragon's 9 sons. Soon, all 9 of my sons were born. I nodded in satisfaction, then waved my hand grandly. "Children, the time to prove yourselves has come. Beat him up for me." Orvis turned to see this scene, nearly scared to death. "What the hell are these things? I thought we were dealing with monsters, not a horror show. Mom, I want to go home." Just then, several drones flew over. Orvis, ecstatic, waved frantically at the drones. "Reinforcements have arrived. I'm saved. I'm here. I'm here." On the other side, as the news of Hester's death reached the warship, Lester stared at the screen. Just as he feared Orvis might have also been harmed, the drones found Orvis safe and sound. Simultaneously, the second squad also reached the battlefield and would join up with Orvis in a few seconds. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and let down their guard, a crew member suddenly shouted in shock, "Look, what is that behind the young master?" "It's a blue T-Rex ghost army," everyone exclaimed. Seeing the human psychic's second squad approaching, Orvis fell on the squad leader as if seeing a savior. The squad leader quickly comforted him. "It's okay now, young master Orvis, you're safe." However, before he could finish his sentence, my sons charged over, their target being the squad leader holding Orvis. With a loud boom, the unprepared Orvis and the squad leader were hit directly and flung away by the explosion. Another more violent explosion completely engulfed them. As the dust settled, the crew looked in horror at the scene, finding Orvis and the squad leader dead, lying lifeless on the ground. The crew hardly had time to grieve and quickly gathered together. Sensing the ground shake, more monsters were approaching. Soon, several large monster figures appeared, surrounding them in a circle. I watched them coldly. "Ape sister, more fools have come to die." Hearing my words, the psychics all widened their eyes in shock. How can there be such huge monsters that can also talk? Were they the ones who wiped out young Master Orvis and Captain Nuke? Just as I was about to wipe these humans out completely, several drones quickly flew in, surrounding us instead. Immediately, Gatling guns began firing at us, the continuous rat-a-tat holding us back for a moment. For a time, I forgot to strike the humans on the ground. Seeing this, the psychics felt they had another chance, each unleashing their skills in a furious assault. Seeing this, Deathlark let out a phoenix cry, and quickly a flock of minions flew to our aid, flapping their wings. "Great Queen, we're here to help you." The psychics panicked at this sight. How can they call for more help? In the blink of an eye, Deathbird's minions had turned the drones into scrap metal. Meanwhile, back on the warship, they received news that the entire second squad was wiped out. Hearing this, Lester erupted in fury, his body covered in lightning. "Orvis, my poor son, I'm going to the island to wipe out those beasts." With that, he soared out of the warship, heading for the island. He loudly ordered, "Pass, Mahanda, I'm going to head to Jing's boat first. You bring the people of the Lester family and take the landing boats to meet me on the island." After giving his orders, he rushed out of the warship towards the island. As the situation grew more complex, the man in black did not dare act rashly, so he went to a dimly lit room and reported Lester's plan to go to the island to the head of the sinful sanctuary. The temple lord coldly snorted. "Lester has 6 sons. With his personality, losing one son wouldn't cause such a stir. He's just using this opportunity to bring his own people to the island first to search for the secret realm." "Bartle," the temple lord continued, "I command you to join Lester now. If they kill the monsters, find the secret realm and report to me immediately." Meanwhile, in the defense thunder domain of Abyss Island, a landing craft was under constant attack from lightning. At this moment, Jing was holding up the shield, silently cursing. "When will this lightning end? I'm exhausted." Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly charged toward the landing craft, but veered at the last moment, directly drilling into the shield. Jing was about to make a move when he saw it was Lester. He asked in confusion, "Lord Lester, why did you come personally?" Lester's face was dark, and he coldly said, "Orvis was killed by the monsters on the island. I want to personally slay those beasts." Hearing this news, everyone on the ship bowed in mourning, vowing to avenge Orvis. At that moment, Lester sensed Bartle's presence and sneered inwardly. "It seems the sinful sanctuary doesn't trust me and sent him to monitor me. But it's fine. With a powerful S-class soul manipulator aiding me, those giant beasts are doomed." Lester instructed Jing, "You contact Haas immediately and have them form another team to land from other directions. Hurry to find the entrance to the secret realm. Our team will seek revenge on the monsters. I want to skin those beasts alive." Soon, Bartle caught up with Jing's landing craft. Seeing Bartle, Lester frowned and said, "I didn't expect the envoy of the sinful sanctuary to personally come and monitor me." Bartle smiled. "I'm just here to help at the temple lord's command." Lester sneered, retorting, "That's easy to say. You're really here to spy on me, aren't you?" Bartle no longer concealed his intentions and replied candidly, "You are indeed a wise man, Lord Lord Lester. Besides the task given by the Temple Lord, I'm more interested in those 4 monsters. I'm curious whether they're beast-type psychics or intelligent giants born from the secret realm's energy. If they really are intelligent giants, I hope you can spare their lives after venting your anger, because I want to absorb their souls and turn them into my necrobehemoths. Lester was surprised. Have you mastered the spell to create necrobehemoths? Arl smiled mysteriously. As long as I can turn those 4 giants into my undead giants, I can take revenge on the necrosanctum that expelled me. In reality, Arl joined the sinful sanctuary to escape the pursuit of the necrosanctum. He didn't take the single S-class psychic of the sinful sanctuary seriously at all. At this point, Lester's guard relaxed, and he calmly said, I will help you obtain the monster's souls, and you will help me find the secret realm. When the time comes, we'll split whatever we gain, and we won't have to look at the sinful sanctuary's face ever again. Meanwhile, on Abyss Island, I looked at the neatly arranged bodies of human psychic in front of me, my heart tangled in conflict. Seeing the face of the king of the dead rotten reptiles earlier, I couldn't bring myself to do it. And these real humans, I can't consume them either. But if I don't devour them, I won't gain any skill points. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Just as I was agonizing over this, a group of bloodshot eyes monsters approached and respectfully said, Fellow lords, these humans have killed so many of our monster kin, we must gnaw on their corpses and crush their bones. Seeing this, I quickly intervened. I still have use of these human corpses. Besides, they're too small to even fill the gaps in your teeth. Wolverine thought to himself upon seeing this. Lin Shen can kill his human enemies without hesitation, yet he refuses to devour their bodies, while the monsters have no psychological burden in devouring the bodies of their own kind. This must be the difference between humans and beasts. At that moment, Little Kun suddenly appeared and began talking to himself. I am truly great. I've figured this out. Hearing this, I was dumbfounded. Why do you suddenly appear? Babbling to yourself, Little Kun explained. I know you're reluctant to devour human corpses, so I specifically analyzed the method Baze used to extract the life essence of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. I can extract the life essence of human psychic just like Baze. As long as you devour these life essences, you can achieve the same effect as devouring monster flesh. Upon hearing this, I immediately exclaimed excitedly, Little Kun, you're brilliant. I absolutely love you. By the way, can Ape's sister and brother Wolf also devour these life essences to gain strength? Little Kun replied arrogantly, what are you thinking? I'm your system, so only you can see and devour the extracted life essence. I covered my mouth and snickered. Sorry then, Ape's sister, brother Wolf. These benefits are all mine, but how do I use this? Is it to be ingested or applied externally? I asked jokingly. Little Kun was speechless. Of course, it's ingested. For such a useless master like you, I'm really breaking my heart here. While I started to devour, I retorted unconvinced. You unreliable system still dare to call me useless? The system notification sounded. You have successfully devoured a B-grade rock-type human psychic life essence. Reward evolution points 150,000. I exclaimed in surprise. That's about the same evolution points as the king of the dead rotten reptiles gave. I thought these small humans would give very few points. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations on your first time devouring human psychic life essence. Acquiring the passive skill Double the Joy. All evolution points obtained from human psychic are doubled. My eyes lit up. Is it that powerful? I couldn't wait to start devouring the remaining life essences. You have successfully devoured a B-grade speed type human psychic life essence. Reward evolution points 130,000 times 2. You have successfully devoured a B-grade lightning type human psychic life essence. Reward evolution points 130,000 times 2. You have successfully devoured a B-grade firearms type human psychic life essence. Reward evolution points 140,000 times 2. You have successfully devoured an A-grade lightning type human psychic life essence, earning the special skill reward Thorn Thunder Spikes. This is an enhanced version of the Thorn Spikes, adding lightning properties that release lightning while piercing enemies, increasing damage and causing temporary paralysis. Hearing the skill description, my eyes instantly sparkled with little stars. Increase damage and paralyze enemies? This skill is simply perfect. Finally, a new skill exploded. I excitedly thought. After devouring all the life essences, I looked around at the monster crowd and said, 2 squads of human psychics have fallen here. They definitely won't let this go. I don't even know how many psychics are still on that warship. So, I said to Wolverine, have the monsters hurry back to their territories. It's not safe for everyone to be together. Wolverine nodded and said, we don't know if there are psychics lurking elsewhere. For safety's sake, my clansmen and I will escort everyone back. I said to the Deathlark, have all your clansmen scout in the air to see if there are any traces of other psychics. If you find human psychics, do not attack. Notify me immediately. At that moment, Ancient Ape rushed over hurriedly. Dragon brother, what about me? What's my task? Hearing this, I instantly facepalmed. You are now the queen of Abyss Island. These tasks should have been assigned by you. Forget it. Let me help you out one more time. I sighed. Let's bury the bodies of these guys first, then search around this area. Ancient Ape, hearing this, immediately made an okay gesture, starting to clean up the psychic bodies like picking up spicy strips. I looked towards the direction of the sea and declared loudly, Everyone has just gone through a big battle with the king of the dead rotten reptiles, and we still don't know how many human psychics we will face next. After going back, make sure to recover your strength and be ready to fight at any moment. I want these human psychics to understand that Abyss Island is not a place where they can just come and go as they please. Just as I was having all the monsters return to their territories, ready to face the attack of the human psychics at any time, Bartle, on the ship, released his soul power, trying to gather some information about the island through this method. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing the location of Orvis' soul energy. He even felt the presence of Zhou-Ji's soul energy, and it was also nearby on land. Lester, hearing this, hurriedly asked, "Are you talking about Zhou-Ji of the Heavens Martial Division of Cathay? But shouldn't he be on the warship right now?" Bartle confirmed with a nod. Not only is he not on the ship, but he also landed on the island before Orvis and the others. After hearing Bartle's explanation, Lester became extremely angry, gritting his teeth. Damn, I didn't expect that kid to be the first one to land on the island. Those monsters must also be his doing. He killed Orvis and the other landers to monopolize this secret realm. But Bartle denied his speculation. If Zhou-Ji could bypass the energy field around the island, he wouldn't have taken the warship with us. I think those monsters are the native inhabitants of the island, and it's because of the energy of the secret realm that they have developed intelligence. As the two were discussing, Jing received news that Haas and others had successfully landed elsewhere. Lester, hearing this, immediately ordered, "Let Haas and the others look for the entrance to the secret realm. If they encounter Zhou-Ji, kill on sight." Soon after, Lester and his group also successfully landed on Abyss Island and found the place where Orvis and the others were buried. Lester waved his hand to his subordinates, and a B-grade Earth-type human psychic immediately stepped forward, using his ability, and quickly dug out Orvis and the other bodies. Looking at Orvis' corpse, Lester angrily said, "Rest assured, son, none of the monsters that hurt you will get away. I will definitely avenge you." Meanwhile, Bartle looked at the remains of the monsters on the ground and murmured, "Strange. These monsters devour beasts, but not humans, and even bury the corpses. Could it be that they are really just beast-type human psychics?" Lester, burning with rage, unleashed his lightning power and gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter whether they are human or monster. I will tear them to pieces." Just then, Jing pointed to the sky and urgently said, "Look, sir, there's a pterosaur, and it seems to have spotted us." Upon detecting the presence of humans, the pterosaur immediately let out a screech. Soon after, more pterosaurs began making the same call. Jing suddenly felt uneasy. Are they passing messages to each other? They've really evolved. He quickly condensed ice crystals and turned them into arrows, hurling them at the pterosaurs in the sky. The arrows instantly pierced through the neck of a pterosaur, which let out a final pitiful scream before crashing to the ground. However, just as they dealt with one pterosaur, a large group of pterosaurs was seen flying towards them from a distance. The human psychics, seeing this, were all skeptical. "So many pterosaurs, they really are summoning their companions," someone exclaimed. At that moment, Lester shouted, "Perfect timing. Let them all come and meet their death. I will kill all the monsters on this island," Lester said through gritted teeth. Watching the increasingly closer swarm of pterosaurs, all the human psychics acted simultaneously, launching a fierce attack at the swarm. However, just as the human psychics' attacks were about to hit, the swarm of pterosaurs suddenly split to the sides, revealing the deathlark hidden behind. The deathlark flapped her wings, and the psychics' attacks were instantly reflected back. The psychics who realized this quickly put up defenses, barely blocking the rebounded attacks. "Everyone, be careful. It's that monster bird that can use wind powers," Jing shouted. At that moment, a red-haired fire-type human psychic foolishly said, "Watch me burn this ugly bird's feathers." With that, he used his fire-type ability, launching an attack at Deathlark. Instantly, a huge column of fire approached Deathlark. Deathlark swung her wings fiercely, instantly dispersing the column of fire. "Kid, you actually want to burn my precious feathers? Watch me take you down first." Deathlark was furious. Hearing Deathlark's words, Jing was shocked. This giant bird can speak. It seems like it's a beast-type human psychic. Just as Deathlark was focusing on the human's defenses, thinking about how to attack, the red-haired psychic who had provoked her acted foolishly again. He took a deep breath and once more spewed a ball of fire at Deathlark. Seeing this, Deathlark shouted, "How dare you!" Then, she used the skill wind blade to strike at the fireball. In an instant, the fireball was shredded by her skill, and the wind blades raced downwards. The red-haired psychic, who had jumped out of the defensive range, was instantly hit by the wind blades and was decapitated in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Jing and the others quickly strengthened their defenses to withstand Deathlark's wind blade attack. "This monster bird's attack is so strong," someone exclaimed. As Deathlark's attack ended, she immediately turned and flew high into the sky, thinking to herself, "I'll keep these guys busy first, and when the ugly dragon and the others arrive, we'll launch a joint attack." Watching Deathlark turn and fly away, Jing immediately realized something was amiss. Not good. This monster bird is deliberately stalling for time. She's waiting for reinforcements from other monsters. Hearing this, Lester, standing behind him, trembled with rage. The next second, he burst out with intense aura, roaring, "You killed my people, and you think you can just leave? Come down here." He raised his hand, and instantly a lightning orb raced toward towards Deathlark. With a loud boom, Deathlark's wings were hit by the orb, turning instantly black. Then, she was paralyzed, her body rigid as it fell straight down. Seeing their boss falling, the underlings immediately panicked. Deathlark hit the ground, instantly raising a 100 meters high cloud of dust. At this time, Ancient Ape and I, who were searching nearby, heard the commotion and immediately knew something was wrong. Could it be Deathlark and her pterosaurs had encountered the psychics? Then, I quickly ran in that direction, cursing inwardly, this silly bird. Didn't I instruct her not to fight when encountering human psychics, to wait until everyone was assembled before acting? Meanwhile, Jing and the others saw the falling Deathlark, baring their teeth in excitement, shouting, "Die, ugly bird." Then, all the psychics launched their abilities at Deathlark. Seeing this, Deathlark hurriedly swung out a whirlwind to block their attacks. Just then, the pterosaurs all dove down, hindering the human psychics. Jing and the others were shocked. This monster bird can even control a group of pterosaurs. These type human psychics don't seem to have this ability. While Jing and the others were restrained by the pterosaurs, Lester had ascended in the air. He coldly said, "Since you're eager to meet your deaths, then I'll just have to obliterate you." With that, he unleashed his ability at the pterosaurs below. In the blink of an eye, the pterosaurs were paralyzed by the lightning, falling downwards. Deathlark once again experienced the shock of lightning. Just then, the ground shook with a rumbling sound. Jing quickly warned everyone, "Be careful, more monsters are coming." Countless blue spheres bounced out from the forest. Deathlark, seeing this, showed displeasure on her face. "What are Ugly Dragon and that stupid monkey up to? It took them so long to get here. Many of my feathers have already been scorched." While the human psychics in front of her were still confused, Deathlark and all her underlings moved at once, shooting the balls at the psychics. At the same time, I snapped my fingers, and instantly, the explosive bombs burst, blowing the psychics off their feet. Taking advantage of their disorientation, I accelerated out of the forest. Did you enjoy my explosive bombs? Don't rush, the best part is yet to come. I charged into the crowd, first with a dragon tail whip, disrupting the psychic's formation. Next, I whipped a chubby one into the air, and with a crack, I bit off his lower half. Then, with a flick of my head, I spat him out on the ground like spitting out phlegm. The chubby guy didn't even have time to say his last words before he was out for the count. Next, I locked my gaze on the others and instantly launched a psychic attack skill, Dragon Roar. In the blink of an eye, the psychics entered a brief stunned state, becoming lambs to the slaughter. However, this move was completely ineffective against the soul-type psychic Bartle. At that moment, he looked at me, his face full of shock. "Is this a psychic shock?" Then, he turned and shouted to everyone, "This is a psychic attack. Everyone wake up, wake up." As he was waking everyone up, there was a rustling sound from the forest again. The next second, Ancient Ape burst out of the forest, roaring, "Dare to bully Bird Sister, you all go die." She clenched her fists and slammed down on the rooster-comb man below. With a boom, Ancient Ape's fists hit the ground, instantly creating a huge crater. Afterward, Ancient Ape roared to the sky, venting her exhilaration. At the same time, I launched and burst breath at Lester. Seeing this, Jing shouted, "Be careful," as he rushed in front of Lester, instantly conjuring a crystal shield in front of him. When the burst breath touched the shield, Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. But the next second, my burst breath not only failed to break the shield, but was also reflected back, directly leveling the peak of a distant mountain. At this moment, Wolverine, who was escorting the monster group, saw my burst breath and immediately guessed we had encountered human psychics, so he turned around and sprinted in our direction. "Continue escorting these monsters back to our territory. I'm going to support Lin Shen." Meanwhile, Lester and Jing were shocked as they looked at the flattened mountain. "The power of this beam is so great. It must be at least S grade. It was this beam that destroyed the gravity missile." At the same time, I was equally shocked looking at Lester and the others. This crystal person could actually reflect my burst breath back, clearly not an ordinary psychic. So I quickly summoned the Little Kun. "Quickly scan what powers these people have." Soon, Little Kun scanned the information of these people. S-grade lightning type psychic, Lester. S-grade soul type psychic, Bartle. S-grade crystal type psychic, Jing. A-grade flying type psychic, Nana. A-grade beastman type psychic, Alec. A-grade firearms psychic, Babjo. 3 S-grade, 3 A-grade. This lineup is somewhat overpowered, so I hurriedly warned Deathlark and Ancient Ape. "These people are stronger than the previous Hester. You must be careful." Just then, Alec's body began to change. His tongue forked, and his body was wrapped in a green glow. His body then began to grow rapidly. In the next second, he turned into a lizard man. We were all surprised to see this scene. I didn't expect this guy to transform and enlarge like that. However, his appearance suddenly reminded me of the dead rotten reptile king's human face. Does it come with an innate ability to attract hate? "You're really annoying me." Hearing this, the lizard man roared and charged at me, and we immediately started fighting. Ancient Ape was just about to come help when Jing appeared behind her and attacked her. At this time, Deathlark took the opportunity to attack the others, but they dodged. The flying psychic suddenly leaped in front of Deathlark. "Ugly bird, don't think you're the only one who can fly." With that, a pair of black wings sprouted from her back, and she pulled out a weapon and flew toward Deathlark. Meanwhile, the others kept a close eye on the fight between me and the lizard man. Bartle suddenly sensed something. "Lord Lester, this dragon has the spirit essence of young Master Orvis on it. it. Hearing this, Lester was shocked. What? How could Orvis's spirit essence be on it? I don't know how this dragon does it, but he seems able to devour spirit essence. The spirit essence of young Master Orvis and others have been devoured by him. Hearing this, Lester's eyes reddened and his body surged with lightning power. He killed my son and even devoured his soul. I'll use thunder punishment to reduce it to ashes. Meanwhile, on the other side of Abyss Island, Zhou Ji and Mu Zhen had found the entrance to the secret realm, but it was enveloped by a purple light barrier, completely impassable. After observing the scene within the light barrier, Mu Zhen said helplessly, "It seems that only that thunder dragon can enter the barrier." Hearing this, Zhou Ji was puzzled. Why can only he enter? Mu Zhen pointed at the green liquid inside and explained, the light barrier also contains green liquid from the dissolved dead rotten reptiles, indicating that these crawlers can freely enter and exit the barrier. Since that thunder dragon has devoured the energy of the king of the dead rotten reptiles, so it should be able to enter. Hearing this, Zhou Ji was astonished. That guy can even devour the energy of other creatures. No wonder he's so powerful. Just as the two were talking, the cave suddenly began to shake violently. Zhou Ji looked up at the ceiling and said in shock, "Such a big commotion. It must be Lester's group fighting with the thunder dragon." Hearing this, Mu Zhen grinned and said, "Lester has hit a snag this time. Young master, since we can't enter the secret realm for the time being, shall we go out and watch the show?" At this moment, in the skies above Abyss Island, the human psychic Nana, unable to catch up with the Deathlark, threw her scimitar directly. Deathlark had just sidestepped to dodge the scimitar when Nana took this opportunity to quickly rush toward her. Deathlark hurriedly struck a whirlwind, but Nana easily dodged it. Just then, the previously dodged scimitar suddenly reversed direction and swooshed, slicing Deathlark's wing. Nana retrieved her scimitar and said with a cold laugh, "My scimitar can change its flight direction at will." After speaking, she shouted loudly and used the skilled deadly scimitars, throwing both scimitars at Deathlark. The firearm psychic below suddenly fired 2 shots at Deathlark, but his targets were not the Deathlark but Nana's scimitars. With a bang, the 2 scimitars instantly changed direction. Deathlark hadn't even reacted when her wing was slashed open again by the scimitars. Seeing this, Nana said proudly, "I said my scimitars can change direction in flight, and next I will slice off your flesh piece by piece." Meanwhile, on Ancient Ape's side, she threw a punch at Jing, but he dodged it, and he also took the opportunity to launch the skill Crystal Assassination, throwing a spear made of crystal at Ancient Ape. Just then, Barl used a psychic attack on Ancient Ape, Soul Shock. Ancient Ape immediately fell into a brief daze, the scenery around her rapidly changing. When she came to, she found herself back inside the cave, with the long-dead reptile king standing before her. Ancient Ape hadn't figured out what was happening when the king of the dead rotten reptile bit her arm. The intense pain instantly snapped Ancient Ape back to reality. Looking at the spear embedded in her arm, Ancient Ape thought to herself, was I just under an illusion? At this time, seeing that both Ancient Ape and Deathlark were in trouble, I thought, 2 against 1, 1 main attacker and 1 supporter. These human psychics not only have rich combat experience, but also very coordinated tactics. I need to find a way to break this situation. However, just as I was contemplating, the lizard man roared and charged at me. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You really don't take me seriously." At the same time, Lester also rushed over, shouting, "Alec, less talking. Kill him first." Lester instantly unleashed his lightning power, paralyzing me. The lizard man took the opportunity to pounce on me, but in the blink of an eye, I had recovered and mockingly looked at the lizard man. "Come on, let's see how you like being struck by lightning." Saying that, I used the Dragon Supreme Path and charged fiercely at the lizard man. Seeing this, Lester was shocked. How is it possible? My lightning only paralyzed him for a second, and he can still launch an attack under the effect of the lightning. Just as I was about to hit the lizard man, he jumped and dodged the attack right into my trap. My dorsal fin began to gather lightning power. "You fell for it. Taste my thorn thunder spikes." After saying that, the skill activated, directly piercing the lizard man's body. Seeing this, Lester was so angry. No wonder he could resist my lightning. It turns out he also has lightning attribute skills. I then flung the lizard man away, ready to bite off his head. With a reptilian face, "I get sick just looking at you. Go die." However, just at that moment, Lester suddenly pulled out Mjolnir and smashed it hard on my head. The powerful force made me lose my balance, failing to kill the lizard man in 1 strike. "You dare to ambush me!" I roared, and then threw an uppercut at Lester. With a clang, he was blown away like a cannonball, but the next second, I was dumbfounded. Why does this guy give off a Captain America vibe? I saw that Lester now had a shield in his hand, and he arrogantly said, "Since you can also resist lightning attacks, then I'll just have to smash you with my hammer." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped up, swinging the hammer down at me. I leaned back to dodge his attack, but the next second I heard a boom. He actually smashed the hammer onto my foot, and the pain made my eyes bulge out. In a blink, a large bump swelled up on the top of my foot, and though I tried to reach to touch it, I couldn't, and tears of frustration flowed. The mighty thunder god not fighting fair. "You think you're in a game doing pedicure for a big boss?" I yelled in anger. Just then, Lester gathered strength again, and then he began wildly attacking my lower body. After a while, my legs were covered with large and small bumps, and losing my balance, I fell over. Lizard man immediately immediately take the opportunity to put his foot right towards my face, stomping me violently. Ancient Ape hurried over to me, and Deathlark, having dodged a scimitar attack, noticed the anomaly here. Ugly dragon, what are you playing at? How come you're getting beaten worse than I am? After saying this, she dived towards me. Seeing this, Lester revealed a sly smile, just waiting for you guys to come closer. Then he slammed his hammer onto his shield, using the skill Thunderbolt. In an instant, Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and I were all struck by lightning, with Ancient Ape emitting black smoke and lying on the ground and Deathlark falling straight from the sky. Gold slash. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the forest, followed by a swift blade shadow rushing out. The lizard man hadn't even reacted before his neck was sliced, and he met a grisly end with his head severed from his body. All the psychics were shocked. Everyone, be careful, it's that werewolf. As soon as they finished speaking, Wolverine, carrying a large sword, suddenly burst out from the forest, jumped onto the falling lizard man, and then used his body for a boost, charged toward Lester in the air. He swung his sword at Lester, but it was blocked by the shield. At this moment, Lester was shocked internally. This werewolf's strength is so powerful. Both were sent flying by the force of the clash. Just then, I stood up with a stern face. Dare to step on my handsome face. I'll kill you all. Now that everyone was assembled, it was time to show them our tactical coordination. Ancient Ape grabbed that crystal person, and hearing my words, she reached out towards Jing. At the same time, I fired several explosive bombs at him. Seeing this, Jing hurriedly put up a shield in front of him, but the next second, I made the explosive shots detonate prematurely, blasting him away. Ancient Ape took the opportunity to grab him, and I shouted excitedly at Ancient Ape, "Hold tight, Ape sister, watch me blow him up." Just then, Jing's body suddenly burst into light. Thinking of trapping me isn't that easy. The next second, spikes grew all over his body, piercing through Ancient Ape's palm. But Ancient Ape still held on tightly, not letting go. At the same time, I quickly gathered energy, preparing to release a burst breath. Seeing this, Jing became somewhat panicked and used crystals to generate a shield. "Madman, to kill me, are you willing to sacrifice your partner's hand?" With a boom, my burst breath hit his shield directly. At this moment, Jing burst out laughing. "Stupid dragon, did you forget that my crystal shield can reflect your beam? You can't kill me." Jing laughed triumphantly. "See, ugly dragon, your beam is useless against me." However, just as his words ended, the veins on Ancient Ape's leg bulged. She roared, suddenly exerted her strength, raised her arm, and the direction of the burst breath changed. Seeing the burst breath heading towards his teammate, Jing was shocked and quickly urged Nana to dodge. But by then, it was too late for Nana to avoid it. With a loud bang, Nana instantly met her demise. Watching his teammate die tragically, Jing was furiously angry. Damn it, you actually used my crystal's effect to reflect and kill Nana." Just then, Ancient Ape suddenly released her palm and then violently slapped towards him. But at that moment, Jing had already crystallized his whole body, and his defensive power was astonishing. "Trying to crush me? Not so easy. My defense is the strongest on the surface of the earth," Jing shouted. Hearing his words, I placed my hand on Ancient Ape's palm. "Is that so? Then I want to see how many seconds your strongest on earth can last." As I spoke, Ancient Ape and I exerted force with our palms at the same time, and in an instant, Jing's body began to deform, loudly crying for help. At this moment, the other psychics were entangled by Deathlark and Wolverine, and no one could save him. The next second, with a crack, Jing's crystallized body instantly turned into powder. Seeing two more people dead, Lester and others were shocked. Even S-grade Jing is dead. How strong are these monsters? Ancient Ape and I turned to look at them. "See, killing you is as simple as swatting flies." After speaking, we charged towards the psychics. "If you offend Abyss Island, be ready to be torn apart." But just then, the gun-wielding psychic took out a strange weapon. "Lord Bartle, please help me trap them for a few seconds." Seeing the weapon in his hand, I quickly grabbed Ancient Ape. "Ape sister, be careful. That guy's weird gun in his hand seems very dangerous." As Bartle finished chanting a strange spell, in an instant, countless blue light orbs appeared around us, and chains made of runes stretched out from the orbs. Ancient Ape and I hadn't figured out what was happening when the chains controlled our bodies. Just then, Babcho fired the strange weapon into the sky a few times. "Damn beasts, taste the flavor of the gravity field." As several orbs exploded above us, gravity descended on us like an invisible net. Ancient Ape and I immediately felt our bodies become extraordinarily heavy, and the ground around us also sank. Damn it, I didn't expect humans to have not only gravity bombs, but also this kind of handheld gravity weapon. Just then, Babcho increased the intensity of the gravity. "I'm going to completely crush you. The bigger your body, the greater the gravity you endure. Do you feel like your internal organs are already ruptured?" Seeing this scene, Lester happily showed his big white teeth, then flashed to the edge of the gravity field, swinging the hammer at us. The strong gravity combined with the paralysis of lightning immediately made Ancient Ape and I collapse on the ground. Seeing us like this, Wolverine and Deathlark anxiously shouted, "Ugly dragon, stinky monkey, are you guys okay?" Knowing that we couldn't escape like this, I said to her, "That guy was right. Our bodies are huge, and the gravity we endure is stronger. I'll count to 3, and we'll transform into human form and break out." "Okay, dragon brother." When I shouted 3, Ancient Ape's body immediately glowed with golden light, and a second later, she successfully reverted to human form. At that moment, she felt that the gravity previously affecting her had completely disappeared. But when she looked up, she found me gritting my teeth, shielding her from above. "Why haven't you transformed back into human form?" she asked in confusion. While bearing the brunt of the gravity field, I gently said, "Silly girl, if we both transformed back into human form, who would save you from the gravity field?" After saying that, I condensed an explosive bomb in my mouth and fired it at Ancient Ape's back, propelling her out of the gravity field. Ancient Ape shouted worriedly, "Lin Shen, dragon brother." Lester, seeing that Ancient Ape could transform into a human, his veins bulging with rage, exclaimed, "You guys are indeed beast-type human psychics. Who gave you the audacity to kill my son? Since you want to save your companion, then you alone will bear my wrath." With that, he unleashed the skill Thunderstrike, and in an instant, the power of thunder and lightning poured down on me, the terrifying energy causing me to let out a piercing scream. Seeing me tortured, Ancient Ape worriedly shouted, "Dragon brother." The next second, she and Wolverine angrily charged at Lester. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Then, Ancient Ape suddenly accelerated, her body transforming back into a barbaric ape form, and she punched Lester with all her might. Lester snorted coldly, easily dodging Ancient Ape's punch, then hammered her down, taunting, "So it's just a brute who can only use brute force." At that moment, Wolverine quickly darted past Ancient Ape, appearing in front of Lester. He placed his blade in his mouth, and suddenly the shadow of his master appeared behind him, using Gold Slash to fiercely chop at Lester. Seeing this, Lester hurriedly used his shield to block. The force transmitted through the shield surprised Lester. The next second, with a snap, the shield was split in two. Lester screamed in agony as he fell downward. At the same time, Deathlark rushed over, just in time to catch Wolverine. "Ugly wolf, don't give him a chance. Pump up and finish him in one go." Wolverine stomped fiercely, chasing after Lester with his large sword. Just then, Bartle reached out to control Wolverine. Ancient Ape, seeing this, shouted, "No good. This guy is about to unleash his chain skill again." As she charged forward, trying to interrupt Bartle's skill, Bartle extended his palm towards Ancient Ape. In an instant, several chains wrapped around Ancient Ape's legs, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Then, he also unleashed his skill on Deathlark and Wolverine, and instantly, numerous light orbs appeared around them, with chains rapidly extending from the orbs and entwining them. At this moment, they couldn't dodge at all, and in the blink of an eye, they were bound up like rice dumplings and crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Seeing this scene, I thought to myself, this is bad. At this rate, we might all be wiped out. That thunder god floating in the air is the most troublesome. We must deal with him first. Just then, I suddenly thought when I saved Ancient Ape earlier, the speed of my explosive bomb was not reduced. Could it be that other skills are also unaffected by the gravity field? So I tried to spit out a blue light orb, and moments later, I successfully summoned my 9 sons. See those 3 humans? Go and beat them up hard. Unexpectedly, they lined up in a row and started counting off. Seeing this, my face fell, and the next second I yelled at them, "I told you to go beat up the enemy. What the hell are you doing?" At that moment, one of them saluted me, reporting, "Dad, we're dividing into groups to assign attack targets." Another one said, "Assigning tasks on the side. Group 1 attack Whitebeard. Group 2 attack Dead Fish Eyes. Group 3 attack Electric Man." Hearing this, I was speechless. You guys are really making it look official. At this time, Lester and Bartle looked bewilderedly towards us. What the hell are these? A perfectly good battlefield. Why does it suddenly feel like we've entered a kindergarten? Once my big sons had assigned their tasks, they immediately charged out. Soon, the first group arrived in front of Babcho, who was closest. Babcho shouted to remind everyone, "I've seen these little guys. They're the ones who blew up Master Ovis." Saying that, he fired a shot at little Godzilla, but the bullet not only failed to harm them, but also seemed to excite them a bit, as they rushed forward with mischievous grins. Seeing this, Babcho's jaw dropped. The bullets can't hit them at all. What the heck are these things? At that moment, little Godzilla, the team leader, was the first to attack him. Babcho first perfectly ducked to avoid the attack, then jumped and did a split, successfully avoiding the second one. Just as he was twisting through the little Yanko dance to evade the third one, and there was a crack. His old back couldn't hold up anymore. Nevertheless, he was still relieved, thinking, it seems that as long as they don't touch me, they won't explode. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. The little Godzillas he had dodged earlier had actually circled back. At the same time, a little blue hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Old man, what are you looking at?" When he turned his head and saw another little Godzilla, he was immediately scared out of his wits. "Why are you here? I clearly heard you guys splitting up into groups of 3 to attack earlier." Little Godzilla explained like he was looking at an idiot. "Are you dumb? We were just pretending to do that. It's called military deception." Just then, another little Godzilla glanced over and then started cursing. "You damn coward. Are you trying to trick us? Didn't we agree to gang up on this Electric Man together?" Hearing this, Babcho looked at little Godzilla weirdly, only to see him sheepishly say, "Okay, I admit it. Actually, it's mainly because you're the weakest, so I wanted to deal with you first." After saying that, his body suddenly burst out with intense light. With a loud boom, Babcho was buried right there on the spot. With Babcho's death, the gravity field also completely disappeared, and I regained my freedom. Good job, my sons. I've finally gotten rid of that damn gravity. If that pressure had continued, I would have been squashed into a pancake sooner or later. At this time, the three little ones who had their target stolen were exceptionally angry. Unethical thing, daring to steal our target. Since that's the case, then we'll steal theirs. With that, they charged towards Lester. Meanwhile, on Bartle's side, three little Godzillas were casually moving through his soul chains. Seeing this, Bartle was shocked. Soul chains can imprison both soul and body, but these things, with their vengeful spirit faces, are not souls. Could it be a bug? Damn it. No sooner had he spoken than the three little Godzillas exploded in front of him, instantly killing him. Seeing this, Lester was incredulous. Bartle was an S-grade psychic. How could he be blown up so easily? Are soul-type human psychics all this frail? With that, he unleashed his lightning power, and the little Godzilla, touched by the lightning, instantly exploded. Seeing this, Lester joyfully said, "I didn't expect my lightning could defeat these ghostly things." After speaking, he blew up another one with a strike. The remaining three saw this and turned to run. This guy is too crazy. It's rare for us to come out, and I don't want to be destroyed. As they were running, Lester hit them with his thunderbolt, and with a bang the three little Godzilla exploded. Lester laughed loudly to the sky. "See that? Thunder Dragon, your move is completely useless against me." But before he could finish enjoying his moment, I suddenly appeared above him, using Dragon Thorn Slash, and chopped down at him. With a boom, he was heavily smashed to the ground. As the dust slowly cleared, Lester kneeled on the ground like an old man burning coal. "Bastard, it's been a long time since anyone has ever beaten me up so badly. You must pay 100 times over for this. Even if it costs me my life, I will turn you all to ashes." With that, Lester jumped into the air, his body surging with electricity. Even the broken stones rose into the air. Then, he transformed his lightning power into countless long spears, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning covered 100 meters. With a wave of his hand, countless long spears shot towards us. Damn, is this guy lashing out in his dying moments? What do we do? Dragon brother, we can't dodge this number, Ancient Ape said worriedly. Wolverine stared dumbfounded into the sky, muttering, "Is this the power of an S-grade? Truly terrifying." Deathlark spoke unwillingly. "Are we going to die like this? I'm not ready to go." Just then, I exhaled a breath of turbid air. I can lash out at death's door too. With that, I looked up to the sky and fired countless explosive bombs. The explosive bombs met the lightning spears and instantly exploded, destroying them, but a large number of lightning spears were still shooting toward us. "There's still so many of them. I can't go on. I'm going to be drained of life," I complained. "A man should never admit defeat. Little Cohen, get me the life fruit. The faster the better. Everyone's about to be done for. What's the use of saving so many evolution points? Lester, I'm going all out with you." After saying that, I stuffed all the life fruits into my mouth, and then went all out, frantically spitting explosive bombs into the sky. Just then, Wolverine roared, "Damn it, I'm going all out." He continued to swing his gold slash into the air. At the same time, Deathlark swung out her whirlwind to block. An Ancient Ape, who didn't have long-range attack skills, picked up anything she could find nearby and threw it into the air. Suddenly, the air was in chaos with explosive bombs, gold slash, mini tornadoes, and even boulders and large trees thrown by Ancient Ape. A moment later, I couldn't continue the continuous output and stopped. Fortunately, we had intercepted most of the lightning spears, and it seemed we could only endure the rest. So, I steeled my heart and stood in front of Deathlark and the others. "Ugly dragon, what are you doing?" they exclaimed. I yelled at them, "Don't come over here. My skin is thick. I can take it." The next second, countless lightning spears instantly impaled my body. Ancient Ape and the others, seeing this, shouted my name, but as I fell backward, my body started to shrink rapidly and then unexpectedly returned to human form. Ancient Ape said in confusion, "How did Dragon Brother turn back into human form?" Deathlark guessed, "It's likely because of severe physical exhaustion. Previously, Lord Baze also had this happen." Seeing me turn into human form, Lester laughed triumphantly. "You're at the end of your rope. Victory will ultimately be mine." Lester laughed. Wolverine snorted in response. "What's there to be proud of? That last hit must have drained you completely." Hearing this, Lester pulled out a vial of something from nowhere. "I've got life essence, and I'll be back in top form in no time. I've told you, I'll turn you into ashes." I grasped the gravity gun and suddenly stood up. "Did you really think I was turned back into human form by your attack? I just thought this form would be more convenient for handling the gravity gun. Such a great weapon. I have to give it a whirl." With that, I pulled the trigger aimed at Lester. As the shell exploded above his head, Lester was pressed down from the air. Suddenly, an invisible gravity field enveloped him, and even his so-called life essence fell out of his hands onto the ground. Seeing this scene, I pulled the trigger even more frantically. This cannon is just badass. At this moment, Lester roared unwillingly, "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You despicable bastard. I'll make all of you go down with me." Speaking, his body began to emit a sizzling sound, enveloped in golden light. As the light grew brighter, Deathlark cried out in alarm, "This guy is going to self-destruct." As Deathlark and the others didn't know what to do, she turned to look at me, only to see that I had already transformed back into monster form and had gathered a burst breath. "Don't worry, bird sister, I won't let him get his way." With that, I fired the burst breath at Lester. At that moment, Lester, constrained by the gravity field, could not dodge. With a scream from him, my burst breath hit him directly, not only blasting his upper body to bits, but also creating a huge trench where it passed. Seeing this, Ancient ape danced with joy. That's great. We won. While eating a life fruit to recover my strength, I cautioned them, don't celebrate too early. There's still a battleship full of human psychics on the sea. If those people are as strong as these guys, we're in trouble. Saying this, I tossed a few life fruits to them. Eat these life fruits first. Recover your strength quickly. We have a lot more to deal with. Meanwhile, little Kulin had already extracted the life essence of the psychics. Okay, useless master. The life essences are ready. Time for devouring now. Looking at the 8 energy orbs floating in front of me, I asked puzzledly, little Kulin, why are there only 8 life essence energies for 9 bodies? Little Kulin looked innocently and said, I don't know either. I didn't find the life essence energy of that Bartle. Maybe you beat him completely, both body and soul. Hearing this, I was speechless, annihilated in both form and spirit. Little Kulin, please watch less fantasy novels when you can, I said helplessly, then sighed. Anyway, let's see what new skills we can get. Saying this, I stuffed the life essence into my mouth like peanuts. You successfully devoured the life essence of an S-grade crystal-type human psychic. Scale and dorsal fin defense increased. Hearing the system prompt, I was slightly annoyed. All that effort, and this is the reward? So, I swallowed the remaining life energies in one go. You successfully devoured the life essence of an A-grade firearms-type human psychic. Evolution points increased by 280,000 times 2. You successfully devoured the life essence of an A-grade fire-type human psychic. Evolution points increased by 250,000 times 2. You successfully devoured the life essence of an A-grade winged human psychic. Evolution points increased by 290,000 times 2. Listening to the subsequent prompts all about evolution points, I felt a pang of disappointment. Why only evolution points? I thought the wing type might give me a pair of wings. How cool would that be? Just then, the system notification sounded again. You have successfully devoured the life essence of an S-grade electric-type human psychic and obtained a special reward, nuclear ion cannon. Hearing this prompt, my eyes lit up with stars. My hard work was worth it. Nuclear ion cannon launches a group of charged particles at high speed, capable of destroying anything. After devouring the life essence, I picked up the gravity gun I had used before and turned to ask, little Kulin, what if I swallowed the gravity gun too? Would I get a gravity skill? Little Kulin said to me, speechless, you really aren't picky. Are you not afraid of indigestion? Just then, an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Little Kulin, analyze this thing first. I just thought of a great training method. As I was thinking about how to train Ancient Ape and Deathlark in the future, just then a black mist entered the body of a dead Dimorphodon. Then, with its head drooping, it eerily stood up, and that black mist was Bartle's soul, which little Kulin hadn't found. Lucky for me, my soul can leave my body and possess other creatures, or I'd be done for this time. Damn it, even Lester is dead. I need to hurry back and report this to the boss. Just you wait, you damn monsters. Just then, as I turned my head and saw him leaving, I shouted, your subordinate isn't very reliable, pretending to be dead until now. Deathlark immediately responded, I don't have such a subordinate. At that moment, Wolverine also felt something was off. This Dimorphodon is weird. Its neck is all twisted. It shouldn't still be alive. Could it be playing dead? Forget it. Let him go. Let's go meet our other friends first. Hey you two, how long do you plan to just watch? Stop hiding. I noticed you guys a long time ago. Just then, Mugen, along with Zhou-Ji, walked out of the forest, all smiles. We just came to see if there was any way we could help. But still, you're amazing. You've dealt with S-grade psychics. Hearing this, I looked smug. Isn't this just basic for us guys? You didn't help those jerks. So for now, we won't treat you as enemies. However, I'm curious. Why you humans? Why did you humans suddenly appear on Abyss Island? I hope you two can give a satisfactory answer. At that moment, Zhou-Ji looked at me seriously. Out of respect for your friendship with Mugen, I will tell you everything I know. But before that, I want to make sure. Are you really not human psychics? Hearing this, we were all stunned. What makes you think we are human psychics? We are genuine, born and bred monsters from Abyss Island. Hearing this, Zhou-Ji asked doubtfully, but not only do you possess high intelligence, but you can also transform into human form. How do you explain that? Are you complimenting us on being smart? Abyss Island is a place of outstanding treasure. Shouldn't being smart be standard for us? Just because you can transform into monsters, does that mean we can't take on human forms? You are awakened humans with psychic abilities, and we are monsters who have awakened our own psychic abilities. Zhou-Ji, hearing this, felt it made sense. From him, I learned that 200 years ago, many people on Earth suddenly awakened various superpowers and could continuously strengthen themselves through cultivation. As human psychics emerged, they were no longer satisfied with the status quo and turned their eyes to previously forbidden mystical regions. Underground in these forbidden zones, humans discovered various magical sanctuaries. These sanctuaries were not only full of energy, accelerating people's cultivation, but also contained various strange creatures and immense wealth, enough to make someone rich overnight. Therefore, psychics from all over the world began to compete for these unclaimed sanctuaries, and Abyss Island was one of the sanctuaries discovered in recent years. The outer seas of Abyss Island are constantly turbulent with dark currents and dense thunderclouds, very much fitting the criteria of a sanctuary. However, as electronic devices fail near Abyss Island, it is impossible to explore what's inside. Therefore, the North Ploanian Lester family mobilized en masse to organized this expedition to Abyss Island, even enlisting support from one of the biggest powers in North Ploania, the Nether Sin Palace. Hearing this, I pointed at the corpses on the ground, asking, "Is that big shot among these bodies?" Shoji explained, "The one with electric powers is the current head of the Lester family, and the man in the black robe is an envoy from the Nether Sin Palace. If that big shot really came, this battle wouldn't have ended so simply." Hearing this, Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and I suddenly became serious. "So you're saying there are even more powerful guys on the battleship?" "The Nether Sin Palace has one master and 6 elders, known by the 7 deadly sins. The one invited this time is one of the 6 elders, Envy, a female SS-grade psychic. She wasn't originally an elder, but during an exploration of a sanctuary, she acquired a super metal material, successfully fused with it, advanced to SS class, and became one of the 6 elders." Hearing this, an image immediately formed in my mind. This person isn't a genuine King Kong Lolita, is she? Wolverine asked seriously. "What is her combat style? Do you know what abilities she has?" But Shoji stated, "Ever since she was promoted to elder, she rarely takes action, and no one really knows what her abilities are. Do you know how many psychics are left on the battleship? How many island-destroying gravity missiles are left?" I asked. Shoji replied, "The majority on the battleship are ordinary people, but the Lester family and the Nether Sin Palace still have quite a few A-grade and even S-grade experts." Hearing this, Deathlark looked worried. "If these psychics land on the island, the consequences would be unimaginable." "I'm not too worried about them landing on the island. What I fear most is that they'll find out about the deaths of Lester and Bartle, become enraged, and start bombarding the island with gravity missiles. You mentioned earlier that this island causes all electronic devices to malfunction, so why can they now land on the island using landing craft? And how can drones and missiles enter the island?" I asked. Shoji admitted he didn't know why. A month ago, no matter how many drones were sent, they would be destroyed by a mysterious force, but today that force has mysteriously disappeared. Hearing this, I thought, we just eliminated the king of the dead rotten reptiles today, and the mysterious force disappeared. Could it be related to the king of the dead rotten reptiles? Shoji then explained again, "Mugen and I are from the Heaven Force of Cathay. Abyss Island is very close to Cathay, and the Heaven Force discovered the island's special properties long ago. But since electronic devices cannot enter, the Heaven Force sent Mugen, using his S-grade with abilities, to investigate the island." Hearing the words Cathay, I felt a surge of excitement, unexpectedly meeting compatriots from a parallel universe. No wonder there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I saw them. At that moment, Mugen belched and said, "I've been investigating Abyss Island for over half a year, and I eventually discovered that the island's mysterious energy actually originates from the king of the dead rotten reptiles." Hearing this, I looked incredulous. "You mean, by killing the king of the dead rotten reptiles, we caused the mysterious force to disappear, thus giving human psychics an opportunity?" Deathlark then loudly questioned, "The king of the dead rotten reptiles has always been eroding this island. How could it possibly have energy that protects the island? That's absurd." Hearing this, Mugen angrily said, "Although I'm old, I'm not confused. The king of the dead rotten reptiles is likely a creature from the secret realm, so it carries the secret realm energy, which just happens to interfere with electronic devices." Hearing this, I was dumbfounded. Damn it, I really am an unlucky dragon, helping to eliminate an internal threat to Abyss Island, only to end up inviting external threats. So, I resolved to first deal with the humans on the battleship, then go in search of the secret realm to see if we could release energy again to protect Abyss Island. At that moment, Wolverine suggested, "While the humans are still unresponsive, we should strike first and destroy the battleship." Ancient Ape agreed, "That sounds like a good plan." However, Deathlark countered, "The currents around Abyss Island are treacherous, and it's covered with thunderstorms. With your swimming skills, you can't make it out, and don't expect me to fly you out. Although I can easily fly there, I'd just be a target for missiles." Hearing this, I confidently said, "I was born in the deep sea, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I'm an excellent diver and swimmer. I'll dive there first to create an opportunity for you when the time comes, along with Ape's sister and brother Wolf, dropping from the sky, catching them off guard." "Bald Bird, can your Dimorphodon minions fly out of the thunderclouds?" Hearing this, Deathlark exploded, "Stupid Wolf, watch your words. My subordinates can fly out of the thunderclouds, but they're not suited for long-distance flight. Otherwise, I would have taken them and left this godforsaken place a long time ago. Really ungrateful. I'm worried about your safety. You alone are too big a target. Having many Dimorphodons could help divert attention. Moreover, these Dimorphodons could increase my mobility, allowing me to support you from the outskirts." Listening to us discuss the battle plan, Shoji was astonished. "Are monsters these days well-versed in military tactics?" Mugen laughed. "These guys are all cunning, especially that Thunder Dragon. He knows all sorts of tricks, both fair and foul." Hearing this, Shoji smiled wryly. "It's not the strengthening of monsters that's scary, it's when monsters become educated." At this moment, the already dead pterosaur was leisurely flying towards the battleship, unaware that it had already been targeted by 2 humans. Just as the man in red felt something odd about this pterosaur, the long-haired man lifted his gun and took a precise shot at the pterosaur's head. Seeing this, the long-haired man was thrilled, not expecting to bring it down so easily, but just Just as the pterosaur was about to hit the water, Bartle's soul suddenly floated out, letting out a sinister laugh. "How dare you to shoot at me? Then I'll take you instead," Bartle said coldly. With that, he swiftly headed towards the battleship, arriving in front of the long-haired man in the blink of an eye. The long-haired man hadn't even reacted before Bartle's soul enveloped him. He tried to scream for help but couldn't make a sound. As Bartle's soul entered the long-haired man's body, it wasn't long before the long-haired man's eyes rolled back, lifeless, and Bartle became the new master of this body. He looked at the body with disdain. The soul of a C-grade psychic really tastes terrible. After speaking, he headed towards the interior of the battleship, thinking of quickly reporting the situation on the island to Elder Envy. Meanwhile, on the battleship, the Lester family's elder, worried about Lester's safety, came to the door of Envy's room, hoping to plead with Envy to lead a team to the island to check things out. Just then, a voice came from behind. "No need to go. Everyone who landed is already dead." The elder immediately recognized this as Bartle, who had possessed someone else's body, and angrily exclaimed, "How dare you possess a member of my Lester family? So this soldier was from your Lester family. He was just a weakling, so I took him. What's done is done. Why did you come back alone? Where's the Lester family head? Where's Jing?" Hearing this, Bartle nonchalantly said, "Your family head? As you can see, they're all dead, killed by the monsters on the island." Hearing this, the elder shuddered. Our family head was a peak S-grade powerhouse, and with Jing, who had the best defense, how could such a duo be easily killed? They're all dead, so why are you still alive? Bartle sneered. How did someone with your IQ become the elder? I possessed someone else's body because I died. Don't you know that killing a soul-type psychic is harder than reaching the heavens? The elder responded angrily. I see you're just a coward. You should have died bravely with them, not cowardly possessed someone else to survive. At that moment, the usually silent doorman spoke with a stern face. Watch your words. You are speaking to an envoy from the Nether Sin Palace. He then stepped aside to let Envy through to see Bartle. As Bartle walked, he taunted, your Lester family has suffered heavy losses this time. Even the family head has fallen. As the elder, you should first consider the situation of the Lester family. The elder was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at him. You bastard, I will destroy you someday. Just then, to sink the battleship far out at sea, I suggested taking the lead by diving into the deep sea to catch them off guard. But Deathlark immediately rejected my combat plan. Deathlark said it was too risky. If we want to strike unexpectedly, then we must mobilize en masse, hitting them with our strongest force. Hearing this, I was troubled. You and Ape's sister are not good swimmers, and this time we need to dive into the deep sea and approach quietly. You simply can't do it. At that moment, Deathlark suggested, Ape's sister and I can learn from Wolverine. Didn't he once hide in your mouth? As long as you keep your mouth shut all the way, we'll be fine. I remember you, and that dumb wolf used this trick against me. But don't worry, we won't mind your bad breath. Hearing this, I was immediately displeased. I floss every day. My mouth doesn't stink. I thought to myself, this woman still remembers when Wolverine and I teamed up against her. Women really are the most vengeful creatures. At that moment, Mugen spoke up. Whether your mouth smells good or not, I have a better way to help you dive into the water. I used this method to get onto Abyss Island. Hearing this, Deathlark and I both looked at Mugen eagerly. Don't beat around the bush. If you have a good method, spit it out. Mugen smiled. I can craft a watertight, pressure-resistant sphere for you, with enough air inside for you to breathe for half an hour. Hang the sphere around Lenshin's neck. It's not only decorative, but also doesn't hinder his movement. Deathlark was very satisfied with this method, while I looked at Mugen seriously. Why are you helping us? You're after the secret realm, aren't you? Hearing this, Mugen instantly became angry. Aren't we comrades in arms? This little help should be nothing. I don't have any ulterior motives. Shoji then added, we are only interested in unclaimed sanctuaries. Since you are the masters of this island, the Heaven Force of Cathay would never plunder it. Hearing this, I snorted internally. Clearly, we overpowered you, yet you make it sound so noble. At that moment, Shoji spoke again. If there is a condition, it's that you please not harm the ordinary people on the battleship. The psychics came for Abyss Island, but those ordinary people are just working for a living, for a job. Hearing him say this, I immediately countered. Let them go, so they can return with more psychics to wipe us out? Shoji quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I just hope you can spare those ordinary people. They are of low status and can't possibly convince the high and mighty psychics to come here. Besides, I have a way to make them forget about Abyss Island. Hearing this, I agreed to his request, but added, once the fighting starts, I can't be expected to hold back to spare them. Their fate will be up to them. While I was talking with Shoji, Mugen had finished making the sealed sphere and signaled to Ancient Ape and the others to get inside. Hearing this, Ancient Ape and Deathlark's bodies both emitted a golden light. In the next second, they both transformed into fair-skinned, beautiful women. They then climbed into the sealed sphere, and Mugen used his skills to seal the entrance. He then lifted the sealed sphere, signaling me to hang it around my neck. Wearing the necklace, I immediately felt like a pet with a bell. I told Wolverine to set off 10 minutes later, took Ancient Ape and Deathlark, and jumped into the sea. Meanwhile, in Envy's room, Bartle had told her everything about the island in detail. Hearing that the monsters could not only speak but also transform into humans, Envy couldn't help but ask, have those monsters become spirits? Are you sure they're not beast-type human psychics? Bartle responded, I've fought with them, and I can assure you they are not beast-type psychics in disguise. Elder, you should personally take action. Just flatten the island, and we can monopolize the secret realm on the island. Envy looked coldly at Bartle. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Hearing this, Bartle hurriedly bowed. I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, Elder. Seeing this, Envy didn't make it difficult for him and waved him away. Just as Bartle had left the room, the space around Envy suddenly shifted, and a moment later, a woman whose body below the neck was all cylinders, with only her head visible, appeared in the room. It's all because of that useless Lester. I wanted to lie low, but now it seems I must take matters into my own hands. It's been a long time since I've appeared in this form. All those giant beasts, go die. Soon, a voice rang out across the entire battleship. Everyone leave your stations. From now on, I'm taking over this battleship. Quickly, Envy activated the supercomputer, and then she began broadcasting across the entire battleship. Everyone leave your stations. From now on, I will personally take over this battleship. Everyone leave your stations. From now on, I will personally take over this battleship. Seeing this, everyone looked worried. She's activating the supercomputer to take over the battleship. Could it be because the Lester family had died on the island? It seems like a tricky mission. Envy herself must take action now. At this moment, a bewildered strongman loudly questioned, "Why are you leaving your stations? What does it mean by a supercomputer taking over the battleship? Explain clearly." Hearing this, the operator explained, "This battleship is equipped with a supercomputer that can fully control the entire vessel. Because activating the computer consumes a great deal of energy, we usually operate it ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the battleship suddenly accelerated and charged forward. At the same time, radar detected a huge creature rapidly approaching the battleship. Could it be the monsters that killed the head of the Lester family? They can actually leave land, and their speed is just too outrageous. Are they coming for revenge? Just then, my burst breath hit the battleship, but it was blocked by a protective shield. The people on the battleship were shocked by this sight. Look outside. The battleship's super defense has been activated. That giant beast is attacking us. At that moment, the operator tried to calm everyone down. Don't be afraid. The battleship's protective shield can withstand attacks from SS-grade psychics. It can withstand attacks from SS-grade psychics. The people became even more nervous, and the atmosphere became heavy with the unknown threat. Meanwhile, Envy, watching the screen, was furious. That damned beast, daring to attack me proactively. Don't think I can't hit you just because you're hiding in the deep sea. With that, she activated the battleship's torpedo attack system. I didn't expect this battleship to have such a strong defense system. My burst breath's attack power is greatly reduced underwater. It seems I need to find another way to break the protective shield. Watching the torpedoes being launched, I snorted. You dare bring out this junk to show off? Then, I fired several explosive bombs, successfully intercepting all of them. Since the burst breath isn't working, then I'll change my strategy to break your turtle shell, and used Dragon Supreme Path to charge at the battleship. With a bang, the ship began to shake violently. Seeing this, the Elder quickly organized water-type psychics to prepare to attack me. At that moment, someone pointed at the protective shield and said, "It's no use, Elder. With this protective shield in the way, we can't get out." Just then, I leaped out of the water, appearing before everyone. The crew members were terrified and dumbfounded. Is that the monster? He's too big, too terrifying. While they were shocked, I swung my dorsal fin fiercely at the shield. As my back fin touched the protective shield, sparks flew, and a sound like metal clashing rang out. With a crack, several cracks appeared on the protective shield. Seeing this, the psychics panicked. This monster actually used its dorsal fin like a blade to split the protective shield. Wasn't the shield supposed to withstand SS-grade psychic attacks? Is that all? Seeing their reaction, I felt a surge of joy and thought to myself, watch me split this shell with my next strike. Then, I returned to the deep sea, accelerated again, and prepared to break the protective shield. Damn it, did you really think I'd just stand here and let you slice me? Envy sneered, and the battleship suddenly performed a swift drift, narrowly dodging my dorsal fin slash. Seeing this, I was stunned. The battleship can even drift? Who's the driver here? Just as I was caught off guard, Envy quickly fired dozens of gravity missiles at me. I was about to shoot them down when I suddenly realized they had changed direction. Seeing this, the psychics excitedly shouted, "Feint to the east, strike in the west, worthy of the super brain." Yes, just like that. Flatten that damned island. Damn it, no honor in battle. They're actually going to raid my house, I exclaimed angrily. I quickly spat out explosive bombs to chase the missiles, sinking the last one or two in the blink of an eye. But the remaining missiles continued racing towards Abyss Island. I urgently deployed the Dragon's 9 Sons skill, ordering my 9 sons to catch up with the missiles and intercept them. The 9 little Godzillas, in the form of streaks of light, chased after the missiles. Seeing this, the people on the battleship were shocked. What are those creatures with ferocious dinosaur faces and sneaky appearances? Can that giant beast also launch missiles? And it looks like they have a tracking system, exclaimed the people on the battleship. During the conversation, the little Godzillas caught up with the missiles and destroyed them. But as the last missile remained, the speed of the little Godzillas clearly wasn't keeping up. Seeing this, Godzilla anxiously shouted, "Abyss Island must not be destroyed again. My sons, you must catch up." Just then, the clouds were split by a streak of golden light, and the missile was instantly split in in half and exploded. It turned out to be Wolverine, who had arrived just in time riding a Dimorphodon, and behind him, dozens of Dimorphodons broke through the clouds, following closely. Seeing all the missiles destroyed, the people on the battleship couldn't believe it. It's that wolf who can use blades. He's even riding a dragon. Although he's an enemy, why do I inexplicably think he's cool? Just then, behind Wolverine, the silhouette of his master appeared, and Godzilla, under the water, also accelerated towards the surface. The next second, Wolverine used his Star Slash to strike at the battleship, while Godzilla also launched a Dragon Fin Slash at the battleship from the other side. Under the simultaneous attacks, the battleship's protective shield finally couldn't withstand it and, with a crack, shattered. The psychics on the battleship were thrown into disarray. Envy, furious at the scene, shouted, "Shameless beasts, 2 against 1. Don't think just because you've got close I can't handle you. Watch me turn you into a sieve." Saying this, she directed the battleship's guns towards the Dimorphodon group and started a furious barrage. Wolverine quickly pressed down the heads of the Dimorphodons to dive and evade, but the Dimorphodons behind him who couldn't dodge in time were hit. Wolverine, while shouting for the Dimorphodons to spread out, dove downward. At this moment, the Elder suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Fellows, it was these monsters who killed our family head. Since they've come to us, let's unite and exterminate them," shouted the Elder. He then ordered the flying psychics to attack the Dimorphodons in the sky, water-type psychics to dive and surround Godzilla, and the lightning-type psychics to provide long-range support from the deck. Upon hearing this, the airborne psychics all took to the skies, immediately engaging in a fierce battle with the Dimorphodon group. The water-type psychics also jumped into the water, furiously throwing weapons at Godzilla, while others stood on the deck providing firepower support. Seeing this, Godzilla was furious, attacked by so many at once. "It hurts even if it doesn't kill." Saying that, he maneuvered around the attacks and charged at the psychics, knocking them over. He then snorted, "Only you guys can play dirty. Ha, I can too." With that, he removed the necklace and threw it toward the battleship. "Go, Pikachu." While the psychics were confused by this series of actions, Ancient Ape tore open the sealed sphere with her bare hands, looking at them excitedly. Then, she and Deathlark simultaneously jumped out of the sealed sphere, their bodies beginning to emit golden light. The next second, a loud phoenix cry echoed throughout the sea. Deathlark returned to her true form, and with a light wave of her wings, she instantly killed several flying psychics. At the same time, Ancient Ape landed on the deck of the battleship, and with a loud bang, her enormous stature almost capsized the ship. The psychics and the Elder on the battleship looked on in shock. Ancient Ape let out an angry roar, and before they could react, she grabbed a cannon and easily tore it down. How can monsters came out of a vine ball? Suddenly, the psychics on the deck were thrown into chaos, starting to scatter and flee. Seeing this, Godzilla was pleased, as expected of my bird sister and ape sister. At this moment, the Elder, who had regained his composure, hurriedly signaled everyone to focus their attacks on Ancient Ape on the deck. Thus, all the psychics launched their attacks towards Ancient Ape. But just then, Envy suddenly stopped them, shouting angrily, "Damn smelly monkey, stinky feet daring to step on my face. I will cripple you. Everyone, the lifeboats are ready. Get off my ship." Hearing this, the Elder and other psychics looked bewildered. "We haven't even started fighting, and she's ordering a retreat?" As the supercomputer's circuit board burned out, watching as some began to abandon ship, one displeased man grabbed one of them, angrily demanding, "What are you panicking about? We haven't lost. Why are we leaving? If you dare to leave, I'll kill you right now." But as soon as he finished speaking, the battleship's cannons turned towards him and blasted him through the body. "Those who disobey my orders die. Those who hinder the evacuation die. Those who don't leave the ship die." Seeing this, the Elder dared not object any further. He hadn't expected the supercomputer to kill their own people, so he quickly led his group to evacuate. But at that moment, Envy didn't even provide them lifeboats, ordering everyone to jump ship immediately. Having witnessed her madness, everyone dared not delay and jumped into the sea to escape. Seeing this, Godzilla and his companions were dumbfounded. What the hell? They're abandoning ship without even fighting. What exactly is going on? Just then, the battleship began to shake violently. "Smelly monkey, how long do you plan on stepping on my face?" Envy roared. As soon as she finished speaking, the battleship suddenly flipped over, tossing Ancient Ape and the ship into the water together. "How did the ship flip just now? I don't think I broke it, did I?" Godzilla said, puzzled. At that moment, Ancient Ape in the water realized the battleship was starting to move underwater, apparently trying to escape. Seeing this, Ancient Ape quickly swam under the ship, trying to push it back to the surface. But just then, the battleship began to transform, and sharp metal objects suddenly wounded Ancient Ape's arm. To avoid further injury, Ancient Ape quickly reverted to her human form, temporarily escaping danger. But at that moment, Ancient Ape found herself trapped inside the battleship. Meanwhile, a bright pink light suddenly appeared above the sea. The next second, a female version of Gundam with 2 towering peaks, a sword handle adorned with a bear charm, and fiery red hair appeared. Holy shit, so this battleship was that SS grade metal psychic, and a female at that. Speaking of which, didn't those people keep climbing on her? Didn't that feel uncomfortable for her? At the same time, the other human psychics were excited. I didn't expect the supercomputer to even be able to control the battleship's transformation. That's enough to give give those monsters something to worry about. Hearing this, Bartle scoffed, a bunch of idiots. Don't you get it yet? That's not some supercomputer. This battleship is Lady Envy herself. She can transform into any metal form at will. At this moment, Envy shouted at Godzilla and the others, Husky, Big Lizard, Bald Bird, get ready to face my wrath. Hearing this, Deathlark immediately got angry. You hairless hunk of metal, you dare to nickname us? You're the bald one. Your whole family is bald. Just then, Godzilla realized that since Ancient Ape fell into the water, he hadn't seen her and, fearing she might be in danger, he immediately dived into the water to look for her. Thinking Godzilla was trying to escape, Envy was about to attack him when Wolverine, riding a Dimorphodon, charged at her, clashing directly with Envy. However, due to the size difference, he was knocked back instantly. But fortunately, the Dimorphodon behind him caught him in time. This woman is so strong. She completely overpowers me physically, Wolverine said through gritted teeth. Seeing Wolverine was not a match, Deathlark quickly used her skill, Wind Blade, attacking Envy from all directions. Wolverine, not to be outdone, used his gold slash on her. Envy sneered, you think these little attacks are enough? They wouldn't even tickle me. As she raised her hand, a pink protective screen appeared around her body, easily blocking their combined attack. Now it's my turn. She swung her sword and charged at Wolverine and the others. At this critical moment, a dark shadow swiftly emerged from underwater. It turned out to be Godzilla, who had returned in time and used Dragon Supreme power to ram into Envy, sending her flying several meters away. Deathlark, seeing only Godzilla had returned, quickly asked, did you find Ape's sister? Godzilla helplessly replied, I looked around and couldn't find any trace of her. Hearing this, Wolverine also became worried. We need to finish this one off quickly, then we can all look for Ancient Ape together. Envy, seeing that the sneak attack came from Lin Shen, cursed furiously, you dishonorable lizard, how dare you sneak attack me? But before she could finish, Godzilla and the others launched a new round of attacks. Envy hurriedly used her protective shield to defend. Meanwhile, Ancient Ape, trapped inside the battleship, heard the fighting outside and became anxious. What should I do? I need to go out and help Dragon Brother and the others. Saying this, she frantically attacked everywhere inside, but none of this seemed to affect Envy in the slightest. Is this all you monsters are capable of? Seems pretty weak to me. Envy sneered. Seeing the attack had no effect, Godzilla and the others stopped their assault. This woman's shield is too insane. We just can't break through. Hearing this, Envy disdainfully said, tired of fighting already? In that case, just die for me. With that, she swung her sword at Godzilla and his companions, but they easily dodged it. Then, Envy extended her palm and sneered, thought you could escape my attack by running away? Suddenly, her palm transformed into a missile launcher, and she fired dozens of missiles at Godzilla and his companions. Godzilla quickly warned everyone, these are heat-seeking missiles, be careful. After saying this, he spat out dozens of explosive bombs to intercept the missiles. I hurriedly intercepted it with explosive bombs, but due to the overwhelming number of missiles, it couldn't be destroyed all at once. Ultimately, I was hit by several missiles and fell backward. Deathlark couldn't dodge in time and was also blown away. Only Wolverine managed to shatter the remaining missiles with his gold slash. This silly husky's swordsmanship is indeed not bad. Envy sneered, unfortunately if it's made of metal, it has to obey me. With that, she aimed her metal controlling abilities at Wolverine. Feeling the ominous force, Wolverine sensed trouble the next second as a terrifying suction force tried to pull his blade away. Wolverine quickly gripped his blade tightly, not letting go. Seeing this, I thought, what is happening to Wolf Brother? She's a super metal type psychic. That's magnetism. Thinking quickly, I warned Wolverine, Wolf Brother, she can manipulate all metals. Let go of your blade right now. But Wolverine stubbornly said, this is the relic my master left me. Even if it kills me, I won't let go. Hearing this, Envy smirked, stupid husky, then die with your sword. With that, she fired several missiles at Wolverine. Just as the missiles were about to hit Wolverine, a huge splash erupted from the sea, and I swiftly appeared in front of him, using my body to block the missile attack. Stupid wolf, do you want to get us all killed over a damn sword? Deathlark roared. At this time, the human psychics on the battleship, seeing Envy overwhelmingly dominating the three monsters, were thrilled. Meanwhile, the Elder on another lifeboat scoffed disdainfully at the scene. Don't you see, it's clear Envy can't kill these monsters quickly, so we should make a concerted effort to assist Lady Envy and together defeat these monsters. How about that? The Elder suggested. Hearing this, the psychics were shocked. That's a fight between gods. What can we do if we go? Those giants could wipe us out in one move. If we go, we might even upset Lady Envy. Hearing this, the Elder snorted, a bunch of cowards. The Lester family has wasted its time raising you. The family head has been killed, and as members of the Lester family, how can we stand by and wait for others to avenge us? Saying this, he gathered electrical energy all over his body and launched a lightning attack directly aiming at me. I'll take advantage of your illness to take your life. Monster, I'll take your head. Watching the sky fill with lightning coming towards me, I quickly leaped back to dodge, but the next second I was still struck by the lightning, sending a smell of cooked meat wafting through the air. Holy crap, forgot I was in the sea. There's no escaping this attack. Just then, I turned my head and noticed that Envy was also in bad shape, her body scorched black by electricity. I almost forgot you're in the sea too. Looks like the old man got you too," I teased while laughing. Hearing this, Envy angrily glared at the elder and his group, gritting her teeth. "A bunch of good-for-nothing fools. Go to hell." With that, she fired several missiles at the lifeboats. Seeing this, the psychics panicked. Envy is short-circuited from the shock. "She's attacking her own people again. I told you that would piss off Lady Envy." Someone yelled, "Stop blabbering and run." With a loud boom, the lifeboats were instantly blown to smithereens. "This mechanical woman is freaking out again. Good, let her kill all these guys. Saves us the trouble." At that moment, Wolverine approached me and urgently said, "Look, her shield seems weaker now. It's a good chance to attack her." Hearing this, I immediately got excited. Since she's vulnerable to electricity, this move will definitely work. With that, I used my Dragon Supreme Power and Thorn Thunder Spike, charging at Envy. Envy saw this and snorted. Trying a sneak attack, she hurriedly controlled the Elder's lifeboat, violently throwing it at me and his group, hitting the Elder and other inept teammates. With Wolverine's blades slicing through, several psychics were effortlessly disemboweled. On the other side, I easily killed the remaining few, and the Elder was impaled through the stomach by my dorsal fin. To his death, the Elder, who had played with electricity all his life, never thought he would end up electrocuted. After clearing out these trash, I coldly looked at Envy. Didn't expect this damned mechanical woman to react so quickly. Meanwhile, inside Envy, Ancient Ape was still furiously damaging the interior. With a loud bang, a patch of the metal skin was finally breached, exposing the circuitry inside. "It's smoking. Looks like my smashing is working," Ancient Ape excitedly shouted, her eyes glowing red as she began to limber up. "Watch me tear this room apart even more." She then went on a rampage, tearing at the metal sheets, and as she continued to destroy, Envy suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Could there still be crew members inside my stomach? These idiots, daring to defy me. Hearing Envy talking to herself, I was baffled. What is this mechanical lady on about? How can she be so dramatic? While I was puzzled, Wolverine rushed forward, shouting, "Lin Shen, her shield is almost gone. Strike now with full force." With that, he unleashed his Star Slash at Envy, who instinctively blocked with her arm, but was immediately sliced through by Wolverine, causing oil to spray wildly. "Well done, Wolf brother. Watch me disable her other arm." Just then, Envy suddenly clutched her stomach and bent over in apparent pain. The next second, she vomited out a large number of parts along with Ancient Ape. "I finally got out," Ancient Ape exclaimed excitedly. I looked at her in surprise. When did Ape's sister crawl into the mechanical lady's stomach? Was that why the mechanical lady was in so much pain just now? Impressive, truly worthy of being my descendant. After Envy realized it was Ancient Ape causing trouble inside her, she was enraged and swung her sword at Ancient Ape. "It's you again, you damned monkey. Die!" At a critical moment, I quickly lifted Ancient Ape up, causing Envy's attack to miss. Ancient Ape, seeing the transformed warship, was astonished. Was that thing the warship just now? How did it turn into a human form? Saying so, Ancient Ape jumped off me, swiftly transforming into her monster form, and pounced on Envy. No matter if you are a warship or something else, anyone who dares to attack Abyss Island will be flattened. With a boom, Ancient Ape punched Envy in the face, knocking out her front teeth. Ancient Ape then pinned Envy to the ground and began pummeling her relentlessly, making loud thumping noises as she hit, rendering Envy unable to fight back. "Damn monkey, you just stepped on my face, and now you're riding on me. Get off!" Envy yelled as she abruptly stood up, throwing Ancient Ape off before swinging her sword to bisect her. Just then, Deathlark swiftly grabbed Ancient Ape by the shoulder and flew up into the air. Envy, seeing her attack miss again, gritted her teeth in anger. Jets appeared behind her, chasing after Ancient Ape and Deathlark in the air. "Trying to escape? You all go to hell." However, as she spoke, Wolverine flew in from the other side, unleashing his strongest move, Star Slash. Envy, seeing the situation was dire, quickly crossed her sword in front of her chest to block the attack. But with a bang, the Envy's sword instantly shattered, and she was thrown backward. After stabilizing herself, a wound appeared on her chest, crackling with electric sparks. Seeing this, Envy threw away her giant sword in rage and roared, "Damn husky, how dare you hurt me? I'll cripple you first." Saying this, she activated her ability Metal Manipulation again, trying to control Wolverine. However, Wolverine realized she was using her ability and cleverly used her momentum to his advantage instead of resisting. Wolverine snorted coldly and lunged at Envy, instantly transforming into a massive wolf form. Seeing this, Envy was shocked, and the human psychics were incredulous. This is already the fourth beast. Could Lady Envy be losing? With a crack, Wolverine bit into Envy's arm and wouldn't let go no matter how she flailed. At that moment, I seized the opportunity and struck Envy with my dragon fin, chopping off her arm with a boom. She took the chance to break free from Wolverine and hurriedly flew up into the air. Watching her severed arm still sparking, Envy was uncontrollably furious. "You damn creatures, I'll make you pay a painful price." The next second, several missiles were launched towards Abyss Island. "You despicable creatures, just watch as Abyss Island is destroyed." Envy laughed maniacally. Seeing the missiles headed for Abyss Island, I panicked and quickly gathered my burst breath, preparing to shoot down the missiles. However, just then, Envy suddenly appeared in front of me. "You thick-skinned stinky lizard, you are fooled. Your mouth must be your weak point, right?" With that, she fired a missile directly at my mouth. The missile collided with the unlaunched burst burst breath, detonating instantly and knocking me unconscious, causing me to plunge into the sea with a splash. How do you like the mother of bombs I fed you? Envy sneered triumphantly. Seeing this, Wolverine and Deathlark screamed my name in concern. Just then, Envy used her metal manipulation again, causing the missiles originally headed for Abyss Island to turn back and fly towards Wolverine and the others. Then, the missiles headed straight for Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine. Wolverine quickly warned Ancient Ape and Deathlark to be careful, but before he could finish, they were hit by the missiles, and he was engulfed in the explosion. In just a blink of an eye, the situation dramatically reversed, and Godzilla's assault squad was all knocked unconscious, plunging into the sea. Madness, madness. Godzilla went berserk just to defeat Envy, the psychics exclaimed. He even risked exploding from within, swallowing a nuclear bomb on purpose. Seeing this, the human psychics raised their arms and shouted, Lady Envy truly deserves to be the elder of the Nether Sin Palace. She managed to turn defeat into victory, wiping out those giants. Meanwhile, in the deep sea, the unconscious Godzilla was sinking towards the ocean floor. Just then, the system suddenly notified, non-living energy sources detected inside the host, devouring skill upgraded, beginning to devour. Soon, the devouring skill had completely absorbed the non-living energy sources and converted them into life essence, beginning to heal my body. As my body was enveloped in a burst of light, I suddenly opened my eyes wide. I couldn't believe my body. I just swallowed a missile. How could I be unharmed? Little Kuin, what exactly is going on here? Little Kuin disdainfully responded, just a missile. What's so surprising? You're the one who bathes in magma and massages with missiles. You've been fighting monsters on Abyss Island and haven't been exposed to human high-tech weapons, so your ability to devour non-living energy sources wasn't activated. Speaking of which, you should thank that female Gundam. It was she who fed you the missile that activated this ability. Now, not only can you devour the life essence of giants and humans, but you can also absorb non-living energy sources, and you can also absorb thermal energy, geothermal energy, electrical energy, light energy, and even nuclear energy. Hearing this, I immediately became excited. Are you saying I can continue to bathe in magma and get massaged by missiles? Just then, I looked up to find Ancient Ape unconscious, falling into the sea. I quickly swam towards her. Seeing Ancient Ape's injuries, Little Kun explained. Looking at the injuries, she seems to have been hit by a missile too, but she doesn't have your self-healing abilities. I looked up again to find Deathlark and Wolverine also unconscious. Damn it, Envy, I'm going to destroy you, I said angrily, dragging Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine towards the surface. Meanwhile, Envy on the surface was using her abilities to repair her body. Soon, her severed arm grew back, daring to oppose me. Just a bunch of stupid monsters, she muttered to herself. But as she finished speaking, the water ahead suddenly exploded. Sure enough, it was me returning with Ancient Ape and the others. Seeing this, Envy was shocked, swallowed 50 tons of TNT, and nothing happened. What kind of monster are you? However, when she saw Ancient Ape and the others transform back into human form, she calmed down. Just now, the four of you couldn't beat me, and now you are utterly depleted. Alone, what can you do against me? Since 50 tons weren't enough, this time, I'm going to give you a 1,000-ton micro nuke. If you dodge it, Abyss Island behind you will be completely destroyed. I'd like to see if you can survive this time. Seeing this, I turned to Deathlark and asked, what should we do? Bird sister, can you still transform? Yes, I can. What are you planning? Also, what does she mean by a micro nuke? Deathlark responded, puzzled. Don't ask so much now. Just transform and take Ape sister and Wolf brother as far away as you can. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Deathlark warned, Lin Shen, be careful. Then, she transformed and took Ancient Ape and Wolverine into the sky. Just then, Envy fired the micro nuke at me. This damn crazy woman, she's actually serious. I cursed internally. Little Kuin, you just said I can absorb nuclear energy. Can I absorb this nuclear bomb? Your skill has just activated, and it might not fully handle such a powerful energy. It could be fatal, Little Kuin replied. After a moment of thought, I gritted my teeth. Such a powerful bomb. Even if I destroy it with my burst breath, the shockwave will still affect Abyss Island. My friends are there. Even if I can't absorb it, I must try. If it kills me, so be it. I am now a rampaging beast of heaven and earth. What do I have to fear? With that, I grabbed the nuclear bomb and headed it straight to my mouth, then plunged into the water, swallowing the bomb as I dove into the deep sea. Soon, a blinding light flashed on the surface, followed by a huge splash that soared thousands of meters high. Seeing this, Deathlark yelled out Lin Shen's name in concern. Meanwhile, in the distance, the human psychics were fleeing in terror, shouting, holy crap, that monster actually swallowed a nuclear bomb and detonated it underwater. That kind of power must have blown him to pieces, the humans exclaimed in shock. At the same time, the explosion shockwave pushed me deeper into the seabed. Non-living energy detected in the host's body, beginning to absorb. The system suddenly alerted as my body hit the seabed. Warning, the non-living energy is too powerful and cannot be fully absorbed. The host is at risk of exploding. As the system repeatedly issued warnings, my body began to glow brightly, on the verge of exploding. With the system continuously issuing warnings, my body began to expand like a balloon. Am I really going to blow up here? I'm still so young. I can't just die like this. Damn it, it's all that crazy woman's fault. what? Even if I die, she won't spare Abyss Island or Ape Sister and the others. Screw it. If I'm going to explode, I'll take that crazy woman down with me. With that, I propelled myself toward the surface. But just then, little Quinn appeared in front of me. I'm such a genius. I've just adjusted your system. Now you can release the energy that you can't absorb. That way, you won't explode. I was relieved and quickly asked how to release the energy. Little Quinn explained, the strongest attack you currently have is your burst breath. You can use it to release the excess energy. Hearing this, I immediately began to gather energy for burst breath. Yes, just like that. But this time, you need to channel all the energy in your body into your mouth. Alright, I'll return the favor and blast that crazy woman with her own energy. I growled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Deathlark was still hovering in the air, staring at the ocean surface, unwilling to leave. Just then, Ancient Ape and Wolverine woke up from their unconscious states. Ancient Ape looked around frantically and, not seeing me, asked anxiously, Bird Sister, where's Dragon Brother? Why can't I see him? Deathlark responded, Lin Shen, to save us in Abyss Island. He swallowed the nuclear bomb that Envy fired. Then he detonated it underwater, and I'm afraid he's. Hearing this, Ancient Ape immediately struggled to break free. Dragon Brother can't die that easily. Spirit Bird Sister, let me go. I'm going to kill that damn woman. Though her heart ached, Deathlark held on tightly. Lin Shen specifically asked me to take you all to safety before swallowing the bomb. Do you want a sacrifice to be in vain? Just then, Wolverine suddenly radiated golden light and said coldly, with Lin Shen dead, is there any safe place left on Abyss Island? After speaking, he transformed into a giant wolf form, broke free from Deathlark's grasp, and lunged at Envy. At the same time, Ancient Ape also transformed and broke free from Deathlark, roaring, I must avenge Dragon Brother. Even if I am smashed to pieces, I will explode her. Seeing this, Deathlark dived down without hesitation. If that's the case, I'll go crazy with you guys one last time. Even if we go to hell, the four of us can keep each other company. Envy, seeing the three giant beasts returning, immediately set up a cannon and scoffed, if you're all so eager to die, then I'll send you to reunite with that big lizard. However, just then, a huge red figure suddenly burst forth, blocking all attacks. It's Dragon Brother. But why is Dragon Brother turned into a big fat man? Ancient Ape exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shen's condition is very abnormal. It's like he's about to explode. Wolverine also noticed something was off. At this moment, I had already gathered all my energy in my mouth and roared, crazy woman, I'm now giving you back the nuclear bomb. Nuclear explosion breath. Instantly, a terrifying beam of energy shot towards Envy. She had no chance to react and was immediately hit by the nuclear blast, causing her body to start disintegrating instantly. Wolverine and Ancient Ape, witnessing this power, were shocked. How is Lin Shen's attack so powerful this time? As the red beam faded, Envy had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, the human psychics were thrown into chaos, hastily fleeing by boat. After releasing all my energy, I, although drained, finally returned to my normal state. Seeing this, Wolverine and Ancient Ape quickly approached him. Thank goodness, I knew Dragon Brother wouldn't die so easily. Ancient Ape exclaimed excitedly, but the attack you just used doesn't seem like your old skills. With my current strength, I couldn't digest the energy of the nuclear bomb, so as I was about to burst, I desperately used my burst breath to release the indigestible energy. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Wolverine nodded. Releasing the indigestible energy in your body through another skill is indeed a good method. Meanwhile, the human psychics were escaping in panic. While we were talking, Deathlark noticed the fleeing psychics and chased after them with her minions, shouting, those who offend Abyss Island, though far away, will be punished. Tear all these people to shreds. Numerous Dimorphodons dived from the sky, fiercely attacking the human psychics, fighting back vigorously. Those without abilities remained on the boat, supporting with long-range weapons. However, at that moment, one of them suddenly spotted a head surfacing from the sea, with eyes that turned to look directly at him. He was terrified, thinking he had seen a ghost. Such idiots. To think such a beautiful head like mine is a ghost? You don't deserve to be on my lifeboat. Get off, all of you. Envy sneered as she activated her ability, starting to absorb the surrounding metal. Lifeboats and weapons began to disintegrate, with metal flying towards her. Seeing this, the people realized that they were facing Envy, the elder of the Nether Sin Palace. They began to plead for their lives, but Envy ignored their pleas and instead increased the speed of metal absorption, with the lifeboats deforming and merging into her. Meanwhile, I said to Deathlark, Bird Sister, call back your minions. We promised Zhou Ji and Mu Zhen not to harm ordinary people. Just then, Deathlark noticed something strange ahead. Look, what is that? Are we filming a horror movie here? Just ahead left, and it's still so lively. Who on earth is this? She's dissolving and merging with metal. Could she be the woman Gundam from before? This must be her true form, I exclaimed in surprise. Anyone else would have been dead, but she's still alive. No matter how she survived, we can't let her escape this time. After saying that, I dived into the water and rushed towards her with Deathlark, watching my dorsal fin approaching rapidly like a small mountain. The psychics screamed in terror. Oh God, the monsters are coming for us. We don't want to be swallowed by them and end up as their excrement. Envy, save us. But at that moment, Envy had already dissolved into a rocket, completely ignoring their fates. You idiots, just stay here to become the monster's snacks. Envy laughed uproariously uproariously, activating her thrusters and accelerating into the sky. Big lizard, try and catch me if you can. Seeing this, I immediately sped up to chase after her. The psychics floating on the sea were scattered. Just a stupid big lizard. I'm now a 5 Mach rocket. You'll tire yourself to death trying to catch me. Envy shouted triumphantly, speeding away and disappearing into the horizon. I could only watch helplessly as she fled, burning with anger. Can't catch me? Why does that sound so awkward? Damn it, she escaped in the end. That cunning Lolita brain. Subsequently, I and Ancient Ape looked down at the human psychics with displeasure. Dragon brother, how should we deal with these people? Seeing the abilities, the human escapees began to plead desperately. Great beast lords, spare us. We all have families to return to. Besides, it was that bastard Lester who deceived us into coming here. We had no idea this was your territory. Please let us go. Hearing this, I roared angrily at them. Violate my abyss island and still expect mercy? Just then, a voice called out, Linshin, show mercy. I turned to look, and it was Mu Gen and Zhou Ji who had arrived. Linshin, the main culprit is the Lester family. These people are insignificant. Just let them go. Hearing someone pleading for them, the psychics silently prayed, please, convince the beast. However, just then, someone recognized Zhou Ji, exclaiming, wasn't he with us on the battleship that came here? Could all this have been orchestrated by the Cafe's Heaven Force? Is Cafe looking to become enemies with the West? Before they could finish speaking, they were forcefully silenced by their comrades. Shut up, you fools. Our lives hang by their decision. One of the psychics whispered quietly. Envy abandoned these people, thinking they were dead. Let me take them back to Cafe's Heaven Force, where our experts can hypnotize them to ensure they reveal nothing. Hearing this, I waved my hand in agreement. Now that Envy had fled, Abyss Island was sure to face greater peril. I was more concerned about consulting with Bai Sidong on how to tackle the coming challenges. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji mysteriously said, I need to talk to you alone about something. So, Zhou Ji and I walked off to a more private spot. Alright, we're alone now. What's so important that it needed such discretion? Thank you for keeping your promise earlier. As a reward, I'll tell you the location of the secret realm that Mu Gen spent half a year locating. Hearing this, I became excited. Are you saying there's really a secret realm beneath Abyss Island? Tell me where it is. The secret realm is located beneath the cave where you fought the king of the dead rotten reptiles. I had a hunch the secret realm was there, but there was no time to search before. The cave system is intricate with many branches, but Mu Gen has carefully marked the way. Just follow the markings, and you will soon see the entrance to the secret realm. Mu Gen has really thought of everything. Thanks. Then, I changed the topic. Since you knew about the entrance, did you explore it? Realizing what I meant, Zhou Ji laughed. Rest assured, as I told you before, Cafe only claims unclaimed sanctuaries. Plus, sanctuaries are not that easily accessed. Some have entrances laden with traps, filled with dangers that could send you to your doom at a misstep. Others are sealed with mysterious formations that even massive explosions or human abilities cannot breach. Some are guarded by ancient and powerful beasts, demanding a hefty toll for passage. The secret realm under Abyss Island is isolated by an unknown mystical force that repels all external efforts, making it inaccessible. There have been humans who encountered such sanctuaries before. It took 3S level masters bombarding the protective energy barrier for half a month to just barely breach it. Hearing this, I looked dejected. 3S level masters took half a month, and here I am, nearly taken down by a 2S. Surely I'd be kicked out on my tail. All that excitement for nothing. At this, Zhou Ji suggested, maybe you could give it a try. I heard from Mu Gen that you absorbed the energy of the king of the dead rotten reptiles. The secret realm's energy barrier shouldn't reject you. I, overjoyed at the news, exclaimed, as long as I can enter the secret realm smoothly, I will always remember your kindness. If you ever need our help in the future, just ask. After this, I said I needed to clean up the battlefield, but was actually eager to explore the secret realm. When he returned, Mu Gen had crafted a vine ball using his abilities, and the surviving humans were gradually entering it. I approached to thank him. Thanks for all your hard work, Mu Gen. Mu Gen looked confused, thinking to himself, when did this kid start respecting his elders? Just then, Little Kun popped up. Trouble. A group of sharks is coming to feed on the bodies of the psychics. If they clean up everything, I won't be able to refine life essence for you. Hearing that fish dared to steal my food, I was furious and plunged into the water. A splash soaked Ancient Ape and the others, leaving them confused. What's got Dragon Brother so rushed? Ancient Ape wondered while scratching her head. Who knows what that ugly dragon is up to now? Deathlark replied helplessly. Little Kun, how many bodies have those sharks eaten? If they finish them off, and I have to eat them afterward, it'd be disgusting. Don't worry, they just got here. They kept their distance during the fight, too scared to come close. Hearing this, I surged forward, a bunch of cowards rushing in to scavenge right after the fight. Think again. Meanwhile, the bodies of the psychics were sinking to the ocean floor, and a school of sharks was quickly approaching. Charge, brothers, it's feeding time. One shark opened its mouth to swallow a body, but suddenly sensed danger approaching. The next second, I rushed in and swallowed it whole. The group of sharks immediately stopped upon seeing this, all turning to look at me. You really can't go a few days without stirring up trouble. You've gotten cocky again while I was away. Suddenly, one of the sharks remembered a scene and exclaimed in terror, no good, it's that plague. And how has it grown so big? Brothers, run, the plague is back. In an instant, the group of sharks descended into chaos, turning around to flee. Seeing this, I opened his mouth and lunged at them. Trying to run? Get into my bowl. Under my frenzied predation, the seabed soon echoed with the cries for help of the sharks. Don't come over here. Help, fish slaughter. Before long, the floating bits of shark flesh and fresh blood stained the entire sea red. Could this guy have even devoured human corpses? Someone asked in horror. I don't know. He used to not eat humans, even burying the corpses, didn't he? The psychics hiding in the vine ball panicked at this scene. This is terrifying. That giant beast won't go crazy and eat us too, will it? Mom, I want to go home now. At this, Deathlark snorted coldly. The ugly dragon was seriously injured in the recent battle, so he must eat to replenish energy and heal his body. What's so surprising about that? Hearing this, Mu Gen and Zhou Qi looked at each other, unable to find a reason to argue, and fell silent. Just then, the water suddenly splashed, and I burst out. My eyes were bloodshot, and my body was enveloped by the blood-stained seawater, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this, the psychics immediately huddled together in terror, crying out loud, Mom, help, a monster is going to eat us. At this moment, I am gritting my teeth and looking annoyed, thinking, after devouring the life essence of dozens of psychics, not a single skill burst out, only evolution points. As I looked down and saw everyone staring at me in horror, I roared at them, why are you looking at me with such a terrifying gaze? Do I look that scary? You wouldn't think I just devoured corpses in the sea, would you? After saying that, I spat out a few shark bones, adding discontentedly, I just took out a group of sharks that were about to steal human corpses and even dug a hole to bury the bodies at the bottom of the sea. Killing and burying, do you think I have it easy? Seeing the shark bones, people realized they had misunderstood me, but just then, I suddenly pointed at them and roared, Mu Gen, pack these guys up and take them away fast. I'm sick of seeing them now. So, after saying goodbye, Zhou Qi and Mu Gen left with the surviving humans from the waters around Abyss Island. At this time, Bird Sister said, Ugly Dragon, are you really just letting them go? I threw them 3 life fruits, explaining, envy has already fled. Killing these people would be pointless. Now, the priority is how to deal with the stronger enemies that are coming. You eat these life fruits first to recover your strength, and then I'll take you mining. Hearing this, Bird Sister and the others were baffled. Mining? Mine what? As I led them back to Abyss Island, I explained. Zhou Qi said that the secret realm of Abyss Island is inside the cave of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. I'm a miner now. Before long, inside the cave of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, they found the entrance to the secret realm through the markers left by Mu Gen. Look, there's green liquid inside the screen, formed from the dead rotten reptiles. This proves they crawled out from here. Ape Sister stepped forward trying to pass through the light screen, but she couldn't get through no matter how hard she tried. The transparent purple light screen stood firm like a wall, immovable. Frustrated, Ape Sister smashed at the light screen, but it only rippled, dissipating her force like water. Seeing this, I stepped forward to stop her. Ape Sister, save your energy. This light screen repels all external forces. Upon hearing this, Deathlark yelled at me, Ugly Dragon, stop beating around the bush, just spit it out. Alright, now is the time to witness a miracle, and I directly put my hand through the light screen. Seeing this, Ancient Ape immediately looked up in admiration, while Deathlark said impatiently, stop showing off, just tell us. Because I previously devoured the life essence of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, I have energy in my body that is of the same origin as the light screen, so it doesn't repel me. Ancient Ape asked, puzzled, I also ate a lot of dead rotten reptiles with you. Why does the light screen still repel me? It might be because those dead rotten reptiles were transformed from the blood of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles, so the energy in them is sparse. Although you've eaten a lot of crawlers, the energy in your body has not yet reached the level where it won't be repelled by the light screen. So, how exactly are we supposed to get in? I heard from Zhou Qi that there are various strange giant beasts living in the secret realm, and since they live there, their bodies should contain life essences of the same origin as the secret realm. I plan to go hunt some of these beasts and bring them back. After you eat these beasts, you should be able to enter. Upon hearing there was food involved, Ancient Ape immediately got excited. Dragon brother, go quickly. We'll wait here for the meal. Thus, I entered the light screen and walked toward the depths of the secret realm. After a long downward extending cave, a ray of sunlight appeared at the end of the cave. I looked up and saw that this was an upward cave, with sunlight shining down from the cave top. It seemed that the secret realm was above, and there was still a long climb ahead. Let's climb up and see, I muttered, then jumped onto the cave wall and climbed up like a giant gecko. After climbing for quite a while, I was already gasping for breath. Just as I closed my eyes to rest for a moment, a black giant snake suddenly launched a sneak attack. By the time I heard the noise and opened my eyes, the giant snake was already in front of me. Without time to react, I was bitten on the arm by the giant snake and started falling downward. Damn, a snake with ears? What kind of freak is this? With a boom, my body heavily smashed onto the ground. I got up and looked up, only to discover that the attacker was an ancient giant snake, 93 meters long and 7 meters thick, and highly venomous. Could this creature be the guardian beast of the secret realm? But wasn't there already a purple light screen at the entrance of the secret realm? While I was pondering, a sharp pain came from my arm. damn it, this guy's venom is really strong. My arm is numb and I can't use any strength. Just then, the ancient giant snake roared and lunged at me again. Seeing this, I sidestepped to dodge the attack and sneered, "Kid, my mouth is the real weapon." With that, I fiercely bit into the giant snake, tearing off a piece of flesh and sending the snake flying. With a bang, the giant snake heavily smashed into the cave wall opposite, but the next second, it sprang up and lunged at me again. Damn it, won't you ever stop? I instantly spat out several explosive rounds that bounced around the cave and successfully sent the ancient giant snake flying again. Narrow caves are my explosive rounds' home field. I snapped my fingers, and instantly, the explosive rounds burst around the giant snake. Suddenly, the giant snake screamed and heavily fell to the ground. However, as the dust settled, the giant snake stood unharmed in front of me. It didn't die. Seems this black scale armor is pretty tough. Just as I was preparing to attack again, the giant snake suddenly reared its head and took a deep breath, then spewed green venom at me. I quickly sidestepped to dodge the attack. Damn, you don't fight with honor, spitting anywhere. When I looked at the giant snake again, I found that it had taken the opportunity to flee while I was dodging. What a coward. Did you think that would stop me? Is this how you honor the title of a secret realm beast? After saying this, I fired an explosive breath at the giant snake. The snake hadn't even reacted before it was hit, the powerful force shooting straight through the entrance of the secret realm and up into the sky. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire secret realm, as if announcing the arrival of the Overlord. Meanwhile, the creatures of the secret realm growled and approached from this direction. With a loud noise, the body of the giant snake was severed into two pieces, heavily falling to the ground. Seeing this, I picked up the tail of the giant snake and started gnawing on it, curious to see if devouring a secret realm beast would yield any good items. You have successfully devoured the ancient giant snake. Reward evolution points plus 130,000. Scale armor defense increased. Poison resistance increased. After consuming the entire giant snake, no new skills burst forth, only some increases in scale armor defense and poison resistance. However, with the increased poison resistance, my arm quickly recovered. I continued climbing upwards. After a while, I finally reached the surface. This is really tiring, but fortunately, there were no mishaps, and I've finally made it up. But when I looked up, I was instantly shocked by the scene before me. The secret realm turned out to be a red world, not only huge, but also having skies, mountains, and even forests. Is this some kind of underground secret realm? This is more like stepping into another world. However, just then, there was a noise behind me. A giant lizard emerged from the forest, its back even covered in fur. Holy crap, what the hell is this? A giant lizard with fur. Little Kun mocked. Was your biology teacher a PE teacher? Dinosaurs and birds are indeed related, and there really were such feathered intermediate stages in the long process of evolution. It seems that the space of this secret realm is a prehistoric world, and this type of lizard is called an ancient feathered lizard. Not only do they have incredible biting power, but their saliva also contains toxins. Just then, the ancient feathered lizard let out an angry roar and charged at me. What's going on? Are these guys treating me as prey? I'm so big and tough, not afraid to knock out your teeth. Saying this, I swung my tail like a dragon, sending one of them flying, then immediately got to work, grabbing two others. However, just then, a shadow dived down quickly, leaving several claw marks on my face with a swish. I angrily turned my head. What's that in the sky? It turned out that several ancient creatures had joined the fight. Ancient pterosaurs, 18 meters long and weighing 18 tons, skilled in flight, with sharp and cunning claws. Ancient pygmy thief dragon, 15 meters long, weighing 15 tons, extremely fast in flight, and equally cunning. All feathered dinosaurs. Little Kun, you really called it. This is a weird world that took a wrong turn in evolution. Saying this, I instantly devoured the ancient feathered lizard I was holding. Why do these different types of creatures only attack me? I'm several times bigger than them. Don't they know to avoid danger and seek benefits? Little Kun responded, haven't you noticed that this place is filled with the same life essence as the king of the dead rotten reptiles, and it's very dense? You have this type of energy on you too, but it's very weak. I think they see you as an outsider and feel they must eliminate you. No sooner had Little Kun finished speaking than the ancient pterosaur dived down again. So, these guys are bullying the newcomer, but no worries, I'm quick to adapt. With that, I stomped my foot, leapt up, and bit off the neck of one of the bird dragons, then charged into the herd, wreaking havoc. I'm going to show you who's the boss of Abyss Island. Even if this is the underground secret realm of Abyss Island, it's still my turf. To deal with you guys, I don't even need skills. This mouth of mine is enough to tear you all apart. Seeing my ferocity, the monsters immediately became frightened and started retreating. Just then, a beast emerged from the forest. I turned my head and saw a huge dinosaur with sharp scythe-like claws on its toes pounce towards me. So, the small ones couldn't handle it, and now they send in the big guns? Well, I'll start by making you bite the dust. Saying this, I charged at the dinosaur using my mighty dragon strike technique. However, the next second, the dinosaur suddenly disappeared from in front of me, using a slide to chop at me. Accompanied by a loud noise, my body was suddenly covered in blood, and my massive body fell to the ground face first, creating a mud-chewing scene as I slid several meters due to inertia. Damn, is this guy a soccer player or what? What? How can he slide tackle? It turned out that this dinosaur, equipped with scythe-like claws, was an ancient speed dragon known for its speed and sharp, scythe-like toe claws. Speed dragon? And it's even wearing a down vest. Just then, the ancient speed dragon roared and charged at me again. I quickly turned around and spat out several explosive rounds, but the speed dragon easily dodged the attack with a slide tackle. This guy's speed is really something else. Saying this, I leapt high, dodged the speed dragon's attack, and landed firmly on the ground. Trying the same move on me again? Simply foolish. However, just as I finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from a distant hill. Damn, don't tell me another one. It turned out to be an ancient scythe dragon, 70 meters long and weighing 70 tons. It swung its claws, pouncing toward me. Damn it. Accompanied by a screeching sound, the scythe dragon's claws instantly slashed across my body, quickly adding several more wounds. Tasting success, the scythe dragon swung its scythe again and charged forward. I quickly spat out explosive rounds in retaliation, but the scythe dragon easily dodged with a lateral jump. Just as I had resolved the crisis and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the speed dragon suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Accompanied by a bang, my massive body was instantly shoveled into the air and then face planted into the ground, biting the dust under the force of inertia. It's simply unethical. They're so big and still 2 against 1. Caught off guard by the coordinated attack of the 3, I suddenly found himself struggling against 2 formidable foes. The 2 dinosaurs were incredibly fast, and my burst breath might not hit them, plus the area was too open for the explosive bombs to rebound and attack. I had to find a way to lure them into the forest, where my explosive rounds could bounce off the dense trees and be most effective, and where it would also be easier for me to dodge their attacks. Just then, the scythe dragon let out a roar and then flapped its wings, charging at me again. This dinosaur flapping like a rooster is just too ridiculous. But no sooner had I spoken than the speed dragon also leaped over. The 2 dinosaurs attacked from left and right, one with a ghostly hand and the other with a ghostly foot, as if they were shooting a martial arts film. Seeing this, Godzilla blocked while retreating into the forest. Soon, my dorsal fins hit a large tree, and I had finally made it into the woods. Now, it's my time to shine. Saying this, I ran deeper into the dense forest without looking back. The 2 dinosaurs, without hesitation, followed me in. Just as they were about to catch up with me, I suddenly turned around and spat numerous explosive rounds into the air. The 2 dinosaurs were instantly baffled. However, the next second, countless explosive bombs rebounded through the dense forest, instantly surrounding them at the center. Weren't you 2 quite happy chasing me just now? Now you're surrounded by me, I said as I snapped my fingers. With booming explosions, the speed dragon and the scythe dragon were instantly blasted away. I walked up to them with a look of annoyance. How do you like the taste of my explosive rounds? Just as the 2 dinosaurs struggled to get up and prepare to flee, I opened my mouth and lunged at the speed dragon, just become my evolution points. However, the next second, the speed dragon suddenly unleashed a primal force, jumped onto a nearby tree, hooked its scythe-like toes firmly around the trunk, and began to spin wildly. As I looked baffled, the dinosaur suddenly lunged at me. Damn, what kind of maneuver is this? Making a sharp turn, biting my arm. Meanwhile, the other scythe dragon also swung its claws toward me. Several claw marks instantly appeared on my body. Enduring the pain, I grabbed the scythe dragon's 2 arms. The last enemy who dared to come close to me now is grass over its grave. After saying this, I activated my skill, Thunderous Thorn Spikes. In an instant, the speed dragon was impaled by my dorsal fins, and the scythe dragon was stunned by a powerful electric shock. While both dinosaurs were incapacitated, I gathered my explosive breath and directed it straight at the scythe dragon's head, which was obliterated in the blink of an eye. However, just as I turned to deal with the speed dragon, he found it escaping while roaring and starting to shake. The next second, countless secret realm monsters charged toward me. Damn, I thought you'd call some formidable beast, but it turns out they're just the little chicks I've previously thrashed. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test my new skill. I crouched to gather power, and immediately, electricity crackled over my body. With a bang, I unleashed the skill he acquired from killing Lester, the nuclear ion cannon. The moment the particle cannon hit the speed dragon, the electricity rapidly spread to the surroundings. In just an instant, the monsters were annihilated, and the speed dragon was burnt to a crisp on one side. I didn't expect this move could bounce and perform an area attack, but the prey got burnt to a crisp. I wonder if it's still edible. Muttering to myself, I went forward, tore off a piece of the speed dragon's flesh, and began chewing. You have successfully devoured the ancient speed dragon. Reward evolution points 230,000. You have successfully devoured the ancient speed dragon. Reward speed enhancement. All this for such measly rewards? Why not give me a big toe that can snake around? I then picked up the scythe dragon's corpse and began devouring it. However, the system's reward was still disappointing. Besides evolution points, only an increase in the sharpness of my claws. What the heck? All this effort and not a single good item. You're messing with me on purpose, aren't you, little coin? It's not the system's fault you're unlucky. Just then, I suddenly thought that according to the system's usual antics, changing maps could definitely yield good items. Damn system, I want to check in. Check in location, Abyss Island Underground Sanctuary, Scarlet Land. Check in reward, reward. Lava form converts all internal energy into scorching magma, transforming into a lava giant as if crawled out from hell. But this form can only be used once a day and lasts only 60 seconds. Lava giant, what a powerful skill. Little Quinn, you do have some conscience. However, just then, the system's reward sound chimed again. You have successfully devoured the ancient scythe dragon, receiving a special reward, magma claws. In lava form, your claws become extremely hot, able to slice through the hardest materials instantly, as easily as a hot knife through butter. I just got the lava form and immediately burst out the corresponding skill. I must be blessed by fortune. At this moment, I lay contentedly on the ground, remarking, this trip to the secret realm really paid off. I'll pack up the rest and take it with me. Next, I needed to figure out how to take the remaining monster corpses out. However, when I saw the mountain-like pile of monster corpses, I was stumped. If I have to take these out bit by bit, it'll kill me. So, I summoned Little Quinn and asked if there were items like storage rings or storage bags in the system store, the kind with a lot of space inside. Have you been reading too many cultivation novels? That's too fantastical. However, I can create some storage space for you in the system. With that, my eyes brightened. Quick, open up a 10,000 cubic meter storage space for me first. Let's see how it goes. Man, do you think this is building blocks? I'm developing a new function in the system, which consumes a lot of effort, time, and energy, Little Quinn said, dissatisfied. Hearing this, I immediately understood its meaning. You're just a profit seeker. Just tell me how many evolution points you need. Little Quinn held up a finger, proudly saying, building 100 cubic meter space would take about 10 million evolution points. Damn, why don't you just rob me? As you like, I can't be bothered with it anyway. Reluctantly, I gritted my teeth and spent 20 million evolution points to open up a 200 cubic meter storage space. I worked my ass off fighting monsters, barely saved up less than 30 million evolution points, and you just made 20 million by moving your lips. 5 minutes later, System Koi ran over excitedly. Dear host, the space has been successfully opened for you. That fast? Didn't you say it needed a lot of effort, time, and energy? Time is life, and I follow the principle of saving life for the host, hence I provided the most efficient service, Little Quinn said earnestly. I don't believe you for a second, you scheming System Quinn. I shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, Little Quinn quickly changed the subject and demonstrated how to store all the monster corpses. He took out a magic wand, pointed at the mountainous pile of monster corpses, and said with a smile, watch closely, host. System storage space activated. As soon as the words fell, a ring rippling with waves appeared. The ring slowly moved towards the monsters, and in the blink of an eye, as it passed, the monsters were all sucked into the space. How about that, host? This is the storage space I specially crafted for you, Little Quinn said proudly. Seeing this, I exclaimed, awesome, Little Quinn, you didn't just disintegrate them, did you? Those are the monsters I hunted with great effort. Upon hearing this, Little Quinn pointed again, and the monsters that had disappeared instantly fell out of the space. Impressive, available on demand, truly convenient and fast. Then, I turned and walked towards the dense forest, intending to gather some firewood to go out for a barbecue. Shortly after, I returned to the entrance of the secret realm. Ancient Ape was overjoyed to see me back, while Deathlark couldn't help but complain, you know to come back, making me wait here so long, hurry up and report what happened inside. Hearing this, I walked to an open space and suggested, let's eat and talk. With a snap of his fingers, a large number of monster corpses fell from the storage space. Seeing this, Deathlark and Ancient Ape were astounded. Then, as I roasted the monster meat, I recounted the situation inside. It was like stepping into a red otherworld. In just a short time, I encountered so many giant beasts. I suspect that the red otherworld is much larger than Abyss Island. Envy might have escaped, but I believe it won't be long before the agents of the Nether Sin Palace come looking for us. Just one envy nearly wiped us out. If all of the 7 deadly sins come, we won't stand a chance. At that time, the entire Abyss Island might be slaughtered by them. The purple light screen can block all external energies, so this will be our best refuge. I plan to bring all the monsters willing to follow us on Abyss Island into the secret realm to avoid the crisis from the Nether Sin Palace. If I'm right, you guys can try to enter the secret realm now. If it fails, we'll have no choice but to fight them head on. After a full meal, Ancient Ape immediately got up and walked towards the light screen. I ate the most. Let me try first. Her hand passed through the light screen without any hindrance. Dragon brother, I can enter the light screen too, she exclaimed excitedly. However, Wolverine, even in human form, was still unable to enter. At this time, Deathlark, who had already entered the barrier, mocked, see, I told you to turn back into the giant wolf form and eat more. It's your own fault for not listening, you stupid wolf. Serves you right for not being able to get in. Wolverine, surprisingly, did not argue with Deathlark this time, but seriously said, it seems that the barrier determines the proportion of secret realm energy condensed in my body based on my giant wolf form. Even if my body becomes smaller, the energy I've absorbed shouldn't be less. Ape Sister and Bird Sister being able to enter confirms our initial guess was right. Next, we need to gather the monsters willing to follow us, so they too can gain the energy to enter the secret realm. As for the herbivorous monsters, we can only try to bring plants out from inside and see if they can condense secret secret realm energy in their bodies. Wolf brother, go gather all our kin. Bird sister, you bring all your subordinates too, and bring along any monsters on the way that are willing to follow, as they can be the first batch to enter the secret realm. Ape sister and I will use this time to go back in and hunt some more monsters, and clean up the dangers around the secret realm cave. After assigning tasks, Deathlark carried Wolverine to gather more of their kin, while Ancient Ape and I headed deeper into the secret realm. Come on, Ape sister, our hunt begins. At this moment, Ancient Ape looked up at the red sky and land, filled with awe. Ape sister, it won't be long before this place becomes our territory. We have to conquer it bit by bit. How about it? Do you feel the energy continuously flowing into your body now? Hearing this, Ancient Ape carefully felt it and indeed found a steady flow of energy entering her body. This energy is the same as that released by the king of the dead rotten reptiles. As long as we stay in the secret realm, even if we do nothing, our strength will gradually increase. Having said that, I led the way deeper into the secret realm. Through battle and feeding, we can accelerate the absorption of this energy, speeding up our strength enhancement. Let's go, Ape sister, I'll take you hunting. However, after we searched the area, we surprisingly didn't find a single monster. It's strange. Before, I was immediately attacked by giants when I arrived here. How come I don't see any now? Just as we were about to continue searching, Ancient Ape suddenly noticed something. On the ground ahead, there were many traces of large monsters' activities. I recognized these footprints immediately. They were from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This guy's footprints are so much bigger than mine. He must be at least 100 meters tall. Little Kulin says I have the bloodline of the Kui dragon, but my physique looks more like that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I've been on Abyss Island so long and haven't encountered a single Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suddenly, I'm really looking forward to it. At that moment, a rustling sound came from afar. The system indicated that these were two ancient stegosaurs, 80 meters long and weighing 85 tons, with hard bony plates and spiked tails, boasting formidable defense. These are stegosaurs, just like those feathered dinosaurs. Really strange. Ancient Ape immediately shouted excitedly, "Dragon brother, take a break. I'll handle these two." With that, she charged directly towards the ancient stegosaurs. Simultaneously, the stegosaurs also sped towards her. Just as they were about to collide, one stegosaur suddenly slammed on the brakes and swung its tail at Ancient Ape. Ancient Ape jumped, dodging the attack while simultaneously swinging her fist down on one stegosaur. With a boom, the stegosaur was struck by Ancient Ape's mighty punch before it could react. Just as she was about to attack again, Stegosaur charged at her furiously. Ancient Ape scoffed and raised her arms to guard. However, with a loud bang, she was sent flying. At that moment, the other Stegosaur seized the opportunity, swinging its spiked tail and launching a sneak attack on Ancient Ape from behind. Seeing this, I yelled, "Ape sister, watch out!" But the next second, Ancient Ape suddenly turned around and grabbed Stegosaur's tail. She sneered, "Little thing, you dare sneak attack me? You're not using your chance well." With that, she forcefully lifted the Stegosaur, spun around, and slammed it into the other Stegosaur. With a thud, the Stegosaur was sent flying like a baseball. Then, Ancient Ape continued spinning with the other Stegosaur in her grasp, and with a swoosh, she threw it at the other Stegosaur. Just as the Stegosaur was getting up and not yet steady, a boom sound followed as it made close contact with the other Stegosaur again, and both were smashed into the dense forest. At this moment, Ancient Ape looked proudly at the two monsters she had easily handled. I came forward and praised, "Not bad, Ape sister, you're really taking after me. How's your arm?" "No problem, no problem," Ancient Ape said, waving her hand. While we were talking, suddenly numerous eyes glowing red appeared in the dense forest, making gurgling sounds. Hearing this, Ancient Ape was startled. "Dragon brother, what's that sound? It can't be that those two guys are still alive, can it?" Before she could finish her sentence, several larger monsters slowly emerged from the dense forest. The ancient stegosaurs walked out of the forest. Their reinforcements had arrived. I excitedly said, "Here comes the food." The stegosaurs roared and charged at me and her. 6 stegosaurs. You can't handle them alone. Let's do this together. With that, Ancient Ape and I fearlessly engaged in battle. The confrontation was fierce, and the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense instantly. Just then, I charged into the group of stegosaurs, using my dragon fin slash to instantly split one of the ancient stegosaurs in half, accompanied by a loud noise, intensifying the fight. I adjusted my stance and launched another attack, and the stegosaurs fell one after another. Ancient Ape was not to be outdone, swinging her fists and sending several stegosaurs flying. In a short time, we ended the battle in a dominating fashion. However, just as I was summoning Little Quinn to collect the spoils of war, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Ancient Ape, feeling uneasy, warned, "Dragon brother, be careful. This tremor, it seems like a bigger monster is coming." I turned my head and saw, in the distance, a massive figure gradually approaching with an imposing aura. Another dark shadow emerged from the dense forest, and when Ancient Ape and I clearly saw the appearance of this shadow, we were stunned in place. The system alert followed immediately. Ancient Tyrannosaurus. Height, 110 meters. Weight, 116 tons. Strong physique, very high scale armor defense, incredible biting power, strong tail, and hind limbs. Damn, this Tyrannosaurus is even wearing a fur coat. My worldview is completely shattered. Ancient Ape looked at Godzilla and then at the Tyrannosaurus and couldn't help saying, "Dragon brother, it looks a lot like you. Is it a relative of yours?" "No, I don't have any rich relatives who wear fur coats." I shook my head in denial. As we were talking, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly let out a deafening roar. "Dare to roar at me? Let's roar back." Not to be outdone, I roared back at the Tyrannosaurus along with Ancient Ape. Provoked, the Tyrannosaurus became enraged and charged at us. I warned, "This guy is a lot bigger than us. We need to be careful." Just as I finished speaking, the Tyrannosaurus rushed over at an astonishing speed. Ancient Ape and I quickly sidestepped to dodge the deadly charge. Immediately after, I swiftly used my Dragon Tail Whip, attempting to knock down the Tyrannosaurus. Simple-minded fool, go down. However, the next second, my usually unstoppable Dragon Tail Whip had no effect. The Tyrannosaurus was too large, and my attack hardly hurt it. Seeing this, I gave an embarrassed smile. "Buddy, you're pretty sturdy." At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus looked down at me as if I were a mere ant. Then, the Tyrannosaurus swung its tail and sent me flying. I landed on the ground, disbelief on my face. Damn, this gap is too big. Before I could recover, the Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth and pounced towards me. In this critical moment, Ancient Ape acted swiftly, grabbing the Tyrannosaurus's tail and pulling back with all her strength. "Big dummy, stay away from my dragon brother," Ancient Ape shouted. The Tyrannosaurus looked back at Ancient Ape with annoyance, then flicked its tail and sent her flying. Seeing Ancient Ape being bullied, I got thoroughly angry. I stood up abruptly, activated my Dragon Supreme Power, and charged at full strength towards the Tyrannosaurus. With a loud bang, I fiercely slammed into the Tyrannosaurus, but this only made the Tyrannosaurus step back a few paces. Grinding my teeth in frustration, "This guy is too freakish." My full-strength Dragon Supreme Power only made it step back a few paces. However, I wasn't really expecting that strike to send the Tyrannosaurus flying. My real goal was close combat. Saying this, I leapt up and bit into the Tyrannosaurus, but this bite didn't even tear off the skin. The Tyrannosaurus's skin was too thick, and I could only leave a few tooth marks. I refused to believe I can't tear off a piece. I gritted my teeth and decisively used the burst bite skill, frantically attacking the Tyrannosaurus. System notification: you have successfully devoured the ancient Tyrannosaurus, gaining plus 33,000 evolution points. Just as I was still attacking, the pain-stricken Tyrannosaurus furiously swung its forelimbs and swatted me away. Damn, I used to get hundreds of thousands of evolution points for each bite of a giant beast. Now it's only tens of thousands. Looks like I didn't tear off enough flesh. Saying this, I charged at the Tyrannosaurus again. If one bite doesn't work, then I'll take several more bites. I'm the ancestor of biting. Seeing that this move was effective on the Tyrannosaurus, unwilling to give up, I used burst bite again and furiously tore at the recently injured spot on the Tyrannosaurus. Under my fierce attack, the Tyrannosaurus was forced to step back, completely enraged. It let out a deafening roar, suddenly bit me, swung its head, and flung me away. Just as I was about to get up and counterattack, the Tyrannosaurus had already rapidly approached me and stomped down hard. Damn, how is this guy so fast? The next second, with a boom, the Tyrannosaurus's foot solidly stomped on me, instantly making me feel like my internal organs were about to burst. Looking down at his prey crushed underfoot, the Tyrannosaurus looked down at me like a king. Then, it bit into me, lifting me up, ready to enjoy its lunch. Due to the massive force of the previous stomp, I was completely unable to move. At that moment, I could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless to resist. As the Tyrannosaurus continued to exert force, its teeth sank deeper into my body, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, Ancient Ape angrily pounced on the Tyrannosaurus's back, riding on it and relentlessly attacking, trying to make the Tyrannosaurus let go of me. However, her punches on the Tyrannosaurus's body were almost ineffective, instead causing the Tyrannosaurus to bite even harder. Just then, Ancient Ape clenched her fist and smashed it hard into the vulnerable eyes of the Tyrannosaurus. With a bang, the Tyrannosaurus finally screamed in pain and let go of me. It turned its head angrily to look at Ancient Ape, then spotted its direction and started to run. Seeing this, I exclaimed in shock, "Ape sister, jump down. This guy is going to crash into the mountain." But just as I finished speaking, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly turned around and slammed Ancient Ape hard against the rock wall. With a bang, Ancient Ape was smashed against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood and then collapsing to the ground, powerless and out of combat. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth and bit down toward Ancient Ape, who was unable to move and could only watch helplessly. Just in the nick of time, I fired my most powerful burst breath at the Tyrannosaurus. The unsuspecting Tyrannosaurus was hit directly, and the intense energy blast sent it flying. Then, with a loud crash, the Tyrannosaurus was blasted into the dense forest. Seeing this, I quickly went over to help Ancient Ape up. "Ape sister, are you alright? I didn't expect this Tyrannosaurus to be so tough." "Dragon brother, I'm okay." Ancient Ape managed a weak smile. "Is that guy defeated?" "It's not over yet. It got hit by my burst breath, but it wasn't completely destroyed, probably just blasted away." However, just as I finished speaking, a furious roar came from the depths of the forest. At the same time, the creatures deep in the forest also started looking in their direction. Just then, a loud noise came, and a large tree was flung from the forest. Then, several more trees were uprooted and flew towards Ancient Ape and I. I quickly pulled Ancient ape to the side, dodging the flying trees. Following that, the Tyrannosaurus emerged from the forest, carrying a large tree in its mouth and flinging it hard toward me, an ancient ape. Seeing this, I raised my hand and smashed the tree into pieces. This guy actually knows how to use tree trunks as weapons. Just as I stepped forward and smashed the tree trunk into pieces, the Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth and lunged at the injured ancient ape nearby. Seeing this, I quickly used Thunder-spiked armor and Dragon Supreme Path, slamming into the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus, seeing the situation was bad, immediately turned around and with a bang, clashed head-on with me. Due to the size difference, I was knocked back several meters. Then, the Tyrannosaurus charged up to me and bit into my arm. Seeing that my spines and electricity did no damage to the Tyrannosaurus, I also bit into the Tyrannosaurus's arm. The two giants, unwilling to give up, began a primal brawl, their struggle echoing throughout the dense forest, heard by distant creatures. After a fierce battle, I was eventually overpowered by the Tyrannosaurus and once again pinned to the ground. Just then, Ancient Ape picked up a nearby tree trunk and smashed it hard at the Tyrannosaurus. However, the trunk shattered into countless pieces on impact, still doing no damage to it. Because Ancient Ape exerted too much force, she inadvertently exposed herself in front of the Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus bit into Ancient Ape's arm and started shaking its head wildly, trying to tear off her arm. The excruciating pain caused Ancient Ape to scream terribly. Seeing this, I frantically rammed the Tyrannosaurus with my spines, trying to save Ancient Ape, but no matter what I did, the Tyrannosaurus wouldn't let go. Hearing Ancient Ape's screams of agony, my rage was fully ignited. My mouth began to emit red steam, and then I transformed all my body's energy into scorching magma, decisively activating my once daily lava form. The terrifying heat instantly set the forest ablaze, even melting the rocks into liquid. Seeing this, Ancient Ape immediately thought of Godzilla about to explode earlier and hurriedly shouted, "Dragon brother, what are you doing? Don't do anything foolish." Feeling the intense heat, the Tyrannosaurus was also startled. Just then, I activated my Lava Claws skill and pounced towards the Tyrannosaurus. Let go of Ape's sister. With a swoosh, the Lava Claws easily dismembered the Tyrannosaurus's arm, as simply as a hot knife through tofu. The immense pain made the Tyrannosaurus scream and finally let go of Ancient Ape. Then it quickly retreated, trying to distance itself from me. But when it looked at me again, it was shocked. The latter was already gathering energy in my mouth. "Taste my lava form's burst breath," I shouted, and then unleashed the lava version of my burst breath at the Tyrannosaurus. The scorching energy hit the Tyrannosaurus instantly and continued to fly into the distance. With a booming sound, the burst breath exploded, completely melting the upper half of the Tyrannosaurus, leaving nothing but a deep trench in its wake. Seeing all this, Ancient Ape was shocked. It melted everything. That move is too powerful. At that moment, I quickly ran over. I asked how Ancient Ape's arm was, but just as my hand was about to touch her, Ancient Ape's fur suddenly caught fire. Seeing this, Ancient Ape hurriedly patted out the flames and quickly retreated, increasing the distance between herself and me. "Dragon brother, don't come closer. Your temperature is too high. I'm afraid I'll get burnt to death before I get bitten to death." Hearing this, I looked at my body and said awkwardly, "Oh, I forgot I'm in lava form. I'll revert it now." So, under my control, my magma-like skin color gradually faded, and I returned to my normal appearance. However, at that moment, I felt a wave of weakness and was extremely tired. My legs were barely able to lift, as if my body had been hollowed out. Though the lava form is immensely powerful, this way of fighting is somewhat wasteful of energy. Afterward, I bought several life fruits from the shop for me and Ancient Ape. "Ape sister, recover your strength quickly. The noise just now was too loud. It's likely to attract other secret realm giants." At that moment, Ancient Ape curiously asked, "Dragon brother, was that a new move you used? How come I've never seen you use it before?" "Yeah, how about it? Pretty impressive, right?" "Impressive, indeed. I didn't expect you to handle the Tyrannosaurus so quickly." But the next second, Ancient Ape said with a disappointed face, "You, Bird Sister, and Brother Wolf all know so many moves, while I, other than being strong, can't do anything else." Hearing this, I immediately encouraged her. There's a saying, "One strength can subdue 10 skills," meaning a person with great strength can defeat 10 skilled martial artists. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Your strength is your advantage. "Don't worry, Ape Sister, I will definitely help you find the right techniques to fully utilize your strength." Then, I asked Little Kulin, "Little Kulin, do you have any skills in your shop suitable for Ape Sister?" Little Kulin thought for a moment before replying, "Savage apes are not like you. She's more like a human, while you guys are not." "How am I not human? Who are you calling not human?" Little Kulin explained, "Well, savage apes have hands and feet and physically resemble humans, whereas your claws are too short and function differently. Deathlark has no forelimbs, and Wolverine in his giant wolf form also has only 4 paws, without flexible fingers. Thus, among you, only the savage ape can use various tools and weapons, and with her strength, she can definitely handle heavy weapons." "You mean to turn Ape Sister into a giant ape version of Rambo?" "Don't worry about it. I will find the most suitable weapon for the savage ape." However, while we were talking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from a distance, and the ground began to tremble. "What's going on? Is another giant beast coming?" Soon, a large number number of ancient giant lizards rushed out of the dense forest. Seeing this, I rolled up my sleeves, ready to fight. Ape sister, here comes another delivery of food. But just then, I saw a large number of ancient stegosaurs following the lizards, and scythe dragons also appeared. Even more surprising was that behind these secret realm giants, a huge shadow of another ancient Tyrannosaurus was rushing towards them. How can so many secret realm giants appear at the same time? And that big guy in the back, why is it another ancient Tyrannosaurus? And this one seems even stronger than the last. This isn't just a group of giant beasts, it's a tide of giant beasts. Dragon brother, what should we do? Should we fight them again? With so many giant beasts, even if we call over Bird sister and brother Wolf, we won't be able to beat them. Ape sister, a wise man does not eat the loss before his eyes. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Thus, Ancient Ape and I turned and started to run frantically, with a large number of secret realm creatures hot on their heels. But just then, a group of about a dozen stegosaurs suddenly appeared in front of us, blocking our way. They dare block my path. Ape sister, let's break through together. So, Ancient Ape and I jointly attacked the stegosaurs in front of us, intending to quickly eliminate these obstacles. But this delay immediately slowed us down. When I looked back, I saw the giant beasts were about to catch up. As I was collecting the defeated stegosaurs into the storage space, I called to Ancient Ape, Ape sister, you run first. I'll hold off the giant beasts behind us. Dragon brother, be careful. Ancient Ape said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll be right there. After speaking, I fired dozens of explosive bombs at the approaching tide of giant beasts. Accompanied by roaring explosions, the group of beasts was engulfed in a sea of fire. After doing all this, I immediately ran after Ancient Ape. Ape sister, hurry. I don't think I can hold these guys off for long. After a while, because of the great exhaustion, I and Ancient Ape were as tired as dogs, panting heavily with our tongues out. Damn it, are these guys sick in the head? They've been chasing us for blocks. When will they stop? This is too much bullying. Thinking less of me because I'm short-handed right now, right? Wait until I collect all the monsters on Abyss Island. We'll come back and beat you all to death. Just then, Ancient Ape shouted, not good. Just ahead, another group of stegosaurs appeared, trying to block our path. Damn, which batch is this now? Daring to block my way. My children, blow them to death. With several booming explosions, the group of stegosaurs was instantly wiped out. In keeping with the principle of not wasting a single bit of food, I casually threw the stegosaurs to Little Quinn for storage. At this point, Ancient Ape turned and looked at the herd behind us. Why don't we turn around and fight them now? Fight what exactly? You see how many of them there are? A spit from each of them could drown us both. What's there to be afraid of? You can turn into that red form from before. Can't you just solve them in minutes? Using magma form consumes a huge amount of energy, and I just used it recently. I can't use it again now. We better keep running. But if we keep running like this, when will it end? If there's no way forward, we're really in trouble. Just as she finished speaking, I immediately slam on the brakes. We found ourselves at a cliff with no road ahead. From this height, a fall would mean serious injury, if not death. I tell you, Ape sister, you really have a way of jinxing us, saying it and making it happen. Well, I was just saying, Ancient Ape said with an awkward laugh. At that moment, I looked down below the cliff and suddenly noticed a red palace to our left. While I pondered why there would be a palace in this secret realm, the giant beasts also stopped a few meters away from us. Ancient Ape suddenly called out to me, pointing at the beasts behind us, which began to tremble as if fearing something. Just then, a roar came from the palace below the cliff. Hearing this, the secret realm beasts became even more panicked and turned around, fleeing in haste. Whatever's in that red palace that can scare these beasts like that? What could it be? Judging by the roar just now, it must be a very powerful beast. Just then, Little Quinn appeared with a device, indicating that the direction towards the red palace had a very high concentration of secret realm energy, suggesting that it was the source of the energy for the entire realm. Hearing this, I realized that's the source of the secret realm energy, and the roar we just heard must have come from the guardian beast protecting it. Worried that the beasts hadn't gone far, Ancient Ape and I decided to take a detour and look for another path down the cliff. After a while, Ancient Ape and I successfully arrived in front of the red palace. Ape sister, be careful. This red palace feels very dangerous to me. Let's observe from a distance first. As soon as I finished speaking, a roar came from above. What is that? Is it a ghost? 100-meter-long Tapajara was rapidly flying towards us. Another 100-meter level giant beast. What does it want? Just as I finished speaking, the Tapajara dived towards the red palace. So it's after the secret realm energy. The shadow burst out of the forest, bounced on the ground, and with a swoosh, it flew towards the Tapajara. Seeing this, the Tapajara was drenched in cold sweat. In just a moment, the shadow had used Spinning Slash to confront it. With several loud bangs, the 100-meter-long Tapajara was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Seeing this, Ancient Ape and I couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, what kind of spinning monster is this? A 100-meter giant beast was instantly annihilated. At that moment, the spinning creature noticed me and Ancient Ape didn't expect to find two little bugs spying. Damn, we've been spotted. It can talk. Ape sister, run. We're no match for this thing. As soon as I finished speaking, the spinning creature started to rotate rapidly on the spot. Think you can run after invading my territory? Those Those who trespass must die. With that, it chased after me and Ancient Ape. Seeing this, I quickly turned back and shouted to Ancient Ape, "Run, Ape Sister. I'll hold it off." After shouting, I fired my strongest mouth cannon, Burst Breath. However, as soon as the Burst Breath made contact with the spinning creature, it was deflected back into the sky of the secret realm, utterly ineffective. It can deflect Burst Breath? How strong is this guy? While I was complaining, the spinning creature used Spinning Slash to attack me. I quickly spit out several explosive bombs at it. "Come on, try to deflect these too." When the explosive bombs were deflected back, I quickly snapped my fingers to detonate them. After several loud explosions, the spinning creature was engulfed in smoke, and it was unclear whether it was dead or alive. As Ancient Ape and I paused to look towards the area, the next second, the spinning creature appeared unscathed. "Damn it, run!" Before I could react, it suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of me, hitting me with its Spinning Slash. Instantly, a horrific wound pierced through my entire body. Seeing this, Ancient Ape rushed to support me, looking worried. "Dragon brother, are you okay?" "Ape sister, keep running. Don't stop." I urged her to leave as I endured the pain. Ancient Ape quickly helped me to run away, but the spinning creature relentlessly pursued us. However, just as we passed some rune-covered stone pillars, the spinning creature was unexpectedly blocked by an invisible wall within the pillars. I looked back and saw this scene, breathing a sigh of relief. It seems this creature cannot move beyond the range of the pillars. This is probably its duty as a guardian, confined to operate within the Red Palace's bounds and unable to leave. At that moment, Ancient Ape, looking at the wound on my body, expressed her concern. "Dragon brother, you're seriously injured. Are you really okay?" "I'm okay." Luckily, I reacted quickly and stepped back. Otherwise, that creature would have split me in half. That thing was terrifying. Let's leave this place and meet up with Wolf Brother and the others. However, just as my blood dripped outside the barrier, a terrifying energy suddenly burst from within the Red Palace. At the same time, the spinning creature became visibly excited. I didn't expect her essence in that guy's blood. Ha ha. With this blood, I can break my bonds. Minions, rise up, gather here. Hearing the spinning creature's summons, soon after, a large number of Tapajaras rushed towards the palace. Minions, brace yourselves. It's hunting time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, a large number of creatures from the Abyss Island had gathered. Different species eyed each other with disdain. At that moment, the keen-eyed little Tangerine pointed at the entrance, excitedly shouting, "Stop fighting. Dragon brother and Ape sister are back." Seeing Wolverine and little Tangerine there, I smiled and waved to them. The creatures of the Abyss Island, seeing me, immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting, "All hail the king." I looked around and asked with some confusion, "A good number of Abyss Island's creatures have arrived, but why don't I see any herbivores?" Wolverine glanced at me as if I were an idiot. With so many carnivorous giants gathering, which herbivorous giant would dare to come? Hearing this, I awkwardly replied, "That makes sense. The secret realm is quite dangerous. Let's clear the threats around the exit first, then bring them over." At that moment, Wolverine noticed my wound and asked with concern, "You're injured, and it looks pretty bad. It seems you've encountered a formidable opponent in the secret realm." Wolverine looked at my wound and became serious, so I roughly explained the encounter with the spinning creature. "With my current strength, I'm no match for that bizarre creature." After hearing this, Wolverine immediately became anxious. "Even you can't beat it? Is its strength greater than that of the king of the dead rotten reptiles? If so, wouldn't going in there now be suicide?" "It's okay. That creature seems to be confined by some kind of restriction and can't leave that area. Otherwise, Ape's sister and I would have been finished already. As long as we don't enter its territory, we'll be safe." After explaining, I turned to the creatures of Abyss Island and said, "Come on, brothers, it's time to eat." With that, I had little Kun pour out all the food from the storage space. "Eat up, everyone." Only when the secret realm energy inside you reaches a certain level can you pass through the barrier into the secret realm. Seeing so much free food, the creatures of Abyss Island's eyes lit up, and they excitedly said, "The two great kings are so mighty, bringing back so much prey. Long live the great kings." Just then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's massive body fell heavily, shocking the creatures. Although its head and shoulders were gone, its body was still massive, at least 100 meters long. "Great Ape King and Dragon King, you're too powerful, even killing a 100-meter giant beast." Ancient Ape pointed at me and laughed. "This 100-meter giant beast was killed by Dragon Brother." Ancient Ape was being modest. "Without your help, I couldn't have killed it." Then, with my command, the creatures rushed forward to feast eagerly. They started gnawing at the secret realm creatures. "That thigh meat is mine. Don't fight me for this chicken butt." At that moment, Wolverine looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's corpse and asked, "This guy looks a lot like you. Could he be your distant relative? Where do you see any resemblance?" I asked, perplexed, "And why are you still standing here? Hurry up, change back to your giant wolf form and go eat too." Hearing this, Wolverine guiltily admitted, "Look at those guys eating manners. It's simply appetite killing. That's rich coming from you. I bet you're used to cooked food and can't handle raw anymore. If you want barbecue, go make it yourself. By the way, where's Bird's sister and her subordinates? She sent out all her flying subordinates to search for monsters willing to come to the secret realm. After all, Abyss Island is too large, and flying in the air is faster." Additionally, she went to Sage Snow Mountain herself to ask Lord Baze and her subordinates if they would would like to come to the secret realm. That makes sense. That arrogant creature is actually reliable when it matters, and thinks more thoroughly than I do. After a while, the food was mostly eaten by the monsters of Abyss Island, leaving them with round bellies. Seeing this, I quickly called them to try to pass through the barrier. Just like that, many monsters gathered enough energy to pass through the barrier, but they couldn't climb up a straight pit ahead, still needing Deathlark's subordinates to fly them up. Thinking about going back in to hunt for food, I immediately spoke irritably to Wolverine and the others. Wolf Brother, Little Tangerine, and the Ice Wolf Leader, get ready to move. Don't dawdle, hurry up and go eat. Seeing that they couldn't get any cooked food, Wolverine then transformed into a giant wolf form and called Little Tangerine and the others to eat. A few days later, Deathlark's subordinates finally arrived. To keep these guys from starving, Ancient Ape, Wolverine, and I had entered and exited the secret realm 5 times to hunt prey. Thinking of this, I irritably shouted at Deathlark's subordinates, hurry up and eat quickly, fill up so you can work. Get these foodies up there to hunt for themselves. I'm not your nanny. Why should I nurse you? With that, I led my mighty subordinates back into the secret realm. Little brats of the secret realm, your brother and his pals are here to stir up trouble. Soon, under my leadership, a large number of Abyss Island monsters entered the secret realm. Seeing the vast and red terrain in front of them, all the Abyss Island monsters were filled with disbelief. Even Wolverine, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that beneath Abyss Island lies such a strange world? At this time, Little Tangerine asked, Dragon Brother, is this going to be our new territory? Since the entrance is beneath Abyss Island, this of course is our territory. But first, we have to beat down those bullying neighbors with our claws and fangs. Saying this, I crouched down and began drawing on the ground. Wolf Brother, before Bird's sister arrives, let's plan the next few days. This pit is our entrance and also our escape route, so we must guard it strictly. Then, we'll use this as a base to explore outward and eliminate threats on the perimeter. With the current number of our monsters, we can split into 2 groups. Wolf Brother and Ape Sister will each lead one group to start exploring outward. Remember, the monsters of Abyss Island must stay united, without divisions of race and territory. Only by taking this place can everyone find their suitable territory. Listening to my analysis, Wolverine felt a wave of admiration. Is this the wisdom of humanity? If it were just the monsters of Abyss Island, maybe they would have started fighting over the new territory before even beginning to explore. Only Linshin could unite all the monsters of Abyss Island. At this moment, I marked a spot and then said, this palace is where that spinning shadow monster's territory is located. We are not his match yet. Remember to avoid it. Also, if you encounter a 100-meter tall giant, don't engage in battle. Run back here if you can't win. After saying that, I turned to Wolverine and asked, Wolf Brother, since you entered, have you felt the uniqueness of this secret realm? Hearing this, Wolverine clenched his fist and said, as soon as I entered the secret realm, I felt its energy constantly flowing into my body, making me gradually stronger. That's right, it won't be long before our strength improves dramatically. By then, neither the spinning shadow monster nor the Nether Sin Palace will be our match. Wolverine is puzzled and asked, then why not let the pterosaurs join in? With eyes in the sky, it would be easier to spot enemies and relay messages. Currently, there are too few pterosaurs, and they easily attract the attention of other giant beasts in the secret realm. Once Bird's sister returns with all her subordinates, we'll then expand our air support. Hearing this, Wolverine stretched and said, then I'll take the spiny jackals and werewolves to form one team, and the rest of the giant beasts can follow Ape Sister. I want to see how much the beasts of the secret realm can withstand my blades. Hearing this, Ancient Ape also roared, showing no weakness. I also want those guys to taste my iron fist again. Watching Wolverine and Ancient Ape each lead a team out to explore, Little Tangerine couldn't help but call out in worry. At that moment, I turned to him. I'm actually quite worried about them too, as the creatures in this secret realm are very strong. However, I can't always be there to protect them. If humans launch a major attack on Abyss Island, Ape Sister, Bird Sister, Wolf Brother, and I won't be able to cover everyone. So, each of them must become stronger. The fastest way to become stronger is to fight strong opponents and grow through life and death battles. After hearing this, Little Tangerine got excited too. I want to become stronger. I also want to become stronger. Little Tangerine, you're already strong. From the moment you went alone to gather the giant beasts of Abyss Island to face the king of the dead rotten reptile, you became the strongest giant rat on Abyss Island. But that's still not enough. We need to take over this secret realm, keep getting stronger, and then tear apart anyone who dares to invade Abyss Island. A week later, most of Deathlark's subordinates had entered the secret realm. At this time, Little Tangerine and I were lying lazily on a pile of bones, burping contentedly, living a life with bones as our bed and the sky as our blanket. Just then, Ancient Ape returned from hunting. She was carrying a stegosaur on her shoulder, with the beasts pushing a whole cart of food behind her. After unloading the food, Ancient Ape excitedly ran up to me. Dragon Brother, I've definitely become much stronger this week. Now I can kill a secret realm stegosaur with one punch. Ape Sister's form is becoming more and more like the king of Abyss Island. After speaking, I had the Tapajara take the food back to Abyss Island. There are still many beasts there. This batch of meat should bring all the willing carnivorous giants together. As the Tapajara Katara were about to reach the entrance, Deathlark suddenly swooped out from inside. Seeing this, both Ancient Ape and I were excited. The haughty creature is finally back. Looking at the vast red world before her, Deathlark was also in disbelief. When she turned to look at me and Ancient Ape, her face was full of shock. "I can't believe you've become so strong in just a few days. Has your strength grown a lot?" Deathlark asked with a light smile. "Yes, Bird Sister, I feel like I've gotten so much stronger." Ancient Ape said proudly, "Bird Sister, you better hurry up. The gap between you and me is getting even bigger now." Hearing that, Deathlark haughtily tossed her head and snorted, "Who cares? Hey, where's Wolverine? Why don't I see him? He took his tribe hunting. Didn't you go to ask Lord Baze? Why didn't she come?" Lord Baze's subordinates are all ice and snow creatures, accustomed to living on the Sage's snow mountain, so they all refused to come here, Deathlark said helplessly. Hearing this, I sighed. The climate here really isn't suitable for those guys. Although the ice creatures of the Sage's snow mountain don't want to come, Lord Baze herself had agreed to come with me. But as I was carrying her here, she suddenly became weak and feeble, as if she had fallen seriously ill. The closer we got here, the worse her condition became, and she eventually passed out. I had no choice but to take her back to the Sage's snow mountain. Strangely, once back at the Sage's snow mountain, Lord Baze's symptoms mysteriously disappeared, but she remains too weak to come here now. Hearing Deathlark's account, I was filled with doubts. What secret does this secret realm hide? Why can't Lord Baze come near? How odd. Could it be that she didn't want to come, so she pretended to be sick? That cunning creature could certainly be capable of that. Thinking this, I waved my hand and said, "Let's put this aside for now and invite her again once we're settled here. Now that you and your subordinates have come, we can start providing air support and expand our exploration. We already control the territory around the pit, and we need to scout the dense forests and mountains further away. Now that the carnivorous giants are mostly here, next we'll gather leaves and fruits to see if we can get the herbivorous giants into the secret realm too." Just then, a spiny jackal ran up in a panic. "My lord, it's bad. We were attacked by the beasts of the secret realm during our hunt. 200-meter giants led the attack, injuring many of our tribe. We are outnumbered and in trouble." I knew I hadn't seen those big guys around lately. They must have been plotting something. "Ape Sister, you hold down the fort here. Bird Sister, have your subordinates fly us over for support." But before I could finish, a rumbling noise approached from afar. I saw Wolverine leading the spiny jackal pack, being chased by a group of secret realm beasts running towards them. "It looks like we won't need to go to them. This beast tide is coming straight for our base. Last time they chased us like stray dogs. Now I finally get a chance to return the favor." Upon hearing this, I swung my arm grandly and roared, "Brothers, if you want a place here, show your fangs and claws, and shred them for me." Seeing this, Wolverine quickly directed the wolf pack to disperse and prepare for battle. At that moment, leading the giant beasts, I charged into the beast tide like a sharp sword. The secret realm beasts, seeing me, instantly became enraged and roared furiously. Seeing this, I felt annoyed. "Dare to roar at me? Watch me tear you all to shreds." With that, I took a deep breath and launched a psychic attack skill, Kui Dragon Cry. Instantly, all the secret realm beasts were stunned, swaying slightly on the spot. Taking advantage of this, I activated the Thunderthorn Spike skill, then charged into the beast tide with the Dragon Supreme Path, instantly tearing through the tide. The secret realm beasts were sent flying, and then I spat out numerous explosive bombs. With a snap of my fingers, a sky full of flames instantly engulfed the beast horde. Having done all this, I was exhilarated. That was so exhilarating. I've indeed grown much stronger. As the Abyss Island giants and the secret realm beasts furiously clashed, suddenly, a large number of flying bird dragons dove from above, grabbing some smaller creatures and flying away. Just then, Deathlark appeared in time, using the skill Wind Blade in all directions to rescue the captured creatures. Amid the cheers of the Abyss Island creatures, Deathlark led her subordinates overhead and shouted, "Shoot down these flying creatures. Kill for me." In an instant, a large number of Tapajara chased after the bird dragons and small feeding dragons. At the same time, once Wolverine broke free, he immediately led a counterattack. The dire wolf chief bit into one creature while Wolverine, utilizing momentum, leaped out and slashed at the crowd of beasts below with the gold slash. With several swishes, where the sword energy passed, all the creatures were instantly decapitated. Seeing this, Ancient Ape thought to herself, "Dragon brother, wolf brother, and bird sister are all so fierce. I can't fall behind." With that, she clenched her fists, used the iron fist, and rushed forward, knocking down a stegosaur with a single punch. She then grabbed the tail of the stegosaur, veins bulging on her face, and in the next second, she began spinning with the stegosaur, knocking away the surrounding giants in a blink. Seeing the great kings perform so powerfully, the creatures of Abyss Island cheered. Just then, a 100-meter Triceratops charged at Ancient Ape. Undaunted, Ancient Ape excitedly met the Triceratops head-on. "Come on, let's see who's stronger." With a bang, Ancient Ape and the Triceratops collided fiercely. However, given the Triceratops' much larger size, her body began to slowly back away. Holding onto the Triceratops' horn, they were deadlocked. Suddenly, she exerted force, her eyes emitting red light and her veins bulging. The next second, she shouted and lifted the Triceratops over her head. Then boom, boom, she slammed it to the ground. Seeing this, I immediately gave a thumbs up. Ape's sister is mighty. Great job, Ape's sister. However, at that moment, a roar came from the woods, and the gold Tyrannosaurus emerged from the forest. The 100-meter giants mentioned earlier were likely the Triceratops and this creature. Seeing the arrogant look on the Tyrannosaurus's face, I charged at it with the Dragon Supreme Path. You enjoyed chasing me last time? Now watch how I deal with you. With a boom, Tyrannosaurus and I collided. This time, I wasn't sent flying. Instead, the Tyrannosaurus ended up sprawling on the ground. My strength has indeed increased. Last time, it only took a few steps back after my hit. Here we go again. After saying this, I used my burst bite to bite towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a pitiful scream immediately echoed throughout the secret realm. After some time, seeing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was tortured to its last breath, I finally stopped attacking. Ape's sister, stop playing around, and let's end this battle. After saying this, I leaped up and used the Kuwait Dragon Slash towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the other side, Ancient Ape used the mighty King Kong Punch on the Triceratops. Just like that, we easily took down the two giant beasts of the secret realm. Seeing this, the monsters of Abyss Island immediately cheered. Lord Kuwait Dragon is mighty. Lord Ancient Ape is mighty. Lin Shen and the others have indeed become much stronger. Ugly bird, it looks like we need to hurry up and enhance our strength too. Look at how smug they are, getting cocky over just a slight increase in power. While the monsters of Abyss Island were immersed in joy, the secret realm giants quietly prepared to flee. Thinking of running? Did you get my permission? Beat them down mercilessly. Thus, the battle between the Abyss Island monsters and the secret realm giants ended with a complete victory for Abyss Island. After gathering all the prey, I and the others began to enjoy the fruits of victory. We won a great victory this time. Everyone dig in. At that moment, Ancient Ape was gnawing on a piece of raw meat, her eyes filled with pity. Dragon brother, can we cook it first before eating? Eating it raw for so many days, I'm still not used to the taste. Hearing this, I immediately rolled my eyes. Ape's sister, your stomach has really been spoiled by me. Just look at all our brothers eat like this. We can't have special treatment. If everyone wanted cooked food, how long would we be grilling? Dragon brother, I was wrong. Ancient Ape quickly admitted her mistake. Seeing this, Wolverine grew even more admiring of Lin Shen. Is this the wisdom of a human leader? No special treatment, treating everyone equally. Just then, Deathlark, who had gone to pursue the secret realm giants, returned with her subordinates. Our hound hunting team is back. I casually tossed a chicken leg to Deathlark. How did it go? How far did you chase those cowards? Deathlark caught the chicken leg and proudly said, we chased those guys quite a distance. Don't worry, this area is now completely our territory. Starting from tomorrow, Bird Sister, you lead your people to scout further out, keeping a close watch on the movements of the secret realm giants. After this battle, the secret realm giants won't be able to form a large-scale beast tide for a while. Now is our chance to secure our footing. A week later, our territory had expanded more than twice. Once other tribes had their own territories and gradually left, Ancient Ape and her group finally got to enjoy the barbecue they had been craving. Upon saying this, I transformed into a barbecue master, appeared helpless. Can't you guys eat less? I've grilled 500 skewers and haven't gotten a bite myself. Thankfully, the considerate Ancient Ape took over the grilling task after filling up, finally allowing me to have a bite. Our current territory is already sufficient to settle the beasts of Abyss Island, but we can't let our guard down yet. After all, this isn't Abyss Island, so we still need to maintain certain connections between the beast packs. Ideally, we would take over that valley and the Red Palace, where the energy is dense and conducive to increasing our strength, and ordinary secret realm creatures dare not approach. Unfortunately, with our current strength, we're no match for that spinning shadow monster. Just then, a Tapajara flew anxiously toward the secret realm. Great kings, bad news. Humans are here again. Hearing this, Wolverine and Deathlark immediately glared menacingly, and Ancient Ape even dropped her skewer. Humans, they dare to come to Abyss Island again. At this moment, only I remained calm. Ape sister, Wolf brother, hold your fire. The newcomers aren't likely from the Nether Sin Palace. If it were them, they'd probably just bomb the island. Then, I asked the Tapajara, how many people have come? What do they look like? Only 2 people came, one riding a flying sword, the other on a wine jug. Wolverine and Ancient Ape then realized, it seems they're talking about Zhou Ji and Mu General wonder what they're here for. Those two also brought a severely injured giant beast, which seems to be a polar bear. Hearing polar bear, I and the others were shocked. The only place with polar bears on Abyss Island is Sage's Snow Mountain. Could it be a subordinate of Lord Bay's? With that thought, I and my companions hurriedly rushed toward the entrance of the Abyss Island secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the purple barrier, a severely wounded polar bear was lying on the ground. Mu Gen was using his abilities to treat the polar bear. How's it going? Can this giant beast be saved? Mu Gen sighed helplessly. I'm powerless now. This beast must have been dragging itself with severe injuries for days. It's lost too much blood. Just then, a loud shout came from behind, and we were seen rushing from the secret realm in haste. Damn it, what happened? How did the bear get so severely injured? Just as Zhou Ji was about to explain, Wolverine had already drawn his sword and held it against his neck. Did you hurt him? Mu Gen quickly explained. It's a misunderstanding. We didn't do this. You're still making excuses. The bear's wounds are all blade cuts. If not you, then who? As he spoke, Wolverine was about to make a move against Mu Gen and Zhou Ji. At the crucial moment, I stopped him. Zhou Ji and Mu Gen have already shown their stance in the previous battle, and even told us about the secret realm entrance for free, saving us a lot of trouble searching. Wolf brother, Ape sister, let's calm down first. I then handed a life fruit to Ancient Ape, signaling her to prioritize saving Polar Bear. Then I turned to Zhou Ji. Tell us what exactly happened. Zhou Ji commanded his personal sword to fly out of its sheath, leaped onto the flying sword, and approached me. You're too tall. It's easier to talk this way. This visit, Mu Gen and I wanted to inform you of the latest movements of the Nether Sin Palace. However, when we discovered this dying white bear without any monster patrols in the area, we couldn't just leave it to die. Mu Gen's wood abilities, though healing, could only delay its death due to the bear's severe injuries and massive size. It seems this bear was injured a few days ago and had traveled for days to get here. I'm not sure if it was trying to find you, but since it's a creature of Abyss Island, I couldn't ignore it, so I brought it here. Just then, Ancient Ape fed Polar Bear the life fruit, and Mu Gen exclaimed in surprise, how can that fruit work so well? This beast is still unconscious, but its life is no longer in danger. He truly is an important partner of ours. Thank you for bringing him here. Does the Nether Sin Palace have new actions? We'll discuss that in a moment. Can I first ask, where have all the giant beasts of Abyss Island gone? Have you all entered the secret realm? Yes, the secret realm is now Abyss Island's second base. Thanks to you and Mu Gen for telling us the location and also the hypothesis that the energy from the king of the dead rotten reptiles isn't repelled by the purple barrier. Seeing the piles of bones on the ground, Zhou Ji immediately guessed that the beasts of Abyss Island had obtained their energy by devouring creatures of the secret realm and exclaimed, I have to admit, you are a clever monster. Coming up with the idea to enter the secret realm, it seems your strength has indeed increased significantly in the last half-month. However, this is still not enough. The Nether Sin Palace is amassing a large number of resources, and it won't be long before they head towards Abyss Island. The elders of the Nether Sin Palace have all been called back, and they are inquiring about Abyss Island from multiple sources. Although those who survived the last battle have been detained by us under the guise of treatment, Envy escaped, and the information about you has long been known to them. However, Envy's failure this time has infuriated the master of the Nether Sin Palace, not only stripping her of her elder status, but also extracting her super metal ability. If they truly extract it, Envy will surely die a miserable death on the spot. Upon hearing this, I snorted coldly. A defeated general isn't worth mentioning. Can you tell me about the Nether Sin Palace's master and the other elders? The Nether Sin Palace has one master and 6 elders, named after the 7 deadly sins. The master, Wrath, is an SS tier peak ability user. Since he rarely makes a move, not much intelligence has been gathered on him. The chief elder, Pride, is also an SS tier peak ability user with powerful frost abilities that can freeze thousands of miles. The third elder, Greed, is an S tier speed ability user, quick as lightning, with teleportation abilities. The fourth elder, Lust, is an S tier female mental ability user with strong charm and petrification abilities. The fifth elder, Sloth, is an S tier gravity ability user, known as the strongest support and group control ability user. The sixth elder, Gluttony, is an S tier strength ability user, bloodthirsty and brutal, able to enhance his strength and heal himself by devouring the flesh of his enemies. I laughed and said, looks like a tough fight is coming, but this Gluttony sounds interesting. Devouring enemies' flesh to enhance strength and heal. Isn't that a specialty of us monsters? Seeing I am still in the mood to joke, Zhou Ji said urgently, this is no time for jokes. Apart from these elders, the Nether Sin Palace is deeply rooted, and its other forces are not to be underestimated. Since we've already made enemies, being afraid is useless. If we really can't beat them, I'll take all the monsters and hide in the secret realm to grow stronger in stealth. Hearing this, Zhou Ji sighed and then handed me a new energy satellite phone, indicating that he would inform me as soon as there was any movement from the Nether Sin Palace. I took the phone and asked, aren't you afraid of offending the Nether Sin Palace by helping us like this? They probably have already sent people to scout around Abyss Island. The Nether Sin Palace alone is not enough for the Cafe's Heaven Force to worry about. Our concern is that the state powers might intervene. Abyss Island is located between Cafe and Sakura Nation. According to our intelligence, Sakura Nation has already set their sights on Abyss Island. We don't want the secret realm to fall into their hands. While I think they can't defeat you if they join forces with the Nether Sin Palace. Before Zhou Ji could finish, I excitedly interrupted. Are you talking about the little son? Ah, let them come. I'll turn them into skewers for the monsters of Abyss Island to feast on. Hearing this, Mu Gen burst out laughing. Did I hear that right? You also refer to Sakura Nation as little son? I didn't expect a monster to use the same term as us. Ha, I'm starting to like you more and more, kid. As Zhou Ji saw that the bear was no longer in danger, and after finishing their discussion, he prepared to take his leave, but I pointed to the barrier behind him, inviting them into the secret realm. Hearing this, Zhou Ji declined. Although we are curious about the secret realm, now is not the time. We will visit after this crisis is resolved. If that's the case, we'll visit the secret realm another time. We shall meet again later. Goodbye. Alright, we'll meet again. After Zhou Ji and Mugen left, Ancient Ape expressed her concerns. Dragon brother, if the enemy really comes, what should we do? Ape sister, we don't have much time left, but for now, the most important thing is to find out exactly what happened at Sage's Snow Mountain. Just then, Polar Bear suddenly woke up. When he saw me and Ancient Ape, he immediately struggled to get up and knelt down. Lenshin, it's so good to see you. Hurry, Lord Baze is in danger. We must save her. Hearing this, we were shocked and hurriedly asked Polar Bear what danger Lord Baze had encountered. At this time, Polar Bear hesitated and then said, Lord Baze has been captured. Hearing this, I immediately asked what exactly had happened. Then, supported by Ancient Ape, Polar Bear slowly stood up and began to explain the sequence of events. It turns out that Baze had left the Sage's Snow Mountain with Deathlark, planning to head to the secret realm. On the way, due to her physical condition, she was sent back to the Sage's Snow Mountain. Her health continued to deteriorate as if she had contracted a serious illness. However, just after Deathlark returned to the secret realm, Baze suddenly sensed an impending crisis, so she asked all her subordinates, the ice giants, to go down the mountain to hide. But Polar Bear and others, worried about Baze's safety, voluntarily stayed to continue protecting her. However, just a few days ago, a red illusionary gate suddenly appeared on the peak of Sage's Snow Mountain, and from it emerged a dozen huge, feathered strange beasts. These beasts started attacking the ice giants, protecting Baze without hesitation. The ice giants, unable to withstand these fierce beasts, were caught in a difficult battle when a fast-spinning top shadow appeared. To protect her subordinates, Baze dragged her injured body into a deadly fight with the top shadow. Knowing she was no match for the top shadow, Baze, to save her subordinates, charged into the illusionary gate with the top shadow and then blew up her energy inside the gate, destroying it. The ice giants managed to kill the remaining invaders, but Baze was trapped inside the illusionary gate, her life and death unknown. We didn't know how to rescue Lord Baze, nor did we know where to rescue her. After understanding the situation, I had an answer. At this moment, Ancient Ape stepped forward and said, Dragon brother, the top shadow Polar Bear mentioned, isn't it the monster in the Red Palace? Hearing this, Polar Bear immediately became excited. You know about the Red Palace, the black top monster? Yes, we also encountered a top monster in the secret realm, and we almost died at its hands. However, that guy should not be able to leave the Red Palace, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble long ago. Why would it appear at Sage's Snow Mountain, and how could it use spatial teleportation? Could it be that the Red Palace has a passage to there? Hearing this news, Polar Bear and the others were eager to rescue Baze. With our current strength, we are no match for the spinning shadow monster. Although our strength has increased, it's still not enough. Moreover, it can command the beasts of the secret realm. Hearing this, Polar Bear unhappily said, Baze has protected Abyss Island for so long. Now it's our turn to repay her. Even if it means sacrificing our lives, I'm willing to do so. Wolverine and Ancient Ape echoed Polar Bear's sentiment. Polar Bear is right, Dragon brother. Baze has been good to us. We must save her. For Lord Baze, I'm willing to go through fire and water. However, Deathlark, always proud, remained silent. She knew Lenshin would not stand by and do nothing. Sure enough, the next second I said, we must save Lord Baze. The decisive battle with the spinning shadow monster is inevitable. However, currently we are at a disadvantage, so we must plan carefully and prepare thoroughly. I handed a bunch of life fruits to Deathlark. Bird sister, make these life fruits first to help the injured ice giants. If any are willing to come, bring them here to join us. Ancient Ape, take food to Polar Bear in the secret realm so he can recover quickly, gather energy to enter the realm, and call all the beasts of Abyss Island together for the next steps. Wolf brother, we still don't know the exact situation with Lord Baze. Take a team to the vicinity of Red Valley to scout, but be discreet and avoid exposure. Everyone, let's split up now and meet back here in the secret realm cave by evening to discuss our plan. Tomorrow, we will have our showdown with the spinning shadow monster. After giving these instructions, Deathlark and her followers flew toward the Sage's Snow Mountain, and Ancient Ape and Wolverine headed towards the secret realm. At that moment, I summoned Little Quinn and asked, Little Quinn, our strength is far inferior to the spinning shadow monster, and we might all be annihilated. Do you have any suggestions? Surely you won't just watch your host die. Hearing this, Little Quinn sighed helplessly. Your strength can't be enhanced much in such a short time. What can I do? I've accumulated quite a few evolution points over the past half month, but that only increases my strength, not everyone's. Do you have anything in your shop that can boost combat power in a short time? I remember you mentioned finding a suitable skill for Ape sister. Ah, you didn't mention it. I almost forgot. I do have a weapon that's perfect for Ancient Ape. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Little Quinn, hurry, bring out the weapon for me to see. Look at how eager you are. That weapon is right here in this cave. I'll take you there now. Led by Little Quinn, I arrived at the location where they had fought the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. By then, the carcass of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles had turned to bare bones. Little Quinn pointed in a direction. See that? That's the perfect weapon for Ancient Ape. He was pointing at the giant skull of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. Little Quinn, are you playing with me again? The great weapon you mentioned is the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles head. Hearing this, Little Quinn explained, I've thought of a way to modify this skull. After my adjustments, it will become the most powerful weapon for Ancient Ape. Cut it. How can this skull become a a powerful weapon. Do you remember the 8 abilities of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and its sons? Of course, we were quite troubled by those abilities. Don't tell me you plan to reconstruct those 8 abilities onto the head of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles. Yes, that's right. I'm going to reshape these abilities right on this head. However, due to the lack of time and your insufficient evolution points, I can only reshape 2 or 3 skills for now. Hearing what little Quinn said, I also couldn't help but look forward to the remodeled skull. Meanwhile, at the Red Palace in the Secret Realm, Baze's hands were chained in the square, with a container behind her continuously absorbing her energy. All this was being watched by Wolverine, who was hiding in a large tree. Lord Baze is indeed here. It looks like she's in a bad situation. At that moment, the figure of the spinning shadow monster appeared in the square. Baze, once I absorb all your power and that of your disciples, I will no longer have any deficiencies and will become complete. You have such power but choose to protect this broken island. Just wait. Once I leave Abyss Island, kill the Secret Realm's guardian beasts, and obtain their power, I will become the ruler of this world, the true ancient beast god. Hearing this, Wolverine was confused. What guardian beast of the Secret Realm? Ancient beast god? The power of this spinning shadow monster is too strong. I need to leave quickly and tell Lin Shan about this. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Secret Realm, Polar Bear gained energy and entered the Secret Realm with Ancient Ape, Deathlark, Wolverine, and I look at Polar Bear as they arrived. Polar Bear, are you alright? I'm fine now, thanks to the fruits you gave me. Any news on Lord Baze? Wolf Brother has returned from investigating the Red Palace, and we're discussing the matter now. Our speculations were correct. Lord Baze is indeed in the Red Palace. Hearing this, Polar Bear is delighted. Great, then let's set off now and rescue Lord Baze. We're currently discussing a rescue plan. What's there to discuss? We've got all these monsters. Let's just go and save Lord Baze. Wolverine look at Polar Bear seriously. The spinning shadow monster is absorbing Lord Baze's life essence. Lord Baze won't be in immediate danger, but surely can't last long. That monster is strong. If we charge rashly, it will be a suicide. Then I turn to Polar Bear. We have already discussed a rescue plan, which we wanted to confirm with you. Given the spinning shadow monster's strength, we can't afford to engage in prolonged combat during this operation. Our main objective is to rescue Lord Baze. Ape's sister, Wolf Brother, and I will distract the spinning shadow monster, while Bird's sister takes the opportunity to rescue Lord Baze. We must leave the Red Valley as quickly as possible. It's still unclear whether the spinning shadow monster can leave the valley like before. Previously, it was transported directly to Sage's Snow Mountain, not through the barrier, so I assume it still can't leave. If it can, the situation will become even more complicated. With the tasks clearly assigned, everyone began to move separately, preparing to engage the spinning shadow monster in the battle to rescue Lord Baze. We'll use the open area to deal with it. Bear, you're in charge of leading the Abyss Island Giants to block those supporting giants. After assigning the tasks, Bear went to meet with the leader of Abyss Island, and I then turned to my teammates and said, to increase our chances of winning, I've prepared some power-enhancing items for you. Saying this, I took out a collar. Wolf Brother, this is specially prepared for you. Upon seeing the collar, Deathlark immediately mocked. That dog collar really suits Ugly Wolf. Hearing this, I awkwardly explained, although it doesn't look good, it's a space storage item. Although the space isn't large, it's still capable of storing dozens of weapons. Moreover, I've modified the Bloodblade knife of the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles for you, giving you a Black Fang knife, and I've made a set of wrist guard to mount the knife, made from extremely hard metal to strengthen your defense. Hearing about the weapons, Wolverine immediately lit up with excitement, and Deathlark, seeing his reaction, disdainfully said, this cold weapon collector. Just as I handed the collar to Wolverine, the collar suddenly shrank. With this mobile armory, Wolf Brother doesn't have to run to the cave for weapons anymore. This collar can change size freely, suitable for wearing whether you're in wolf form or human form. How about it? Isn't it convenient? Taking the collar, Wolverine eagerly put it on. The size is just right. It really suits me perfectly. Hearing this, Deathlark laughed loudly on the side. Yeah, you look even more like a dog now. Ugly Bird, you asking for a fight? Wolverine glared angrily. Upon seeing this, I quickly interjected, alright, enough. The mission is more important. Next up, Bird's sister. I then pulled out a bottle. This is a magic hair growth potion specially tailored for you. Wolverine couldn't help but burst into laughter. This suits you perfectly. Deathlark immediately glared at me furiously. Ugly Dragon, are you doing this on purpose? I don't need any hair growth potion at all. At that moment, I sprayed the hair growth potion on top of Deathlark's head. This hair growth potion will let you grow new feathers right away, and they even come with magical powers, making it easier for you to perform spells. However, after some time, Deathlark's head remained bald, unchanged. Strange. Why didn't it work? How come new feathers haven't grown on your head? Still so bald? I said puzzledly, spraying a few more times on Deathlark's neck. Ugly Dragon, enough. You're bald. Your whole family is bald. Deathlark angrily exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, indeed, a few feathers sprang up on her neck, and she could feel that these feathers were indeed infused with magic. Alright, since you've put so much thought into it, I won't hold it against you, Deathlark said. Then, to make it easier for Deathlark to use it in the future, I tied the hair growth potion to her leg. At this moment, Ancient Ape couldn't wait to speak up. up, Dragon Brother, it's my turn. What do I get? Don't worry, Ancient Ape, you're going to love this, I said as I pulled out the modified head of the dead rotten reptile king. I call this Xianglu Dragon Fist. Deathlark looked puzzled. Isn't that the head of the reptile king? You're actually giving that thing to Ape's sister as a weapon? That's called recycling. The dead rotten reptile king had caused so much destruction on Abyss Island, so in death, it was only right that he contributes to Abyss Island. After saying this, I attached the skull to Ancient Ape's sturdy right-hand bangle. Does everyone remember the 8 abilities of the reptile king? The toxic abilities don't suit Ape's sister, so I've made some modifications. But due to the crunch for time, I only developed 2 skills. The first skill comes from the reptile king's son's toxic body ability, which I call Dragon Domination. The Xianglu Dragon Fist is extremely hard, can withstand any attack, and can smash enemies into mush. The second skill comes from the reptile king's son's toxic blade biting ability, which I call Dragon Bite. Although the Xianglu Dragon Fist doesn't have toxicity, its immense biting power can cause enemies to continually lose blood. Hearing my explanation, Ancient Ape fell in love with her new weapon. Dragon Brother, you're the best. This is literally made for me. On the other side, Deathlark silently seethed with envy. This biased guy gives a dog collar to the ugly wolf, hair growth potion to me, and such a treasure to Ape's sister. After the equipment upgrade, Deathlark and her subordinates flew me and others towards the Red Palace, while Polar Bear led the giants of Abyss Island towards the valley. Brothers, let's move out. We must rescue Lord Baze. As the rescue team was about to reach the Red Palace, I hurriedly instructed Deathlark to speed up and dropped us above the Red Palace, planning to breach the palace gates before the spinning shadow monster noticed. As I landed, my dorsal fins emitted a dazzling light. The frenzy begins now. With that, I fired a burst breath directly at the palace gate. With a loud bang, the burst breath hit the red gate solidly. However, unexpectedly, the strike only scorched the gate, and this movement successfully attracted the attention of the spinning shadow monster from behind the palace. The spinning shadow monster immediately used its turbine slash, charging straight at us. Seeing this, Wolverine quickly drew his great sword, ready to withstand its assault. However, he could only hold on for 2 seconds before spitting blood and being thrown backward. Fortunately, Ancient Ape caught him in time and placed the Xianglu Dragon Fist in front of her, barely blocking the spinning shadow monster's assault. You damn ant, how dare you block my blade? At that moment, I fired several explosive bombs at the spinning shadow monster and snapped my fingers to detonate them, but the bombs were deflected before they could get close. This creature is too fast. We need to slow it down. Thinking this, I directly launched a psychic attack skill, the Dragon Roar, at the spinning shadow monster. Taking advantage of the spinning shadow monster's momentary distraction, Wolverine hurriedly swung his gold slash, and Ancient Ape attacked with her Dragon Fist skill. Even so, we were still unable to breach the spinning shadow monster's defenses. Seeing this, I fired another burst breath, but as soon as it touched the creature, it was deflected. The creature kept spinning, making it hard to see any weak points. What was it using to deflect the attack? It seemed to be a shield. A hard shield and a sharp blade might be its weapons. But just as I thought this, in the next second, the spinning shadow monster fired numerous crossbow bolts. Wolverine, with his agile body and great sword, barely dodged the attack, but Ancient Ape and I were hit by several bolts. Who would have thought this creature would also have crossbow bolts? As the words left my mouth, the spinning shadow monster accelerated, coming between me and Ancient Ape. Suddenly, a long spear extended from the spinning shadow, striking me. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? It's using so many weapons at once. Does this creature have 3 heads and 6 arms? As Ancient Ape, Wolverine, and I were entrenched in a fierce battle with the spinning shadow monster, Deathlark took the opportunity to reach the square where Baze was held. She used her beak to unlock the chains binding Baze, then flew off with her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ancient Ape, Wolverine, and I were blown away. The spinning shadow monster then fired several more crossbow bolts at us. Seeing this, I quickly pushed Ancient Ape to the side and instantly switched to my human form to dodge the deadly attack. Seeing this, Ancient Ape's eyes filled with tears. Dragon Brother has shrunk to protect me. I'm okay, Ape Sister. I changed back to human form to use a secret weapon. Saying this, I immediately took out a gravity gun I had obtained from a human psychic and fired it above the spinning shadow monster. As the gravity bomb exploded above the spinning shadow monster, a strong gravitational field enveloped it, significantly slowing its rapid rotation. It really works. This guy is finally slowing down, I said while continuously pulling the trigger, aiming and firing at the spinning shadow monster. I quickly switched back to my giant beast form, gathered energy, and launched my strongest mouth cannon attack, the burst breath. Unexpectedly, the burst breath passed directly through the spinning shadow monster's body. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm off to kill Baze and your friends. How did this guy disappear under the gravity field? What's going on? Just minutes ago, as Deathlark had just rescued Baze, the spinning shadow monster had sensed it. When Baze woke up and realized she had left the Red Palace, she immediately instructed Deathlark to turn back. If I leave, the spinning shadow monster will quickly sense it. Don't worry, Lord Baze. We have already left the range of the Red Valley, and besides, that guy is tied up by Lin Shen and the others. He can't catch up for now. Bird Sister, sister, you're mistaken. That guy won't be held back. As soon as I leave the Red Valley, it will be forcibly teleported to my side. Just as Deathlark heard this, looking puzzled, the spinning shadow monster suddenly appeared above them. With a swoosh, Deathlark was directly slashed from the air, then crashed to the ground with a loud boom. Seeing this, we were immediately worried and hurriedly ran towards that direction. Meanwhile, Deathlark struggled to get up, unable to understand how the spinning shadow monster had appeared there. The spinning shadow monster had already reached her, using Euroslash to strike her again. At that critical moment, a shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Baze immediately used her life essence to create a shield and successfully blocked the spinning shadow monster's attack. However, this caused her already battered body to suffer even more. Under the relentless attacks of the spinning shadow monster, Baze's body was on the verge of collapsing. Deathlark, seeing this, hurriedly signaled Baze to stop, but Baze continued to persevere, even splitting her life essence to heal Deathlark's injuries. Bird sister, stop talking. It's all my fault. I've dragged you all into this. The spinning shadow monster, seeing this, laughed mockingly. Baze, you good for nothing. You're hardly able to keep yourself alive and still think of saving others. Stop struggling. Your life essence is all mine. With that, she madly used Euroslash to attack the shield. As the shield was about to shatter, Deathlark anxiously shouted, "Don't worry about me, run away." But as her words fell, the spinning shadow monster struck fiercely again, and with a bang, the shield shattered like glass. Baze was knocked back by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. As the spinning shadow monster continued her relentless attack, swooping down, the defenseless Deathlark let out a frustrated roar. However, just as the spinning shadow monster was about to strike, a burst breath suddenly struck over, striking the spinning shadow monster's side, standing directly between them, blocking the spinning shadow monster's attack. At this crucial moment, the others and I had timely arrived. Ancient Ape leaped, landing above the spinning shadow monster, and slammed down hard, successfully pushing her back. Wolverine and I then positioned ourselves between Deathlark and Baze. Bird sister, Lord Baze, how are you? I'm okay. Lord Baze saved me with her life force, but now her energy is growing weaker and weaker. Hearing this, I hurriedly took out a life fruit and handed it to Deathlark. You feed this life fruit to Lord Baze first. We'll hold off this spinning shadow monster. However, at that moment, the spinning shadow monster burst into laughter. You finally gathered together. Now, return to me the life essence that belongs to me within you. What do you mean? Why would our life essence belong to you? The spinning shadow monster sneered. It seems your Lord Baze hasn't told you the truth. Well, I'll let you die understanding today. I'll stop spinning and let you see my true face. With that, the spinning shadow monster ceased her spinning, revealing her true form. Shockingly, she had the same face as Baze and was a monster with 5 legs. Seeing this, we were too shocked to speak. How about that? Surprised? Actually, I am Baze, and Baze is me. I am a monster created by Baze herself, representing her dark inner self. Bet you didn't expect that. Your revered guardian of the Abyss Island has such a dark, twisted heart. Hearing this, I incredulously turned to Baze and asked, what is going on? Baze lowered her head, her expression heavy. Linshin, she's right. This is all my fault. I released the darkness within me in this place and created this monster with my own hands. Hearing this, I and the others were utterly shocked. It turned out that over 1,000 years ago, Baze chanced upon this secret realm and felt the powerful energy emanating from the Red Palace. To obtain that power, she defeated the palace's guardian and entered the palace interior. There, she saw a huge red crystal, the source of the realm's energy. However, when she couldn't resist the temptation and touched the crystal, an accident occurred. The crystal's powerful energy instantly plunged her into an endless dark illusion, causing her excruciating pain. That energy magnified the negative emotions in her heart, and a powerful dark shadow burst out from within her. As she was trapped in the illusion, numerous beasts that had been eyeing the energy of the secret realm broke in and greedily absorbed the energy from the red crystal. Those who absorbed the energy not only became stronger but also mutated, including the king of the dead rotten reptiles. As the dead rotten reptile king grew in power the fastest to monopolize the red crystal, it killed all other beasts that had intruded into the secret realm. However, when the dead rotten reptile king attempted to ambush Baze while she was still trapped in the illusion, the dark Baze had already been completely separated. Feeling the opponent's power, the dead rotten reptile king had no choice but to flee. Later, the dark Baze, aiming to take all of Baze's life essence, engaged in a fierce battle with the recovered Baze. Since they were of the same origin, neither could kill the other, and ultimately, Baze had to use a secret technique to trap her dark self. After sealing her dark self, Baze set it as the new guardian, protecting the Red Palace to prevent other beasts from intruding. And Baze's condition for helping the beasts of Abyss Island was to absorb life essence, to conceal herself and avoid detection by the dark by Sidon. Because your blood contains my life essence, after entering the secret realm and being injured by the dark by Sidon, it unlocked the seal and located the position of Sage's Snow Mountain. Hearing this, I and the others finally understood the whole story. We didn't realize it was us who caused your harm. It doesn't concern you. I created this monster myself and have been evading it for 1,000 years. I knew I would have to face it again someday. At this, Dark Baze chuckled coldly. Everything Everything that needed to be said has been said. You can now go to your deaths in peace. Thanks for giving us the time to recover our strength. Now, let's officially start the second round of fighting. However, just as I finished speaking, countless creatures from the secret realm suddenly emerged from the Red Valley. You think I was just being nice letting you listen to the story? I was actually gathering my minions. Why bother doing it myself when I can solve it without lifting a finger? You think we don't have backup? We brought our minions too. As soon as I spoke, Polar Bear led the creatures of Abyss Island from the other side, charging at the secret realm creatures. Spinning Shadow Monster creature, no one's interrupting now. Let's continue the second round of our fight. After saying that, I quickly switched to human form, picked up a cannon, and fired several gravity bullets at the Spinning Shadow Monster. Seeing this, it was shocked. Not this thing again. The Spinning Shadow Monster quickly spun, trying to dodge the gravity bullet attacks. Just then, Ancient Ape used her Dragon Domination skill and charged at it. Seeing this, the Spinning Shadow Monster immediately swung its blade at her. Ancient Ape quickly switched to the Dragon Bite skill and actually managed to bite directly onto the creature's blade, forcibly stopping it. Then, Ancient Ape swiftly turned around, flinging the Spinning Shadow Monster into the range of the gravity bullets. The Spinning Shadow Monster was startled and quickly stabbed its long spear into the ground to stabilize itself. However, by this time, I had already charged up my attack and launched a Burst Breath at the Spinning Shadow Monster. Although the Spinning Shadow Monster blocked the Burst Breath with its shield, its body was still knocked backward, landing directly within the range of the gravity bullets. You all actually teamed up to trap me. Now it's my turn. Die, Spinning Shadow Monster. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Burst Breath that I used, although powerful, did not kill the Spinning Shadow Monster with one hit. Instead, it blasted her out of the range of the gravity field. Seeing this, Wolverine quickly drew his sword and charged at the Spinning Shadow Monster, but his gold slash was blocked by the creature's shield, and he himself fell into the range of the gravity field. The Spinning Shadow Monster laughed. You fool, daring to enter the gravity field willingly, seeking your own death. With that, the Spinning Shadow Monster launched a fierce attack at Wolverine. But Wolverine was not at all panicked. Facing the Spinning Shadow Monster's onslaught, he dove back into the fray, and the two began an intense close-quarters battle within the gravity field. The fight became more intense, and the Spinning Shadow Monster grew increasingly alarmed as it realized that Wolverine was not affected by the gravity field at all. At this moment, I laughed and said, Wolf Brother is a martial fanatic. He has spent so much time training in gravity fields to improve his speed. This bit of gravity is nothing to him. Hearing this, the Spinning Shadow Monster couldn't help but scoff. So what if you're fast? Your sword skills still can't touch me. Wolverine scoffed in response. Is that so? What comes next might disappoint you. With that, Wolverine leaped up, instantly shifting into a giant wolf form with 3 blades, his body spinning rapidly as he used a triple blade rush towards the Spinning Shadow Monster. Although the Spinning Shadow Monster dodged to the side, Wolverine gave her no chance to breathe. Just landing, he leaped again, charging at the Spinning Shadow Monster and then unleashing his strongest skill, Star Slash. Behind him, the golden phantom of his master appeared, slashing at the Spinning Shadow Monster with his sword. In desperation, the Spinning Shadow Monster quickly raised her shield to block. However, the next second, with a loud bang, the shield was completely shattered. Seeing this, I immediately exclaimed, Nice work, Wolf Brother. Wolf Brother, I'll help you take her down. With that, I spewed several explosive bombs, using the smoke from the explosions as cover, while Wolverine accelerated once more towards the Spinning Shadow Monster. At this moment, seeing the soon-to-disappear gravity field, I realized we couldn't delay any longer. The next second, I activated my strongest lava form, instantly sending a wave of heat sweeping through the area. The dense forest burst into flames instantly, and the Spinning Shadow Monster was startled by this powerful aura. How did his aura suddenly increase so much? The Spinning Shadow Monster wondered in shock. Baze, seeing this, was also surprised. Lin Shen, when did he have such powerful skills? As everyone was astonished, I began to gather energy. Spinning Shadow Monster, taste my Burst Breath in lava form. The next second, the lava version of the Burst Breath shot straight towards the Spinning Shadow Monster. Sensing the terror of the attack, the Spinning Shadow Monster teleported behind Wolverine, attempting to use him to block the attack. However, Wolverine snorted coldly, You're really a coward. The Spinning Shadow Monster turned her head and was shocked to see Wolverine's body shrinking instantly, switching from giant wolf form to human form. Immediately following, an explosive bomb sent the Spinning Shadow Monster flying out of the gravity field. Boom! With the hit of the Burst Breath, the Spinning Shadow Monster was heavily blasted away. However, to everyone's surprise, she wasn't melted by the attack, but instead was blasted out of the range of the gravity field. At this point, the severely injured Spinning Shadow Monster coughed violently. Damn it, you've tricked me again. The Spinning Shadow Monster gritted her teeth in anger. As the lava form was too draining, I immediately reverted to his normal form after the display. Spinning Shadow Monster, how did you like that taste? Now it's time for your demise. Thinking you can kill me so easily, soon you'll pay for what you've just done. With that, the Spinning Shadow Monster turned and ran towards the direction of the Red Palace. Seeing this, looked baffled. This guy really runs fast. Just after making a threat, she ran away. Isn't Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? However, at this moment, Bei shouted, "Lin Shen, hurry and stop her. She's going to enter the Red Palace to absorb energy and recover her strength." Hearing this, I was shocked and quickly led the ape sister and the others in pursuit. Just as Deathlark was about to catch up to the spinning shadow monster thanks to her speed advantage, the spinning shadow monster suddenly turned around and shot several crossbow bolts at her. While Deathlark was using her skills to block these bolts, the spinning shadow monster took the opportunity to accelerate towards the Red Palace. Haha, you think with your snail's pace you can catch up to me? Once I return to the palace and absorb the energy of the red crystal, I will tear you all to pieces. However, just as she was feeling smug, a light suddenly condensed in front of the Red Palace into a figure. The spinning shadow monster was immediately shocked. "Baze, why are you here? How is this possible?" Indeed, the figure that the light had formed was Baze, and she had used her life force to create a shield, blocking the entrance to the palace. "You can teleport to me, so of course, I can teleport in front of you." Hearing this, the spinning shadow monster was infuriated, her veins bulging. As she furiously used her skills to smash the shield, Wolverine had already arrived behind her and instantly switched to his giant wolf form, pouncing at her. Just as the spinning shadow monster dodged in a panic, I and the others had already reached the front of the palace, blocking her path. "You think you can stop me and that means you've won? I still have other cards to play." With that, she screamed upwards, emitting a piercing shriek. The sound was so intense it was almost unbearable. Just when I thought it was a kind of psychic attack, the giant creatures fighting with Polar Bear suddenly went berserk, all beginning to roar and move toward us. "This guy can't beat us," so she starts shaking us down. "Don't let the creatures of the secret realm interfere here." But by then, the creatures of the secret realm had already gone mad, and Polar Bear and his group couldn't stop them. Seeing this, Wolverine said, "I'll go stop those creatures. You all be careful." With that, he radiated golden light and charged towards the secret realm creatures. With a few swishes, several creatures were immediately cut down by Wolverine. But as the creatures fell, a wave of red energy drifted out from their bodies, then floated towards the spinning shadow monster, absorbed into her body. Seeing her absorb the red energy, I was shocked, so I quickly warned Wolverine, "Don't kill the creatures of the secret realm." Seeing this, the spinning shadow monster laughed loudly, "You're too late to know." Seeing this, Deathlark quickly joined the fight. "Ape sister, you're too slow. Let me handle this." With that, Deathlark switched to hurricane form and then used a fierce wind to blow a large batch of creatures into the air. At this time, I saw that the spinning shadow monster was still howling and knew that if I didn't stop her, more creatures would keep coming our way. So I sprayed a burst breath at the spinning shadow monster, aiming to stop her from continuing to summon creatures. Just then, a flock of ancient bird dragons flew towards the spinning shadow monster. Under her command, they shielded her from a burst breath attack with their bodies. "You ugly dragon, you've really helped me out." Then, the spinning shadow monster absorbed all the red energy. "Thank you for letting me absorb so much energy. I'm almost back to full strength, and now the real show can begin." As she stepped on a stone slab, a rumbling sound came from beneath the ground, followed by strange stone pillars chained together rising from the earth. Before long, they formed a square in front of the palace. Seeing this, I was incredulous. What on earth is this? For over 1,000 years, to pass the tedious time, I've developed a fighting style that suits me best. This is my trump card. With that, the spinning shadow monster, chained to the pillars, began to spin rapidly, while I and the others were bewildered. The strange pillars suddenly bent under the force of the spinning shadow monster, who then used the rebound force of the pillars to launch a direct Euro slash at the Wolverine. The wolf hurriedly blocked with its blade, but was sent flying in immediately. Ancient Ape rushed over, intending to use the dragon dominance skill to stop the spinning shadow monster, but she too was repelled upon contact. Seeing this, I was shocked by the high attack power of the spinning shadow monster, aided by her high-speed rotation and the pillar's rebound. Just as Wolverine launched a gold shine slash at the spinning shadow monster, the chains suddenly tightened, and the spinning shadow monster eerily dodged the attack, spinning back to the top of the pillar. Seeing this, I was reminded of playing with yo-yos as a child. This creature was treating herself like a yo-yo. With this in mind, I quickly called Wolverine back. However, just then, the pillars began to spin, and the spinning shadow monster lunged at Wolverine again. The wolf hadn't even realized what was happening before it was hit by the spinning shadow monster, his blood spurting violently. Seeing Wolverine wounded, Ancient Ape rushed forward and punched at the spinning shadow monster using the dragon dominance skill. However, at that moment, the spinning shadow monster suddenly released the chains, rebounded off the pillars several times, and then reattached herself behind them, launching another attack. By the time I turned to locate her, it was too late. The spinning shadow monster first used Euro Slash to strike my back, then quickly moved behind Ancient Ape using the spinning pillars and hit her back. Seeing this, I quickly spat out several explosive bombs, using the pillar's rebound to target the spinning shadow monster. As the spinning shadow monster rapidly dodged the explosive bombs with the chains, I decisively snapped my fingers to detonate the shells. But unexpectedly, the spinning shadow monster timely released the chains and escaped the range of the pillars. That's when Deathlark seized the opportunity and unleashed a wide-ranging skill, Wind blade. However, the spinning shadow monster deftly maneuvered around the pillars and chains, easily dodging Deathlark's attack, and using the rebound force of the pillars, she lunged directly at Deathlark. Deathlark hadn't even reacted before she was hit by the Euro Slash and fell straight down. Seeing this, I hurried forward to help Deathlark up. I knew we had to find a way to break this yo-yo tactic, or we would all die here. So, I pointed to 5 pillars, instructing Ancient Ape to knock them down so she could no longer use the pillars and chains. Upon hearing this, Ancient Ape used the Dragon Dominance skill and charged at the pillars, which suddenly emitted a red light and rebounded her. These pillars are protected by the red crystal, not only absorbing attacks but also rebounding them. That gorilla just got punched by her own fist. It turned out the pillars had protection, so it seemed they would have to face her head on. However, as I stood with Ancient Ape and Deathlark confronting the spinning shadow monster, Wolverine used Star Slash on a pillar. Accompanied by a loud noise, he was rebounded by the blade's force and sent flying. It's useless. You can't possibly cut through these pillars. There's nothing here that can't be cut. No matter how sturdy, there's always a breaking point. Saying this, he leaped and used his strongest skill, Starshine Slash, at the pillars. Accompanied by a loud bang, the powerful rebound force immediately sent him flying again. Seeing Wolverine injured, the others and I urgently told him to stop. We rushed forward. Brother Wolf, stop chopping. Let's think of another way. But Wolverine stood up again and said solemnly, don't stop me. As a swordsman, if there is an opponent I cannot cut through, it only means my training is insufficient. Then, he leaped again. I am the sword, and the sword is me. Only with unity between the sword and the self can all things in the world be cut. Let this stone pillar be the whetstone on my path of training. He then poured his life into his sword and executed his most powerful secret technique, Starshine Slash. However, the greater his attack, the larger the rebound. With a loud crash, he fell heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, Wolverine did not get up again, but remained unconscious. At that moment, seeing the still intact stone pillar, the spinning shadow monster sneered, this stupid wolf is such a fool. But as soon as her words ended, with a crack, the energy protecting the pillar suddenly shattered, and the stone pillar split in two and collapsed with a loud crash. Seeing this, the spinning shadow monster was completely dumbfounded, and we were also shocked. Just then, Ape's sister shouted, Brother Wolf succeeded. Now it's my turn. With that, she charged at another stone pillar with her Dragon Domination skill, punching directly at the red energy. Even though the rebound force injured her and made her spit red fluid, she still smiled. This energy is nothing. She kept punching the pillar, spitting red fluid but not backing down. Deathlark, seeing all this, though feeling that these two were insane, still shed her feathers and shot into the air. Transforming into hurricane form, she said, Ugly Dragon, it's up to you to handle the spinning shadow monster. I'm going to get wild with them. Then, she also began relentlessly using her skills on the pillar, injured by the rebound force but not stopping. You really are madmen. Then let me fulfill your wish. The spinning shadow monster retorted and used Spiral Slash at Ape's sister. Just then, I quickly stepped in front of Ape's sister. Your opponent is me, and charged at the spinning shadow monster with bursting bite. While I and the spinning shadow monster were fighting, Ape's sister was struck by the red energy's rebound force. She was flung back. However, just as Ape's sister hit the ground, the pillar in front of her collapsed with a crash. Seeing this, Ape's sister chuckled, Dragon brother, I succeeded too. Then she collapsed. Deathlark, seeing this, shouted at me, Dragon brother, it's all up to you now. If you don't kill the spinning shadow monster, I won't let you off even as a ghost. After saying this, Deathlark dived towards the pillar below. With a loud crash, she used her body to break the pillar in half. Baze, seeing this, immediately shed painful tears. These, all because of me. At that moment, I also reached my limit of anger, my eyes emitting red light and my veins bulging. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll drag this bastard with me. After seeing Wolverine, Ancient Ape, and Deathlark risk their lives to destroy the pillars and were injured by the protective energy of the pillars, I went berserk, roaring as I charged at the spinning shadow monster. Feeling the rapidly fading life force of Deathlark and others, Baze fell into deep guilt. This is all my fault. It should have been me paying with my life, not you. Then, she transformed into Baze monster form and stood at the front of the Red Palace, ready to open the door again. This would be my second time opening this door. The door representing supreme power, but this time not for me, but for the future of Abyss Island. With a bang, the door was opened, and instantly a stream of energy floated out from the palace. Baze walked straight to the red crystal inside. Looking at this culprit that once made her crazy, she didn't hesitate and reached out her hand again. At that moment, the energy from the red crystal plunged her into excruciating agony, flooding into her body. Seeing this, both I and the spinning shadow monster were shocked. Baze, you've finally shown your true colors. It seems you still can't resist the temptation of the red crystal's energy. Aren't you afraid of creating another dark Baze? As I heard this, my face filled with worry, but Baze transformed the red energy she had absorbed into clear energy. Dark Baze, I should actually thank you, because you took away all my greed, allowing me now to willingly sacrifice for others. These little ones are the future of Abyss Island, and I'm prepared to sacrifice even my life to save them. I'll use this broken body to filter out the negative emotions of the red crystal to reshape them. And then she directly quickly infused the clear energy into the unconscious bodies of Deathlark, Wolverine, and Ancient Ape. Hearing Baze's words, I was moved to tears. But at that moment, the spinning shadow monster rushed towards Baze. You fool, you're going to burst from absorbing too much red energy. Isn't this what you always wanted to see? Your plan is about to come true. Saying this, Baze began to slowly fall. You maniacs, before dying, give me all your life essence. Seeing this, I quickly gathered energy and then spat several explosive bombs in front of the spinning shadow monster, successfully stopping her. Damn lizard, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish first. Spinning shadow monster, since you like playing with yo-yos so much, then I'll join you. Saying this, I wrapped a chain around myself and started spinning with the reverse fin slash. Haha, you think you can? Just don't accidentally strangle yourself. As her words fell, I indeed tangled the chain into a mess, nearly suffocating myself. Seeing this, the spinning shadow monster laughed loudly and started spinning faster, bending the pillar. Stupid dragon, this time I'm definitely going to split you in half. Seeing this, I started spinning and used my body weight to bend the pillar even more. If I attack the pillar now, it should also trigger the pillar's defensive rebound. I wonder if my lava form scorching the pillar will also be rebounded. Thinking this, I decisively switched to lava form, ready to give it my all. As the spinning shadow monster used spiral slash towards me, I was also ejected by the pillar, then used the lava fin slash towards the spinning shadow monster. With a loud bang, our attacks collided instantly, the immense force causing me to spit out blood, and then with a crash, I fell to the ground. The chain connected to the pillar also instantly broke into countless pieces. When the dust settled, my eyes rolled back and I passed out. Just when the spinning shadow monster thought she had won, gloating triumphantly, suddenly a fiery attack struck her from the sky, hitting her unguarded from above and knocking her down. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? That second attack was indeed the rebounded force of my lava form. As the spinning shadow monster let out a reluctant roar, she was quickly engulfed by lava flames. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Baze, gasping for breath from absorbing too much red energy, had a massive black energy surge into her. It was the life essence of Dark Baze, separated from her body. Since Lin Shan killed Dark Baze, his life essence had returned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Polar Bear and the Wolf Leader were surrounded by the Secret Realm's giant beasts. Just as they were about to be torn apart, the previously frenzied giants suddenly came to their senses within a second and turned tail, running away as if they had realized something. Seeing this, Polar Bear was baffled. Why did these guys suddenly stop fighting? It's like they've lost their will to fight. It must be that those lords have defeated the spinning shadow monster. Quick, let's check it out. When they arrived at the Red Palace, they were shocked by the tragic scene before them. Seeing all the great kings unconscious on the ground, the Wolf Leader hurriedly instructed his followers to help them, while Polar Bear rushed to the severely injured Baze. At that moment, Deathlark noticed her wounds had healed, and she felt an increase in the Secret Realm's energy within her. Puzzled, why not only have my injuries healed, but the energy inside me seems to have increased a lot. Then she suddenly heard Ancient Ape's cries. Dragon brother, are you okay? Wake up, please. Following the voice, she was shocked to see me lying on the ground. Something's wrong with Ugly Dragon? As Ancient Ape and the others gathered around me with concern, Baze explained. Lin Shan used the last of his strength to execute the lava fin slash, successfully slaying Dark Baze, but he was also severely wounded by Dark Baze's spiral slash and the defensive rebound from the pillars. I used my body as a medium to filter the negative energy of the red crystal and treated you, but at that time, Lin Shan was in the midst of a fierce battle with Dark Baze, so he didn't receive my treatment. Hearing this, Ancient Ape urgently pleaded with Baze, please save Dragon brother, but Baze regretfully said, after Dark Baze was slain, that portion of dark energy returned to my body. Now, if I continue to filter the crystal energy, it might release another Dark Baze. Could I use my body to filter the crystal energy to save Lin Shan? Hearing this, Baze helplessly said, although you've been treated by me and are no longer affected by the crystal energy, I cannot guide energy using someone else's body. As Ancient Ape and the others looked worried but had no solution, Baze continued, there's only one way to save him now, but it's very dangerous. Hearing this, they eagerly asked, what way? We're willing to try anything if it can save Lin Shan, no matter how dangerous. If so, then I'll join you in taking a risk. Wolf brother, Bird sister, and Ape sister, carry Lin Shan and follow me into the Red Palace. You, with the monsters of Abyss Island, stay on the outskirts of the palace and don't let anyone step inside. After Polar Bear and the others left, Baze led Ancient Ape and the rest into the palace. Then, she signaled Ancient Ape to place me next to the red crystal. However, just as Ancient Ape was putting me down, the crystal suddenly emitted a massive amount of energy, surging into me. The next second, I violently awoke, immediately emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Seeing this, Baze explained to the others, he's probably like I was back then, trapped in endless darkness, experiencing agonizing pain as if being torn apart. Hearing this, Ancient Ape worriedly asked, Lord Baze, what should we do now? All we can do now is wait, hoping Lin Shan can suppress his own greed. Meanwhile, in Lin Shan's consciousness, there was an endless darkness. He was curled up in agony. Just then, memories of being bullied by classmates suddenly surfaced. You crybaby, you dared to tell the teacher. over. See if you dare again next time. I'm not a crybaby. Why do you always bully me? I want to become stronger. I want to be stronger than all of you. I want you all to be afraid of me. As Lin Shen's negative emotions intensified, a huge red shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, in reality, the previously agonized me suddenly got up, emitting a roar. Immediately after, a shadow burst out from my body, roaring angrily at Baze and the others. The dark side inside Lin Shen is emerging. Everyone be careful. Not knowing what kind of monster it would be, just as he finished speaking, a red monster separated from my body and then roared towards the sky. And this monster was a red Godzilla. Watching the raging little red Godzilla, Deathlark laughed loudly. Haha, is this the monster formed by Ugly Dragon's dark side? It's so funny. It's just a little one. Ancient Ape showed an incredulous expression. This little red Godzilla, apart from the color, is just like a young version of Dragon Brother. At that moment, Baze cautioned everyone, because everyone's greed is different. The dark forms that appear are also different. Don't be fooled by his appearance. It's best to be careful. However, Deathlark started to playfully poke at the little red Godzilla. What's there to be afraid of with this little guy? When Ugly Dragon was trapped in a basket, I bullied him all the time. But when the little red Godzilla turned and saw me on the ground, covered in wounds, he suddenly became enraged. Was it you who turned Dragon Dad into this? How dare you bully my Dragon Dad? You're asking for death. Saying this, he lunged at Deathlark with an explosive bite. Damn, how can this little brat start fighting just like that? You little brat, stop biting my feathers. With that, she flapped her wings and sent a hurricane towards the little red Godzilla. The little red Godzilla dodged Deathlark's attack with a sidestep, then spat out several explosive bombs at her. Watch me burn off your feathers, bald bird. Hearing herself being called a bald bird, Deathlark angrily lunged at the little red Godzilla. Little brat, watch me tear your stinky mouth apart. At this moment, Ancient Ape asked confusedly, Lord Baze, the little red Godzilla just called Lin Shen Dragon Dad. His threat shouldn't be that great, right? No matter what, he's indeed condensed from the red energy. Perhaps still immature at the time of his formation. He can use all of Lin Shen's moves, and if left unchecked, the consequences are unimaginable. Hearing this, Wolverine also realized the severity of the situation. If so, then we should take him down before he has a chance to grow stronger. Thus, taking advantage of the fight between Little Red Godzilla and Deathlark, Wolverine used Gold Slash towards Little Red Godzilla. Seeing this, Little Red Godzilla immediately leaped back to dodge the attack. You shameless wolf, still resorting to sneak attacks at your age. After saying this, Little Red Godzilla used a mental attack, Dragon Roar, on Wolverine. Taking advantage of Wolverine's momentary daze, he pounced directly at him. So you think you're the only one who can use a sword? I can too. Following this, he rapidly spun, unleashing Godzilla's Dragon Fin Slash. Deathlark quickly warned Wolverine, be careful. Just as Wolverine regained his senses, he coldly snorted and countered Little Red Godzilla's Dragon Fin Slash with his own Gold Slash. With a bang, Little Red Godzilla grunted as he was sent flying backward, and Wolverine skidded back several meters across the ground, his face in disbelief. This little guy might be small, but he's strong. At this time, Little Red Godzilla stood up, fuming. All of you ganging up on a kid, you're forcing my hand. Saying this, Little Red Godzilla began to frantically absorb the energy from the red crystal. Baze, seeing this, was shocked. Quick, stop him. He's frantically absorbing the energy from the red crystals. However, Little Red Godzilla absorbed energy faster than anyone anticipated. In an instant, he began to gather energy in his mouth. Everyone, get away. This is Lin Shen's explosive breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Red Godzilla unleashed the explosive breath forward. At this moment, Baze transformed into Bai Sidong and explained, he's able to cast Blurst Breath quickly because of the red crystal's energy. After speaking, Bai Sidong pulled out a large hammer. Let's all go together and keep him away from the red crystal. She was the first to leap up, aiming for Little Red Godzilla from above. However, when her hammer came down, Little Red Godzilla dodged. Can you dodge this? Sisters, show yourselves. Following that, another Bai Sidong appeared behind Little Red Godzilla and smashed him into the air, causing a large bump to form on his head. At the same time, three Bai Sidongs with parking signs appeared in front of Little Red Godzilla and started a furious assault. Then, more Bai Sidongs swarmed in, pounding him back to the ground. Watching this scene, Deathlark and Wolverine were speechless. So when Baze said, let's all go up, she wasn't actually talking to us. At this moment, Little Red Godzilla, holding his head, said indignantly, it's too much for so many people to beat up one kid. After saying this, he suddenly stood up, using the skill Dragon Life 9 Sons. Isn't it just clones? Let me introduce you to my 8 brothers. Seeing this, Bai Sidong was shocked. Isn't this Lin Shen's Dragon Life 9 Sons skill? Why are there only 8? Could this little dragon cub be one of the Dragon Life 9 Sons? At that moment, Little Red Godzilla waved his hand. Go, brothers. These women are bullying me. Take revenge for me. Seeing this, Bai Sidong rushed towards Little Red Godzilla. So what if there are many of you? I can handle even the toughest, let alone you little ones. Ancient Ape and the others stood by, faces full of helplessness, the scene before them resembling a child's fight. At that moment, Bai Sidong, sporting a black eye, shouted, what are you standing around for? Come and help. However, as Ancient Ape and the others hesitated about about whether to help. Baze gained another black eye. The little red Godzilla looked back and met ancient ape eyes. The little red Godzilla suddenly ran like mad, charging straight past Deathlark and Wolverine, then pounced towards ancient ape. Wolverine, seeing this, shouted, "Ancient ape, be careful." However, the next second, little red Godzilla dove right into ancient ape's arms and began rubbing his face against hers. "Your monkey mom, the best monkey mom." Seeing this scene, Bai Sidong and the others were utterly shocked. What's going on? This little dragon cub not only harbors no hostility towards ancient ape, but even calls her monkey mom. At that moment, ancient ape was also baffled. When did I become a mom? How come I didn't know about this? She then asked little red Godzilla, "Do you know me?" "Of course I know you. You're my monkey mom." Then, ancient ape pointed at the others and asked, "Do you know them too?" "Of course I know them too. One is the stupid wolf with swords, the other is the hairless ugly bird, and the last one is the old witch pretending to be a shaman." Hearing this, Bai Sidong and the others were instantly enraged. "You little dragon cub, who are you calling an old witch? Believe it or not, I'll extinguish you right now." Then, ancient ape asked, "Since you know them, why did you fight them?" Hearing this, little red Godzilla jumped down from ancient ape and explained, "Because I find them really annoying. One is a stoic weirdo obsessed with swords and guns, another is a haughty freak, and one who only speaks in riddles, always making you guess what they're thinking. They're all bad news. Only you, monkey mom, are kind-hearted, loving, and speak nicely." Hearing this, Deathlark suddenly spewed out in anger, "Little dragon cub, I'll definitely obliterate you." At that point, Bai Sidong analyzed, "He is a manifestation of Lin Shen's dark side. Is this how Lin Shen normally sees us?" Hearing this, Deathlark glared at me, "Then I'll obliterate this ugly dragon first." The energy from the red crystal can greatly amplify one's dark side. Even though it has exaggerated Lin Shen's view of us, it shows that he really sees us this way. Maybe he feels we aren't as easy to get along with as ancient ape, so he has been tolerating us all this time, maintaining team harmony by enduring such hardships. Then he might as well choose to disband. At that moment, Wolverine asked, "What do we do with this little dragon now? Do we still need to destroy him?" "No need. This little dragon just seems like a mischievous, willful child. Plus, he seems to really listen to ancient ape. We might try getting along with him." Hearing this, little red Godzilla huffed and puffed his way over to me. "Great, Godzilla's wounds have healed. It seems our method just now was correct." Just then, I opened my eyes and sat up groggily. But when I saw little red Godzilla in front of me, I was completely baffled. Why is there a mirror here? Why have I been reset to factory settings? And why has the color changed to red this time? Could it be because of the lava form? But why haven't my claws changed? And I don't feel like I've shrunk. Seeing this, ancient ape and the others were worried, not understanding whether I was broken by the spinning shadow monster or if I had split half my brain with the little dragon. While they were puzzled, I suddenly laughed. "I get it now. This must be one of those funhouse mirrors that makes the reflected me look smaller. But why has the color changed too?" However, when I touched little red Godzilla's head, I was startled. Goodness, there really is a little red dragon here. Just then, little red Godzilla pushed my hand away. "Silly dragon dad. Are you being silly again? A talking little red dragon. What did you just call me? Dragon dad?" At this, Deathlark stepped forward and teased, "Ugly dragon. How come you don't even recognize your precious and well-behaved son?" "What did you say? He's my son." "Yes, and he even calls ancient ape monkey mom." Hearing this, my eyes nearly popped out of my head, and I sat down in a panic. I didn't do anything with ancient ape, and I was just unconscious from fighting with the spinning shadow monster. How come I have a son now? What's going on? Now, looking at my son who, except for the color, looked just like me, I was utterly confused. "Kid, what's the deal with you? Tell me, from where did you pop out?" "Of course, you're the one who gave birth to me, so of course I came from you. How could a big man like me give birth to a child? You really think I'm stupid? Silly dragon dad. Didn't you spit us out with your mouth many times before? We even helped you fight together." Hearing this, I suddenly realized something. "You mean spit out? Could it be that you are the ghostly little red Godzilla from Dragon's 9 Sons?" At this moment, little red Godzilla snapped his fingers, and instantly 8 brothers, looking just like him, appeared behind him, looking identical. The ghostly little dragons. I am indeed the eldest of the Dragon's 9 Sons. Seeing this, I was shocked. You can actually summon them directly. What's so hard about that? Just a flick of my fingers and it's all set. It's that simple. Then why do I almost throw up every time I use this ability? Must be some dog system messing with me. Hearing this, little red Godzilla seriously said, "Speaking of which, silly dragon dad, can't you find another way to summon us? Every time spitting us out from your mouth, it's disgusting." "Hey, you're complaining about me now. Believe it or not, I'll swallow you back right now. Do you think I want to wander around outside? I'd like to go back, but I've tried already, and I just can't return." I was sleeping soundly, then suddenly this red energy entered my body, and next thing I knew, I woke up here, and these 3 ugly faces started hitting people right away. Hearing this, Deathlark and the others immediately became unsettled. "Who are you calling ugly? With that stinky mouth of yours, who else should I hit?" Hearing this, I became interested. "It seems you've already had a fight. How is the strength of my dark avatar? Who won?" "It's just a little fart dragon. I'm too dignified to lift a finger." Hearing this, little red Godzilla immediately got upset. "Ugly bald bird. Who was it that got beaten into a pile of feathers?" "Little fart dragon, if you keep running your mouth, I won't mind educating you on behalf of your parents. Seeing their drawn swords and bows, Ancient Ape quickly stepped forward to mediate. All right, little dragon, stop it now. Deathlark and they are all our own people. Hearing this, little red Godzilla immediately ran smiling to Ancient Ape. It's good that Monkey Mom is here, otherwise little dragon would be so depressed. Hearing little red Godzilla actually calling Ancient Ape Monkey Mom, I felt my head swell. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Then, Bai Sidong explained, you were severely injured in the battle with the spinning shadow monster. To save you, we had to place you by the red crystal, hoping to use its energy to heal you, but your inner greed was also magnified, eventually causing black mist to surge from your body, forming this little dragon. I understand now. Actually, this little dragon is my dark avatar, but this style doesn't feel right. Why is my dark avatar so cute and silly, while yours is so ugly and fierce? Hearing this, Bai Sidong explained, on the surface, people's greed varies, so their dark avatars are different, while internally cursing my narcissism. Unaware, I continued smugly, it seems I really am kind-hearted. I didn't expect even the dark avatar formed by my greed to be so cute. Hearing this, Bai Sidong, though she wanted to annihilate this narcissist on the spot, still suppressed her anger and asked, I'm very curious, what exactly is your greed? My greed? It's probably because I was often bullied as a child, so I wished I could become a monster to make all the bullies afraid of me. This is why he turned into this little pea dragon. Hearing this, the young Kuei dragon roared at Deathlark, ugly bald bird, don't call me little pea dragon. I am a true man among the Kuei dragons, so you should address me as Boss Kuei. Upon hearing this, I said seriously, you little brat, how can you call yourself Boss Kuei? I'm your dad, how can you say that? Lord, in the rivers and lakes, seniority doesn't matter, a name is just a code, and you get used to it after calling it a while. The young Kuei dragon retorted, this name must be changed. No way, from now on, we'll call you Little Red. Little Red, can you please think of something nicer? Even the names of random cats and dogs sound better than this. The young Kuei dragon complained discontentedly. Watching the young Kuei dragon and I bicker, Ancient Ape expressed satisfaction. These two really do have similar tempers. Deathlark disdainfully glanced at the young Kuei dragon. Yeah, they both really deserve a beating. However, at that moment, Bai Sidong looked at the young Kuei dragon and felt mixed emotions. He hadn't realized that Lin Shen's heart was so pure. The dark avatar formed by his greed turned out to be a cute little dragon. How could my dark avatar be so ugly compared to him? Does someone really have such great greed? These three had been treated with red energy and could no longer induce their inner greed. I'm really curious what their greed really is. I guess Ancient Ape greed is probably as pure as Lin Shen's, but the greed of these two proud creatures must not be simple. Their monstrous dark avatars are definitely uglier than mine. Thinking this, Bai Sidong felt much relieved. Meanwhile, as I and the young Kuei dragon were unwilling to give over the name, little Kun suddenly appeared in front of me, looking utterly exhausted, as if his body had been hollowed out. Damn system, you finally show up. Explain to me what the heck is going on here. How did my skill turn into a smug-acting son? Hearing this, little Kun immediately felt aggrieved. Are you really blaming me? Who knows how so much strange energy suddenly surged into your body, and this energy even invaded the system. Hearing this, I was shocked. This red crystal energy can affect you too. Little Kun immediately transformed into a science doctor, analyzing the red crystal. After some research, it discovered that this red crystal had energy waves similar to its own. I felt this same energy wave previously in the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and Dark Base, only their internal energy waves were too weak. The King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles mutated due to absorbing this energy, and Dark Base was even formed from this energy, so they are both related to this red crystal. I then asked, puzzled, are you saying that the system inside me is also related to this red crystal? Could it be that my encounters with the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles and Dark Base were due to the attraction of similar energies? Damn, this is the so-called fate from Legends. At this moment, little Kun pointed at the little Kuei dragon and continued, don't be so skeptical. The origin of this little dragon is the best proof. Dragon Birth 9 Sons is a system skill because the red energy and the system share the same source. This little dragon was formed, but just then, the little Kuei dragon suddenly slapped at little Kun. Get lost. Seeing this, little Kun and I were both shocked. You can see little Kun? The little Kuei dragon proudly poked at little Kun, saying, it's so big, anyone who isn't blind could see it. But as he finished speaking, he heard Ancient Ape and the others whispering among themselves. Little Dragon seems to have inherited one of Dragon Brother's habits. He also likes to talk to the air, truly like father like son. See, Ape's sister and the others can't see little Kun. At this moment, little Kun took out a device and began to scan. Little Kuei dragon spoke discontentedly. Are you looking for a beating? Didn't I tell you to stay away from me? And you dare shine that junk on your master? Little Kun calmly responded, just doing a routine check. Soon after, little Kun excitedly said, this little dragon is really something. He will become your strongest support in the future. Him, with all his boasting, just don't slow me down, I said, unimpressed. Silly dragon dad, you didn't see it, but I just took on 3. Little Kuei dragon said proudly. Hearing this, little Kun quickly pulled up the recent battle records. This little dragon can use all your skills. Although they are scaled down versions, their power is not to be underestimated. Moreover, he can control the other 8 little Kuwait dragons more precisely. Remember the forced teleportation between Baze and the spinning shadow monster? Now you and the little dragon can teleport to each other. However, it can only be used once a day. If the little dragon is somewhere else, you can teleport instantly to his location. Hearing this, I immediately became excited. That means I have teleportation ability. Not only can it be used for surprise attacks during battles, but it can also be an instant escape method if the fight turns sour. In simple terms, the little dragon has moved beyond the Dragon Birth 9 Sons category. Little Kun continued, imagine a little dragon that can use all your skills suddenly appearing. It will give the enemies a big surprise. Truly worthy of being my son. Haha, not only does it enhance my strength, but it also provides me with a means to save my life, I said jubilantly. That goes without saying. There's much more to my awesomeness, little Kuwait dragon boasted. Just then, little Kun suddenly changed its form and said, additionally, I have another piece of good news to announce. After absorbing the energy of the red crystal, my abilities have also been enhanced. Hearing this, I couldn't contain my excitement. Tell me, what benefits do I get from your upgrade? Now, not only do you gain more evolution points from devouring prey, but I can also procure items from other parallel universes, with more choices available. I thought it was something good, but if you just give more evolution points and raise the prices in the shop accordingly, it's no real change. Stupid system. Don't I know you? You don't offer real benefits? Don't worry, just bring me the Ancient Ape's Xianglu Dragon Fist, and I'll add a third ability to it right now. Hearing this, I immediately showed a smug smile, turned to Ancient Ape, and said, Ape sister, let me use the Dragon Fist for a moment. Hearing this, Ancient Ape looked baffled. Huh? Dragon bro, what do you need the Dragon Fist for? Ancient Ape asked, puzzled. I laughed and said, I've absorbed quite a bit of red crystal energy, and now I'll upgrade it. Hearing this, Ancient Ape and Deathlark looked incredulous, and this time, the third ability that little Kun added to the Xianglu's Dragon Fist was the explosive skill from the Reptile King's son, Poison Explosion. After the upgrade, I handed the Xianglu's Dragon Fist to Ancient Ape and explained, I call the upgraded skill Dragon Blast. It can release an explosive wave to blow the enemy away the moment it bites. After hearing about the skill, Ancient Ape danced with excitement while Deathlark turned away, clearly displeased, exclaiming, favoritism, ugly dragon. I posed, inviting Ancient Ape to attack me to test the power. To ease Ancient Ape's concerns, I even took out a life fruit for her reassurance. Seeing this, Ancient Ape relaxed. Ancient Ape used the Dragon Bite skill and pounced towards me. Accompanied by a crack sound, the Xianglu's Dragon Fist first bit onto my arm, followed by a boom as the Dragon Blast skill activated instantly, sending my massive body flying. At this moment, my nose running and regretting deeply, exclaimed, I played it up too much. Accompanied by a bang, my massive body was instantly blown away, slamming into a wall, nearly having a catastrophic failure. Seeing this, Ancient Ape looked unworriedly. Dragon bro, are you alright? While swallowing the life fruit, I stubbornly said, I'm fine. This move is really powerful. It can send away weaker enemies in one shot. If facing a stronger enemy, the Dragon Domination skill can deal a heavy hit and then finish them off with Dragon Blast. This combo is just too cool. However, as Ancient Ape was admiring the Xianglu's Dragon Fist, Deathlark, touching her bald head, suddenly said, do you guys feel dizzy too? Hearing this, Wolverine chimed in, when we first entered the palace, I could feel energy tens of times more intense than outside rushing into my body, and I'm starting to feel like I can't handle it anymore. At this point, Bai Sidong explained, this is because our bodies have reached the limit of energy they can absorb. If we take in more, we might risk bursting. It seems we have to leave here for now. Let our bodies digest this energy, and then we can come back. You should come out with us too, I said to invite my son. Unexpectedly, little Kuwait dragon looked disdainfully at everyone. Is that all you can handle? Hearing this, I was annoyed and punched little Kuwait dragon on the head. You're made of red energy. Of course, you can't feel it. Before long, the others and I left the Red Palace, and Polar Bear along with the Ice Wolf leader, seeing this, hurriedly brought the monsters of Abyss Island to greet them, shouting loudly, greetings to the 5 kings. At this moment, little Kuwait dragon walked with the stride of a king returning home, arms crossed, head held high, leading the way, waving and greeting the monsters. Hello everyone. Polar Bear and the others curiously sized up little Kuwait dragon. 5 went in. How come there's an extra one now? And why does this little guy look so much like King Linshin? Hearing this, I quickly introduced. Let me introduce everyone. This is my son, Lord Kuei. Hearing this, Polar Bear and Ice Wolf were shocked. It hasn't been long since you went in. How do you already have a son? With whom? But why does King Linshin have to call him Lord? I coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. It's a long story, but all you need to know is that he's my son and a new member of the Abyss Island monsters. Hearing this, the monsters of Abyss Island shouted in unison, greetings, Lord Kuei. Little Kuei dragon, enjoying the attention, laughed, haha, hello, everyone, from now on, you're all under my protection. At this point, Baze asked Polar Bear, while we were inside the Red Palace, did any secret realm monsters break through? Polar Bear pointed towards a nearby area and said, quite a few secret realm monsters broke through, but we managed to defeat them. Luckily, there were no 100-meter class monsters, or we might not have been able to hold this place. Seeing so many monsters attracted by the energy of the red crystal, Baze hurriedly instructed Wolverine Wolverine and Ancient Ape to close the doors of the Red Palace. Keeping it open like this, the energy leaking from the red crystal will more easily attract more secret realm monsters. Base continued, Lin Shen, this place still needs a guardian, someone who can guard it 24/7 to prevent secret realm monsters from breaking in, so we don't face monsters like Dark Base or the King of the Dead Rotten Reptiles again. Hearing this, Polar Bear volunteered eagerly to stay, but Base directly refused. Polar Bear, thanks for your willingness, but you're a creature of ice and snow, not suited for long-term survival here. And, with your current strength, you're not yet able to confront 100-meter monsters from the secret realm. At that moment, I put forth my idea. Actually, I plan to make this place the headquarters for the monsters of Abyss Island. Ape sister, bird sister, wolf brother, and I will stay within the red square, while the other Abyss Island monsters will live centered around the Red Valley. The four of us are no longer negatively affected by the red crystal energy, so we can enter the palace daily to train, which will rapidly increase our strength. And the energy in the Red Valley is richer, which will also swiftly boost the strength of the Abyss Island monsters living here. Only by enhancing the overall strength of Abyss Island can we withstand potential invaders. However, Baze offered a different opinion. I appreciate your idea, but given the potential for powerful invaders, the four of you can't always be here, and I'm not sure if the Abyss Island monsters will be affected by the red crystal energy. So, we must find a powerful, permanent guardian for this place. Hearing this, I immediately thought of a suitable candidate. Then I mischievously looked towards Little Kuei Dragon. Isn't there a perfect candidate right here? He's my son, Lord Kuei. Caught off guard by the sudden nomination, Little Kuei Dragon was stunned. Hearing this, Baze and the others all looked at Little Kuei Dragon. Why choose the little dragon as the guardian? At this moment, I explained, because Baze killed the previous guardian and then created Dark Baze to guard this place. I killed Dark Baze and created Little Dragon, so he should also guard here. Hearing this, Baze said puzzledly, Dark Baze was trapped here by my secret method. It was not her choice. But the little dragon, do you really have the heart to confine him here? There's nothing to feel bad about. The little dragon and Dark Baze are not the same. Dark Baze was fierce and brutal, while Little Dragon is cute and silly. What was a prison for Dark Baze is a home for Little Dragon in his eyes. Hearing my words, Baze was speechless. Here he goes being Versailles again. Then, I turned to Little Kuei Dragon and said, now that the Red Valley is our headquarters, it is also our home, right Lord Kuei? Lord Dad, the rich energy here is greatly beneficial for enhancing my strength. Even if you told me to leave, I wouldn't, Little Kuei Dragon confidently said. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Truly my good son. Don't worry, the beasts of Abyss Island are all living around here. You won't get bored. With these blockheads? I'd be surprised if I wasn't bored, Little Kuei Dragon muttered, then snapped his fingers. In an instant, 8 ghostly Little Kuei Dragons floated out from his body. I've got my own 8 brothers. I don't need them. Seeing this, I was startled. Hey, why did you summon them all? Be careful, they might explode. But before he could finish, 2 of the ghostly little dragons collided with a bang. Godzilla yelled, oh no, and instinctively covered himself. However, the next second, the 2 little dragons bounced off each other, and no explosion occurred. I was utterly shocked with my jaw dropped. It didn't explode? What's going on? Could this be what Little Quinn said? That little dragon can control them more finely so they don't explode? Now that the Guardian matter is settled, I should head back. You need to arrange the territories of the beasts of Abyss Island properly. I suggest letting Bird Sister's subordinates guard the entrance to the secret realm. Then, she said to Deathlark, Bird Sister, please have your subordinates take me and Polar Bear back. I've been captured by Dark Base for so long. I don't know what's become of the followers at Sage Snow Mountain. Don't worry, I sent life fruits to them through my subordinates after I discovered Polar Bear was injured. They should be fine now. Are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? The energy here is abundant, and it could quickly boost your strength. I'm worried about Sage Snow Mountain, and Dark Base has absorbed too much crystal energy over the years. Now that she's back in my body, it will take a long time for me to fully absorb this energy. Hearing this, I joked, then you've really picked up a power bank, and a super capacity one at that. Then, I looked at Little Kuei Dragon with a mischievous grin. If this kid absorbs enough energy and then I consume him, wouldn't I be able to boost my strength rapidly? No, a tiger does not eat its cubs. How could I have such a terrifying thought? I internally struggled, unaware that my unusual behavior was all being observed by Little Kuei Dragon. Seeing that ill-intentioned look on your face, are you thinking about swallowing me after I've absorbed enough red energy? Little Kuei Dragon accused. How could I? I love you too much to even think about it. I hurriedly defended. You could try following through on your thoughts just now. I'll make sure you regret it deeply. Little Kuei Dragon snorted coldly. While the father and son were talking, Baze had already transformed back into Bai Sidong, and after saying goodbye to everyone, Deathlark's subordinates carried her and Polar Bear towards the secret realm's entrance. The matters of the secret realm are finally coming to a close. I wonder if there's any news from Zhou Ji about the Nether Sin Palace. Wolf brother, take out the satellite phone. It hasn't rung since it came into your hands. That kid Zhou Ji isn't playing us for fools, is he? After Wolverine took out the satellite phone, there were no messages displayed on the phone. Strange, how could there be no news from the Nether Sin Palace for so long? Zhou Ji would surely notify us immediately. Could it be that that we can't receive signals because we are inside the secret realm? Puzzled, I then walked towards the crowd of monsters. Folks, from now on, this is our new home. Here, we will reproduce, grow stronger continuously. Our next task is to become stronger so that humans would not dare to step foot here lightly. In the future, Abyss Island will become the island of the strongest beasts. Hearing this, the monsters of Abyss Island cheered enthusiastically. Seeing this, I continued. Now let's clean up the battlefield, first by moving all the debris from the square, then moving the dead secret realm monsters from the woods to the square, and the dead beasts of Abyss Island will be buried together. At that moment, Ancient Ape pointed to the dead secret realm monsters. Dragon brother, are we not going to eat all these secret realm monsters? Everyone must be starving after the battle. Of course we should eat. We fought a splendid battle and even gained a new home, I said with a laugh. Now I want to properly treat everyone. After saying this, I looked towards the Abyss Island monsters who were moving things and ordered them to pile the secret realm monsters around me. Then, I exchanged some spices from the system and said to Ancient Ape, Ape sister, you're in charge of seasoning later with these spices. We've been grilling so many skewers together. Let's keep it going today. You should have learned how to season by now, I said with a laugh. At this time, Deathlark and the others looked at me with puzzled faces. What is he up to now? He's not starting to act foolish again, is he? However, at that moment, my skin began to glow red, and the next second I activated my lava form, Brothers of Abyss Island. To celebrate our victory, I invite you all to enjoy skewers. Seeing this, the beasts of Abyss Island were startled. Is this King Lenshin's new ability? It's incredibly powerful. Stay back, my fur is about to catch fire. At that moment, thinking quickly, I came up with a method to grill skewers on a large scale. Due to my high temperature, the nearest secret realm monster instantly caught fire. I frantically threw the burning monster to the outskirts. Ah, if it burns, it won't taste good. Looks like I'll need to adjust the distance next time. It would be great if I could freely adjust the intensity of the flames inside me, and even better with a heat-resistant giant grill. However, I noticed that Ancient Ape and the others were still stunned in place, so I shouted, what are you waiting for? Come over and sprinkle the spices. Wolverine grumbled discontentedly, you're using such a powerful martial technique for grilling? This is a desecration of martial skills. Why not? I call this integrating knowledge, learning by analogy, incorporating martial skills into every detail of daily life. Details determine success or failure. You should try it too. Hearing this, Wolverine immediately refused. Even if I die, I would not use martial skills this way. However, a while later, I was still busy directing. Bird sister, not enough heat here. Add more wind. Reluctantly, Deathlark flapped her wings, becoming the master of controlling the heat, fanning the flames. Ape sister, this side is done. Flip it over, add the spices. Ancient Ape skillfully used the dragon bite skill, flipping the skewers and sprinkling cumin, truly becoming a qualified barbecue chef. Then, I casually threw a large dragon leg. This one's done. Wolf brother, slice it up and serve. Wolverine executed a gold slash, instantly slicing the dragon's leg into numerous pieces. Then, serve the meat. This is the best meat I've ever eaten. The great kings themselves cooking skewers for us. I'm so touched. Eat less. You've already had over a dozen pieces. Little Koei dragon also enjoy the skewers. It's amazing how the kings can practice their skills while barbecuing, killing two birds with one stone. Look, Lord Wolverine's knife skills seem to have improved a lot. Both of you idiots, shut up. Can't you stop talking even when eating? And so, after a while, the bones of the secret realm monsters piled up into a small hill. The beasts of Abyss Island were full and lazily lying on the ground while I was exhausted. Using the lava form as a grill is good, but the power is too high. It's too energy consuming. Ancient Ape tossed me a piece of meat. Dragon brother, you eat too. I took the barbecue. Although it's a bit rushed, the flavor is quite good. If we have another celebration, let's do it this way again. Hearing this, Deathlark and Wolverine immediately broke down. Damn you, my wind spells aren't meant for this. I use my sword to kill, not to cut meat, Wolverine exclaimed angrily. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, two Tapejara were patrolling above Abyss Island when they suddenly noticed something. They spotted a human warship moored at the perimeter of the island. Thus, the two Tapejara quietly flew near the warship. However, just as they discovered humans again setting foot on the island and were about to go back to report, several whoosh sounds came from the forest. Soon after, an invisible figure appeared beside one Tapejara. Stupid beasts, are you ready to meet your death? The person said, and swung a green cross slash at the Tapejara. The Tapejara hadn't realized what was happening when a wound appeared on its neck. Bleeding then turned green. By the time the other Tapejara noticed something was wrong, the first Tapejara had already crashed to the ground with a boom. When the second Tapejara looked down, it saw a human with a knife standing next to the body of the first Tapejara, looking mockingly at it. What are you looking at, idiot? Better worry about yourself. As the person spoke, a strange growl came from below, followed quickly by a soul entity rushing towards the second Tapejara. The Tapejara had no chance to react before the soul entity entered its body. After a violent struggle, the second Tapejara quieted down. It's my first time possessing such a large beast. It really feels different. Not only is the perspective higher, but I also feel full of power, Wrath said proudly. This giant beast, and you managed to possess it so quickly. Impressive, boss, Whitehair exclaimed. To avoid attracting the attention of other beasts on the island, Raph dragged the body of the pterosaur towards the ocean to dispose of the evidence. Meanwhile, Whitehair headed towards the bushes. After Raph had thrown the pterosaur into the sea and returned to Abyss Island, Whitehair dragged out a human covered in metal. Boss, this body is really heavy, Whitehair complained. As soon as he finished speaking, Raph, controlling the pterosaur, bit his own human body and then swallowed it whole. He ordered Whitehair to go to the speedboat to meet up with the people on the warship, waiting for his next instructions, while he himself piloted the pterosaur into the interior of Abyss Island. A bunch of giant beasts. I'll show you what happens when you oppose the Nether Sin Palace, Raph sneered secretly. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the others and I were all full and lazily lying on the ground. Just then a Tapejara hurriedly flew over. There are humans at the secret realm entrance asking to meet us. The same two who brought Polar Bear over, reported the Tapejara. Hearing this, I immediately guessed it was Shoji and Mugen, so I picked up a piece of cooked meat, took a bite, and said, no one visits a temple without a cause. Let's go see what they want this time. Meanwhile, at the secret realm entrance where Shoji was visibly angry, these idiots, I gave them a phone and they just disappeared. The phone has always been unreachable. Don't they know to check in periodically? Mugen kindly suggested. Maybe the secret realm is blocking the signals. Just then, I and the others came over, all smiles. Old friends, missing me after just a few days? Shoji angrily pointed at me. Miss your big head. Where's the satellite phone I gave you? Why has there been no signal, forcing me and Mugen to make another trip? Really? I thought you hadn't called at all. Could it be that the phone you gave us was broken? I feigned innocence. I'm not that bored to give you a broken phone. Didn't you know that the dense energy of the secret realm blocks all telecommunications? So it was blocked. No wonder the signal was bad. We've been staying inside the secret realm, and indeed, the energy there is very dense. Hearing this, Shoji grew even angrier. Then don't you know to check outside periodically? You claim to be high intelligence monsters, but you don't even know this basic fact. I sniffed the roast in my hand, nonchalantly explaining, can't help it. We monsters are also very busy. These past days, if we weren't fighting, we were on the way to a fight. Seeing this, Shoji broke down completely. You're blatantly lying. How have you been busy? It looks more like you've been happily grilling skewers. Hearing this, I helplessly placed the roast meat on the ground, explaining, we took down the guardian of the secret realm, so we had a celebration. What's wrong with that? Shoji was shocked. You entered the secret realm and defeated its guardian in just a few days? But as far as I know, every secret realm has a powerful guardian. The last time, a country fought with a guardian of a secret realm, and 3 SS-level powerhouses died. Paper tigers. That's what the pretty country is. We barely survived fighting the secret realm's giant beasts and secured our victory. I'm inviting you into the secret realm. You can only pass through the purple barrier after eating the meat of a secret realm beast. Hearing this, Shoji and Mugen simultaneously looked at me, puzzled. Inviting us into the secret realm? You trust us that much? You've helped me so much. Of course, you are brothers to me now, as we are all people of Cafe. I responded with a smile. Hearing this, Shoji swiftly sliced off a piece of meat with his flying sword. From now on, you, Lin Shen, are also a brother to me. He then tore off a piece of the meat and savored it. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, taking advantage of the patrolling Tapejara's shift change, the Tapejara possessed by wrath followed the others into the cave. As soon as it landed, it spotted Shoji and Mugen of the Cafe's Heaven Force, cursing internally. Damn it, the Heaven Force of Cafe really is colluding with these beasts. These must be the beasts that defeated Lester and Envy, the Abyss Island giants. So much for their strength. Then, it noticed several Tapejaras entering a purple barrier, pondering, it seems this purple barrier is the entrance to the secret realm. Testing his theory, Raph used the Tapejara's body to successfully pass through the purple barrier into the secret realm. As Shoji ate the meat, he said, the reason we rushed here was to inform you that the Nether Sin Palace has already dispatched a vanguard force, and their warships are in the waters of Abyss Island. But there might be a jamming device because the radar can't lock onto their position. Hearing this, we were shocked. The Nether Sin Palace's people are already in the waters of Abyss Island. Since we can't lock onto their position, we must strengthen our defenses. Bird Sister, deploy more Tapejaras to expand the surveillance area and frequency, especially near the coast of Abyss Island. Then, Shoji continued, I've also obtained some top secret information about the Nether Sin Palace's master, Wrath. He is a rare dual elemental power user, though we can only confirm one of his abilities is in the soul category. He specializes in invading other creatures' bodies and forcibly possessing them, so be careful of all creatures outside the secret realm to prevent Wrath from possessing them and infiltrating your ranks. Hearing this, I asked Shoji, when a soul-type power user possesses a non-fire-type creature, can they still use other powers? Shouldn't be possible. That's a relief. Among the Abyss Island giants, only a few herbivores haven't entered the secret realm, and they aren't strong. The secret realm is fraught with dangers, so even if Wrath manages to possess a giant and enter, surviving there alone will be tough. None of you two has been possessed by Wrath, right? I joked with a smile. You think too much. S-rank human psychics aren't that easy to possess. Shoji responded coolly. Hearing this, I awkwardly laughed. Just joking with you. Come on, I'll show you around the secret realm. Unbeknownst to them, Wrath had already successfully entered the secret realm. As he looked around at the vast red world, he was filled with awe. Just then, several Tapejara approached him. The king has ordered that all Tapejaras go out on patrol to enhance security. Ignoring them, Wrath flew deeper into the secret realm, thinking, these giants seem to have sensed something. I need to hasten my plans. To avoid attracting the attention, Wrath flew for a long time, bypassing all the territories of the secret realm giants, and eventually chose a spot far from the secret realm entrance. Suddenly, his pterosaur's neck made gurgling noises, and Wrath expelled his own body from inside the pterosaur. Then, Wrath's soul left the Tapejara's body, which immediately lost all life and collapsed. As his soul returned to his body, Wrath slowly controlled his body to sit up. The metal on his body began to fall off piece by piece. Controlling such a large beast was only possible because I merged with Envy's super metal, which allowed me to endure. It's exhausting and thankfully wasn't corroded by the Tapejara's stomach acid. As the metal completely fell off, Wrath felt the rich energy of the secret realm. This is truly a prime location. From now on, this will be the new headquarters of the Nether Sin Palace, Wrath said as he unloaded his backpack to begin his plan. A few days ago, the Nether Sin Palace's second elder had found Abyss Island and successfully landed to scout. But curiously, all the beasts of Abyss Island were gone, leaving only a few herbivores. So I suspect that the giants who defeated Envy found the entrance to the secret realm and led the beasts of Abyss Island into it. The Grand Elder expressed skepticism. It's unlikely that these beasts could find a way into the secret realm so quickly. There's nothing impossible. The beasts that easily defeated Envy and could swallow nuclear bombs could easily find a way into the secret realm, Wrath scoffed. I will infiltrate Abyss Island, possess a giant beast, and have the beast swallow my body. Envy's super metal ability will protect my body from being corroded by the giant's stomach acid. Once inside the secret realm, I will set up a makeshift teleportation device in a location far from the entrance. The makeshift teleportation device can only maintain operation for 3 minutes, and it can only transport one person at a time. With fast execution, it could transport up to 10 people, Wrath explained. First, the fourth elder will lead 9 technicians carrying dismantled parts of the large teleportation device into the secret realm. Once the large device is set up, the Grand Elder can lead everyone in. Just as Wrath installed and activated the simple teleportation device, a signal was sent to the warship far away from Abyss Island. The 4 elders and the technicians, who had been waiting, quickly entered the teleportation gate. When the 4th elder stepped into the secret realm and saw the scene before him, he was stunned. It's incredible. How can this secret realm be so vast? The energy here is much denser than any of the secret realms we've explored before, he exclaimed in amazement. Then, the 4th elder instructed the newly arrived team, let's move quickly and try to assemble the large teleportation device within half an hour. He then used his gravity-altering ability to lighten the area's gravitational pull, helping the technicians speed up the assembly of the device. Meanwhile, I, with Zhou Ji and Mu Zhen, also entered the secret realm. Both guests were equally astonished by the size of the realm, and the energy here is so dense. Indeed, if we could live here for a year or so, wouldn't our strength skyrocket? Mu Zhen chimed in. Ha, you're impressed by this level of density? Wait till I show you something really spectacular. However, just then, a Tapejara reported, Lord, a Tapejara behaved strangely just now. It ignored commands and flew towards the Red Valley and wouldn't respond to calls. Hearing this, Mu Zhen said immediately, could it have been possessed by Wrath? Alerted, I ordered, send all the Tapejara in the secret realm to find that one. I hope we're just overthinking this. Deathlark agreed. Just after I finished my sentence, several spiny jackals came running in a panic. What's the matter? In such a hurry? One of the wolves quickly explained, Lord, young Master Lord Kuei asked you to come quickly. He sensed a small batch of energy that doesn't belong to the secret realm. Hearing this, I was shocked. Energy that doesn't belong to the secret realm? Could it be that the Nether Sin Palace has already breached our defenses? Hearing this, Ancient Ape and Wolverine is shocked. With the help of Deathlark and the Tapejaras, we quickly flew towards the Red Palace. Soon after, they landed in front of the grand entrance of the Red Palace, where the beasts of Abyss Island were already lined up, waiting for their arrival. Seeing the majestic and grand palace, Zhou Ji and Mu Zhen were astounded. Zhou Ji said, as far as I know, every secret realm has a grand palace where the Guardian resides. It looks like this place has now become your headquarters. Hearing this, I curiously asked, every secret realm has a palace, so does every palace have a crystal? Each palace contains a huge crystal, indeed the source of the secret realm's energy, but not all are red, and the intensity of the energy is not as high as it is here. Hearing this, I looked at the beasts of Abyss Island and proudly said, it seems the secret realm of Abyss Island is the most special, probably because Abyss Island itself has powerful giants. Mu Zhen gave me a thumbs up. With such dense energy, the Guardian here must be terrifyingly strong. You guys managed to defeat the Guardian in such a short time. That's impressive, Mu Zhen exclaimed. However, just as he finished speaking, the grand doors of the palace slowly opened, and a much denser and more terrifying energy surged out from inside. side. Shoji and Mugen were immediately alarmed. This energy is the Guardians. You said you had killed the Guardian? Sorry to scare you both. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Kuei Lord. Hearing this, Kuei Lord immediately said, Silly dragon dad, why did you only come back now? Seeing this, Shoji and Mugen were both shocked. This is your son? Mugen, confused, asked, why do you call him Lord? It's just a code name, I awkwardly explained. Then, Shoji suddenly thought of something and asked, since you have a son this powerful, is there also a mother Kuei dragon? But why do I feel such a powerful secret realm energy from him? Only secret realm guardians have such pure energy. Hearing this, I was dumbfounded. You actually thought of a mother Kuei dragon? I prefer genuine beauties. That's a long story. We'll have time to chat about it later. Then, I smilingly looked at Lord Kuei and said, son, here are your Uncle Zhou and Grandpa Mu. Come over and say hello. At this moment, Mugen approached little Kuei, looking at him affectionately. What a cute little dragon cub. Grandpa didn't prepare any welcome gift. Mugen was saying, but Lord Kuei interrupted disdainfully. Who needs it? What good thing can a weak human possibly bring? However, just as he finished speaking, Mugen suddenly pulled several giant lollipops out of his pocket. Seeing this, little Kuei eyes instantly sparkled with little stars, and his previously haughty demeanor vanished. Grandpa Mu is the best. Grandpa Mu is great. Godzilla, watching this scene, couldn't help but laugh. Didn't expect you'd be bribed by just a few lollipops. At this moment, Joji curiously asked, Mugen, why do you carry such big lollipops with you? Mugen smiled and replied, it's for spoiling my grandson. Do you really need such big lollipops for spoiling your grandson? Joji couldn't help but ask. A baby over 300 months old definitely needs them that big. Mugen replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this explanation, Joji was momentarily speechless. Then, I stepped forward and asked, son, stop focusing on eating for a moment. Didn't you have something to tell us? Oh, right. Lord Kuei suddenly remembered something. Half an hour ago, I suddenly sensed several alien energies that do not belong to the secret realm appearing here. The alien energy you sensed, it wouldn't be your Uncle Zhou and Grandpa Mu, right? It's not them. Their bodies already possess energy belonging to this place. The energies I sensed are completely alien to here, Lord Kuei earnestly said. Hearing this, I fell into thought. Lord Kuei, being the guardian of the red crystal, indeed can sense foreign energies, so he must be right. But how did these alien energies get through the barrier and into the secret realm? Actually, entering through the barrier is simple. Joji explained. As long as Furious possesses that Tapejara, he can easily enter the secret realm. But that would just be Wrath alone, and my son just mentioned several people. I frowned, then turned to Lord Kuei and asked, can you specifically pinpoint these people's locations? Because there are few of them and their energy is weak. I can't precisely locate them. Upon learning this, I quickly instructed Wolverine and Deathlark, Bird Sister, Brother Wolf, dispatch all your subordinates and clan members to search for that Tapejara, and remember to stay hidden to avoid being attacked by outsiders or the giants of the secret realm. Meanwhile, at Wrath's location, a huge teleportation device is almost fully assembled. In less than half an hour, the teleportation array will be fully assembled. This secret realm will soon be ours, the Nether Sin Palaces, Wrath said triumphantly while laughing. At that moment, a technician came forward to report to the Lord. Machine Unit 1 has begun to charge up. Units 2 and 3 have also been assembled and are charging. With Machine Unit 10 entering the charging phase, the entire teleportation array is now fully assembled. However, just as Wrath was full of excitement, preparing to reward these Nether Sin Palace contributors, a loud roar from a giant beast suddenly echoed in the distance, followed by violent tremors shaking the ground beneath their feet. How much longer for the energy to charge? 5 minutes, a technician shouted in panic. Upon learning that the charging process still needed 5 more minutes to complete, Wrath checked the time and said to the fourth elder, want to have a little contest? See who can kill more giant beasts in the next 5 minutes. The fourth elder smiled and replied, since the Lord is in such a good mood, let's see who wins. A large number of secret realm beasts charged out of the forest, roaring as they launched their attack on Wrath and his team. Wrath, seeing this, mistakenly believed that these beasts were the giants from Abyss Island hiding in the secret realm. He sneered, since you refuse to hide and cower in the secret realm, I'll grant you your wish. With that, he used the ultrametal ability he had obtained from Envy, transforming it into a weapon to face the incoming enemies. Then Sloth ordered his men to protect the teleportation array. Suddenly, a Triceratops lunged at Sloth with its jaws wide open. Without panic, Sloth used his gravity nullified ability, causing the charging Triceratops to lose all gravity, floating helplessly in the air. However, at that moment, 2 ancient giant lizards charged at him, roaring. Sloth smiled faintly and then used the gravity amplification ability. With a loud crash, the massive body of the Triceratops slammed into the 2 giant lizards, and within moments, all 3 secret realm beasts were easily dealt with. Meanwhile, on Wrath's side, a Stegosaurus charged at him with great force. Wrath leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging the attack, then gripped his weapon tightly, the blade glowing with a strange pink light, and slashed down at the Stegosaurus. With a sharp swish, Wrath decapitated the Stegosaurus with a single blow. He sneered, who would have thought Envy's ultrametal would be this useful? Don't hold back, finish finish off these beasts quickly. Under the boost of the gravity abilities, the secret realm beasts had no chance to even get close to Sloth, all being easily defeated. Meanwhile, Wrath charged into the herd, cutting the beasts into pieces as if slicing vegetables. At the same time, back at the Red Palace, while eating a lollipop, Lord Kuei suddenly sensed something and hurriedly said, "Silly Dragon Dad, I sense a large surge of secret realm energy rushing rapidly in one direction." Hearing this, Godzilla asked in confusion, "The secret realm energy you're sensing, is it from the secret realm beasts? Is there another beast tied?" The direction the secret realm beasts are rushing towards is exactly where those faint foreign energies are located. I couldn't lock onto them earlier, but now I'm certain the foreign energy is in the southeast. I immediately recalled my experience upon entering the secret realm. The secret realm beasts here are extremely hostile to outsiders. They must have sensed the foreign energy and are attacking intruders. This is perfect. We were just looking for them. You're really Daddy's good son. Let's go take care of those little rats. Ape sister, bird sister, brother wolf, send the Tapajara out first for aerial scouting. Once you spot the targets, we four will deal with the human psychics. The Abyss Island giants will surround the area. We can't let any of them escape. We must eliminate them all. At this point, Lord Kuei protested, "What about me?" Upon hearing this, I explained, "The Red Palace is the source of the secret realm's energy, a critical strategic location. You and Little Tangerine lead some of the Abyss Island giants to guard it here." Hearing this, Lord Kuei immediately beamed with joy. "Smart choice. Such an important place can only be properly guarded by me. Since you represent the Heaven Force Department of Cathay, I would prefer you not get involved in this battle. However, I hope you two can help me guard the entrance to the secret realm." However, Zhou firmly stated, "How could we not help when a brother is in trouble? We must fight together." "Yes, how could we stand by when a brother is in trouble?" Mu Jian agreed. "You truly are the brothers I value." Bird sister, wolf brother, have some of your people guard the entrance to the secret realm. The enemy possesses soul possession abilities, so we must not let even a fly through. After finalizing the battle plan, we quickly headed towards the direction of the secret realm's energy influx. Meanwhile, at Wrath's location, the secret realm giants had already been completely defeated. Sloth boastfully said, "Didn't expect your strongest support to be so formidable even solo. Quite impressive." However, just as Wrath learned that the charging would still take 2 more minutes to complete, a giant beast emerged from the forest. A 100-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus let out a deafening roar, followed by a large number of secret realm giants rushing out of the forest, furiously pouncing towards them. Sloth said resignedly, "Looks like it's back to work. This time it seems a boss-level guy has come." Seeing this, Wrath sheathed his super metal and chuckled, "I've never tried controlling a 100-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus before. This is going to be thrilling." He then jumped next to a base of the teleportation array and said to his subordinates, "Protect my body. I'm going to meet this Tyrannosaurus." After saying this, Wrath excitedly covered his body with super metal. Then his soul left his body and swiftly darted towards the Tyrannosaurus at the front. Before it could react, Wrath's soul had entered its body, completing the possession in an instant. Feeling the power of this formidable body, Wrath let out a thunderous roar to the sky. Then, controlling the Tyrannosaurus, he bit into another secret realm giant, flinging it far away. Seeing this, the rest of the secret realm giants began frantically fleeing. Controlling such a top predator is indeed more majestic and powerful. Wrath laughed, then charged into the herd, slashing through the giants as if he were cutting through grass. Just then, a 100-meter-tall Triceratops speaking human language charged at Wrath. "Are you mad? You can't tell friend from an enemy." Then with a boom, the Triceratops knocked the Tyrannosaurus out of the herd. "Another boss-level giant has arrived." Wrath laughed, "Come on, let's see who's stronger." As he fought the Triceratops, the teleportation array's charging completed, and 10 bases activated simultaneously, forming a huge spiderweb above the array. "This secret realm is now mine." Wrath laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, on the battleship outside Abyss Island, the teleportation array, which had been set up in advance, lit up. The first elder, Pride, arrogantly munching on an ice cream, grumbled, "Boss, this is too slow. We've been waiting far too long." Hearing this, the third elder, Lust, teased beside him, "A man can't stand being told he's inadequate. Be careful or the boss might twist your head off if he hears that." Just then, the burly fifth elder, Gluttony, came over and urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. I'm still waiting to go into the secret realm to eat some giant beast meat." Seeing this, the second elder, Greed, ordered his subordinates, Pride, Lust, Gluttony, and I will go in first. The rest follow in the order we arranged earlier. They then led the way into the teleportation array. Meanwhile, seeing a blue light in the distance, I wondered what it was. Zhou, pale with shock, exclaimed, "That's a teleportation array. They've actually set up and activated a large-scale teleportation array here." Teleportation array? Have humans already mastered such powerful technology? There's even more powerful tech. Once the large teleportation array is activated, more human elites and equipment will be continuously transported here. Enemies will be entering here every minute. We need to hurry there, Zhou said anxiously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I quickly ordered the giants of Abyss Island to hasten toward the direction of the teleportation array. At the same time, on Wrath's side, the Tyrannosaurus had torn a huge chunk of flesh from the neck of the Triceratops, which then fell thunderously to the ground, lifeless. The Tyrannosaurus stepped on its body and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Sloth, witnessing this, couldn't help but show a face full of exasperation. The boss is really getting carried away with this Tyrannosaurus cosplay. Just then, a rumbling noise suddenly came from the dense forest. Wrath sneered. Looks like plenty of giants are coming this way, but the teleportation array is already activated. My army will soon arrive on the battlefield. All your resistance is in vain. At that moment, we emerged from the forest and finally saw the teleportation array. See those 10 circular platforms surrounding the array? Those are the bases of the teleportation array. If we destroy just 3 of them, we can shut it down. Right then, I pointed to the Tyrannosaurus and asked, puzzled, why is that Tyrannosaurus attacking other giants in the secret realm? Shoji quickly warned, that must be Wrath possessing the Tyrannosaurus's body. Be careful not to let him possess any of you. I was unconvinced. Didn't you say it's hard to possess an S-rank ability user? We all have S-rank power levels. Shoji shook his head. You're different. You're giants, not humans. Hearing this, I responded displeasedly. What do you mean by that? Are you saying giants have lower intelligence and are easier to possess? Well, I'll show you what big brains look like in a big body. Then, I turned to Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine and said, we'll split up. Ape sister, Bird sister, Wolf brother, you're in charge of destroying the bases. Each person target 1 circular platform. I roared, then charged forward, leading the charge as the battle was about to begin. Seeing me emerge from the forest, Wrath was excited. It seems this beast is extraordinarily powerful, perfect for a high-end showdown. However, just as Wrath was preparing to confront me, I suddenly stopped. Wrath thought proudly, haha, it seems my aura has frightened him. But the next second, my body began to emit thunderous and luminous energy, gradually gathering a powerful force in my mouth. Seeing this, Wrath became alert. This is bad. He's about to use his ultimate move. At that moment, I fired my most powerful strike, Burst Breath. With a loud bang, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no chance to react and was hit directly, rolling his eyes back and collapsing to the ground. So this beast is the one that defeated Envy. Wrath finally realized, grinding his teeth in anger. Despicable, pretending to be a normal monster to ambush me. Taking advantage of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's defeat, Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine rushed out of the forest and swiftly headed towards the teleportation circle. Stop them! Their target is the teleportation circle, Wrath shouted. However, by then, Wolverine had already reached the base of the teleportation circle, ready to destroy it. With a swing of his gold slash, the psychic guarding the base was instantly split in 2. Sloth was shocked at the scene. He took down a peak A-level psychic with a single strike. These beasts are powerful, and they smartly attacked the base of the teleportation circle right from the start. He then unleashed a gravity-enhancing psychic power on Wolverine, instantly enveloping him in a gravity field. No matter how clever you are still just beasts. Do you know what a gravity field is? I'll make you unable to move an inch. Wolverine sneered. This level of gravity is nothing compared to the gravity guns before. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a werewolf form and swung his gold slash again. Unprepared, Sloth was hit and fell with a crash. However, just as Wolverine was about to destroy the base, the 5th Elder, Gluttony, was suddenly teleported in. His massive body violently collided with Wolverine, sending him flying several meters away. Seeing this, Ancient Ape didn't hesitate and ran straight towards the base she was assigned to. She leaped high and smashed her fist towards the base. Unexpectedly, an ice shield suddenly appeared above the base, blocking her attack. Seeing this, Ancient Ape furiously smashed the ice shield, shattering it in an instant. But in the next second, the shattered ice shield turned into numerous ice spikes, shooting towards her. Ancient Ape managed to block most of the attack with her dragon fist, but she was still pushed back repeatedly. Meanwhile, just as Deathlark was about to provide support, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. Shoe Bird, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. The 2nd Elder suddenly used a petrification skill on Deathlark, and in an instant, her wings began to petrify. No matter how she flapped her wings, she could not maintain balance, and soon she crashed to the ground with a boom. When she looked towards the teleportation circle again, a dozen figures had already appeared on the central platform. Seeing this, I was also shocked. I didn't expect someone to be teleported so quickly, so I quickly ran towards a base, ready to destroy it. However, at that moment, the invisible 2nd Elder, Greed, suddenly appeared before me, striking with a poisonous slash. Looking at the wound on my body, I was shocked. When did this guy appear? But as soon as the 2nd Elder landed, he instantly became invisible again. When I turned around to attack him, the 2nd Elder had already disappeared once more. However, before I could figure out what had happened, the 2nd Elder suddenly appeared in front of me again and delivered another poisonous slash. Like this, the 2nd Elder repeated the same actions, slashing me countless times. At this moment, the 5th Elder, Gluttony, the 1st Elder, Pride, the 3rd Elder, Lust, and the 2nd Elder, Greed, everyone but Envy from the high ranks of the Nether Sin Palace had entered the secret realm. Worse still, the teleportation circle continued to transport new psychics into the secret realm. Seeing this, Wrath laughed heartily while I fell into anxiety. I knew that if I did not destroy the teleportation circle quickly, more enemies would enter the secret realm. With this in mind, I immediately immediately fired several explosive bombs at the teleportation circle. Seeing this, Wrath quickly warned everyone to defend. We can't let him attack the base of the teleportation circle. No sooner had he spoken than the other psychics used their powers to erect shields in front of the base. But to everyone's surprise, the explosive bombs were instantly bounced back upon touching the shields, leaving Wrath and the others dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this some kind of bouncy ball? Why isn't it powerful at all? However, at that moment, Ancient Ape snorted coldly, met one of the flying back explosive shells, and punched it back in another direction. At the same time, Wolverine and Deathlark also took action, hitting the rebounded explosive bombs back. Instantly, countless explosive bombs whizzed towards the center of the teleportation circle. Sloth, seeing this, muttered, "This is bad." He hurriedly used his gravity vanishing power to erect a giant shield above the teleportation circle, bouncing all the explosive bombs into the air. Just then, I snapped my fingers, and with the sound of boom 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 explosions, Sloth was instantly blown away by the blast and then crashed to the ground with a thud. "Are you alright?" Sloth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Boss, I'm fine, just shaken by the blast." Seeing this, I gritted my teeth in anger. Damn, they shifted direction at the moment of the explosion. Let them taste my ultimate move. Saying this, my body sparked with electricity as I began to gather energy. Seeing this, Wrath was immediately alarmed and quickly realized it was the move that had instantly killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex earlier. Luckily, while this move was powerful, it took a long time to charge. Thus, he ordered everyone to focus their attacks on me to interrupt my move. Immediately, the psychics used their powers, firing light bullets, death slash, and all sorts at me. At the same time, Wolverine leaped in front of me, continuously swinging his gold slash to block the incoming attacks, while Ancient Ape and Deathlark joined the fight in an instant to help fend off the assault. Just then, the third elder, Lust, used her charm skill on me. I just glanced at her, and his gathering burst breath instantly fizzled out. Looks like I've been hit. Damn. I tried to calm down, struggling against the influence of the charm skill, but the next second my efforts were in vain. My eyes filled with hearts as I looked at Lust. So beautiful. I never knew such a beauty existed in this world. Just then, I saw Deathlark launch a wind blade at Lust, and I became enraged. Damn, you bald bird dare attack my beauty. You're looking for death. Saying this, I began to gather my burst breath, preparing to bring Deathlark down. Ugly dragon, how dare you direct your foul mouth at me? Your target is ahead. Hurry up and take them down. Hearing this, I instantly snapped out of it, feeling relieved in my heart. How did I suddenly fall for that woman just now? Luckily, I didn't attack Bird Sister. Then I thought, could this woman be the third elder Lust that Joji mentioned? It seems I was charmed by her just now, but compared to women, I now prefer female behemoths. With that, I decisively fired my burst breath at the teleportation circle. Seeing this, the first elder hurriedly released an ice shield to block it. Accompanied by a loud bang, the burst breath heavily struck the ice shield. Just as the first elder was shocked that the ice shield was about to shatter, a cracking sound came from the shield, and Lust used her petrification skill on the ice shield, instantly adding a layer of stone shield on top of the first elder's ice shield. However, the first elder glanced at Lust and snorted coldly. Obviously, there was some feud between the two. Seeing this, Deathlark quickly reminded me this woman used her petrification ability on the ice shield. Upon hearing this, I immediately increased my output, causing even the stone shield behind to crack, and the ice shield shattered instantly. Wrath was shocked to see that neither the ice shield augmented with petrification could withstand my attack. We must stop him from attacking the teleportation circle. With that, he used a soul strike psychic power on me, instantly interrupting my burst breath. I didn't expect this guy to be able to strike directly at the soul, and I was caught off guard for a moment. Just then, Ancient Ape shouted, "Watch out!" Just then, a scythe dragon lunged at me, apparently already under Lust's charm skill. Soon, several scythe dragons controlled by Lust also launched an attack on me, surrounding me. This woman can charm so many dragons. This is a love triangle relationship, and it's definitely not going to work out. Let me wake you all up. Saying this, I used my powerful Dragon Path move, slamming hard into the scythe dragons. Meanwhile, Wolverine, seeing this, quickly instructed the Ice Wolf leader, "You guys guard the perimeter, keep the Secret Realm's giants from breaking in, and tell everyone, do not make eye contact with that woman in the air." However, just as he finished speaking, his feet were petrified by Lust. Wolverine drew his sword and looked at her coldly, saying, "Woman, your petrification skill is useless against me." But this was exactly Lust's trap. She used her charm skill on Wolverine again. Unexpectedly, Wolverine snorted coldly, "A woman only affects the speed at which I draw my sword." After saying this, he swung a gold slash at Lust. She didn't react in time and was hit by Wolverine's gold slash, plummeting downward. Fortunately, Sloth noticed in time and used his gravity vanish skill to save her. "Are you alright?" Sloth asked with concern. "What the hell are these giants? Why aren't they affected by my charm?" "The giant ape and the giant bird are female, so they can't be charmed. But the dragon and the half-wolf are male. How come one can't be charmed and the other broke free instantly? Is there something wrong with them?" Sloth consoled her. "They are just a bunch of simple-minded beasts. Don't take it to heart." The Lust responded shouting, "This is an insult to my beauty." Just then, Wrath walked over Moreover, just now the Tyrannosaurus Rex I possessed was killed, causing some damage to my soul, but it's mostly recovered now. Once I possess one of them, there will definitely be a big show of them killing each other. Moreover, our human psychic army has already assembled, and our moment of victory is coming. Meanwhile, I looked at Wrath with displeasure and said coldly, "What other tricks do you have? Just bring it on." Wrath grinned mockingly and said, "My forces are already assembled. The decisive moment has come, but it seems you don't have many people." Hearing this, I laughed. "What makes you think we are few? I was just worried that I scared you all away earlier, so I had them stand by on the perimeter." Then, I roared up at the sky. Ancient Ape, Deathlark, and Wolverine also roared. Hearing their roars, the beasts from the Abyssal Island on the perimeter responded, and suddenly roars surrounded the teleportation circle. The human psychic army became immediately panicked upon hearing these roars. Wrath, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Don't panic. They are just a bunch of brainless monsters. You are the finest warriors of the sinful sanctuary." Then, he ordered the others, warriors of the metal and rock types, guard the base. I and a few elders will deal with those damned beasts. Attack indiscriminately. At this moment, I turned to the Ice Wolf leader and said, "These human psychics are very powerful. Lead the Abyssal Island beasts to the perimeter to engage them." But before he could finish, the Ice Wolf leader interrupted, "My king, you need not worry about us. This is our home, and we will defend it with our lives. Please let us fight alongside you to the bitter end. True Abyssal Island beasts. Then let's tear them apart and protect our home." Instantly, both sides roared and charged at each other, plunging the battlefield into chaos. However, just then, the second elder, Greed, suddenly appeared in front of me, using a poison slash to ambush and slice through my body, leaving a new wound. "It's you again," I roared angrily, but before my words fell, Greed became invisible again, swiftly changing positions and continuously attacking me. I had been cut multiple times. Anyone else would have succumbed to the poison by now, but I was still able to keep fighting. Your little poison is child's play, far inferior to the previous Reptile King. However, as the 36th slash fell, Greed revealed a sinister smile, and his demeanor suddenly changed. 36 poison slash. Explode now. As soon as he finished speaking, I was shocked to find that my previous wounds suddenly spewed a large amount of green fluid. My blade is a treasure of the secret realm, capable of stacking a poisoning effect on the enemy. Hitting 36 slashes can trigger a poison explosion, but I didn't expect you to still be standing. Greed continued, "I still have a 49 poison explosion waiting for you." With that, he launched another attack at me. Due to the poison explosion just triggered, my body began to numb, slowing my movements. As time passed, my movements became sluggish, and I was unable to counter Greed. Greed stuck a blade into my head and taunted, "Now you're just a sitting duck for me to slaughter." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wolverine and Gluttony were directly confronting each other, and after a clash of blows, both were pushed back. "Not bad, not bad. Your strength is indeed formidable, fitting for a power-type psychic." Gluttony also looked pleased and responded, "I didn't expect you, a half-beast, to know about me. I'm not just a power-type psychic." Saying this, Gluttony began searching between his legs, causing Wolverine to grimace at the sight. Suddenly, Gluttony pulled out a vial filled with blood. "See this? This is the blood of an S-class speed-type psychic. I killed him and turned his blood into a potion." After saying that, he gulped down the potion. As the vial shattered on the ground, veins bulged on Gluttony's body, and his eyes emitted a red glow. My body size limits my speed, but after taking this potion, I can have both power and speed-type abilities. Hearing this, Wolverine was shocked, thinking to himself, "I forgot this guy also has absorption abilities." Just then, Gluttony suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of Wolverine, and roared, "Half-beast, go to hell."